Come take a look. A voice rang out. A national-level inheritor of intangible cultural heritage in paper cutting is cutting and selling on the spot. Whatever you want, I can cut it for you. Bro, are you serious? A girlfriend? Wouldn't that just be a damned paper effigy? The crowd surged like a tide. The smoky aroma of grilled squid from the food stalls mixed with the sour scent of summer sweat and rushed against everyone's faces. Chen Shu wore a red vest over a light gray shirt and a necktie his conspicuous crimson fringe cut into a messy microbang. Sitting on a tiny folding stool, scissors in hand, he slapped the table and shouted at the top of his lungs. The table was covered with paper cuttings in red, yellow, blue, and green, and beside them stood a straw target usually used for skewering candied hawthorn sticks. Stuck into the straw were paper cutouts of little dogs, pandas, Gatling guns, RPGs, aircraft carriers, an assortment as wild as it was whimsical. Thanks to his distinctive cries, the novel and eye-catching paper cuttings, and the handsome stall owner himself, quite a crowd had gathered to watch. With the tip of his scissors, Chen Shu hooked up an aircraft carrier paper, cutting the aluminum alloy blades, catching the street lamp, and flashing a crescent of cold light. Chen Shu. A girl's deliberately raised ending note pierced through the din as her rhinestone-tipped manicure tapped against the tabletop. Since when did you start performing on the street for money? She wore a white dress, the curled tips of her chestnut hair brushing past the red mole at her collarbone as she cocked her head like a carefully staged provocation. Chen Shu glanced sideways at her with open disdain. This is Daxia's intangible cultural heritage, understand? You lowbrow. He tossed out the jab, then pressed his index finger to his temple, his eyelashes casting a mocking shadow beneath his eyes. Miss Chu, since you're so free every day, how about I cut you a life-size paper figure and stand it at your door as a guardian god? You? Chu Mu choked for a moment, then folded her arms and let out a mocking laugh. Well, true, since you can't even awaken an ability. Never mind, Xian, iron, you won't reach even plastic in this lifetime. You really should plan a backup for yourself, you ordinary man. Yeah, sure. Chen Shu stretched his neck, eyes closed, answering lazily. Chu Mu bit her lower lip with her white teeth, then suddenly pulled a stack of bills from her shoulder bag, waving it showily in front of Chen Shu. Beg me. As long as you beg, I might generously throw some business your way and grant you a meal. Xiao Shu, same as always. 100 pistol paper cuttings, I'll pick them up next Tuesday. Here's the deposit. At that moment, a pot-bellied man in a suit and leather shoes, a green tie at his throat and black-framed glasses on his nose stepped out from the crowd. He took a thick stack of bills from the black briefcase tucked under his arm. Judging by the thickness, it had to be at least 10,000. He flung it onto the table with swagger, gestured casually to Chen Shu, and turned to leave. Chu Mu stared dumbfounded. Was this selling paper cuttings or trafficking arms? You could play paper cutting like this. They had to be actors. Chen Shu must have hired them. Otherwise, who would spend over 10,000 just to buy a pile of paper cuttings? That would be pure unadulterated idiocy. Wasn't that just now the assistant to the chairman of the Daxiao Super Martial Research Group? What was his name? Tai. Someone with a walking encyclopedia vibe immediately supplied. Tai Yu, 41 metal type, golden blade, rank a gold level 4-star super martial artist, and currently president of our Baiqing Super Martial Artists Association. The murmurs cut off. Chu Mu froze. What on earth? That association president uncle was into paper cutting. She silently took back the idiot in her heart. Chen Shu tilted his head slightly, his eyes sliding over to Chu Mu without a word. From behind Chen Shu strode a sturdily built young man taller than him by a brow's height, wearing orange polarized sunglasses. He wore a blue tank top and work shorts, his brows-length short hair tucked under a baseball cap. A handsome guy who combined solid muscle with the face of a domineering CEO. Should you want me to teach this self-promoting clown a lesson? We're civilized people. Why resort to violence? I never fight, Chen Shu said with a faint smile as he slipped the money into his pocket. Chu Mu narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms in confusion. Wang Kai, what are you doing here? And what did you just call this loser? Did I hear that right? The class monitor of Super Martial Academy Senior High Grade 3 Class 2 Wang Kai actually acknowledged Chen Shu as his big brother. Are you out of your mind? You're really embarrassing our whole class. At that moment, Chen Shu's gaze suddenly stiffened, his brows knitting slightly. Before Wang Kai could finish, Chen Shu was already packing up the stall, ready to leave. Chu, to hell with you. Hey Shuj, where are you going? Wang Kai was about to follow. Chen Shu replied without even turning his head. Nothing. We've got class tomorrow. I've got an A.M. lecture, so I'm heading back. Hey boss, you're just leaving like that. I was going to ask you to cut me a paper figure. A bald, pockmarked boy in the crowd waved and shouted. The master's busy today. Go buy one at the funeral home. It's all the same. Drop my name, and they'll break your bones on the discount. With his school bag on his back, Chen Shu hefted the straw target on his right shoulder, stuffed his left hand into his pocket, and walked off, humming a tune, waving as he went. Lu Motzi could only exclaim inwardly. What kind of discount was bone-breaking? He'd rather not name drop at all. No, something felt distinctly off. He wanted a string of paper people holding hands. And they told him to buy a paper effigy. How could those be the same? If he brought that to his grandmother's birthday banquet, wouldn't that be a disaster? No strength, but all attitude. Little Chen Shu really knows how to put on a show. Chu Mu sneered, arms folded, tossing a few mocking lines toward the crowd that had yet to disperse. Shuj said it, civilized people don't fight. As Wang Kai grinned, revealing tiger-like canine teeth, his knuckles cracked loudly. But as it happens, I don't have much education. What, you're going to lay hands on a beautiful junior like me? Aren't you ashamed? You must not want to stay in the Super Martial Academy anymore. Do you even know who my cousin is? Second year in the University Division. Fu Guisue, Xian Iron 6-star Earth-type super martial artist. You. Wang Kai clenched his fist and drew a deep breath. He himself was a Xian Iron 3-star Wind-type super martial artist. In terms of strength, he really might not be able to beat Fu Guisue. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses, so he simply turned and left. But he couldn't just let it go. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting Chen Shu was another. If he couldn't win himself, he'd get help. Other people could call reinforcements, so could he. As he walked, Wang Kai pulled out his phone. He stared at the dial button for a moment, then finally pressed it, and spoke in a low voice. Hello. Steward Zhou, it's Wang Kai. Tell my grandpa to assign me a bomber. What? Just for showing off. Stop nitpicking and get it done. Who's the young master here, you or me? Watching Wang Kai slink off, Chu Mu felt utterly pleased as she stared at the slowly retreating figure of Chen Shu. A triumphant smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Chen Shu walked out of Wanhua Square, where he had set up his stall, and turned into an alley. It was already past 9 at night. In that alley, only his household lived. It was an old alley with only a single dim lamp hanging at the entrance. Inside, everything was pitch black. It was midsummer, and the cicadas were crying endlessly. As he walked inward, Chen Shu's eyes narrowed suddenly. Planting his feet, he called out toward his back, "Come out." At once the sound of clapping rose from beside a garbage bin behind him. A figure stepped out slowly, wrapped head to toe in a black trench coat and wearing a cowboy hat. Moonlight traced the curve of the newcomer's calves wrapped in studded leather boots. A hoarse, low chuckle came from beneath the brim of the cowboy hat. I didn't expect someone without awakened abilities to notice my presence. Truly impressive. Oh no, that's wrong. You are no ordinary person. Chen Shu slowly turned, eyes narrowed. Who are you? The mysterious figure smiled, fingers pressing lightly against the hat brim, speaking each word distinctly. We are Mob. An organization that acts in the dark for the sake of light, punishing evil and upholding justice. Mob is forever loyal to Daxia. Mob. What do you want with me? Chen Shu eyed the visitor warily, straw target still on his right shoulder, his left hand hidden behind his back. His palm flipped, and a folded paper cutting in the shape of a pistol appeared between his fingers. We have heard that you possess a particularly practical ability. Mob sincerely invites you to join us. Chen Shu remained silent. As an introverted, self-conscious type who would rather sneak out through a sewer than draw attention, he had no idea what to say or how to say it, so he simply stared quietly at the man. The man kept his arm extended in an inviting gesture, yet did not move at all. He was waiting for Chen Shu to speak. The two of them just stared at each other like SpongeBob and Patrick, locked in a wordless face-off. Chen Shu. The mysterious man. The silence dragged on as if a crow flew overhead, leaving a trail of ellipses hanging in the air. I've finished talking. How will you decide? The mysterious man withdrew his arm. Decide what? Join the thugs. The mysterious man once again extended his hand in invitation. Give it a bit more time. Time for what? The mysterious man pulled back his arm and glanced at his watch. About 10 seconds later, he asked again, time for what? For the law enforcers to arrive. Chen Shu tilted his head to look toward the mouth of the alley where silhouettes of patrolling law enforcers crossed the square outside. Moi. I understand. Think it over yourself, young friend. The thugs respect everyone's choice. The mysterious man waved at Chen Shu, and his figure dissolved as though disintegrating into the air. Chen Shu quietly lowered the paper-cut pistol he had been holding ready in his hand. He found the man utterly baffling, but did not dwell on it. After all, this was a world of abilities. When he walked to the door at the end of the alley, Chen Shu patted his pocket. Crap. He had forgotten his key again. He set the straw target down in the corner by the wall and took a colorful paper-cut pistol from where it was stuck into the target. Aiming at the lock, he even added a soft sound effect with his mouth. Bang! It was as if a real bullet had been fired. The lock burst open with a small crater, and the paper-cut pistol in his hand popped like a balloon and disintegrated. You've got to be kidding me, it still didn't open. Grumbling, Chen Shu pulled 2 more paper-cut pistols out of his backpack. With a paper-cut cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, he struck a pose and muttered to himself. What do you do when you forget your key? Dual pistols will give you the answer. Bang bang. The lock shattered into several pieces, and both paper-cut guns exploded into scraps that scattered across the ground. Looking drained, Chen Shu tossed the broken half-grip in his hand to the floor, hefted the straw target onto his shoulder, and pushed the door open to go inside. Inside was a small courtyard of a bit over 20 square meters. The ground was paved with marble slabs with nothing cluttering the space. It had been swept spotlessly clean. Further in stood a small 2-story building. The ground floor was where Chen Shu stored miscellaneous items. He lived on the second floor, a simply furnished space with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. This place where Chen Shu lived was left to him by his parents. When he was 9, his mother had died of illness, leaving only him and his father to depend on each other. His father was stationed far away on the border near Mo City in the great Northwest, a proud frontier soldier. He rarely came home. The last time he had returned was 3 years ago. Yet almost every 2 months he would transfer living expenses to Chen Shu and mail him a USB flash drive. On each drive was a video his father had recorded explaining that the situation at the border was tense. An old hand in the army, he had earned merit and been promoted to captain, making it hard for him to return home. Everything was fine on his side, he said, and Chen Shu shouldn't worry. He also said the environment there was harsh with frequent sandstorms and poor signal. Writing letters was too old-fashioned, so he asked his comrades to film short videos for him, copy them onto USB drives, and mail them back. He even bragged about how clever this idea was. Chen Shu set water to boil, made himself a bucket of instant noodles, took off his clothes and showered. Afterward, drying his hair, he carried the noodles back to his bedroom. After a simple meal, he took out the money he had earned today and began counting. 10,800 yuan. Staring at this substantial sum, Chen Shu did not feel particularly happy. In fact, he felt almost nothing. Perhaps it was because of the nearly seven-figure balance in his bank account, money his father had transferred bit by bit over the years, or something else. He opened his computer and ordered 2,000 yuan's worth of assorted paper for cutting from a shopping platform. He planned to find time to complete the 100 paper-cut pistols commissioned by President Tai Yu, a major undertaking in itself. After finishing these tasks, he dragged his exhausted body back to bed. He lifted the pink summer quilt and propped a floppy strawberry bear plush behind his back as a pillow. Drawing in a deep breath, he closed his eyes. His body slept, but his mind was wide awake. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a boundless space of pale white and cyan. Beneath his feet was something like water. Each step sent ripples spreading outward in perfect circles. Yet it did not feel like water, nor did it cling to him. Directly before Chen Shu stood a colossal tree comparable to a bronze divine tree, its bark gleaming with a blue-golden luster. From each branch hung a white orb of light. A rough count put them at around 100 or so. In addition, 3 extra light orbs floated beneath the trunk. 2 of those orbs emitted no white glow, containing only a popcorn-sized speck of golden light that flickered within. Aside from this, there was nothing else in this spiritual space. The tree simply towered there in utter stillness, mysterious, overwhelming, unfathomable, all of it revolving around Chen Shu. His memories drifted back to when he was 6 years old, the earliest time he could clearly remember. He had once had a dream. In it, some unseen force lifted him into the air and carried him to a strange place. It was night. Overhead hung a brilliant blood-red moon that dyed half the sky crimson. On the other side of the sky hung an enormous blue moon. Beneath that blue moon hovered a figure in red, standing in midair, seemingly holding a long blade in his hand. Behind him loomed 12 colossal shadowy figures, so vast they blocked out the sky beyond. The sheer spectacle left the young Chen Shu utterly stunned. His body, however, moved without his control, flying straight toward them. The dream ended abruptly at that point. From then on, a sapling had appeared within his mind. He told his parents, who only smiled and patted his head. He told his teacher, who rewarded him with a few candies. He told his friends, who said they had things in their heads too, not a tree, but Ultraman. No one believed him. He was, after all, just a 6-year-old child. After that, Chen Shu often felt unusually tired and ate far more than before. His parents simply thought he was growing and noticed nothing wrong. Only Chen Shu knew the truth. The tree was growing. As time passed, and he slowly grew older, he turned 19 this year. Last week, the tree finally stopped growing. From that very moment, his body was once again able to absorb spiritual energy. Not earlier, not later. Precisely on the night after the ability awakening ceremony at the Super Martial Academy, the tree's growth had required constant absorption of Chen Shu's spiritual energy. As a result, on the day of awakening, no one could sense even a trace of spiritual energy in him, and he was immediately classified as an ordinary person. After that, the principal summoned him for a talk. He was told to finish out the last half month of his final year of high school, then go through withdrawal procedures at the end of the month. As for the official reasons, they sounded high-sounding and righteous, but in the end it was simply because he had no ability and was just an ordinary person, having missed the one and only chance in life to awaken an ability. Any future awakening would depend solely on the awakening gene developed by the Super Martial Alliance. That thing was exorbitantly expensive, each injection costing over $1 million, and scarce even at that price. So Chen Shu was deeply troubled. It was not that he had never gone back to the principal to plead his case, but no matter what he said, the principal simply would not believe him. The principal even said this was fate, and that he ought to accept it. Accept at my foot. With a tree like this inside him, he was clearly anything but ordinary. When the tree stopped growing last week, 2 light orbs dropped from above like ripened fruit. When Chen Shu lightly touched them, the golden specks of light within shot into his body. Hardmouth LV. 1. Grants a word spirit effect, allowing paper to become harder than steel and switch states at will. Paper cutting LV. 1. A mastery of the art of paper cutting, able to preserve the most basic properties of the objects cut. They were 2 skills. Chen Shu had already tested them. The hard-mouthed skill had a range limit of roughly 500 meters. It did not seem particularly useful. At best, he could use it to weigh down the scale when selling waste cardboard. But the second skill, that one, was unbelievably useful, bordering on monstrous. For example, if he paper cut a pistol, it would be endowed with the basic properties of a real pistol. By consuming a large amount of his own spiritual energy, it could fire a single bullet imbued with that property, after which the paper-cut pistol would explode. The more abundant the user's spiritual energy, the greater the power of the shot. But with the meager trickle of chi currently in Chen Shu's body, the force was about 1/10 that of a normal pistol. Even so, it was still ridiculously impressive. Growth-type skills, given enough time, were always terrifyingly strong. It was thanks to this that he completely captivated Wang Kai, who also loved paper cutting to the point the latter was ready to take him as his master. He had tested it thoroughly at paper cutting LV. 1 foot there were 10 available trait slots. That meant he could create at most 10 types of paper cut items endowed with special properties. Any additional types beyond those 10 would be nothing more than ordinary paper cutouts with no effect. He figured that to increase the number of slots, he would have to raise the skill to LV2. He had even tried cutting things like a Gatling gun, an RPG, and aircraft carrier, anything that sounded absurdly powerful. But without exception, even when he still had free slots, none of those worked at all. Hands in his pockets, Chen Shu walked toward the newly descended light orb. This was the very one that had fallen when Chu Mu had spoken to him at the night market stall. It was precisely because of this new orb that Chen Shu had hurriedly packed up and rushed home. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly reached out and laid his hand upon the orb of light. The luminous orb sank into Chen Shu's body. He examined his newly acquired skill closely, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Photo forgery. Forge any photograph. Gone. That's it. Forge photographs. Digital image manipulation. This counts as a skill. He had tried climbing the tree before, just a week ago, but failed every time. Each time he attempted to ascend, the trunk slipped through his grasp like mist, resisting all effort. Thus, he still had not deciphered the pattern governing when the orbs descended. Chen Shu sat on the ground leaning against the trunk and flicked his right hand upward with quiet nonchalance. A flash of white light shimmered, and in his palm appeared a photograph the size of a graduation portrait. He stared intently at its surface, himself standing side by side with Qin Ying, the pinnacle of martial might in Daxia, a 9-star sovereign-class hyperphysique warrior, both gripping hands atop a towering platform. Below them, thousands of figures raised their arms in thunderous applause. Humph. Chen Shu gazed blankly at the image, then let out a wry, mocking laugh. The next morning, at precisely 7:30 m, the alarm buzzed insistently. Chen Shu lazily opened his drowsy eyes and switched it off. Glancing at the clock, he promptly lay back down. Just 5 more minutes. Yes, exactly 5. Ding dong. Ding dong. The school bell rang. A figure dashed breathlessly through the gates of Hyperphysique Academy, sprinting toward the high school teaching building, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. I only closed my eyes for 5 minutes. How did it suddenly become 8:50? His classroom was on the 3rd floor. Chen Shu bounded up the stairs 2 steps at a time, nearly scrambling on all fours. He finally slipped inside the classroom door 2 seconds before the teacher entered. Oh, good morning, Teacher Zhou. Chen Shu greeted Zhou Yuya with an awkward, sheepish smile. Then with exaggerated stealth, he tiptoed back to his seat. Just as he prepared to sit, Zhou Yuya's voice boomed from the doorway. Stand up. Chen Shu obediently rose. Chen Shu, it's only been 7 days this month, and you've been late 13 times. Even knowing expulsion looms, must you behave so recklessly? Zhou Yuya adjusted her small square-framed glasses, then softened her tone slightly. I know this weighs heavily on you. But such is the world. Without awakened abilities, one cannot be a hyperphysique warrior. There's no shame in living as an ordinary person. To live quietly, safely, peacefully, that too is a worthy life. As Zhou Yuya finished speaking, the entire class eagerly chimed in, fanning the flames. Exactly. We'd love to be ordinary. We can't even choose that path, Chen Shu. Be grateful. Ah, poor us. We awaken powers, and thus inevitably we drift apart from you. Oh, you don't know? Chen Shu's already lined up his craft. He's going to hawk paper cutting on the street. Ha ha ha. Chu Mu whispered to classmates, barely containing her laughter, until she couldn't hold it back. Hey, Tiger Lady, what's wrong with paper cutting? It's intangible cultural heritage of Daxia. What's shameful about that? Tell me, what's wrong with selling paper cuts? Wang Kai wore several Transformers-themed paper cut ornaments pinned across his uniform, looking utterly absurd, as he pounded the desk and shouted at Chu Mu. Silence. With those 2 words, Zhou Yuya stilled the entire classroom. Let this matter rest. No further discussion. Class begins now. Open your textbooks. Chen Shu clenched his fists tightly, a cold, silent sneer rising within him. He reached into his backpack and froze instantly. Lifting the flap, he found not a single textbook inside. Instead, dozens of photographs, paper cuttings, and scissors spilled forth. He picked one up at random and saw a self-portrait, his own head charred black as a cooking pot's bottom. His memory flashed back to last night. Within his spiritual sea, he had used photo forgery to fabricate countless images. That explained why, upon waking, his bed and sheets were scattered with photographs, rushed into his vendor's backpack in his frantic morning scramble. So, he'd grabbed the wrong bag. Truly never keep 2 backpacks side by side. His gaze drifted toward Chu Mu, who had just placed her book on the desk, its cover boldly printed Hyperphysique Encyclopedia. Chen Shu's eyes flickered subtly, and his lips moved in silent articulation. Chu Mu reached to open the book, yet could not budge its cover. Worse still, the book had hardened, transformed into something metallic. Bewildered, Chu Mu strained to flip it, only for the volume to slam onto the floor with a sharp, ringing clang, like iron striking stone. Clang. In Daxia, hyperphysique warriors are ranked as follows: black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starlight, and sovereign, the absolute apex. Meanwhile, the fatality rate among hyperphysique warriors has risen from 45 last year to 51. Zhou Yuya spoke animatedly, her finger tracing data on the smartboard, until the clatter interrupted her. She turned sharply. Chu Mu, what on earth are you doing? Chu Mu hastily pointed at the book on the floor. No, it turned into an iron book. I tried flipping it, but it wouldn't open. I swear it became metal. Just look. She snatched it up and flipped it toward Zhou Yuya. The book opened smoothly, exactly as any ordinary textbook would. She'd begun saying, just look, and then froze mid-sentence, stunned. Isn't the book perfectly fine? Zhou Yuya narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased at the disruption. Resume your lesson. Chumu dropped the book onto her desk with a heavy metallic thud, echoing hollowly through the classroom. Chumu, Zhou Yuya slammed the lectern. Chumu, if you won't attend class, leave immediately. Don't disturb others. Keep disrupting and go disrupt at home instead. Chumu sat rigid, jaw slack, utterly baffled, while many classmates snickered. Among them, unmistakably, was Chen Shu. Heh, this skill isn't nearly as useless as it seemed. I think I've just discovered a uniquely potent application. Oh my dear Shu. Wang Kai grinned broadly from the seat ahead, fully aware of who'd orchestrated it all. A week earlier, he'd been utterly bewildered by Chen Shu's paper-cutting ability and his indiscriminate hardening of paper into metal. Granted, it only stiffened paper, lacking true offensive power. Yet Chen Shu hadn't even awakened any ability. A lethality was hardly the point. It was simply cool. By lessons in, Chumu hadn't once opened her book. For disrupting class, she was ordered to wait outside the door. At break, she vanished, racing straight to the university division's teaching building. Wang Kai slid into the seat directly before Chen Shu, watching him idly fold paper cuttings, and spoke. Brother Shu, have you truly decided to withdraw? What choice do I have? What real use is paper cutting? I still don't even know if I've awakened, or what tier of ability I possess. Chen Shu replied coolly. Besides, I've already missed the awakening ceremony, the one chance in a lifetime. That means no official path to becoming a Daxia-recognized hyperphysique warrior. Understand? Wang Kai seized Chen Shu's pointing finger and slapped his own chest. I'll get you an awakening gene. In exchange, you teach me paper cutting. Deal? You can't scrape together 200 yuan between both pockets. How will you afford a 1,000,000 yuan awakening gene, let alone gift it to me? Your ambition exceeds your means. Don't worry about how. I'll secure it. Just say yes. How many times have I begged you? Wang Kai smirked, pulling an orange-tinted pair of sunglasses from his chest pocket and slipping them on. Chen Shu blinked rapidly, his eyes darting sideways. Then his face twisted in dawning horror. You're not selling yourself? Pak, what kind of person do you take me for? I perform art, not bodies. Honestly, what circuitry runs through your brain? Wang Kai removed his sunglasses and locked eyes with Chen Shu, unblinking, earnest, imploring belief. Truthfully, I'm the heir to a vast fortune. I fled to Baicheng precisely to escape inheriting a 1,000,000,000 yuan legacy. Ha ha ha. Our class monitor truly embodies near vermilion stained red, near ink stained black. Now he's spinning tall tales too. A rich heir. If he's royalty, then I'm Daxia's sovereign class warrior. Wang Tong, seated just ahead of Wang Kai, declared to the surrounding students. Before long, a crowd of classmates had gathered, now erupting in raucous teasing. Wang Kai didn't refute them. Instead, he strode calmly to the window. He gazed skyward, arm outstretched toward the distant horizon, where 3 dark specks approached, growing steadily clearer. A faint knowing smile curved his lips. Brother Shu, today let those who mocked us witness who the true fools really are. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the floor trembled faintly. The entire teaching building shuddered. A sonic boom split the air, followed by 3 sleek matte black Yun Cloud fighter jets streaking overhead at blistering speed. And beyond, by the main gate, dozens of black luxury sedans rolled into campus. Security guards dared not intervene. They could not. 2,000 yuan a month. Not worth risking one's life. At this moment, even though the class bell rang, no teacher was willing to continue the lesson. It was clear to everyone that something had happened, and they went to the front of the teaching building to meet the principal and others. Principal Fan Meng was dressed in white trousers and a white shirt with a black vest over it, and slick-back hair. Behind him followed 22 teachers from the Super Martial Arts Academy. Not only that, waves of spiritual energy rippled through the air as 2 figures appeared, slowly descending. One of them was Chen Shu, who certainly recognized the president of the Baicheng Super Warriors Association, Tai Yu, who had approached him yesterday to order a handgun paper cut. Fan Meng hurriedly approached and asked President Tai, what is going on here? Tai Yu squinted at the black warplane hovering in the sky and replied, is that the black cloud warplane from the Tianlong division of Yuncheng? How could they come to Baicheng? Beside him was the vice president of the Super Martial Arts Association, Yalan, a tall woman dressed in knee-high socks and a Weiner trench coat, exuding a strong aura. To mobilize the black cloud warplane, known as the King of the Skies, and not just one but 3 of them. At that moment, all the car doors opened simultaneously. A group of standardized bodyguards, all wearing sunglasses and black suits, stepped out. They lined up neatly on both sides of the cars. In the center, a larger luxury car was slowly opened by one of the bodyguards. An elderly man holding a dragon-head cane and dressed in a suit stepped out. His gray-blue eyes looked stormy, his deep gaze filled with killing intent, resembling a battle-hardened veteran. He was imposing, with silver-white hair combed back and a dark red scar running from his left brow to his jaw. Just standing there, an invisible aura enveloped everyone, instilling fear in their hearts. The teachers behind felt their clothes soaked with cold sweat. Tai Yu's pupils contracted for a moment as he muttered, the head of the Wang family, in Yuncheng, chairman of the core group, a king-level super warrior of the Great Xia, Wang Ming. How many king-level powerhouses are there in the entire Great Xia? You can count them on 2 hands. They are very rare. And now one who stands at the pinnacle of humanity has come here. Who wouldn't be alarmed? Wang Ming stepped forward, and with every tap of his dragon-head cane on the ground, their hearts trembled. He stopped in front of Tai Yu and the others, lightly tapping his cane on the ground, releasing a gust of wind that spread out in all directions. Gather all your students. Wang Ming spoke in a deep voice, and Fan Ming quickly responded, calling the teachers behind him to gather the students. He forced himself to suppress his trembling legs and rubbed his hands ingratiatingly, saying, "I wonder what brings you, Elder Wang, to our humble school. It is indeed a great honor for you to come here in person. Oh, do I need to report my presence at your school?" Wang Ming's low voice carried a hint of coldness. "Oh no, I dare not. Elder Wang's visit is a blessing that I could not earn in several lifetimes, but I am puzzled and hope the elder can enlighten me. After all, this situation is indeed quite overwhelming. Those kids have never seen the world and might be frightened. As their principal, I must be responsible for them, don't you agree?" Fan Ming hurriedly waved his hands. Wang Ming smiled slightly, easing the pressure he emanated. The oppressive atmosphere that felt like a boulder on everyone's hearts lifted, and they began to feel somewhat relieved. "I am here today not for anything else, but for my grandson." "Grandson?" Taiyu was taken aback and turned to Fan Ming, asking, "Is the Wang family's young master at your school?" Fan Ming was bewildered. "Oh, I don't know. Principal, the students have all gathered at the back playground." A teacher rushed over to inform Fan Ming. "Elder Wang, the students are gathered, please." Fan Ming and the others cleared the way and invited him towards the playground. A group of bodyguards lined up behind Wang Ming, with Taiyu and Fan Ming following on both sides. Behind the teaching building was the large playground where all 2,366 students stood in neat rows. The three ominous black cloud warplanes hovered silently above. On the high platform of the playground, Wang Ming stood in the center, surveying those below. The area was silent, with not a single person daring to speak. "I am here today to bring my grandson from the Wang family in Yuncheng back home." This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Such a grand occasion, just to pick up one person. The heir among us. Wang Ming's gaze fell upon Wang Kai, smiling benevolently as he waved at him. Everyone followed Wang Ming's gaze. They saw Wang Kai standing there with his hands in his pockets, showing no emotion on his face, slowly stepping forward. "No way. Dude, are you serious?" Chen Shu looked at Wang Kai, bewildered and somewhat in disbelief. Wang Kai still showed no emotion as he walked forward amidst the shocked gazes of everyone. Chu Mu had a shocked expression as he looked on, and a slightly plump man beside him turned to Chu Mu in disbelief and asked, "Isn't this the Wang Kai you wanted me to teach a lesson to? Are you kidding me? Chu Mu, if you want to set me up, I don't have a cousin like you." Wang Kai reached the high platform and called out to Wang Ming, "Grandpa." Wang Ming smiled as he held Wang Kai's arm. "You've had your fun, it's time to go home with Grandpa." Wang Kai shook his head, saying, "I don't want to leave yet, I want to stay here, there are things I want to do." Wang Ming looked into Wang Kai's eyes, saying nothing, yet it felt as though he said everything. "Just give me a few more days, I still have friends here." Wang Ming slightly nodded towards the three black cloud warplanes hovering above and patted Wang Kai's arm. "You have already made your appearance and become the center of attention. Returning to Yuncheng is your only choice, and it must be now." This statement was as authoritative as Wang Ming's name. Wang Ming's will is not to be defied. He wasn't wrong, as the only heir of the family making an appearance should be grand and known to all. But making an appearance also meant that forces would begin to stir. For Wang Kai's safety, he had to leave. Wang Kai sighed and nodded. "I understand. I will say goodbye to my friends. That should be okay, right, Grandpa?" Wang Ming smiled and nodded gently. Wang Kai walked down the platform and went directly to Chen Shu, giving a wry smile. "I was originally thinking of putting on a show, but it seems the situation exceeded my expectations. Bro Shu, if someone causes trouble, just let me know. I can have my black cloud warplane bomb them." Chen Shu laughed. "You little rascal, you're pretty deep. Bro Shu, if nothing happens later, why don't you come back to Yuncheng with me? If this school doesn't want you, I'll switch." Chen Shu pulled out a folded square piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Kai. "Now I'm good here in Bai Cheng. Hey, raise a small object I cut out myself for you. I hope we can meet again." Wang Kai caught the paper and smiled lightly, punching Chen Shu's chest. He then scanned the surroundings, pausing particularly on Chu Mu. Chu Mu was so frightened that it felt as if she had seen her great-grandmother. She waved at Wang Ming on the platform. Wang Ming nodded, and one of the black cloud warplanes above began to emit a purple beam of light. The beam enveloped Wang Kai, and soon his body gradually disappeared from the spot. In the air, his last words echoed, "Principal, my brother is not an ordinary person and shouldn't be buried." Fan Ming looked at the black cloud warplane and nodded, saying nothing further. Wang Ming slowly descended from the high platform, followed by Tai Yu and the others. "President Tai, my Wang family will take full responsibility for the impact this has caused to your academy. We will provide a research fund of 1 billion yuan and 100 special training facilities, and as my grandson said, we will provide a gene awakening for that student." Tai Yu was taken aback and quickly nodded in agreement. Wang Ming and the others got into their vehicles and left under the escort of the black cloud warplanes. Everyone exhaled in relief, while Tai Yu pondered for a moment before turning to Fan Ming and saying, "You come with me to your school's conference room." Fan Ming, panting heavily, called out to the students behind him, "Tell the students that today is a day off, classes will resume normally tomorrow. Additionally, let today's matter pass without further mention. Hurry up, I have questions for you." Tai Yu kicked Fan Ming in the rear. Tai Yu and Yalan entered the conference room with the principal of the Super Martial Academy, Fan Ming. Tai Yu waved his right hand, and golden light surrounded his palm, sealing the door shut. The entire room was enveloped and fortified by a faint golden light. "Chairman Tai, what are you doing?" Fan Ming, still unclear about the situation, asked in confusion. "I did not intend to conceal Wang Kai's identity, who I truly did not know." When I recruited students, that kid told me his parents were deceased, and that he grew up in Baicheng. Let me ask you, are you planning to expel Chen Shu? Tai Yu sat down in the main seat of the conference room, a golden blade appearing in his hand as he placed it on the table, saying, Chen Shu. Yes, that's right. He did not awaken any abilities during the awakening ceremony. He is just an ordinary person. Our Super Martial Academy has been established in Baicheng for 23 years, and there has never been a precedent for an ordinary person to study here. Fan Ming sat on the black leather sofa across the main table, patting his chest with his right hand. I believe I am not in the wrong. Tai Yu stabbed the golden blade into the table and conjured a paper-cut pistol in his hand, shaking it at Fan Ming. What is this? A gun made of paper. It's quite well cut. Bang! Tai Yu raised the paper pistol and shot at the wall behind Fan Ming. Fan Ming felt a scorching shockwave brush past his face. A burst of flames erupted from the wall behind him, which was cloaked by the golden blade, blasting a hole in it. The paper gun in Tai Yu's hand transformed into a stream of light and landed close to Fan Ming, who stared in bewilderment as the paper gun exploded into fragments. Fan Ming touched the paper scraps on the table, confirming they were just ordinary cut paper. He turned to look at the still smoking hole. Chairman Tai, what does this mean? Is this a new weapon developed by the Super Martial Association? Let me ask you, that paper gun just now, would it be portable in real combat? It is compact, portable, inconspicuous, and powerful. Just based on this, it could decisively turn the tide in actual combat. Tai Yu lightly tapped the table, speaking each word clearly. Chairman Tai is absolutely correct. I genuinely did not expect that a paper gun could also be developed by the Super Martial Association. May I ask if the production method can be disclosed? This is Chen Shu's ability. Before he could finish, as soon as Tai Yu finished speaking, Fan Ming was stunned, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. What? Whose ability are you referring to? Chen Shu. He hasn't even awakened any abilities. How is that possible? Then how do you explain that paper gun? He told me that this skill is called paper cutting, and the items cut can retain their basic properties. Tai Yu stood up, walking toward Fan Ming, speaking in a measured tone. This is an abnormal characteristic skill, a new concept-level skill. Do you know how sought after he is in the outside world? Tai Yu walked close to Fan Ming, placing his right hand on his left shoulder, leaning in to whisper in his right ear. Do you know, you almost missed something? Fan Ming, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and slumped back into the chair. Tai Yu gave him a deep look and called out to Yalan. Principal Fan, we clearly know what is right and what is wrong as super martial artists. You decide what to do. Yalan, let's go. The two of them opened the door and walked out, leaving Fan Ming alone in deep thought on the chair. Chen Shu, with his backpack, walked out of the school gate, fortunate that he had no classes today and could rest for a day. He needed to rush back to finish making the paper-cut pistol. Ever since Wang Kai said that he had gained a number of polite and overly respectful classmates who were insincerely nice to him. Even Shu Mu came to apologize to him with a pitiful expression, but they had previously mocked and looked down on him. This sudden change made Chen Shu feel very uncomfortable. He disliked this group of hypocritical people, solidifying his desire to leave this place. Moreover, there were still a few classmates following behind him, some of whom he didn't even know. They were like a flock of sycophants, constantly flattering him, which annoyed Chen Shu. As he reached the alley, just as he was about to step in, a familiar feeling emerged again. Between Chen Shu and the sycophants following him, there appeared a person clad in a black trench coat, wearing a cowboy hat. The person crossed his arms, appearing abruptly. Damn, you scared me. Who is this uncle acting all mysterious? Do you know who that is ahead? The brother of the Wang family's young master from Yunsheng. Are you ready to take responsibility for scaring Brother Shu? In front of Brother Shu, you're showing off. Shut up. The trench coat man's expression darkened as he yelled at them. He gently extended a finger and drew in the air, causing the wind to rise, swirling the dust and fallen leaves around, enveloping the 5 people behind him. Chen Shu stood outside the dust storm, unaffected, unsure of what was happening inside. He only knew that when the wind stopped, all 5 of them were disheveled and piled together. Each of them had a palm print on their faces and had fainted. The trench coat man brushed off the dust on his hands, grinning as he waved toward the ground. A ring of light appeared on the ground below them, and then they fell into it, disappearing without a trace. What happened to them? Chen Shu asked. Don't worry, just a bunch of kids. I just taught them a lesson and I sent them to a hot spot. You'll know the next day when it trends. The trench coat man chuckled. Chen Shu responded with an "oh," turning to leave. The trench coat man quickly followed. Why do you look unhappy? Isn't it nice to be adored by others? Hypocritical adoration is not what I want. Oh, then what do you want? None of your business. Chen Shu said flatly, giving him a glare. He reached his home, opened the door, and went inside. The trench coat man initially wanted to enter, but thought it impolite, so he decided against it. He found a spot outside to squat and smoke. Why is this kid so difficult to deal with? I didn't expect the killer, the thug Shen Ling, would have trouble with this matter. A voice echoed from the air, seeming to come from all directions, as if whispering in Shen Ling's ear. Shen Ling tossed away the cigarette, looking around vigilantly. A purple space door opened beside him, the purple hue seeming to have an infectious quality. The surrounding colors were swallowed by the purple, turning everything into a single shade of purple. A figure emerged from within, wearing a purple battle armor and a helmet resembling a motorcycle helmet, holding a black stick in his hand. Purple Majesty Pavilion Lei Go. What are you doing here? Shen Ling squinted and asked. What if you thug can come, I can't? How ridiculous. It seems your side has sensed the wind as well, the ability Awakeners lost to the river of history. Chen Ling pulled out a cigarette, slowly lighting it. What ability Awakeners lost to the river of history? I don't know. I just saw you here and came to take a look. Lei Gu said, tilting his head and shrugging. Chen Ling, huh? You aren't here to recruit Chen Shu, are you? Then what the hell are you doing here? Why did I just spill the beans without asking anything? What the hell? Reg laughed softly. Looks like this mission won't end empty-handed after all. Thanks, Chen Ling. You're truly kind. He then gave the black staff in his hand a sharp flick. He strode toward Chen Shu's front gate. Chen Ling's eyes narrowed. Suddenly a wall of wind surged forth, blocking Reg's path. Reg, what do you think you're doing? Taking someone back to the Ziwei Pavilion. What's the problem? Or do you object? Reg tilted his masked head slightly backward. He turned to face Chen Ling, unleashing the roaring aura of a Golden Star Rank 8 cultivator. In response, Chen Ling's own Golden Star Rank 8 energy erupted like a storm. The two auras collided midair, coalescing faintly into a spiraling vortex. A deafening gale roared forth. He is claimed by the Bao Tu. He is ours. If you dare storm in and seize him, I'll never allow it. For an instant, the tension reached its razor's edge. Neither yielded, their gazes locked in unflinching confrontation. Inside the house, an awakened Esper lost to the tides of history. Chen Shu heard every word clearly. His eyes narrowed. He stepped inside and ascended to the second floor. At the balcony, he peered out through the window, just in time to see everything unfold. Ding! A crystalline chime rang out, as if an invisible force field had detonated between them, sending both staggering backward. You two dare test White City's sovereignty on my own soil. Do you truly believe White City has no one worthy of standing against you? From above, Tai Yu descended slowly. Impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, a vibrant green tie knotted at his throat, his feet resting lightly upon a golden blade. So, who did I expect? A mere Golden Star 4 daring to challenge me. Reg scoffed, twisting his helmet with a mocking grin, just as he prepared to strike. From behind Tai Yu emerged Yalan, clad in a crimson trench coat, her ruby-red eyes fixed coldly upon the two men. She raised a slender finger and whispered a single word: burn. Instantly flames engulfed Reg. Violet radiance flared from within him, struggling to suppress the fire, yet failing utterly. Yalan stepped forward, her Platinum Star Rank I power erupting like a thunderclap, and sent Reg hurtling backward. Then with effortless grace, she flicked her right hand outward. From the alley entrance rushed over a dozen members of the Yulong Special Forces, clad in tactical black armor and helmets, each wielding an Yi-Ling rifle capable of suppressing both spiritual energy and esoteric abilities. They formed a line, weapons leveled and aimed. Damn, it's the Yulong forces. Later, gents. Chen Ling dissolved into motes of ash, vanishing instantly. Reg, meanwhile, remained locked in desperate struggle against the searing flames. What in the world? Platinum rank. The Yulong forces? Reg was now bound in sealed energy cuffs, his hands wrenched behind his back, hauled upright by two Yulong soldiers, and dragged before Tai Yu. Tai Yu seized Reg's collar and yanked him close. What new scheme is your Ziwei Pavilion plotting this time? Speak plainly, or the sealed spirit prison will swallow your confessions whole before you even utter them. Humph, cough cough. Is this interrogation or coercion? Tell me, what law have I broken? What crime have I committed? A faint scent of charred flesh already rose from Reg's scorched body. Yalan snapped her fingers. The flames vanished. Crime. Article 1 of the Great Xia Law on Esper Urban Entry. All Espers ranked Golden Star or above must file formal entry applications with the local Esper Association before entering any of the 15 designated cities. Violators subject to detention for unlawful entry. Article 2, deliberate release of Golden Star level or higher cultivation aura within city limits causing public alarm constitutes disruption of social order and provocation. Grounds for immediate detention. Yalan's gaze sharpened, her palm spun, and a pistol materialized. Its barrel locked onto Reg. And as for the other atrocities your Ziwei Pavilion has committed, shall I list them all? A single offense would suffice to bury you alive in the sealed spirit prison. As captain of the Disha squad of the Yulong forces, I hold full authority to execute you on the spot. Reg stared down the dark, yawning muzzle and laughed. Of course I know what the Ziwei Pavilion has done. Ours is a trade carved on the edge of blades. Do you truly think I still fear death? But tell me, can you truly withstand the fury of our pavilion master? If my death ignites a wildfire across the realm, then pull the trigger. Yalan tightened her grip on the pistol, her finger hovered over the trigger, then after a long pause lowered the weapon. The Ziwei Pavilion truly breeds only madmen. Take him away. From the second floor balcony, Chen Shu watched it all, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. A week earlier, after his awakening ceremony, he'd sought out Tai Yu at the White City Esper Association and demonstrated his unique ability. Tai Yu had admitted it was unprecedented, remarkable in scientific value, and repeatedly commissioned batches of specialized paper cuttings for research purposes. Yet somehow the Bao Tu organization had caught wind of it, leading to Chen Ling's recruitment attempt that very night. And today's arrival of Tai Yu and Yalan backed by armed forces could hardly be coincidence. It was almost certainly for him. As expected, the two heads of the White City Esper Association now stood before Chen Shu's front door. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, knock. Again, the silence within remained absolute. Tai Yu and Yalan exchanged a glance, then narrowed their eyes. Taiyu raised his hand, his golden blade sliced cleanly through the doorframe, severing the lock, and he pushed the door inward. The first thing they saw was a colossal, ethereal dragon head silhouette affixed to the wall directly opposite the entrance, nearly covering the entire surface. At the moment their eyes met the dragon head, paper-cutting, their hearts clenched instinctively, a primal sense of danger flooding their senses. In their vision, the dragon head stirred to life, its maw wide open, a blazing sun-hued sphere gathering within, then launching straight at them. Damn! Taiyu lunged sideways. Yalan extended her right index finger. Another radiant sphere coalesced at its tip and shot forward. The two spheres collided. Force neutralized, energy dispersed. This boy's vigilance is extraordinary. Taiyu smoothed his suit jacket. Had that Z-Way Pavilion man entered instead, he'd have been caught completely off guard, even if the blast lacked true destructive power. Yet its presence was overwhelming, its resonance thunderous, like a clap of divine thunder. Such a surge of spiritual energy in White City would inevitably draw official scrutiny. And should one attempt to scale the wall instead, they'd be ensnared by a vast spiderweb-like paper-cutting suspended over the entire courtyard. Yalan stepped into the courtyard, gazing down at the shattered remnants of the dragon head cut, and upward at the intricate web spanning the sky above. She also noted the mushroom, chili pepper, cherry, and doorframe paper cuttings adhered to the walls and glass. What tiered ability is this, belonging to which esoteric lineage? Never before recorded in Great Xia's annals, yet its practicality is astonishing. Taiyu called up toward the two-story house. Chen Shu, I am Taiyu, head of the White City Esper Association. Let us speak, shall we? From within the doorframes, paper-cutting Chen Shu's figure slipped forth like a phantom, silent, sudden. Speak about what? Holy! Taiyu recoiled. Then seeing Chen Shu, his expression lit up like a scholar uncovering a lost sutra. Adjusting his glasses gently, he murmured, truly a concept class ability, a door itself cut from paper. My apologies, young Master Chen Shu, for entering your home in such an unorthodox manner. But for your own safety, yes, we must speak. Chen Shu chuckled lightly and gestured for them to enter. The two followed Chen Shu into the house and ascended to the second-floor living room. Taiyu sat on the sofa while Yalan strolled around the living room, taking in the surroundings. The walls were adorned with numerous unframed photographs. One particularly stood out, clearly taken above the Yellow River. In the swirling waters of the Yellow River, a massive green scale was faintly visible. It was as if there was some enormous creature lurking beneath. Yalan stared at the photo for quite a while, puzzled by how it was taken, as from that angle it was impossible for a person to capture such a shot. Moreover, photography was prohibited in that area, and drones were even more strictly banned, as the entire stretch of the Yellow River was a no-fly zone. Chen Shu poured 2 glasses of water for them and sat opposite Taiyu. Taiyu got straight to the point. Chen Shu, my young friend, I apologize for the unfair treatment you received at the Super Martial Academy. As a gesture from the Bai Chung branch of the Super Martial Association, we would like to offer you an awakening gene free of charge. Your abilities are rare and special. Even without awakening a supernatural power, you are stronger than ordinary super martial artists. Because of this, various factions covet your abilities. To ensure your safety, the 12 members of the Dragon Riders outside will be on guard 24 hours a day to guarantee your security. President Tai, may I ask what it means to be a supernatural power awakener that has disappeared from the annals of history? After listening, Chen Shu voiced his doubts. In the Great Xia, supernatural powers are divided into 12 factions. The 5 most common and popular elemental abilities are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yalan spoke up from behind Chen Shu, then slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. Along with the remaining 7 factions of wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness, death, and body, there are a total of 12 recognized factions of supernatural powers in the Great Xia. However, there is actually a 13th type of supernatural power that has already vanished from history. This is because that type of supernatural power became a relic of the past during the first resurgence of spiritual energy, and it has not been discovered for over 100 years. Thus, the Great Xia Super Martial Alliance unanimously decided to abolish that supernatural power and revert to the 12 types of abilities. Whether you are indeed one of those supernatural power awakeners lost to history can only be determined after you use the awakening gene. After finishing, Yalan took a sip of water and looked at Chen Shu. The next few days won't be too peaceful. I don't believe those people downstairs can ensure complete safety. I am the leader of the Earth Sha group of the Dragon Riders. For now, let's stay at the Bai Chung Dragon Riders base. We will absolutely ensure your safety. Chen Shu shrugged his shoulders, pointing at the various paper cuttings visible in the house and courtyard. My skills aren't that useless. I can fight and run. Besides, in Baiqing, even if there is a commotion, how much chaos can they really cause? Don't underestimate the various factions of the Great Xia. Each faction has a king-level super martial artist who can be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Although they are all from the Great Xia, they are not within the jurisdiction of the Great Xia official authority. They only intervene when the Great Xia faces a major crisis. The existence of those factions serves to instill fear in the outside world regarding the number of king-level super martial artists in the Great Xia, maintaining stability and balance in the situation between other countries and our Great Xia. Taiyu sat upright, narrating with a serious expression. That's why those madmen act so recklessly. They don't need to consider so much. Your abilities are special, and there may be even stronger super martial artists targeting you. Since you haven't awakened any supernatural powers, you lack a realm. Even with this concept-level paper-cutting skill, given the spiritual energy in your body at present, how much can you resist? Suddenly a few sounds of argument came from the alley downstairs. Let me in. I'm here to find Chen Shu. What are you grabbing me for? Hey, don't push me. Fan Meng held a suitcase being dragged out by 2 Dragon Rider soldiers, as if he were a chick. Let him in. Yalan's voice came from upstairs, and only then did they release him. Fan Meng adjusted his slightly disheveled hair and wrinkled shirt huffed and walked into the room with the silver-white suitcase. At the entrance on the first floor, he saw the various paper cuttings and, unable to resist, touched a chili pepper paper cutting. As a result, the chili pepper emitted a flame, singeing Fan Meng's face. What the heck? Is this paper really spitting fire? Does that chili pepper on it actually pack a punch? President Yalan, is also here. Having reached the second floor, he walked up to Chen Shu with a flattering smile, pushing the suitcase on the table open. Chen Shu, considering the previous events, I represent the Super Martial Academy to compensate you with an awakening gene, and I will also assume the position of president of the student council at the Super Martial Academy. What do you think? Inside lay a pale blue awakening gene sealed within a glass tube. At the top was a button, when pressed a needle would emerge and inject the liquid into the body. Hiss. What happened to your face? Are you cosplaying Tomcat? Taiyu said, rubbing his chin. Are you being polite? Only Chen Shu kept staring at Fan Meng's face, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Nevertheless, he stood up, smiled, scratched his head, and said, Principal, you're being too polite. It's making me a bit uncomfortable. I prefer your earlier wild and unruly demeanor. Moi. Fan Meng was taken aback, glancing at Taiyu. The latter gave him a knowing look. Then he straightened up and said, ahem. Chen Shu, I am retracting your expulsion. From now on, attend your classes properly. Tisk, that feels right. Oh. Chen Shu chuckled and turned around, sitting down again, and adding, I want to attend. Huh. What? Why not? You said I could get expelled whenever, and now you're saying to retract it. This school has no human rights with double standards among the principal, teachers, and students. I've had enough of it. Chen Shu paused for a moment, then continued, those cold jibes will turn into sycophancy after today. This contrast is driving me insane. If I can't stop it, I might just go to school and cut a nuclear bomb or something. Fan Meng fell silent after hearing this. Goodness, are you trying to restore my pride just to reject me later, huh? Are you planning to blow up the school? Or with a nuclear bomb? What the hell? Yalan smirked slightly. Tai's lips twitched jokingly, saying, Chen Shu, my young friend, you really know how to joke. From what I know, your skill requires cutting paper that closely resembles the object to maximize its power, right? And the maximum power is 1% of the cut object. You don't even know the specifics of the nuclear bomb. How can you cut it? I can't cut a nuclear bomb, but I can cut a few annihilation mushrooms, can't I? Chen Shu flipped his hand, and several large paper annihilation mushroom cuttings appeared in his palm. Taiyu quickly reached out and took one of the annihilation mushroom cuttings. It was made of black paper, taking the form of a dark, furious mushroom. Can cartoons work too? He tilted his head and looked around. Taiyu was utterly baffled, as it was just an ordinary paper cutting. But with Taiyu's spiritual energy unleashed at the Super Martial Academy, that one piece would likely turn the entire academy into a massive pit several thousand meters deep. What principle is at play? Where does the power come from? This skill is too overpowered. It must be protected, for if it falls into the hands of other factions, disaster is inevitable. Fan Meng watched the 2 beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Didn't we agree to win Chen Shu over? Why are we starting to research how to blow up my school? I am not sisterly. Yalan tapped the table lightly, rose to her feet, and said, Brother Chen Shu, Principal Fan's awakening gene has arrived, let us begin. Very well. Saying so, he snapped his fingers with his right hand, and a wash of crimson aura filled the room, sealing and protecting the entire Chen family courtyard. Ensuring not a single trace of energy would leak out, Tai's expression also grew grave. Young friend, you may begin now. The 3 of us will guard you. You will be all right. He instructed, take out the awakening gene. Align the protruding into your heart, press the button on the other end. A needle will pierce into your ventricle and inject the awakening gene. It will be carried by your heartbeat into every limb, merging with your DNA so as to activate the supernatural ability. It will hurt a little, and you must endure. If you give up halfway, no amount of later gene doses will awaken your ability. The body accepts the gene agent only once. Chen Shu nodded, took the awakening device from the suitcase. He slipped off his coat, revealing a chiseled, muscular torso. He slowly positioned it over his heart. He drew a deep breath and slammed the button. Outside, the device emitted a soft click. A thin needle sprang forth and pierced directly into Chen Shu's chest. The injection began slowly. At the first prick, it did not feel unbearable, only within the range of tolerable pain. But the instant the liquid entered, a pain as if the heart were being torn apart radiated through his whole body. Strange filament-like patterns sprang up around his chest. Chen Shu slid from the chair and half-kneeled to the floor. Red veins crawled across his eyes with a speed visible to the naked eye. A pale golden wrinkle-like streak appeared on his forehead. He breathed in ragged gasps, his veins bulging, cold sweat pouring down his body like rain. Hold on. The injection takes about 2 minutes. If you quit now, all will be for nothing. Taiyu extended his right hand. Golden light flowed and circled Chen Shu's body, trying to ease his pain. Thump, thump. His heart hammered with overwhelming force, the sound booming as if the sealed room itself echoed it back. The tattooed lines on his chest glowed blue. Everything in the room began to tremble. The television, the table, even the flower pot floated into the air. A pale blue vortex coalesced within the room, wrapping around Chen Shu and lifting him aloft. His chest became like a funnel ravenously drawing in the swirling spiritual energy. As the gene agent was fully pushed and the syringe slid from his chest, Chen Shu closed his eyes and drifted in the air as gusts of force radiated outward from his body. Ripples formed across the room. Did it succeed? Fan Meng clenched his right hand into a fist and struck his left. Suddenly Chen Shu's spiritual energy spiked wildly beyond all bounds. With a pained roar, he expelled a blue beam as thick as a bucket from his chest. Yalan's fire barrier shattered in an instant. The beam became a towering blue column that pierced the heavens. The surging spiritual energy turned into gale winds that swept across the Baiqing region. The three nearest to Chen Shu felt as if they stood at the eye of a super typhoon. They hurriedly used every means to forcibly stabilize Chen Shu's overflowing spiritual energy. Only then did he tumble from the air, and Yalan caught him with one arm, supporting him to the ground. Taiyu adjusted his glasses and said, "To awaken as Xian Tai 4-star at first awakening. What system of ability is this so perverse? Even my fire barrier could not hold it. Who knows how many noticed this? It will cause chaos." Yalan crouched and ran her fingers along the lines of Chen Shu's abdominal muscles as she spoke. "It hurts, it hurts." In the mental space, Chen Shu gasped for breath, appearing there clutching the place over his heart and wheezing. Damn, they didn't say it would hurt this much. Chen Shu staggered to his feet, looked up and forward. Opposite the skill tree, golden characters and a long stone platform floated in the air. At the very top was written Shun Shi Huazhong, tier ability skill tree. Is this the 13th system that vanished into the long river of history? Chen Shu's eyes were full of shock. He turned and walked toward the skill tree. You are my ability. Beneath the tree beside 3 spheres of light, another orb floated, a 4th skill. It was the 4th skill. He reached out to touch it. Cho foam. Palm power astonishing so fast it seemed like convulsions, the perfect choice to sweep and knock back great numbers. Is this skill serious? At least it was offensive. Chen Shu opened his eyes and at first glance saw Fan Meng's face turned as dark as a raven's wing. He couldn't hold it and burst out laughing. Fan Meng's surprised eyes narrowed. He crouched and tapped the bracelet on his left wrist and asked, "Succeeded. He'll check what ability it is." The wristband emitted a fine blue beam from its aperture. A hologram projected into midair displaying, "Matching query in progress." 2 seconds later the match failed. It did not belong to any of the 12 ability factions. Immediately 2 golden characters appeared. Shun Shi, everyone sucked in a breath. Is this the ability system that disappeared into history? The only documented case in over 100 years of Daxia. Yalan pinched her brow and turned to Taiyu. "Chairman Tai, for Chen Shu's safety, he must leave this place. The sooner the better." At the Baiqing Hong Langman Hotel, battle music blared from the speakers. A man in a black coat and a cowboy hat danced, and then suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on some point as the corner of his mouth lifted. As expected, he raised his right arm and snapped his fingers. An invisible breeze swept by. In an instant his attire transformed into a tailored suit. He stood with his back to the door, half-turned, and casually waved toward the room behind him. "Goodbye, everyone." The next moment the door was kicked open and a fully armed Yulong squad stormed in with guns drawn. But inside the room, Shen Ling had vanished without a trace. In a hospital in a certain city of Daxia, on the 3rd underground level morgue, an icy cold corpse drawer suddenly emitted subtle, irregular sounds. "Pavilion Lord Liege has been captured." "No matter, a fool will let him die. He dared brandish my name to intimidate the Yulong forces," a deep, heavy, husky voice rasped. "Yet useful information has come through, my exalted Pavilion Lord." Then a particularly high, effeminate voice chimed in. "The 13th system ability Awakener, lost to the long river of history, has appeared in the world." The Pavilion Lord's voice paused, then said in a low tone, "Bring him to me." Outside in the suburbs, an abandoned, dilapidated church lay overgrown with weeds, its webs and dust undisturbed. The doors and windows had long been boarded, not a sliver of light visible. Inside, dim and damp, a row of black-robed figures stood upon the side pulpit. They raised their arms to the sky and offered silent prayers, mouths forming wordless invocations. Finally they spoke together in unison. "Shun, she descends, a corpses may change. Ambush and slay those who awaken Shun Shi abilities. Only our Shihai Church endures forever." Infan Gua Shiba Dian, an ancient stone statue with serpents about its neck, flared its eyes and stared eastward as if sensing something. Migua 55 Chu, in a blackened satellite surveillance hall, only the screens flickered with faint snow. The entire hall was deathly silent. Corpses lay strewn as if rent by some beast. The blood on the floor had congealed, evidently some time had passed. At that moment the flickering screens froze, and a full map of Daxia filled the display. One point on the map lit up red, and an analysis read, "Abnormal energy detected, coordinates within Daxia. Anomaly analysis, 13th system ability, Awakener detected." The instant the analysis appeared, the doors of the satellite control hall slid open. 3 figures in marten boots strode across the congealed blood, shoulder to shoulder, their gazes fixed on the screen. "Let's go." Fan Meng rubbed his hands together with a sly, buzzing grin, his jowls quivering with each chuckle as he asked, "Comrade Chen Shu, what tiered ability of the divine system do you possess? Was that paper-cutting art one of the tiered abilities?" Chen Shu loathed his demeanor intensely. A subtle shift flickered in his gaze, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint, imperceptible smile. Lean in closer, I'll tell you. Fan Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, his lips puckered in surprise. He hastily pressed his ear near, straining to catch every word. Chen Shu theatrically cleared his throat, then raised his hand and slapped Fan Ming squarely across his broad, swarthy face. An invisible gust swept through the room. Fan Ming spun on the spot like a top crouching low in a dizzying Thomas whirl. He collapsed onto the floor, convulsing uncontrollably, as if seized by violent epilepsy. His eyes rolled upward, a froth bubbled from his lips. His left hand twitched 6 times, his right 7, as he kicked aimlessly in circles while lying prone. Taiyu stood with one hand tucked casually in his pocket, glanced at Fan 5-star hypercombatant, and a thick-skinned earth elemental adept 2 major cultivation realms above you. So, did that single slap render him senseless? Chen Shu remained silent, but murmured to himself, so wind-induced convulsion, truly is wind-induced convulsion. Just moments earlier, watching Fan Ming's insufferable smirk, Chen Shu had decided to test his newly acquired 4th skill, the wind-induced convulsion technique, in live practice. He'd assumed Fan Ming as headmaster would at least possess sufficient realm strength to withstand an attack from a newly awakened novice. Yet one strike had shattered his composure entirely. But within seconds, Fan Ming shot upright, stiff as a bamboo pole, then began marching in tight circles, still rigidly maintaining the left 6 rights even motion. It was absurdly comical. What in blazes is happening? Why can't I control my own body? I must march. I must. I need money. I need. Yalan froze stunned. She turned to Taiyu and whispered, truly unhinged. Likely yes. Taiyu stammered those 3 words. Then Fan Ming abruptly snapped back to full awareness. He stared at Chen Shu as if beholding a mythical beast. 10 seconds. Chen Shu mentally counted the elapsed time. Suddenly a clamor erupted from the alley outside, followed by several dull thuds like heavy objects crashing to the ground. Yalan swiftly pressed her earpiece. Team 6, what's happening outside? No reply came. They arrived so soon. Taiyu murmured, glancing at Yalan. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm upward. A crescent-shaped golden blade forearm length shimmered into existence and settled firmly into his grip as he scanned the surroundings with wary vigilance. Fan Mingyu and President Tai, guard Chen Shu. I'll investigate outside. Yalan Rose clenched her right fist toward the floor-to-ceiling window and unleashed surging waves of heat. Her burgundy trench coat flared upward, its hem rippling as if vaporized by scorching air. Let me see who dares stir trouble within White City's domain. So recklessly, so foolishly. No need to look. I have arrived. A hollow, ethereal voice echoed from the stairwell between the 1st and 2nd floors. Husky, genderless, impossible to place. Flames ignited at Yalan's fingertips. In an instant, she teleported behind Chen Shu, shielding him with her body as she locked her gaze warily upon the stairwell. Patter, patter, patter. Footsteps ascended steadily, measured, deliberate, growing louder with each step. Taiyu tightened his grip on the golden blade, its tip gleamed with gathering light, poised for lethal strike. Then, abruptly, the footsteps ceased. At that very moment, a girl's laughter chimed from behind the floor-to-ceiling window, crystalline silvery, evoking the image of a pure-hearted campus beauty glancing back with a radiant, fleeting smile. Yalan's pupils contracted. She whirled to teleport, but a gnarled, ancient arm seized her wrist with unyielding force. Strangely, the mere touch rooted her utterly in place. It felt like a binding incantation had been cast. She was a platinum tier 1 star, among White City's elite warriors. Yet this figure subdued her effortlessly. His power clearly eclipsed hers by a vast margin. But which faction dared such brazenness? Openly assaulting the official Xia dynasty military forces no less than the Dragon Command unit itself. Even clans anchored by king-tier masters would hesitate before provoking such action. Taiyu pivoted and slashed backward, a golden blade phantom streaking through the air, yet it halted mid-flight, frozen inches from its target before dissipating into shimmering motes. Chen Shu and Fan Ming both twisted around, and there he stood, an elderly man draped in a crimson robe, left arm clasped behind his back, slightly stooped, his face concealed beneath a mask. The mask's vermilion lacquer gleamed, its thick serpentine eyebrows writhed like living shadows, its wide-open maw revealed fangs sharp and menacing. Clad in that vivid red, he embodied the very visage of Zhong Kuei, the demon-quelling true Lord, the divine judge. Yalan's sharp eyes narrowed into a deep furrow. She uttered a single word. Nual. Impressive, you still recall the Nual. Yet you failed to recognize this young man's ability, Yalan. Clearly your memories remain fragmented. The elder's voice emanated from behind the mask as he released Yalan's wrist. You know of my lost memories? Might I ask, who are you? Doubt bloomed in Yalan's heart, but she kept her focus sharp, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the masked figure. She edged closer to Taiyu, forming a protective line, with Chen Shu sheltered safely behind them both. There is no need for suspicion toward this old man. Were I inclined to act, none of you would stand here whole, or breathing, to speak with me now. She laughed, a clear, resonant, unfettered peal. This old man. I am Fang Xingwan of the Celestial Artisan Pavilion. Fang Xingwan, the 100-faced Nuan Mask Master. Fan Ming gasped aloud, then clapped both hands over his mouth, bowing deeply with frantic, reverent gestures. Senior Master Fang, please forgive me. I speak without thought. I lack wisdom. I should never have named you so bluntly. Rare indeed, to find one who recognizes me. No matter, no matter. Today this old man has come to retrieve someone. Fang Qingluan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Sunlight bathed his slightly hunched silhouette, yet in that light his presence swelled with palpable suffocating pressure as though an invisible blade hovered just above each throat, as if ready to sever life itself at any instant. Dingling, dingling. A crisp ringing phone call shattered the tension. Even Fan Ming flinched violently at the sudden chime. Yalin's eyelid twitched. Her gaze darted to the screen. Her eyes flew wide open. She snatched up the device and pressed it to her ear. The caller spoke only a few terse sentences. Yalin's expression shifted, from shock to dawning realization. She glanced once at Fang Qingluan, then nodded heavily solemnly. Understood. She replied, and the line went dead. Instantly, she smoothed her uniform with swift, precise motions, and rendered a crisp, formal military salute toward Fang Qingluan. Senior Master Fang, your instructions shall be followed without question. Yalin takes her leave. She turned, gave Tai Yu a still gripping golden blade, a gentle knowing shake of her head, and strode downstairs. Tai Yu, observing her departure, deduced the call's import with quiet certainty. He offered Chen Shu a brief, affirming nod, lightly tapped his shoulders, then ushered Fan Ming downstairs with a firm grip. Chen Shu blinked bewildered, then instinctively moved to follow. But the moment he turned, his arm was seized. In that instant his body locked rigid. Only his eyes retained freedom to glance left and right. She resembles her. Fang Qingluan studied Chen Shu and chuckled softly, his aura softening, completely transforming into that of a kind, grandmotherly sage. Young Master Chen Shu, our first meeting. I am Fang Qingluan. Chen Shu's eyes wobbled as he stared at her in silence. What do you want to do with me, old lady? I admit I have some good looks, but I also have my own taste. Who cares about a little brat like you? Chen Shu finally reacted, looking at Fang Qingluan and asking, then why won't you let me leave? Wait, this is my home, why are you here? I'm taking you away. Yet you say you don't care about me. Chen Shu immediately pointed at her mouth. Agape. I don't care about you, but someone does. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I come from the Tiangong Pavilion, also known as the Alliance of Intangible Cultural Heritage Guardians, dedicated to protecting the people with ancient skills and maintaining the harmony of the world. Since you have awakened your abilities and possess intangible cultural heritage skills, I must recruit you. Can I refuse, eh? Chen Shu asked. No. Fang Qingluan slowly walked to the sofa, sitting down with her left hand behind her back. Chen Shu looked at her, feeling like a little ghost being judged by Zhong Kuei. Why not? Don't you want to ask about my willingness? This is fate, you cannot evade it, child. Fang Qingluan paused for a moment and continued. Your mother was also a member of the Tiangong Pavilion. Do you really not want to know what she left for you? Chen Shu's pupils shrank at her words. He took a few steps forward, slamming his hands on the coffee table while questioning. My mom. How could that be? She passed away 10 years ago. Fang Qingluan seemed to lose her train of thought for a moment, her voice trembling slightly as she murmured, yes, she passed away. She did so much for us and for this world. The Tiangong Pavilion will forever remember her. Chen Shu looked at the old lady, unsure whether to believe her words. In his memory, his mother was a gentle and simple person. She never indulged in luxury, always wearing a blue outfit, clearly resembling a housewife. How could she be described as a member of the Tiangong Pavilion? Could it be a fabricated lie to trick him into joining the Tiangong Pavilion? Fang Qingluan clearly noticed Chen Shu's doubts. Raising her right hand, a shadow surged in her palm for a moment, and a photograph appeared between her two fingers. She placed the photo on the table while saying, your mother's name was Lin Su. She was 44 years old, and a soul-cutting saint in the Tiangong Pavilion. Chen Shu took the photo and looked at it. It depicted a woman in blue dancing by the water under the moonlight with a faint golden snakescale pattern on her forehead. Strangely, behind her on the water's surface, hundreds of half-transparent gray figures were clad in dark gray armor, all wielding long halberds. Beneath the helmets' lacking faces were only two eyes radiating a ghostly green glow. There were also skeletal horses clad in black armor, burning with green flames, standing in a neat row. Atop the central warhorse sat a general wielding a bronze crescent halberd, exuding an imposing aura, creating a profound sense of pressure. Even though it was merely a photograph, Chen Shu felt as if he were there. It was as if that ghostly army could leap out of the photo and enter reality at any moment. Yet what shocked Chen Shu the most was undoubtedly the blue-clad woman dancing gracefully with her back turned to the ghostly army. This was his mother, Lin Su. Still lost in shock, Chen Shu watched as Fang Qingluan tucked the photo away into her sleeve. Little one, the scene you saw took place on July 15, 2025, the very day your mother passed away over 10 years ago. Chen Shu suddenly exploded with rage, stomping on the coffee table, shattering it. He reached out, gripping Fang Qingluan's arm, his eyes already reddened. Yet he was fixated on Fang Qingluan's mask, his right hand gripping a paper-cut gun aimed at her forehead. Your kind did this to my mother. Fang Qingluan's gaze pierced through the mask, as if she could see the trembling of Chen Shu's very soul. It was her own choice. She used her life to protect the citizens of the 7 cities. She is revered as the paper lady by the people of the 7 cities, the spirit of the Tiangong Pavilion, and the soul of intangible heritage of the Great Xia. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, a warm wave of spiritual energy seeping into his meridians, forcibly suppressing the chaotic surge of energy within him. What truly happened back then? Please tell me the truth. Chen Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, slowly lowering the paper gun in his hand. The veins on his forehead, which had bulged from emotional agitation, gradually receded. He took a deep breath, releasing his grip. Fang Qingwan stood up and walked in front of Chen Shu, asking him in the gentlest voice possible, "Child, tell me, did your mother say anything to you before she passed?" Chen Shu's gaze blanked for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to the day his mother died. Outside, the night was deepening. The bright moonlight illuminated the ground, dispelling the darkness, but could not clear the gloom in little Chen Shu's heart when he was only 9 years old. At the bedside, he cried heartbreakingly, repeatedly calling out, "Mom, Mom." But Lin Su's face was pale, the last tear rolling down her cheek. Her grip on little Chen Shu's hand gradually loosened, her colorless lips parted slightly, silently uttering her last words to little Chen Shu. "Shuer, that is not fate, it is the knife given to you." As these words fell, the heart monitor beside her flatlined. The beeping alarm announced Lin Su's death. No matter how little Chen Shu screamed and cried, that person on the bed would never wake up again. Her time was forever frozen on September 6, 2025, the very day of the Ghost Festival. Chen Shu snapped back to reality. Fang Qingwan seemed to see through his thoughts, giving a bitter smile before letting out a long sigh. "Child, it's not that I don't want to tell you bits that you cannot know yet." Returning to that question, Fang Qingwan continued, "The truth about Lin Su's death is a top secret of the Tiangong Pavilion. If you truly want to know, then join me in the Tiangong Pavilion and gradually uncover the truth for yourself to see what great things your mother accomplished. Rest assured, the Tiangong Pavilion will not restrict your freedom in any way. Oh, it is not some evil cult, but a prestigious sect directly under the Great Xia." "Alright, I will join." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingwan nodded in satisfaction at Chen Shu. "Then let's go." "Now," Chen Shu asked. "You don't want to stay in this school anyway. The Tiangong Pavilion will provide a place that truly suits you. Let's go." Fang Qingwan did not wait for Chen Shu to react, placing her right hand on his arm. Suddenly, the shadows beneath their feet began to boil like boiling water. In the next instant, the shadows transformed into an abyssal blackness, and the two vanished like a shadow army. In the alley beneath Chen Shu's house, Taiyu had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a cigarette, silently gazing towards the second floor where Chen Shu was. A voice emerged from the earpiece. "Report, Major General. Yet all members of Team 6 have been found at the Baiqing Yulong base. 12 members of the Yulong army are intact, but a bit weak, and they have now been sent to the military hospital for recuperation." Yalan crossed her arms against the wall, chewing gum, her gaze suddenly pausing as she smiled at Taiyu. "Alright, the person has left, no need to keep watching." "Who was that weird old lady? She seemed to know you." Taiyu took a puff of his cigarette and slowly asked. Yalan shook her head. "How would I know? I can't recall many things from before. My memories are quite vague. However, I do have some impression of the Tiangong Pavilion mentioned by the other party. It seems to be a place that gathers inheritors of intangible cultural heritage from across the Great Xia. Quite a mysterious place." Taiyu raised his hand and took another puff, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. He then tossed the half-finished cigarette onto the ground and stamped it out jokingly, saying, "Isn't it mysterious? Mysterious enough for the commander of the Yulong army to personally call you to let them take the people. Alright, since the person is gone, there's no need for us to stay here. Let's disband." Yalan replied with a smile. "Actually, the moment that senior arrived, we no longer had to continue guarding. That was the Zhong Kuei Nua mask." "That is, why do you think that at such a critical moment the elder Fong would wear the Zhong Kuei Nua mask?" Yalan turned to Taiyu and asked directly. Taiyu shook his head like a rattledrum. "I don't know. As the judge, Zhong Kuei should possess the power to judge the world and eradicate evil. With him present, those little ghosts lurking in the shadows wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This is also why Elder Fong chose to come wearing the Zhong Kuei Nua mask." "Aren't you afraid of a king-level powerhouse forcibly abducting someone?" Taiyu asked. By Xiang Nua Mian Fang Qingwan, although merely a diamond-level powerhouse, even an average king-level wouldn't dare to provoke her lightly, simply because of the 108 Nua masks she possesses that are extraordinarily formidable. Fan Meng's voice suddenly rang out from the alley beside them. Yalan narrowed her eyes and asked, "Principal Fan, this place is no longer your concern. Why did you come back?" Fan Meng, with a fawning smile, leaned closer to Yalan. I left in a hurry just now. I mainly wanted to ask whether Chen Shu will be returning to school or not." "Didn't Chen Shu just say he wasn't going?" "It's really commendable for Principal Fan to personally come back to ask. You're truly a good principal." Taiyu laughed and approached Fan Meng, patting him on the shoulder. "Now what you should do, Principal Fan, is to go wash your face, lest people think you're cosplaying as Tomcat." Fan Meng clenched his fist against his palm, a smile plastered on his face. Right. If it weren't for you, I would have forgotten about this. Since Chen Shu doesn't wish to return to the Super Martial Academy, I can only express my regret. Farewell, both presidents." From any angle, it is not something a mere principal could grasp. Combined with the name he called out during their first meeting, it indicates something is amiss. Only when he turned the corner and disappeared from the alley did she turn to Taiyu. Although the information on Fang Qingwan isn't encrypted, to know it in such detail is certainly not an easy task. From any angle, it is not something a mere principal could grasp. Combined with the name he called out during their first meeting, it indicates something is amiss. "I can see it. This Fan Meng is definitely not as simple as he appears." Taiyu too put away his smile, adjusting his glasses with his fingertips. "Keep a close watch on him." In Luo City, the surging Yellow River resembled a golden dragon. The banks of the Yellow River were blocked off by iron railings 1,000 meters apart, with a sign stating rapid water flow, no trespassing hung above. Moreover, at intervals armed patrols monitored the river. It felt as though this was a restricted area, as if they were afraid someone might inadvertently wander in, which seemed a bit odd. At the summit of Longmen Mountain surrounding the Yellow River, a dilapidated, yet tidy, old temple stood tall. The plaque faintly bore the words Nuwa Temple, and in front of the temple a bronze path led directly inside. In front of the temple door a shadow on the ground boiled, and Fang Qingwan and Chen Shu appeared just like a shadow army entering the scene. As soon as Chen Shu's thoughts transitioned, he found himself here, dazedly glancing around. Fang Qingwan chuckled and began walking into the temple. Chen Shu could only follow, and inadvertently glancing back through a gap in the treetops at the mountain's peak, he clearly saw the rushing Yellow River. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of familiarity flooded his mind, giving him the feeling that he had been there before. Tang Dynasty Nua Saint Wu Daoshuan, please open the craftsman's hall. Fang Qingluan's powerful voice echoed from within the temple. Hearing this, Chen Shu stepped inside. Upon crossing the temple door, there was only an incense table and a censer with an unnamed tablet placed on it. Fang Qingluan stood before the unnamed tablet, her feet seeming to dance in a rhythmic pattern. The bluestone slabs beneath her feet were inscribed with unknown runes resembling a star map. With every step on the bluestone slab, a clicking sound was heard, and the patterns above would illuminate slightly. Chen Shu was entranced, unconsciously moving in sync with her. At that moment, the two moved in astonishing synchrony. The star map stone slab rapidly lit up one spot after another. Suddenly, a crack sound was heard. The incense table that offered the unnamed tablet unexpectedly shifted to the left, revealing a bronze staircase leading downwards. Let's go, we are heading to the Tiangong Pavilion. Fang Qingluan and Chen Shu walked side by side into it. The passage was quite spacious, and with each step downward, bronze lights would automatically illuminate the walls. May I ask who is honored by the tablet above? Chen Shu couldn't help but ask. Fang Qingluan replied steadily, her words pronounced clearly, the nameless actor. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu frowned slightly, his fist clenching slightly, as he muttered, actor. Nameless. The entire journey was silent thereafter. They continued to descend down. It was unclear how long they had been going down, but Chen Shu felt as if the mountain's interior had been hollowed out, almost reaching the base of the mountain from the peak. Finally, they emerged into a vast space with bronze lights extending from both sides like flowing water, illuminating the interior space that soared over 100 feet high. A magnificent and spectacular ancient bronze hall appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. 12 colossal dragon-shaped pillars supported the ceiling of the hall, each dragon's mouth embedded with a luminous pearl glowing brightly. In front of the central hall's door, a gigantic craftsman's furnace over 3 meters tall suddenly ignited fierce flames from within. The furnace body was engraved with 12 peculiar totems glowing red under the flames scorching. The Tiangong Pavilion has arrived. Meanwhile, by the Yellow River, the patrolling soldiers suddenly noticed that the Yellow River today was surging more than usual. It seemed as though an invisible hand was continuously stirring it. Fang Qingluan tightened her fingers on Chen Shu's sleeve. Their figures collapsed into a distorted black shadow gliding swiftly along the narrow corridor. A shower of sparks scattered in the crimson glow of the furnace flames. Inside the furnace, azure-white flames surged and receded unpredictably, casting the beast-faced motifs lining the corridor walls into flickering chiaroscuro, as though hundreds of grotesque eyes watched the intruders with silent menace. No sooner had they drawn near than Chen Shu felt an overwhelming wave of searing heat strike his face. Within seconds, his lips began to blister and crack. His eyelashes curled, emitting a faint, acrid scent. Even breathing scorched his trachea. Yet Fang Qingluan did not pause. Instead, she strode forward into the inner sanctum. She did not forget to warn the stunned Chen Shu. Her voice carried on scorching air. If you do not follow now, the Wanxiang Tiangong furnace will desiccate you into jerky within 60 seconds. At the furnace's core, an eerie indigo flame pulsed. Where its tongues licked the bronze bricks, molten gold flowed instantly, a testament to the inferno's unimaginable fury. His innate skill tree trembled violently within. Azure golden divine wind erupted from his spine, coalescing into fine, overlapping scale-like patterns across his skin. Chen Shu sensed his pores widen. Heat transformed into countless warm currents seeping deep into his limbs and marrow. He felt as though he stood immersed in a soothing hot spring. Strangely intimate, profoundly comforting. Who dares this impudent whelp enter? A thunderous roar split the air. From the vaulted shadows above, a titan-like figure leapt down, landing squarely upon the corridor floor. Fang Qingluan halted mid-step and turned to face him. Only as the figure drew nearer did Chen Shu see clearly. A man whose body was carved from ancient bronze, arms crisscrossed with burned scars and embedded slag-flecked metal. 3 deep claw marks tore diagonally across his left cheek, from temple to jaw, and over his chest gleamed a crimson copper breastplate embossed with a snarling 9-headed lion gripping iron chains. Steam rose in shimmering waves from his feet. Each step echoed with a sizzling hiss upon the bronze corridor. Holy hell, Hulk's been bleached. The words slipped from Chen Shu's lips unbidden. Fang Qingluan dissolved like ink in water, reappearing instantly at his side, watching the hulking figure with cheerful amusement as she introduced him. This is Tang Balian, the Iron Bone Artisan, and guardian of the celestial artifact, the Tiangong Furnace. By the way, he despises being compared to a faded green giant. Young Master Chen Shu, I humbly. His greeting was cut short by booming laughter. Wahaha, Fong Qingwan, so this is your chosen heir. Tang Balian clutched his belly, roaring. Skinny as a monkey from Mount Amei. Can he even withstand a single swing of my hammer? Fong Qingwan closed the distance in a breath, her pale fingertip nearly piercing Tang Balian's chest plate. Still judging by appearance? Have you forgotten how you lost your leg? All right. Just teasing. No need for personal attacks. Tang Balian said, still sizing up Chen Shu with a slow appraising gaze. Fong Qingwan rolled her eyes. Don't doubt my judgment, or mine alone. Or I'll don a different nuance mask and play with you properly. Whoa, cheating. Enough. Let's speak seriously. How will you explain this to the sect master? He pivoted, pressing one palm flat onto the furnace lid. Arcane nuance sigils flared across his palm. Beneath him, the bronze floor tiles rippled like molten chocolate. The Tiangong furnace descended slowly, encased in rivers of magma, into the earth. At the instant the aperture sealed, a dragon's roar erupted from within, so fierce it pierced Chen Shu's eardrums. Narrowing his eyes, he whispered to Fong Qingwan, "What was that for?" "Showboating." Fong Qingwan scoffed softly, then strolled backward up the bronze steps, hands clasped behind her back, gazing upward at the 100-meter-high stalactites hanging like ash-gray spears from the ceiling. After a long silence, she murmured, "No explanation is the best explanation. 10 years, and still the same old self." Tang Balian sighed, watching her silhouette with wry resignation. In by city, dusk bled into alleyways. The neon sign of Happiness Cafe flickered erratically, its wiring frayed. The barista idly wiped the counter. The server slumped over the bar, half asleep. Both wore dull, listless expressions, yet each held a pinpoint violet luminescence tiny as a star deep within their irises. It twinkled faintly like distant starlight. In the farthest corner by the window sat a middle-aged woman, arms crossed, legs elegantly crossed, reclining against the sofa. Her gaze remained locked on the girl seated before her. A young woman in a white dress, soft curls cascading to her shoulders, a single beauty mark gracing the corner of her lips, clutching her coffee cup with quiet, rigid poise. Her eyes held uncertainty. "Zhou, Teacher Zhou, why invite me for coffee all of a sudden?" Zhou Yuya adjusted her small square glasses, her diamond-encrusted nails tapping rhythmically against the rim of her cup. She wore plum lipstick, her smile splitting like a ripe mulberry. Leaning closer, her voice dropped low. "Do you yearn for power?" Chu Mu froze, bewilderment flooding her mind. "Huh?" I asked. "Do you yearn for power?" Zhou Yuya leaned in further, her expression playful yet sharp. "In this world, strength dictates everything, and I can elevate you above all others." A flock of gray pigeons swept past the window, wings beating sharply, making her shoulder twitch. A splash of milk stained her wrist. Chu Mu hadn't expected her homeroom teacher to utter such words. Still, she took a sip of coffee and nodded toward Zhou Yuya. "To say I don't yearn for it would be a lie. Who wouldn't wish to grow strong?" "Exactly." Zhou Yuya extended a finger, lifting Chu Mu's chin, her gaze predatory, as if watching prey take the bait. Her perfume mingled with whispered words that slid into Chu Mu's ear. "The fame the Wang family sees today, you can claim it too. You will surpass anyone you wish to surpass." "Remember, anyone. What must I do?" Chu Mu's breath quickened, her heart already swaying. Childhood memories had forged in her an unshakable longing for strength. Only strength could shield those she loved, fulfill her will, and grant her voice. Zhou Yuya's pupils contracted like a serpent's. Deep within her iris, a needle-thin emerald light spun slowly. From her Gucci handbag, she withdrew a black velvet box. As she slid it across the table, its edge scraped the wood with a grating shriek. "Swear allegiance to the Z-Way Pavilion." Her fingertip tapped lightly upon the lid, each tap echoing like a heartbeat. "I swear, you shall obtain everything you desire." Chu Mu stared at Zhou Yuya's fingers. With every tap, her own pulse trembled in response. Indeed, these words held immense allure, for someone standing precisely where Chu Mu stood. Yet a sliver of reason remained. "Why me?" Zhou Yuya said nothing, only watched her, a knowing smile playing on her lips, fingertips still dancing upon the box. "Fine, I join." Hearing this, Zhou Yuya withdrew her hand and laughed. "Precisely. But first, you must answer one question." Chu Mu lifted her gaze from the box to Zhou Yuya's eyes. "Ask, what does the Z-Way Pavilion do?" "Flesh is frail, chaos ascends. Our life's purpose is to evolve humanity into ultimate life forms, surpassing even divinity." As Zhou Yuya spoke, her playful mask fell away, replaced by solemn fervor, eyes blazing with fanaticism. Chu Mu's skin prickled, goose flesh rising like frost. A jolt of electricity shot up her spine. Childhood memories surged like venomous vines, her mother's early death, her father's drunken rages. Her emotions, long starved, had anchored themselves to strength alone. Who could fathom the devastating weight of those words, for one who hungered so desperately for power? Watching Chu Mu's subtle shift in expression, Zhou Yuya's smile widened. She pushed the black box forward once more. "It is yours." Chu Mu lifted the box. It resembled nothing so much as a ring case for a marriage proposal. As she lifted the lid, violet arcs leapt instantly to her fingertips. Inside lay a minuscule chip, smaller than a fingernail, its surface pitted with honeycomb-like apertures, each pore inhaling and exhaling pulses of violet light. For a fleeting moment, she glimpsed countless faces emerging from the halo, mouths open in silent, endless screams. Terrified, she snapped the lid shut, the violet light vanishing instantly. Staring blankly at the box, what is this? Zhou Yuya grinned, a flash of teeth, and rose leaning close to Chu Mu's left shoulder. Her breath brushed the nape of Chu Mu's neck, cold as a serpent's tongue. First-generation Nuam mass chip of the Ziwei Pavilion, codenamed Qi-Wang. Its function: as your cultivation realm ascends, your fire affinity abilities amplify, without limit, and you may incinerate other martial cultivators' elemental affinities, leaving them crawling at your feet begging like dogs. Chu Mu's pupils contracted sharply. Unbounded enhancement of fire affinity temperature. Incineration ability. Each was a power she had once imagined only in dreams. And now, there they were laid bare before her. A flame seemed to ignite within Chu Mu's eyes as she gazed burning with fervent intensity at the chip case. How do I proceed? Zhou Yuya settled back onto the sofa and lightly clapped her hands. A waiter approached immediately. He stepped directly before Chu Mu. Before she could react, he seized the back of her head and slammed it down, hard, onto the table. Boom. The table split cleanly in two, collapsing inward as coffee erupted and drenched Chu Mu's head. The case slipped from her grasp, only to be caught deftly by the waiter, who opened it instantly, grasped the chip and drove it deep into the nape of Chu Mu's unconscious neck. Blood gushed forth, but in an instant the chip embedded in her neck drew it all back. Violet currents spread like a spiderweb across her entire neck. Chu Mu's eyes snapped open, yet only the whites remained visible. Then a violet hue bloomed across them like ink dispersing in water, spreading swiftly until her entire irises turned violet. Gradually that violet light receded inward, fading even from the stark violet traceries along her neck. Only a faint tiny bulge remained at the nape, no larger than a mosquito bite. It's done. Zhou Yuya sat calmly on the sofa, unruffled. She paused abruptly, then glanced coldly out the window toward the street. They arrived sooner than expected. You clean up. She turned to the waiter, whose movements were eerily puppet-like. The space around her warped, and in an instant she vanished without a trace. At that very moment, Yalan, seated in a car, stiffened and slammed on the brakes, nearly choking Taiyu, who had been sipping 8 treasure porridge in the passenger seat. Yalan paid no heed to his violent coughing, murmuring instead under her breath, "This aura." Beep beep beep. Her earpiece crackled, reporting to Major General Ya. An incident involving a superhuman assailant has occurred at Shijia Happiness Cafe. The perpetrator was subdued on site. One injured party, a student of Baiqing's Superhuman Academy, is currently unconscious. Understood. Conduct thorough interrogation. Under no circumstances may you deactivate the body cam or resort to coercive interrogation. I repeat, under no circumstances. Upon hearing Yalan's command, the voice on the earpiece clearly faltered. Only after Yalan urged again did the operator hastily comply. What's wrong? Taiyu asked, rubbing his chest. Yalan leaned back against the headrest, clenched her jade-like fist, and struck the steering wheel. I just sensed an aura. Deeply, terrifyingly familiar. What kind of aura? Yalan turned slowly, enunciating each word with chilling precision. Lilith, the intelligence queen of the Violet Authority, known as the Thousand Faces. Taiyu's expression hardened instantly, as if he'd heard the name of some unspeakable horror. Truly, without doubt, though I've lost fragments of memory, hers is the one I could never forget. As Yalan spoke, her gaze grew increasingly lethal, so much so that the cabin's temperature surged uncontrollably. Fabric along her right arm blackened and crumbled into ash, revealing beneath it pulsing crimson veins. The steering wheel itself shattered beneath her clenched hand. She once posed as my deputy officer and nearly triggered the core meltdown of the Imperial Dragon Base reactor. She impersonated my mother and tried to drive me to suicide. She masqueraded as my master and attempted my assassination. She killed my mother. Her aura, I would recognize it anywhere. And she is the one soul I vow to slay with my own hands, no matter how long it takes. Beads of sweat rolled down Taiyu's temples, soaking his suit, like sitting beside a human sun. Yalan, calm down. Yalan closed her eyes and took a slow, deep breath. Gradually, the crimson veins on her arm faded, the cabin's heat ceased rising. Taiyu rolled down the window for air, wiping sweat, as he said to Yalan, "You're cut from the same cloth as the Thunder God. No wonder you're his disciple." "No, I am not like my master. I, Yalan, would rather incinerate 1,000 miles than let a single evil go unpunished." With a sharp snort, she restarted the engine and drove off into the distance with Taiyu. A sigh trailed behind them on the wind. Ah, my 5th brand new car. Beneath Longmin Mountain, before the Hall of Celestial Craftsmanship, Fong Qingluan led Chen Shu deep into the hall's inner sanctum. Across the front wall hung row upon row of masks. One, forged of black iron, featured hollowed eye sockets inlaid with luminescent green gems and inscribed along its cheeks in archaic seal script, stealing heaven's mechanisms. Another, carved from white jade, bore fangs of crimson, its tiger-patterned surface streaked with lacquer resembling fresh blood at the outer corners of its eyes. A third, semi-translucent, held within it 999 teardrop-shaped crystal glass beads, masks of every form and origin. Merely standing there evoked in Chen Shu the uncanny sensation, "We are watching you." Fong Qingluan first offered a slight reverent bow toward the entire wall, then explained simply to Chen Shu, "These are called Nuam masks. emblems of the ancient Nuo ritual drama. What is Nuo? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. Fang Qingluan's Zhongkue Nuo mask swiveled slowly to fix him with its gaze. He felt instantly pinned to the floor, not by force, but by an invisible, overwhelming presence. Even the mask's ferocious demonic visage stirred raw dread within him. She slowly raised her left arm. At that very moment, thunderous gongs and drums erupted, echoing not from any instrument, but from the air itself. Then she began to dance, an ancient sacred rhythm, her head swaying with hypnotic cadence. Her scarlet robe billowed like living flame, snapping fiercely with each movement. In that instant, her bearing transformed utterly. She became Zhongkue himself, the demon-quelling god descended into mortal realm. When humanity suffers, Nuo arises. When Nuo dances, all ailments vanish. This is Nuo, one of the great treasures of Xia. Chen Shu's blood surged, his pulse quickened in time with Fang Qingluan's primordial war dance and the heart-shaking percussion. Even the mysterious, awe-inspiring azure gold skill tree in his spiritual sea trembled faintly, its trunk erupting with countless intricate Nuo motifs. Their number rivaled the finest hairs, so dense they blurred into shimmering veils. At that very moment, every Nuo mask in the hall shuddered violently, ripping free from their moorings and levitating upward. Even Fang Qingluan, mid-dance as Zhongkue, froze in place, paralyzed. A wave of visceral dread washed over her. Mask after mask spun above the hall, then dropped in unison, aligning perfectly to face Chen Shu. Then all masks hovering at half his height tilted forward in perfect unison, as though bowing deeply. Even the Zhongkue Nuo mask trembled uncontrollably. Fang Qingluan's expression turned stark with shock. She knew precisely what these masks represented. As their inheritor, she understood them down to their deepest essence. That they now moved as one. To bow before Chen Shu, combined with Zhongkue's own divine reaction within her, left only one conclusion: these 108 Nuo masks were afraid. They bowed to Chen Shu. They submitted to him. They burned with anticipation and quaked with fear. And in Chen Shu's eyes, golden light had already suffused his irises the moment the Nuo motifs first appeared upon his skill tree's trunk. Now his gaze was distant, serene, utterly detached, like that of an emotionless eternal performer. At that very moment, a crisp, resonant dragon's cry echoed from the sky above the celestial workshop hall, unbidden, unheralded. A golden dragon's spectral form gradually materialized, its faint golden radiance shimmering as it coiled slowly above the hall's roof. Tang Balian had been sitting alone on the stone steps, sipping wine. Suddenly, the three zhong, myriad phenomena celestial furnace, which should have long since fused into the bronze floor, rose of its own accord. The entire furnace trembled violently, as if gripped by primal dread. Tang Balian leapt to his feet and gazed upward, beholding the circling golden dragon specter, and within the hall the 100 Nuo masks bowing low in submission. His eyes widened in shock. The wine jug slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the ground. The Nuo masks kneel in obeisance. The celestial furnace stirs in awe. This youth is fiercer even than that accursed beast. Beyond the realm, the yellow river, eternally surging, ceaselessly roaring, swelled with waves like rampaging yellow dragons, jaws bared, claws outstretched, colliding and entwining in furious chaos. Torrents crashed against the banks with thunderous force, hurling plumes of spray high into the air. Amid drifting mist, the river revealed its awe-inspiring grandeur, vast, untamable, and majestically formidable. And then, suddenly, the very same river moments before a churning maelstrom stilled, as though a spent beast sinking into weary repose. The clamor faded, the violent surges subsided. The surface of the yellow river grew utterly still, rippling only faintly like a warm, lustrous piece of jade catching the sun's light in delicate, glittering shards. Only the occasional ripple betrayed the memory of its former fury. Whoa! A deep, mournful wail resonated above the river, as if something unseen trembled in fear. Captain, something's happened. A river patrol soldier urgently radioed in. What occurred? A voice replied through the earpiece. The soldier stared at the yellow river, struggling to steady his breath. One moment, it raged in towering waves. The next, it fell into absolute stillness. Its turbulence has vanished. On the other end of the earpiece, the captain simultaneously received the soldier's live footage of the river, exactly as described. The yellow river was calm. The captain replayed the clip 3 or 4 times, still unable to believe that the yellow river, whose waters had never ceased their tumult since time immemorial, could fall so silent without warning. Sensing the anomaly, he wasted no time, immediately reporting upward. Inside the celestial workshop hall, Chen Shu flicked his sword finger outward. All 108 Nuo masks, including the one affixed to Fang Qingluan's face, were violently stripped away. They reassembled as one, returning obediently to their places upon the wall. Then the Nuo sigils vanished from his skill tree. Chen Shu's eyelids drooped. He collapsed unconscious onto the floor. Though nearing 90, Fang Qingluan's skin retained an eerie, youthful suppleness. Her short silver hair fell loosely about her shoulders. Her face was pallid as bleached parchment. Beneath her translucent skin, bluish-purple veins traced intricate pathways, while dark crimson Nuo tattoos crawled like creeping vines from her throat down to her clavicles, crackled like ice-glazed porcelain, terrifying in their beauty and dread. The vermilion robe billowed backward, torn away by the raw power emanating from Chen Shu's body. dissolving into a streak of crimson light that surged into the Zhong Kuei-Na mask, revealing beneath it a black ceremonial robe. A gust swept inward, then a deafening sonic boom erupted, reverberating violently throughout the great hall. A tall, lean figure materialized midair, gray-white hair bound high by a silver circlet, sharp, blade-like brow ridges, clad in a leather jacket and black aviator sunglasses, effortlessly, fiercely charismatic. Fang Qinghuan bowed respectfully, unsurprised by his arrival, her expression unchanged. Master of the pavilion. Lu Jiyuan gazed down at Chen Shu, slumped motionless upon the floor. His right fist clenched, joints grinding with the metallic whir of interlocking gears. In a flash too swift for the eye, he seized Fang Qinghuan by the throat and slammed her back first against the wall, lifting her off her feet. Her sleeve slid down, exposing a gleaming silver-black mechanical arm. Behind his sunglasses, Lu Jiyuan's gaze burned with lethal coldness as he spoke, voice like frozen steel. Did I not forbid you from bringing Chen Shu here? Do you take my words as mere wind? Fang Qinghuan, send him to Yun City. House Wang will safeguard him for life. Fang Qinghuan's face flushed crimson, her jet-black fingernails dug desperately into the seams of his prosthetic limb, but she could not break free. Cough. Not send him. Do you wish to relive the tragedy of 10 years ago? You know better than anyone how Lin Su died. Silence. Lu Jiyuan's grip tightened. Her paper-pale face darkened to iron-gray lips, turning blue, consciousness slipping towards suffocated oblivion. Master of the pavilion, stop. Tang Balian burst in from outside, rushing to intervene, only to be flung aside by a casual wave of qi, crashing headlong down the stone steps. Only when blood began trickling from Fang Qinghuan's nose and mouth did Lu Jiyuan finally release her. She crumpled to the floor like discarded silk, gasping greedily for air. Return him, by whatever means you brought him here. Lu Jiyuan spun on his heel, yet paused as Fang Qinghuan's broken voice rasped behind him. Master of the pavilion, will you truly abandon the lives of 7 cities to fate? You understand the seal's condition better than any. Only Chen Shu can inherit Lin Su's mantle. Only he can shield these 7 cities for another decade. A decade. And then what? Another cycle. Again and again. Lu Jiyuan whirled around, roaring with raw anguish. His voice softened, laced now with sorrow to burden one so young with such weight. It is unjust, to him and to Lin Su. Fang Qinghuan rose shakily, wiped blood from her lips with the back of her hand, and leaned against the wall with bitter irony. Where has the Lu Jiyuan of old gone? The strategist who placed the greater good above all, who saw emotion as weakness. I will not send Chen Shu back, not even if you kill me today. I cannot forsake the people of those 7 cities. Lu Jiyuan removed his sunglasses, revealing his left eye, a spiraling violet nuance mask embedded within the socket. He crouched, staring wordlessly into Fang Qinghuan's eyes. Tang Balian staggered back and cursing loudly. Damn it, old Lu. You think you can take your rage out on me? He stood beside Lu Jiyuan like a scolding matron, hands on hips, jabbing a finger at him. Lu Jiyuan ignored Tang Balian's tirade and continued, voice low and heavy. He is Lin Su's last living bloodline. I will not watch her child walk the same path to ruin. Ruin. Lin Su's death bears your name as much as any. Had you not hesitated, she would not have fallen. This catastrophe would never have unfolded. Fang Qinghuan's eyes bled crimson under the violet mask's unblinking gaze. Yet she met it without flinching. Do you think I wished this? Lin Su was my daughter. Chen Shu is my own grandson. Had you not faltered, I would never have let him step onto this perilous road. Let us wager instead. Let the boy walk his own path, and see where it leads. What say you? Fang Qinghuan cut him off. I will deliver him to Lord Lei Shen, not to House Wang's lifelong shelter. Her gaze held unwavering resolve. Lu Jiyuan fell silent, knowing brute force could not sway her will. After a long pause, he yielded. The violet nuance eye dissolved, fading back into a human iris. He slid the sunglasses back into place, drew a slow, steadying breath. What anomaly just occurred, so profound it stilled the yellow river itself. Fang Qinghuan watched him concede at last. Her eyes drifted to Chen Shu, lying prone upon the floor. After a long-waited silence, she spoke 3 words. The 100 Nua Bao. The yellow river ceases its flow. He has been recognized by the Nua Dao. Chen Shu opened his eyes to find himself inside a simple room, unadorned yet imbued with an air of quiet authenticity. A few wooden stools and a plain wooden table stood in serene stillness. Upon the table rested a teacup from which fragrant sandalwood smoke curled upward like a whispered incantation, harmonizing effortlessly with the austerity of the space, lending warmth and profound tranquility to the cool, hushed chamber. Fang Qinghuan sat before the table, eyes closed, sipping tea in silent composure. Chen Shu rose slowly, pressing a hand to his brow as he asked, what happened to me? His thoughts remained suspended at the very moment he had danced the Nua ritual with Fang Qinghuan. Fang Qinghuan opened her eyes, drained the remaining tea in one deliberate sip, and spoke, her voice slightly hoarse, as she recounted in concise terms what had transpired after he collapsed. Fang Qinghuan opened her eyes, drained the remaining tea in one deliberate sip, and spoke, her voice slightly hoarse, as she recounted in concise terms what had transpired after he collapsed. Yet her explanation centered solely upon 8 characters, 100 Nua Bao, the yellow river halts. I have been recognized by the Nua Dao. Why? Chen Shu stammered, bewildered. I didn't even know what Nua was before this. How could I possibly be chosen? Because of your mother. Fang Qinghuan turned to face him directly, her gaze level with his. It was then Chen Shu first truly saw her. her face and neck marked with deep crimson Nuwa ritual tattoos, stark and arresting at first glance. My mother, she continued calmly. Chen Shu, the soul-cutting master, was a dual lineage master of paper-cutting and Nuwa Dao, the youngest and only person in history to master the ancient Nuwa Opera Codex Heaven and Earth volume. As her bloodline, you were inevitably acknowledged by the Nuwa Dao itself. You are the living Nuwa sovereign of this age. Having spoken these words, Fang Qingwan rose and stepped out through the door. Only one sentence drifted back into the room. Follow me. I have something for you. Chen Shu slipped from the bed and followed without hesitation. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, the room behind him vanished without a trace. With a muffled thump, a cascade of paper-cut shreds rained down from the air. A paper-cutting chamber. You practice paper-cutting too? Huh? Fang Qingwan blinked, glancing up at the fluttering fragments. Trinkets your mother left behind. Practical if I say so myself. By the way, where exactly are we headed now? Chen Shu asked. Fang Qingwan smiled gently. Since you've chosen to join the Tiangong Pavilion, surely a ceremony is in order, isn't it? Chen Shu trailed behind her, chattering incessantly. So, you and my mother were close friends, colleagues. And those tattoos, are they exclusive membership markings? Can I buy them with in-game currency? Fang Qingwan fell silent, then said flatly, one more word, and I'll cut you into window decorations for the latrine. They emerged from the corridor and entered a grove of scholar trees, their branches draped with drifting joss paper. Chen Shu glanced left and right, the scene undeniably eerie. Suddenly a weight settled heavily upon his knees. He looked down to see a funerary paper effigy clinging tightly to his leg, its cinnabar-painted eyes blinking innocently. Nuwa sovereign, would you care for a palanquin ride? What the? Startled, Chen Shu kicked out instinctively. The figure flew sideways and struck a scholar tree with a brittle crack, collapsing instantly into scattered fragments. Before Chen Shu could utter another word, the entire grove trembled violently, and the joss paper strewn across the ground swirled upward, coalescing into a vortex that tore open a blood-red rift directly before them. Hold on, the portal's here. Fang Qingwan seized Chen Shu by the nape and leapt headlong into the fissure. In the next instant, Chen Shu's scream pierced the heavens. What the hell? You people don't warn about acrophobia? His cry ended abruptly in freefall, locust style, before his eyes rolled back and he slumped into peaceful unconsciousness. When he awoke, dazed and disoriented, he gazed ahead and froze, utterly petrified. Before him stretched a luminous expanse, lanterns snaked like serpents through the darkness, while thousands of towering blood-red stone steels rose in solemn formation, each inscribed with shimmering azure gold script. Their number was immeasurable, stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. This is the Tiangong Pavilion's Blood Oath Steel Grove, a place every new disciple must witness with their own eyes. They are all disciples who sacrificed themselves for the Tiangong Pavilion. Speaking softly, she guided Chen Shu toward an unmarked stele at the very center of the grove. The steel gleamed flawlessly polished to immaculate purity. Before it lay a pair of azure gold scissors. Fang Qingwan bent, lifted them, and placed them gently into Chen Shu's hands. This was the sole artifact your mother left behind. It is called Kai Tian, Heaven Cutting. Chen Shu accepted the scissors reverently, yet before he could examine them closely, they dissolved into radiant light and vanished into his palms. Simultaneously, high upon the trunk of his skill tree, the silhouette of a pair of scissors gradually manifested. Clenching his fists, Chen Shu raised his gaze toward the endless sea of steels and bowed deeply, solemnly from the heart. At that very moment, a sharp collective crack echoed across the grove. Every single steel, without exception, splintered with jagged fissures. Dust and stone chips billowed into the air like spectral mist. Chen Shu pointed frantically at the crumbling monument's weight. What kind of stunt is this? I didn't do anything. Fang Qingwan pressed her palm to her forehead, sighing inwardly. Could it be? They simply cannot bear the reverence of the Nuwa sovereign. Tomorrow I'll escort you to Lord Lei Shen. Coincidentally, his academy is holding entrance trials, and it surpasses any so-called by city supermartial academy by 10,000 leagues. Fang Qingwan spoke with quiet detachment. So, does that make me the Grand Emperor Emeritus? She offered no reply, only handed him a small token. Its front bore 2 gilded characters, Tiangong. On its reverse, 2 lines were engraved: preserve the world with ancient arts, anchor the realm with masterful craftsmanship. From this day forward, you are a disciple of the Tiangong Pavilion, not required to reside within its halls, but bearing its sacred identity. Missions will be conveyed via the Tiangong token, otherwise your studies remain your foremost duty. Chen Shu held the token, no larger than an identification card shaped like both a leaping flame and a solemn mask, speechless, entranced. Tomorrow I'll escort you to Lord Lei Shen. Coincidentally, his academy is holding entrance trials, and it surpasses any so-called by city supermartial academy by 10,000 leagues. Lei Shen. Thor. No, Lei Shen Han Xiaoyao. As for Thor or Zoro, mere foreign deities unworthy of comparison to our true Lei Shen of Great Xia. What is this academy called? The Supreme Academy of Great Xia, the pioneering school of super martial arts. In Jingdu, the imperial capital of Great Xia, Longqing, stood a magnificent snow-white lunar archway, vast and awe-inspiring. Amidst Longqing's grandeur, it radiated singular nobility. Before it lay a pristine plaza, spotless and gleaming. Beyond, a circular teaching tower spiraled upward like an infinite ziggurat, layer upon ascending layer. Upon that plaza stood a dozen candidates in precise formation. Before them loomed a massive display screen crowned with 10 crystalline pentagrams. Before the screen stood a humanoid training dummy, and beside it a man in a crisp white suit and polished Oxfords, his sharp-featured face reminiscent of the legendary Shin Gongbao. Silence, please. I am Liang Dingtian, your trial instructor. To have reached this point, you have already surmounted countless rigorous evaluations. Your perseverance speaks volumes. Whether or not you pass this final test, you are already among the elite of your generation, the celestial prodigies of Great Xia. I commend you. Beside me stands the Pioneering Academy's comprehensive combat assessment system, the Pioneer Gauge. Each candidate shall strike the training dummy using their unique martial technique. To pass this final gate and enter the Pioneering Academy, one must achieve a minimum rating of 6 stars. Suddenly, a thunderous bellow shattered the silence of the entire academy. Old Han, cutting in line. Here's a fresh recruit for you. In the same breath, Chen Shu materialized, like a shadow emerging from void, directly below the platform. Precisely at the head of the formation. Chen Shu. Something was terribly wrong. He felt a cold dread crawling up his spine. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, he turned and froze. Behind him, a dozen pairs of eyes blazed with emerald light, fixed unblinkingly upon him. Chen Shu looked back, a chill rippling from his heart. Something felt off, very much so. Why were they all looking at him like that? Was it the timing of my entrance that was wrong? Or were they just jealous of my looks? Just as Liang Dingtian was about to make a move, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. His slightly furrowed brow relaxed. The gazes directed at Chen Shu shifted from dissatisfaction to understanding. Now the test begins. As Liang Dingtian's words fell, a voice from the crowd rang out. Excuse me, mentor, does the Pioneer Academy also accept connections? This remark instantly ignited the fuse, with voices rising one after another. It was clear that they expressed great dissatisfaction and condemnation towards Chen Shu's backdoor entry. We have all gone through layers of assessments to earn the opportunity to join the Pioneer Academy. What right does he have to enter through the back door? So connections make one superior. Please, mentor, give us an explanation. I second that. In a moment, voices clamored together, each expressing their opinions. Chen Shu's heart tightened. Good, it's confirmed. The timing of my entrance was indeed wrong. Damn it, someone just set me up. The mentor had just given someone a boost, and it was so difficult to get here. And now the next moment, I just walked in through the back door. Who can stand that? Liang Dingtian raised his hand to silence the crowd. Quiet down, let me introduce you. This is Chen Shu, a non-legacy inheritor. Non-legacy? So a non-legacy inheritor can walk in through the back door. A youth with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes exuding a hint of arrogance spoke up. He was about the same age as Chen Shu. Dressed in a beige short-sleeve shirt with a long sword hanging diagonally at his waist, the hilt wrapped in a faded dark red cinnabar cord. Do you have any real skills to prove your worth to stand here? The youth stepped onto the stage facing the wooden dummy. His eyes concealed a sharp glint, and a smirk lingered on his lips. He stretched out a finger, just touching the surface of the dummy, and the air began to stir. A whirlwind began to swirl around the ground, and the wind grew stronger. Lonely Wan 9 Style's crane cry. Song Wu Dao thrust his fingers like a sword at the wooden dummy, azure wind patterns spiraling upwards along his fingers. Then all the whirlwinds surged toward the wooden dummy, but dissipated into calm just when they were about to make contact. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind erupted from his fingertips, instantly piercing through the wooden dummy. A tornado formed in front of the wooden dummy. In less than half a breath, the wind ceased. The dummy had been shredded into a heap of fragments. 8 stars lit up behind him, and the big screen displayed Song Wu Dao, 21 years old, Wind System Tornado Rank, Xian, Iron 9 stars, Comprehensive Star Level Assessment 8 stars. Song Wu Dao didn't even glance at the screen before stepping off the stage and returning to his spot. His gaze lingered on Chen Shu, full of a gunpowder-like intensity. Liang Dingtian revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. With a flick of his finger, the fragments sank into the ground and vanished, and a brand new wooden dummy appeared. Not bad, a good start, a single finger at 8 stars without even using a sword pass. Chen Shu exchanged a glance with him, astonished by his simple and brutal fighting style. This was clearly a challenge directed at him, to make him speak with strength, to prove that he deserved to be here. Otherwise, if he wanted to join the Pioneer Academy legitimately, these dozen or so people would certainly not agree. But speaking of which, among all the skills he possessed, only wind and paper cutting had some offensive power. Hard mouth and bargaining were of no use at all. Yet relying solely on those two skills would be useless. His paper cutting's maximum power could only break a lock, and wind could only turn Fan Ming into a dizzy spinning top. And Song Wu Dao was the first to go up. The aim was to say that if he did not surpass him, it would be impossible for him to earn the crowd's trust. He would largely be seen as someone who had entered through the back door. This was something that would lead to being labeled as a backdoor entry, even if he entered the academy, a tag that everyone would slap on him for a lifetime. After Song Wu Dao stepped down, not a single one of the dozen or so people below went up, their gazes all fixed on Chen Shu in silence. Chen Shu pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, the taste of blood spreading between his teeth, as Fangqing Luan had bitten his mouth when he teleported. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaving a vivid mark like a performer with an unfinished mask. Suddenly he froze in place. Within him, 2 light spheres slowly fell from the azure golden skill tree. He quickly focused his mind, taking 2 steps forward to reach out and touch the light spheres. Paper cutting skill has been upgraded to level 2. Paper cutting level 2 character slot increased to 20, power increased by 5, a new blueprint type unlocked. Nuwa Drama Level 1. The first entry of the Nuwa record Ghost God roll has been opened. At the same time, the shadow of the scissors left to him by his mother appeared on the trunk and floated in front of Chen Shu. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Shu's eyes, and he smiled slightly as he reached out to grasp the scissors. Outside, everyone saw that Chen Shu not only ignored Song Wudao, but also closed his eyes. They all exchanged glances, silently urging Liang Dingtian. Even though he knew Chen Shu was not a backdoor entry, he still wanted to see what real skills this so-called Chen Shu possessed. It's your turn. Liang Dingtian flicked his fingers, sending out a bronze coin. The coin's surface etched with a Taotai pattern, drawing an arc of light in the air. Test rules: no restrictions on ability types. Shatter the wooden dummy and... Wait a moment. Chen Shu opened his eyes, interrupting Liang Dingtian. The scissors he held flipped between his fingers. Can I borrow a piece of red paper? Something larger. How big? Liang Dingtian's eyes flashed with surprise, unsure of what Chen Shu intended to do. 3 zhong and 3. Chen Shu's scissors pointed through the void. Also, I need 7 everlasting lanterns and 3 bowls of rooster blood. Liang Dingtian looked puzzled, but nodded without saying a word. Soon, everything was brought to him. Chen Shu shook the red paper in front of him. The 3 zhong and 3 of crimson rice paper spread out in the center of the testing ground, like a sea of blood. Chen Shu's lips curled downward as the blood dripping from his mouth fell onto the paper. A trace of azure golden vein crept up his neck along the blood vessels. The first cut he made shattered the silence, paper scraps flying like red snow. Paper cutting tricks. Huh. Acting mysterious. Song Wudao scoffed. Chen Shu cut particularly quickly, as if the scissors possessed some speed enhancement. 7 everlasting paper lanterns ignited without wind, the flickering flames casting his shadow on the red paper, and that shadow seemed to detach and start cutting on its own. As the final cut fell, the entire sheet of red paper suddenly stood upright. The paper's surface revealed the mask of Zhong Kuei, and the blood droplets that fell formed a pair of furious eyes seemingly ready to devour anyone in sight. Meanwhile, in the top room of the spiral teaching building, an old man with one arm sat by the window drinking from a wine jug. He wore an old-fashioned dark green military uniform with a head of white hair slicked back and electric arcs occasionally flashing among the strands. He sat on the windowsill gazing down at Chen Shu. After taking a sip of wine, he laughed heartily, like thunder rolling through the ground. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. I want to see just how much real skill you, the current master of Nuwa, possess. Chen Shu sprayed a mist of blood from his mouth, the blood droplets falling onto the paper. The Zhong Kuei mask opened its eyes. The ancient war dance sounds resonated out of thin air. Each sound echoed throughout the entire square. Each sound was soul-shaking, causing the blood to surge uncontrollably. The Zhong Kuei paper-cutting figure sprang forward to the wooden dummy with lightning speed. One sword to subdue yin and yang. The mask of Nuwa shocks all directions. Break. With Chen Shu's fierce shout, the 3 zhong of red paper erupted. Amidst the countless paper scraps, a vague figure in a crimson robe was seen holding a sword to exorcise evil and slay ghosts, stabbing downward. Boom. A sound of iron and stone collapsing echoed, and the scene was instantly shrouded in smoke. Song Wudao flicked his finger forward, and a gust of wind blew in from outside, scattering the dust. Once the dust settled, there was no longer any wooden dummy in sight. Even the obsidian cast testing platform had been cleaved open by a 3-inch sword mark that still emanated a terrifying sword intent. Before the crowd could react, the large screen behind them of the Pioneer device flickered wildly for a moment. Then glaring red words floated onto the large screen. The end was adorned with a pulsating red exclamation mark. Unauthorized to view military SS level encrypted files, access rights colonel rank and above. Simultaneously, 10 stars at the top flashed wildly, blindingly brilliant. In the next instant, they erupted off the scale. All 10 shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. The Pioneer analyzer emitted white smoke and crashed offline. Only the military-grade encrypted characters remained glowing on its screen. Liang Dingtian gasped, rushed to the device, slapped his forehead, and muttered under his breath, "Oh no, this is disastrous." The others exchanged stunned glances, silent before the long, incisive sword slash carved into the floor, and even more so before the crimson encrypted text still blazing on the screen. Only Song Wudao stood frozen, his thoughts in disarray, breath quickening, fingers instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade. Chen Shu also caught sight of the military encrypted characters on the screen, initially bewildered, then breaking into a knowing smile. "No offense, but your machine. Far too fragile. You're the one who's about to be in trouble," Liang Dingtian said, turning back to stare at Chen Shu with unmistakable implication. And indeed, moments later, a thunderous roar surged toward them from afar. "Who dares destroy Granny's Pioneer analyzer?" Following the voice upward, they saw a blazing fireball plummeting rapidly from above. It struck the platform dead center. No deviation, no mercy. The earth exploded inward, carving a meter-wide crater. A torrent of searing heat roiled outward, scorching their throats with every breath. Liang Dingtian gazed at the crater, shook his head faintly, and sighed. Then the flames dissipated. A young woman stood there. White research uniform, high ponytail, a monocular holographic display, lens over her left eye, protective goggles perched atop her head, her hand resting confidently on her hip. Her amber eyes darted ceaselessly, scanning the dozen-odd people below. Without hesitation, she strode down from the platform, straight toward one person. Before Song Wudao could react, she seized his collar. You actually cleaved Granny's instrument in two. Do you have any idea how long it took me to build this? You'll pay up right now? Huh. Song Wudao blinked blankly. I spit on that. I didn't do it. Yanli pointed at the unsheathed longsword at his waist, her gaze never leaving his face. Bearing two tiny fangs, she snapped. Everyone knows that the Jiangxing Song family's sword-hiding man, Song Wuji's son Song Wudao, is a sword-mad devotee. His sole life pursuit, the ultimate sword Dao. Who else here but you could possibly cleave Granny's pioneer analyzer? Him. Song Wudao immediately raised his finger, pointing straight at Chen Shu. Yanli followed his gesture, only to find Chen Shu standing calmly, hands in pockets, offering her a courteous faint smile. Nonsense. Not a word of truth. How could such an adorable little brother ever shatter Granny's analyzer? She whirled back, teeth clenched, shaking Song Wudao by the collar. You'll pay. I demand compensation. Damn it. It's him. It's definitely him. Ask our mentor if you don't believe me. Stop grinning and speak up. Don't play mute. Song Wudao twisted his neck, shouting desperately toward Chen Shu. Many around them turned away, stifling laughter. Liang Dingtian hurried onto the scene as Peacemaker, gently tapping Yan Li's shoulders. Well, actually it really was him. Yan Li froze, then instantly released Song Wudao's collar. With a warm, almost tender smile, she smoothed his uniform collar. I knew. Of course I knew. This was part of the evaluation, testing freshmen's emergency response capabilities. Then pulling Liang Dingtian aside, she whispered furiously, what the hell, old Dingtian? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You never gave me the chance. Yan Li paused, glanced sideways toward Chen Shu nearby, narrowed her left eye, and her holographic lens flickered faintly. Then slowly she uttered two words, Chen Shu. Why is his file encrypted under Imperial Dragon? What's his background? She asked Liang Dingtian. Liang Dingtian shook his head, gesturing upward toward the spiral-shaped academic tower's rooftop. Unknown. Likely tied to the dean. A legacy admission. When did the academy start recruiting through back doors? I'm going straight to the dean. She spoke loud enough for Chen Shu to hear, deliberately so. Indeed. Chen Shu's expression darkened. Facing Yan Li, who stood arms crossed ready to walk away, he said coldly, Instructor, please reconsider your phrasing. I am no legacy student, and I require no backdoor entry. Someone insisted I come here. You needn't hold my accidental destruction of your device against me. If you persist in this manner, then, as an instructor, your conduct invites my own judgment, petty-minded and narrow-spirited. The moment those final four words left his lips, Yan Li's foot halted mid-step. She turned slowly, head tilting toward him. What did you say? Instantly, crimson light flared around her, heat surging forward as she lunged at Chen Shu. Realizing he'd overplayed his hand, Chen Shu cried out, wait. Not. Seriously, you can't take a joke. Freak out. His subconscious chose its response. His right hand snapped open, fingers splayed like a fan, as if slapping the air toward her. From his palm burst an invisible, delicate current of wind. Yan Li froze midair, then spun violently in place, executing a perfect gravity-defying Thomas rotation, before collapsing onto the ground, limbs jerking uncontrollably. Like a seizure-stricken figure, she contorted into the exact posture Chen Shu had witnessed earlier, with Fan Meng left hand 6, right hand 7, a left shoulder high, right shoulder low, kicking in frantic spiraling circles. Only lacking the foaming mouth, she mirrored Fan Meng precisely, though her episode lasted barely 2 seconds before shifting into phase 2. With a sudden, upright lurch, like a spring uncoiling from dry earth, she snapped upright at a sharp 90-degree angle, then began marching in tight, self-absorbed circles. Chen Shu, what the hell did you do to me, you bastard? I'll dissect you. I'll study you. Liang Dingtian stared from the platform, utterly dumbfounded. Laughter erupted across the audience. Less than 3 seconds later, Yan Li returned to normal, her ears burning crimson. Clenching her jade fist, she ignited searing flames across her body, waves of blistering heat erupting outward. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura descended upon Chen Shu. He stood rooted, immobilized by sheer oppressive force. It was the crushing weight of cultivation realm superiority. Diamond Tier 9th star. So this is the presence of a Diamond Tier 9th star. Incredible. Who would have imagined such power in someone so young? No wonder pioneer instructors are all monstrous prodigies. Many trainees exhaled in awe, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of her aura. Chen Shu, stinking Chen Shu, I don't care about your lineage. I'll roast you into sweet potato. Yan Li lifted off the ground, hovering midair, the white fabric of her lab coat igniting spontaneously. She extended a single finger aimed directly at Chen Shu. Liang Dingtian swore aloud, stomped hard, and vanished in a streak of blinding white light. He reappeared instantly before her, seizing her arm. Flame Tyrant Dragon, what do you think you're doing? Killing a student? Baring her tiny fangs, she snarled at Liang Dingtian, go to hell, old Dingtian. You're the Tyrant Dragon. This sweet potato. I'm eating it. No one stops me, I swear. Step aside, or you'll burn too. Enough. Enough. Liang Dingtian shot her a sharp glance, forced her back to solid ground, and extinguished the flames consuming her entirely. After all, as a Pioneer Academy instructor, shouldn't you maintain some decorum? That boy did cleave your analyzer, and briefly suppressed your abilities. Coupled with his military encrypted background, he clearly possesses genuine talent. He spoke softly, so only Yan Li could hear. She puffed her cheeks, glared at him once, then huffed and stormed off, not forgetting to toss over her shoulder, humph. Old Dingtian, I'll dissect you yet. Liang Dingtian watched the flame tyrannosaur depart, then turned and strode back onto the stage, approaching the malfunctioning device. With a single arm, he lifted it effortlessly and cradled it in his palm. With a gentle clench of his fist, a flicker of white light bloomed at his fingertips. Then the device vanished into that radiant glow along with the sword scar etched across the stage. He flicked his wrist toward the empty space, and in a cascade of luminous white light, an entirely new silver-white Pioneer instrument materialized before them, its surface shimmering with a soft holographic azure luminescence reminiscent of a futuristic nut. The solitary wooden post previously stationed there had transformed into a sleek silver-white circular sofa. Etched along its side were 6 characters Quantum Pioneer Space, and beneath them a signature designed by Yen Li Supreme Beauty. Liang Dingtian turned once more to face the freshman and cleared his throat softly. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the assessment protocol has been revised. The passing criteria remain unchanged, but the test is no longer a simple strike against a wooden post. As you've just witnessed, this sofa houses the latest iteration of the Pioneer instrument, developed by instructor Yen Li the distinguished instructor Yen Li. Version 2.0. Sit upon it, and don the AR headset. Your consciousness will be instantly transmitted into the instrument's Quantum Pioneer Space. There your innate aptitude will be evaluated in real time, and monsters of corresponding strength and number will be assigned accordingly. Higher scores await those who demonstrate greater potential. Doesn't this make the exam harder? Asked a freshman, raising his hand. Indeed, Liang Dingtian nodded. The difficulty has increased. Pacing slowly across the obsidian platform, he continued his explanation, yet effort and reward are intrinsically linked. All points earned here will convert directly into Pioneer credits upon enrollment, a sovereign currency accepted throughout all of Dachau, redeemable for anything within its realm. In other words, sufficient credits grant you access to whatever you desire. Consider it both a challenge and a generous compensation. At the front of the freshman assembly stood a striking woman, waist-length, silvery white hair tipped, with a faint cerulean chill, clad in a moon-white high-neck combat suit. Frost bloom motifs traced her cuffs and hem. Her sky-blue eyes narrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Shu. I'll go first. She stepped forward and seated herself upon the sofa. Instantly, a mechanical arm rose from behind it. At its tip hovered a featureless silver-white helmet which gently unfolded and settled over her face like a second skin. A line of text appeared on the screen. Su Qianxue, age 22, bronze rank, ice affinity, tide of frost pathway. Test initiated. Simultaneously, the main display shifted to a vast arena. A grand coliseum ringed with packed stands filled with cartoonish spectators, all leaping to their feet in fervent cheers as though they themselves were locked in mortal combat. Many waved banners emblazoned with CAI, a one particularly flamboyant figure, thousands of arms outstretched, held aloft thousands of identical signs dominating the entire audience. Yet every banner bore the same slogans: Yen Li reigns supreme. And from heaven's south to earth's north, Yen Li is the most beautiful. Watching the spectacle unfold, Chen Shu leaned forward with quiet fascination, his eyes locked on Su Qianxue. On screen, 10 towering snow beasts materialized before Su Qianxue, white-furred, over 2 meters tall, pounding the ground with guttural roars. At the moment the words "test commenced" flashed across the display, she launched into motion without hesitation. Frost gleamed across her palms as twin crescent-shaped ice blades coalesced, cold, precise, lethal. Like a phantom assassin, she surged toward the pack. And the snow beasts were no mere NPCs. The instant she moved, they reacted. 10 beasts scattered in all directions, forming a tightening encirclement. Then with thunderous force, they slammed their massive shoulders together, releasing torrents of glacial breath that erupted towards Su Qianxue like a blizzard unleashed. In an instant, the arena vanished beneath a howling tempest of snow. Yet Su Qianxue did not flinch. Her lips even curved upward in quiet amusement. Playing with snow? You're still children. Winter's edge. Outside the screen, observers saw only a blur of white, fleeting, indistinct, yet charged with lethal grace. Within the storm, fleeting silhouettes darted like shadows, icy crescents spun through the air like whirling scythes, gleaming razor-sharp, relentless, punctuated by the agonized shrieks of crumbling snow beasts. Soon silence fell over the arena. From the dissipating blizzard emerged a lone, statuesque figure, dual blood-smeared ice blades held steady in her hands. Unscathed, victorious, the screen declared assessment passed. Comprehensive rating 8 stars, score 100. Liang Dingtian watched, eyebrows lifting in quiet approval, a slow, knowing nod escaping his lips. He addressed Su Qianxue as she removed the helmet, truly worthy of the Su clan, the pillar of Dachau. Passed. Next. Without a word, she descended the stage and returned silently to her place in formation. En route, her gaze flickered toward Chen Shu, sharp, unyielding, laced with unmistakable challenge, as if rolling her eyes and whispering, "Dare you try?" As the next candidate stepped forward, Chen Shu raised his hand. "May I attempt it?" Before Liang Dingtian could decline, a boisterous voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Of course you may." Freshman turned and parted instinctively, for the newcomer was imposing, broad-shouldered, towering, slightly hunched, like a living iron monolith. His left ear was half missing, 3 brutal claw marks slashed diagonally across his face. He staggered forward, gripping a wine gourd in one calloused hand. Liang Dingtian bowed deeply. "Vice President, that young man just shattered one of our Pioneer instruments, the last remaining unit in the academy. If another is destroyed, I'll let the student try. Otherwise, how shall we earn the trust of the assembly? The vice president tilted his gourd, took a long swig, then belched richly beside Liang Dingtian. Liang Dingtian clicked his tongue and murmured, he's already proven his capability. No further assessment needed. It's truly unnecessary. Since when did a mentor grow timid, hesitant to act, fearful of consequence? Old Liang, this isn't like you. Liang Dingtian swept his sleeve aside with a sigh. Fine. You will be done. But he goes last. Naturally. You oversee the evaluation, you decide. With a hearty chuckle, Vice President CG ambled off, leaning against a willow tree to sip wine and watch. Testing resumes. Chen Shu, you go last. Everyone else, proceed. Chen Shu remained silent. The remaining freshmen ascended the stage one by one for assessment. Some shone brilliantly, while others faltered early. Yet among them, aside from Song Wudao and Su Qianxue, not a single soul achieved an 8-star rating. Only Zhang Bingyue, also of the Ice Affinity lineage, reached 7 stars. All others barely scraped past the passing threshold. Chen Shu stood upright below the stage, outwardly composed. Yet inwardly his awareness had already plunged deep into the sea of spirit, seizing this interval to thoroughly examine his newly acquired ability. He approached the skill tree, halting before the long stone dais, and gazed upon the 2 golden characters divine lineage beneath, which floated the word ember. Reaching out to touch it, 5 skills unfurled left to right: paper-cutting, stubborn tongue, portrait, assembly, sudden fit, and Nuwa drama. Chen Shu selected Nuwa drama, and beneath it unfolded its detailed inscription, the 100 Nuwa Compendium, containing the powers of 108 Nuwa masks sealed within Fangqing Wan. Clicking again, 3 cursive characters bloomed below scroll of ghosts and gods. Directly before him, centered, vivid, alive, 10 translucent playing cards fanned open. Only the leftmost card bore a clear image. The remaining 9 were veiled in uniform shadow, 2 bound tightly by intersecting chains, evidently locked. Upon closer inspection, the unveiled card revealed a figure robed in crimson vermilion, face painted in cinnabar, thick brows twisted like black serpent's mouth agape to reveal jagged fangs, holding a judge's brush in one hand. None other than Zhong Kuei, the true lord of demon subjugation. Chen Shu gazed at the imposing figure of the Zhong Kuei pattern, which could strike fear into the hearts of both gods and demons, and a deep sense of dread welled up within him. Before he could make any move, the card automatically deciphered itself. Nuwa Opera Level 1. Unlocked the Zhong Kuei Nuwa Mask, which had absolute suppression over the Death System Super Warriors. Ability: Ghost Slaying Sword, Judgment Eye. Activation conditions to be triggered with the Summoner's Blood, accompanied by an ancient battle dance, 7 eternal lamps, 3 bowls of Rooster's Blood, and a brief invocation to gain a portion of Zhong Kuei's power. At that moment, Chen Shu chose not to invoke the deity directly, but boldly let it fuse with the paper-cutting ability. In fact, he wasn't sure if this approach would work. He was taking a gamble, and he gambled correctly. The paper-cutting and Nuwa Opera could merge perfectly, resulting in incredible power. This was still the power released at just 5 of the maximum capability of the paper-cutting skill, enough to cleave the pioneering instrument in 2. The only downside was the lengthy preparation time. Even with the Kaitian that Fangqing Wan had given him inherited from his mother, which enhanced the efficiency of paper cutting, it still consumed too much time. It wasn't suitable for immediate combat. Moreover, even on the battlefield, there wouldn't be enough large paper cuts for him to perform, nor would there be eternal lamps and Rooster's Blood to act as catalysts. But Chen Shu pushed these thoughts aside for now. He only knew one thing, and that was these abilities could be used in combination. He also glanced at his only ability that had reached level 2, uncertain about what the unlocked blueprint was. That could only wait for future inquiries into paper cutting. However, after reaching level 2, the maximum power increased from 1 to 5, which was quite nice. If this continued, would the power of paper cutting reach 100 when maxed out? At that point, cutting a handgun would require not just 1 but several shots. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. As his thoughts returned to reality, the last student also completed the assessment. Liang Dingtian looked at the data displayed on the screen. Excluding Chen Shu, among the 17 students below 11 had failed with 6 stars or less. Song Wudao had 8 stars, Su Qianxue had 8 stars, Zhang Bingyue had 7 stars, and the remaining 3 were all 6 stars. Chen Shu, it's your turn. With Liang Dingtian's words, Chen Shu stepped onto the stage and sat on the sofa. The mechanical arms behind him automatically placed the helmet on his head. Chen Shu slowly closed his eyes. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over his brain, and soon he fell asleep, as if hypnotized. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on the arena. The screen outside displayed, Chen Shu, 19 years old, data encrypted. Testing begins. As he looked around at the realistically modeled environment and the cartoon figures in the audience waving signs, he felt like a curious child glancing around. At that moment, a mist rose in front of him, enveloping the entire arena within just a few breaths. The mist then began to swirl rapidly like a tornado. Occasionally, deafening roars of immense creatures echoed, as if something was about to burst forth. In a room on the 7th floor of the Spiral Teaching Building, a figure dressed in a white lab coat sat in a computer chair, casually snacking on a bag of chips while staring at the computer screen. A playful expression crept onto his lips. On the desk was a row of computers, the left screen filled with constantly changing blue code, while the middle screen prominently displayed Chen Shu's image inside the Quantum Pioneer space. His slender fingers tapped a few keys, and a unique, translucent model image popped up on the far right screen. At the same time, a line of text appeared on the outside screen identical to the one on Yan Li's computer. The appearance of these 3 words stunned the 17 students below, leaving Liang Ding Tian bewildered. Even the vice president CG choked on a sip of wine. It also left Chen Shu dumbstruck in place. Chen Shu slowly tilted his head back, his eyes following the colossal creature that rose from the mist. What the hell, brother? Godzilla. A silver-gray body as massive as a mountain, a crown-like head, crest sharp as a knife, dorsal fins radiating blue-purple lights, sturdy limbs, and a giant beast clad in heavy exoskeletal armor stood up. The energy core in its chest blazed with a scorching red glow, and even from a distance its terrifying heat could be felt. Crucially, it held a gleaming Qinglong Yinhue Dao in its claws. It's getting intense. I see Godzilla wielding a crescent blade. This is an outrageous matching mechanism. Yan Li's mouth stretched into a grin from ear to ear as he took 2 game controllers from the drawer and connected them to the computer, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he held the controllers, letting out a villainous laugh. Hee little sweet potato, let your aunt play with you. Chen Shu swallowed hard and slapped his forehead, confirming that he wasn't hallucinating, and immediately cursed. Damn, I've been targeted. The massive crescent blade in Godzilla's hand swung down mercilessly. Chen Shu felt a jolt throughout his body, adrenaline surged, and his pupils rapidly constricted as he instinctively threw out a wind slash towards Godzilla. He staggered a few steps to the side, dodging the blow. The bronze blade nearly grazed Chen Shu's back, leaving a deep crack in the arena floor. Had it gone just 20 centimeters further, it would have cleaved Chen Shu in two. Just as he was still in shock, Godzilla performed a 360 spin on the spot, its eyes twitching a few times. However, it quickly regained its composure, its eyes sharp again, as its massive claws reached towards Chen Shu's petite figure. Chen Shu dared not slack off for even a moment, his legs uncontrollably running around the arena as he shouted loudly, "Black curtain, report it, there's a black curtain." What the hell? While others are fighting snow monsters, I'm up against Godzilla. Where's the justice in this? Yan Li exclaimed in surprise at the computer screen. Wow. This kid's skills are so bugged. Even Godzilla can spin around. But that's all, little Chen Shu, take another crescent blade from me. Up, down, left, right, Alibaba. As Yan Li pressed the buttons on the controller, Godzilla swung the crescent blade horizontally, attempting to cleave Chen Shu in half with a sweeping motion. Chen Shu sensed the sound of slicing air from behind and instinctively dove forward, the crescent blade slicing above him. However, that wasn't the end. Yan Li snorted and unleashed a big move. At that moment, Godzilla had opened its enormous mouth filled with sharp fangs, and the core's red light surged upwards continuously, transmitting energy into its mouth. Its throat became increasingly dazzling, a surging energy gathered together, and a strange scarlet energy occasionally splattered from its mouth. Chen Shu's face instantly scrunched up like an elderly man staring at a phone on the subway. Atomic breaths. Does it have to be this much of a dimensional strike? Gazing at the increasingly terrifying atomic breath gathering in Godzilla's maw, Chen Shu delivered another sharp slap. Wind frenzy. Unsurprisingly, Godzilla spun once again, on the spot. Soon a wave of mental exhaustion began spreading through Chen Shu's body. Spiritual energy is running thin, he murmured inwardly, his eyes darting up and down. The brief effect of wind frenzy bought Chen Shu a sliver of time, delaying the atomic breath's detonation by several seconds. Paper cutting was currently useless. There might have been other abilities capable of aiding him, but no time remained to cut paper. Stubborn mouth and face matching were outright futile here, they offered nothing but surrender. As for Nuwa drama, though he possessed only the Zhong Kuei Nuwa mask, he lacked the essential catalysts, the ever-burning lamp and rooster blood, to invoke the deity. Yet suddenly he realized, though he could not summon a deity without the proper ritual catalyst, 2 of his abilities remained unaffected, Sword of Ghost, Severance, and Judgment Eye. Godzilla gripped his Yanyu Dao and unleashed a torrential, devastating atomic breath toward Chen Shu, the insignificant ant crouching on the ground. A deafening roar shook the entire quantum arena. Even the sheer energy turbulence radiating from the blast instantly vaporized the cheering spectators seated in the stands. With no uncertainty whatsoever, the atomic breath struck Chen Shu dead. The thick crimson energy column possessed an almost absurd elegance, like detonating a nuclear warhead to swat a mosquito. Seeing the hit land, Yan Li straightened her posture, planted her hands on her hips, and grinned triumphantly. Yes. Wait, no? The quantum space hasn't collapsed yet. Chen Shu is still alive. The arena would automatically dissolve and seal itself the moment either combatant fell or perished. Yet now Godzilla's atomic breath continued surging unceasingly. Yan Li glanced at the dual monitors beside her. Though quantum fluctuations were heightened, the Pioneer space remained stable. No signs of collapse appeared. Yan Li's expression regained its composure. Only her eyes narrowed slightly, and her controller trembled faintly in her hand. As a mentor, she had weathered storms far greater than this. Such an attack, mere atomic breath from a Godzilla within the arena, hardly warranted her attention. Yet in reality, that beast was a genuine star radiancier colossus. Even with Yan Li's imposed restrictions inside the quantum space, it retained near invincibility at the bronze tier level. Meanwhile, Chen Shu ranked merely as iron tier 4th star. No matter how extraordinary his talents, the gulf between their cultivation realms remained an insurmountable chasm, one spanning nearly an entire tier with a sharp bend along the way. Liang Dingtian and the other trainees stared fixedly at the screen where the atomic breath filled nearly the entire arena, and then turned their gazes toward Chen Shu seated calmly on the sofa. He sat perfectly still, helmet on, motionless, as if asleep. Is he still alive? Someone muttered to a fellow trainee. Impossible, right? None of us here could possibly withstand such an assault. This isn't just overwhelming. It's dimensional annihilation. Wait, listen. Do you hear anything? Song Wudao twitched his ear. Drums. Yes, the drum beats. They're coming from inside the arena. A trainee pointed at the screen. Liang Dingtian shifted his gaze towards CG, the academy's deputy dean, who leaned against a tree sipping wine. Intrigued, CG too fixed his eyes intently upon the display. By now, Godzilla's atomic breath had surged relentlessly for dozens of seconds, reducing the entire arena to charred blackness. Suddenly, a streak of red light slashed upward from Chen Shu's position, cleaving the atomic breath cleanly in two. Through the widening fissure, the onlookers caught sight of Chen Shu's state. His clothing hung in tatters, his red vest shredded into fluttering ribbons whipped violently by the scorching winds, burning away even as they flapped like banners. Yet his eyes were terrifyingly fierce, blood-red wide with fury chillingly sharp. His right hand rose high, gripping the sword of Ghost Severance tightly. Its blade glowed dark crimson, etched with pulsing blood-red runes. Its hilt bore a vivid vermilion carving of Zhong Kuei. At that very instant, the war drums echoing from the void swelled louder, until their thunder filled the entire arena. A mere beast, kneel and accept judgment. A voice cold as the netherworld issued from Chen Shu's throat. The sword of Ghost Severance blazed with crimson light, its tip aimed squarely at Godzilla. His judgment eye locked onto Godzilla's scarlet gaze, freezing the beast momentarily in place. Even Yen Li, the one controlling Godzilla, felt a sudden icy jolt crawl up her spine the moment their eyes met. But the sensation vanished as swiftly as it came. The parted atomic breath slammed back together, its energy column now surging at maximum output. Then, the quantum space began collapsing. The screen flashed Challenger deceased. Test passed. Comprehensive star rating 9 stars. Score 100. Liang Dingtian rubbed the bridge of his nose, stunned. Then he approached the quantum couch and spoke softly. Chen Shu, the trial is over. Chen Shu remained silent, and unmoving, reclining on the sofa, helmet still, on utterly still. Chen Shu. Liang Dingtian called twice more, then sensing something amiss quickly lifted the helmet off. Only then did he discover Chen Shu's eyes tightly shut, his body drenched in cold sweat, unconscious. Liang Dingtian's pupils contracted sharply. He extended his palm over Chen Shu's body, and a golden light swept across him from head to toe. After completing the scan, he exhaled quietly in relief and addressed the trainees below. Those who passed, enter the Pioneer Tower behind me. Staff will guide you through registration. Those who failed may depart now, or a makeup exam will be held at month's end. None of the trainees disputed Chen Shu's result. None among them could have endured that atomic breath for so long. Moreover, Chen Shu truly possessed extraordinary ability. Of the 17 trainees below, 6 who had passed headed toward the spiral academic building. CG ambled onto the stage. Liang Dingtian couldn't resist grumbling, that rampaging dragon, Yen Li, takes playfulness too far. Just let me sneak in and give her a good beating. I'll wait until midnight. Disguise, knock her out and dump her in the river. I'm deaf. I heard nothing. CG tucked his wine gourd into his belt, scratched his ear, and feigned complete ignorance. His slightly tipsy expression suddenly sharpened. He sensed an anomalous fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the Pioneer Tower behind him. Hurry, take Chen Shu to the infirmary. Summon the mediocre physician. Liang Dingtian nodded. With a gentle upward lift of his palm, a soft white light enveloped Chen Shu, lifting him effortlessly into the air as he sped toward the Pioneer Tower. Inside the Pioneer Tower, Yen Li set down her controller and brushed aside a stray lock of hair falling across her forehead, her face radiant with the glow of victory. Was it fun? Absolutely thrilling. Yen Li chuckled, turning to sit, then froze, a chill crawling up her spine. All 3 monitors before her flickered twice, then went blue. The outer display cracked with sharp, brittle snaps. White smoke billowed upward amid spitting sparks. Yen Li's pupils contracted violently. Just as she prepared to move, she felt an icy vice-like grip clamp firmly onto the nape of her neck. She was utterly paralyzed, unable to budge a single muscle save for her eyes. In the fractured, blackened shards of her dead monitors, she glimpsed, standing behind her, a figure draped in vermilion robes. Was it fun? Once again, a voice as cold and emotionless as that from the underworld echoed from behind. Through the shattered reflection, a terrifying mask with glowing crimson eyes drew closer to Yen Li's ear. Immediately, everything within Yen Li's sight began to spiral and distort. A surge of darkness rolled forth, staining the entire room with a single shade of ink. Yen Li felt as if she were suffering from severe vertigo, tossed into a washing machine on a high-speed spin cycle for 3 minutes. A wave of intense dizziness surged over her. At the same time, she felt an invisible sword hovering above her head, as if it could take her life at any moment. Yet she was firmly locked in place, unable to move or speak, like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Remember, do not move, Chen Shu. If there is a next time, even Han Xiaoyao cannot protect you. After saying this, the hand that gripped Yen Li's neck tightened further, plunging her into a strong sense of suffocation. Then she was pushed forward, crashing hard against the computer desk. At the same time, the singular ink color in the room began to fade away. Yen Li coughed violently, bracing herself to turn around. But behind her was already empty. The person had vanished without a trace. She sat down heavily in front of the computer chair, still feeling a lingering sense of fear. At the top of the Pioneer Tower, beside the one-armed old man drinking alone by the window, a shadow surged and coalesced into a human form. Feng Qingwan appeared dressed in a crimson robe, wearing a Zhong Kuei mask. You have arrived. The Thunder God Han Xiaoyao was not surprised. He took another sip of wine, his eyes still gazing at the beautiful scenery of launching outside the window. Feng Qingwan nodded slightly, stepping to the window to look outside. I leave Chen Shu to you. The situation over at Longmin Mountain in Luocheng is becoming increasingly severe. I must return. Han Xiaoyao smiled upon hearing this, turning his head to fixate on Feng Qingwan. You can rest assured, with Xiao Shu in my care, I will act if danger arises. As for Yen Li, since you've already taught her a lesson, I will not intervene further. Feng Qingwan nodded lightly, then casually remarked, what's going on with that Yen Li? Yen Li has an older brother named Yen Ming, a prodigy skilled in the art of Qi Min Dun Jia, and he is my disciple. Moreover, he is the only king-level powerhouse who has fallen in the Great Xia. 10 years ago, when the Yellow River was beset by the Flood Dragon, he stepped forward, forcibly opening the Death Gate to block a lethal strike aimed at Lin Su. This allowed Lin Su to gather strength to suppress the Flood Dragon, and Yen Ming fell into the Yellow River and perished. Yen Li was traumatized, her mind swings between maturity and childishness. Initially, the higher-ups planned to send her to an orphanage, but I couldn't bear it, so I brought her to my side, and here we are now. After Han Xiaoyao finished speaking, he leaned back against the windowsill to drink. Gazing at the stunning scenery of Longqing from the lofty heights, he felt a chill of isolation. After a long silence, Feng Qingwan continued, what does the higher-ups plan to do? Not so fast. The Qin Ying side is still discussing it. Are you really prepared to do this, Chen Shu? She is your own granddaughter, the last remaining bloodline. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwan was stunned into silence, choosing to remain quiet. Then her whole body was enveloped in shadows, sinking into the ground and vanishing. Sigh. Han Xiaoyao stood up from the windowsill, his mind filled with thoughts, murmuring to himself, those who gather firewood for the masses should not let their descendants fall into the storm. Lin Su, oh Lin Su, you brought 10 years of peace to the Great Xia. How can I let your only bloodline end before me? Rest assured, as long as I live, one day I will ensure that Chen Shu remains unharmed. In the Academy's Pioneer Tower on the second-floor medical room, Chen Shu lay on the hospital bed, receiving saline and nutritional fluids, with an ECG monitor beside her. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans constantly slid down Chen Shu's forehead, her brows tightly knitted. Her head shook on the pillow, as if she were having a nightmare about something terrifying. Her heartbeat quickened, and the ECG monitor beside her emitted a beeping alarm as the heart rate graph fluctuated violently. Liang Dingtian rushed in with an elderly doctor. What's happening? Her vital signs were stable just a moment ago. Liang Dingshan's white light enveloped Chen Shu, yet nothing was detected. The elderly doctor, hunching over, had eyes that turned golden as he lifted Chen Shu's eyelids to examine her. Zhang Yi's diagnostic speed was exceptionally fast. His golden eyes seemed to pierce through the illness. Old man, what's the situation? Liang Dingtian asked. He straightened up, stroked his white beard, and looked at Chen Shu with an expression of disbelief, slowly speaking. Upon examination, Chen Shu's body is very healthy. Then what's wrong with her? Liang Dingtian pointed at the emotionally agitated Chen Shu. From my many years of experience, this state resembles that of having a nightmare. A nightmare? Liang Dingtian was startled, turning to Zhang Yi. Can a nightmare cause such a strong reaction? That's unreasonable. Zhang Yi nodded. That's also what I find strange. This little brat's body is asleep, yet her soul is extraordinarily agitated and active. Then is there a problem with that? Liang Dingtian asked. Zhang Yi rolled up his sleeves and straightened up. With 2 fingers he pinched upward, and a glowing golden needle appeared between his fingers. Don't worry, this endless life needle has been researched since my great-grandfather's time, continuously improved and optimized. Now it's exactly in the 4th generation, focusing on a cure-all. I wouldn't easily reveal it, but for the sake of the Thunder God's student, let me make a decision that defies my ancestors. Liang Dingtian. In Chen Shu's dream, he opened his eyes, and the first thing that came into view was the tumultuous, thundering Yellow River. The rolling floodwaters surged as if they were about to swallow Chen Shu whole. He remembered this place. Feng Qingwan had taken him to the Tiangong Pavilion, where he had seen it in front of the temple on Longmin Mountain. The sky was dark as ink, thick clouds shrouding the entire sky. There was no wind nor thunder, and eerie silence. It felt as if a particularly terrifying storm was brewing, the atmosphere oppressive. Chen Shu felt as if he were paralyzed, unable to move, with only his eyes capable of looking around. He floated above the Yellow River, gazing down at the raging waters. He could not tell if it was an illusion, but he vaguely saw an enormous green object glide across the water's surface and disappear. Moreover, it gave him an extraordinarily familiar feeling. Then the sound of exhilarating war drums echoed throughout the surrounding space, growing louder as they approached. At the moment the drums sounded, the surface of the Yellow River violently surged, as if something were about to burst forth. Boom! A thunderous sound of war drums erupted, shattering the clouds above. A bright round moon shone down through the gap in the clouds, illuminating the Yellow River's surface, sparkling like diamonds. Tap, tap, tap. A series of synchronized footsteps approached, and faintly the sound of hooves striking the ground could be heard. It seemed a row of soldiers stood in formation behind Chen Shu. New drama ancient score heaven and earth volume commence. A female voice resounded from below. Hearing this, confusion surged within Chen Shu. He remembered Fang Qingluan had mentioned it briefly. Although he did not understand what the heaven and earth volume was, he knew from its name that it was remarkable. This new drama ancient score heaven and earth volume was solely mastered by his mother Lin Su. And that voice, just now, even after 10 years, he remembered it clearly. It was indeed the voice of his mother Lin Su. Following that, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, and everything before him began to blur rapidly. Darkness obscured his vision, and the flow of time around him suddenly accelerated with a cacophony echoing in Chen Shu's ears. He heard the sounds of battle and slaughter, the roars of enormous beings, and the furious waves of the Yellow River. Until he heard a voice, soul-cutting saint hand, Lin Su, today, I summon troops with my soul. Then the phenomenon vanished, and Chen Shu awoke. The moment Chen Shu opened his eyes, a wave of unbearable pain surged through his entire body. Look, he's awake. Jiang Yi clapped his hands, exhaling with a proud smile. Liang Dingtian remained silent, merely observing. He looked at Chen Shu, who was covered in golden needles like a golden-haired hedgehog, and couldn't help but recall Jiang Yi's treatment methods just moments ago. It was just like being stabbed by Aunt Rome. No matter which acupoint it was, as long as it had an opening, he jabbed it in. While stabbing, he also explained, calling it the firepower coverage treatment method. Chen Shu kept his eyes open, his peripheral vision already catching sight of the golden needles on his face, and he understood the situation quite clearly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Quack doctor. A quack. Is he treating me like a voodoo doll? No one gets stabbed like this. Judgment eye. Chen Shu's pupils turned crimson as spiritual energy surged into his eyes. The power of judgment spread throughout his body, and all the golden needles were forcefully ejected from his body. Thousands of needles shot out like bullets in all directions. Liang Dingtian, with his sharp eyes, quickly grabbed Jiang Yi and pulled him in front of himself. Here, you collect your own needles. Hey, what the hell? Jiang Yi was covered in needles, but was not seriously hurt. Anyone who could come to the Vanguard Academy must have some real skills. Old Dingtian, you're immoral, bullying a senior citizen. Old show-off. Liang Dingtian retorted, pushing Jiang Yi aside, and inquiring Chen Shu, kid, how are you feeling? What kind of nightmare caused such a reaction? Chen Shu's red eyes faded as he sat up from the bed, his thoughts drifting, still immersed in the dream he had just experienced. Seeing that Chen Shu was silent, Liang Dingtian did not press further. He left a reminder to rest well, and if there was nothing wrong, to find him on the first floor in the afternoon. He took Jiang Yi, who was still chattering about pulling out needles, and left. Chen Shu reminisced about the scenes just witnessed, as well as the strange occurrences that had happened to him over the past few days, and uttered, Mother, what exactly have you been hiding from me? He took out his phone only to find it had run out of battery and shut down. He plugged in the charger and turned it on after it charged, opening the contacts. He scrolled to a number labeled Uncle Lee. After a long pause, he finally dialed the number. Beep beep. After about 50 seconds, Chen Shu was about to hang up, thinking no one would answer. The other side picked up. Hello. A slightly breathless, somewhat weathered voice came from the phone. Uncle Lee, it's me. Oh, little Shu, what's up? Is my dad available to take a call right now, eh? Chen Shu asked. With the increasing number of inexplicable events, some questions had Chen Shu feeling a headache. Thus, it was necessary to call his dad. However, due to the busy border defense tasks and military discipline, he couldn't call his dad directly. For the past 3 years, he had been in contact with Uncle Lee, asking him to convey messages. Uncle Lee seemed to be taken aback for a moment before saying, Old Chun, he went on a mission yesterday and hasn't returned. If you have something to say, just tell me and I'll pass it on to him. Then Uncle Lee, please let me know when I can visit. It's been 3 years since I saw my dad and I miss him. Chen Shu said. Of course, he couldn't convey the strange occurrences he had encountered to Uncle Lee. Moreover, he couldn't explain it clearly himself, and it might even lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Okay, I'll apply for it. Just be prepared for the worst. The border defense is a bit strict, and the application may not go through. Then could my dad at least call me back when he returns, eh? Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee. After speaking, there was silence on the other end for several seconds, prompting him to call out twice. I'm here, okay? Uncle Lee agrees. By the way, I have tasks here. Do you have anything else you want me to pass on? If not, I'll hang up. Okay, Uncle Lee, nothing else, you get back to work. But, after hanging up, Chen Shu leaned his head back against the pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling. He felt something was odd about the conversation with Uncle Lee, yet he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. The skill tree in his mental space seemed normal, still quietly standing there. After taking a sip of water to calm his emotions, he noticed a fruit basket on the bedside that had been punctured all over with holes. At the top was a bouquet of lilies. A small note was inserted with 3 words written on it. I'm sorry, he could tell just by looking that it was from her. He still vividly remembered the big brother with the crescent moon blade, coupled with the fact that she had almost attacked him directly before. A mere fruit basket could not suffice for forgiveness. He took a banana and ate it as he exited the ward. The corridor outside was clean and tidy, indistinguishable from a normal hospital corridor. The only difference was that the staff here were not human. Above, a computer with a blue frame had a green line fluctuating up and down in sync with the speech on the screen. A thick tube about the width of an arm extended from the computer's head down to 4 small agile wheels below. Karen. Chen Shu rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be seeing things. He was surprised to see a bunch of Karen robots. Each one was working methodically. Chen Shu stretched out his hand to stop one. This Karen robot, may I ask where I can find the one who just came out of this room? The mentor who looks like Shin Gongbao. Only then did Chen Shu realize he didn't actually know that mentor's name and had to describe based on appearance. Fortunately, the mentor had a distinctive look with obvious features. Searching for information. Matching all mentors in Vanguard Academy, resembling Shin Gongbao. Liang Dingtian similarity, 99, match successful. Mentor Liang Dingtian has gone to heaven. After displaying 3 lines of text, the computer robot answered Chen Shu in a flat, emotionless voice. Liang Dingtian got it. Wait, where is he? Heaven. He's dead. Chen Shu's eyes widened in surprise, feeling unexpected, so sudden. Why did he die so suddenly? In heaven, Liang Dingtian sneezed, achoo achoo achoo. Planning your route to heaven. Go straight down to the first floor, turn left at the corridor, then turn right, and walk to the end. Chen Shu looked at the route planned on the computer screen, lost in brief contemplation. After informing Chen Shu, Karen returned the screen to a green line and left on its own. Chen Shu followed the Karen robot's directions down to the first floor, walking to the end. He was greeted by a pair of flamboyant pink double doors on which were printed the 2 large characters heaven. Beside those characters were illustrations of succubi cat maids and other adorable realistic anime characters. Chen Shu froze in place. Just looking at those patterns felt wrong, overwhelmingly wrong. So this is what heaven looks like. Before he could approach, he heard Liang Dingtian's voice from inside. Little heart, little heart. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Another man's voice came from within. Chen Shu's hand, which was about to push the door, instantly froze. 2 men. The mentor has this kind of hobby too. Chen Shu thought for a moment and decided it was best not to disturb him. Yet he did not know where to go, as his mentor had told him to find him when he was ready. So he simply turned and leaned against the wall to wait. As he waited, he also built himself up mentally. Everyone has their own aspirations, respect. But as time went by, Chen Shu noticed something strange. Inside there were only the occasional hearty laughs from Liang Dingtian and the sound of fists hitting flesh. Nothing else could be heard. The sounds coming from inside were unusual. That's not how it usually sounds. About 3 to 5 minutes later, the wall he was leaning against suddenly shook, causing the door to tremble a few times. Then the interior fell silent. That was refreshing. A hearty shout from Liang Dingtian echoed from what felt like paradise, and then the door swung open. Chen Shu was feeling sorry for Liang Dingtian as he held back laughter until his face turned red. He was startled by the sudden opening of the door. A bloody, disheveled old man stumbled out. Jiang, he turned his head, and Chen Shu finally got a good look. A panda eye on the left, half of his face swollen like a butt. His nose was flattened, blood streaming down, and he was limping while holding his right upper abdomen. Chen Shu recognized him. It was that sham physician who had given him a bunch of needles not long ago, betraying his ancestors. Is it you? Are you okay now? As Jiang Yi opened his mouth to speak, 2 molars fell out, shattering on the ground. Chen Shu gasped, stunned. Goodness. Even the old man wasn't spared. The battle was so intense. What were you doing? Still planning to fight? Oh, Chen Shu, why didn't you come in? Liang Dingtian heard the commotion and walked out from paradise. He kicked Jiang Yi aside, who was blocking the door. He happened to see Chen Shu standing dumbfounded at the entrance. Jiang Yi clutched his liver, waved his sleeve, and cursed as he walked away. I just got here. Chen Shu blinked, looking at Liang Dingtian, his eyes reflecting genuine emotion. Shocked, confused, but mostly filled with admiration. He couldn't help but feel respect. Glancing at the flamboyant pink door, then at the bewildered Jiang Yi, he finally turned his head and pointed at the broken teeth on the ground, silent, but as if saying something. Silence spoke louder than words. His hand involuntarily raised to give Liang Dingtian a thumbs up. Liang Dingtian was taken aback, turned his head to look at the wooden door and wall behind him, as if he understood something, pointing at the wall and explaining, "Don't misunderstand, these are all serious offices and serious people. I didn't put this up, it was a bet with Yan Li and I lost, so she insisted on putting it up. And the word paradise is because my name has a Tian in it, and that auntie named it paradise. It's not what you think." Liang Dingtian said this while waving his hands, desperately denying it. So that little heart earlier. Was that? Chen Shu tried hard to hold back laughter, biting his lip to ask. Liang Dingtian's face darkened, and he pulled Chen Shu's neck, dragging him into paradise. Chen Shu quickly turned, covering the back door, and pulled out a paper-cut gun from his pocket to hide in his palm. But thankfully his worry was unnecessary. This paradise wasn't what he imagined. There was no bed. It was just a proper office. It was quite spacious, with a large floor-to-ceiling window and a lounge chair in front of it. Then there was a desk, an office chair, 2 computers, and a stack of books and materials on the desk. Aside from the blood on the floor that looked like a murder scene, it was quite normal. Stop overthinking, it's a serious matter. Liang Dingtian slapped his forehead and spoke with some annoyance. That old man just now is Jiang Yi, a close friend I met on the battlefield. We often practice free fighting together. What just happened was a fight, you understand. A real man's fight where fists hit flesh. As Liang Dingtian spoke, he demonstrated a couple of boxing poses. Oh, Chen Shu pouted, drawing out the sound with a look of "I see," and nodded. Then he pointed towards the door. Mentor, isn't this bullying the old man? Aren't you afraid you'll break him? Him? You mean him? Come on, don't talk nonsense. He's just an old show-off who loves to perform. He's the hardest to kill. Liang Dingtian's face scrunched up in a cloth-like expression as he sat down in the office chair. He propped his legs on the table, lit a small cigarette, and continued, Jiang E nicknamed Divine Dr. Starry level 2 stars, a wood element, unceasing grade super warrior, a notorious rascal in the Pioneer Academy. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he counted with his fingers: black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry. Sigma, oh wow, that sham physician is a starry level. Yes, absolutely. Don't be fooled by his appearance, this old rascal is always deadly serious when it comes to killing. Liang Dingtian took a puff of his cigarette and shrugged. Then you. Chen Shu recalled Jiang Yi's bruised and battered appearance. Since he is a dignified starry level powerhouse, how could he end up like this? Liang Dingtian must be at a higher level than him. Hearing this, Liang Dingtian's hand flashed with white light, extinguishing the cigarette, and he stood up solemnly. With a deep voice, he seriously and pretentiously declared, I, Liang Dingtian, starry level 5 stars, light element superstar grade, the most formidable mentor at the Pioneer Academy. At this moment in Chen Shu's eyes, Liang Dingtian's back seemed to radiate light. It was blinding. Wow, so handsome, too handsome. How can I be this handsome? After Liang Dingtian finished speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head in admiration like a vendor selling melons. Chen Shu looked at Liang Dingtian as dazzling as the sun, speechless as he turned his head and got to the point. Excuse me. Why did the mentor ask me to come over? Liang Dingtian finally came back to his senses, retracting his flashy background with a grin. Oh right, almost forgot the important matter. He straightened his attire and pointed to the office chair beside him. Sit, I'll help you with your enrollment paperwork. Chen Shu sat down, his gaze glancing at the bloodstains on the floor, shivering. Did you bring your ID? I did. Chen Shu took out his ID and handed it to him. He hesitated for a moment before placing the ID on the detection device. As a result, in the next second, the detection device flashed a red light, exploding with sparks. If it weren't for Chen Shu's quick reflexes, his ID would have been destroyed. Liang Dingtian, unfazed, summoned a white light from his palm to extinguish the explosion in an instant. It's nothing, just curious to see how my identity detector will handle your military encrypted background. Chen Shu. Liang Dingtian snapped his fingers, and a white light swept over the entire paradise. The broken detection device and the bloodstains on the floor vanished without a trace. He handed Chen Shu an enrollment information registration form, but then thought better of it and retracted it. Forget it, it's better if you don't fill it out. Liang Dingtian placed the paper back and took out a student ID. With a flash of white light at his fingertips, Chen Shu's simple information was imprinted on it. Unlike the student IDs of others, his only had a photo and a name. Keep this safe. Oh, any student of the Pioneer Academy holding this ID has the right to enforce the law. Chen Shu took the student ID, carefully examining it. The Pioneer Academy, as the top university in the Great Xia, is the ultimate sanctuary that countless super warriors strive to enter. Some may spend their entire lives undergoing numerous tests to come here. You have proven that you have the capability to come here, but you still entered through the back door, which will inevitably lead to gossip. To break this prejudice, I need you to do 3 things. You may speak. Chen Shu nodded, putting away the student ID, and looked up to meet Liang Dingtian's gaze. Liang Dingtian raised a finger, drawing out a 1. First thing. Chen Shu stepped out of paradise deep in thought over the first matter Liang Dingtian had mentioned. A Karen robot had already been waiting for him at the spot where he'd stood moments earlier by the entrance. The moment it detected Chen Shu, the green line on its screen curled into a cheerful smile. Your intelligent pioneer robot is at your service. Chen Shu was still mentally reviewing the 3 matters Liang Dingtian had outlined when a sudden emotionless computer voice startled him. Instinctively, he spun and fired his paper-cutting pistol. Bang! A bullet forged from spiritual energy struck the robot's screen, snapping its monitor backward with force. Yet it only recoiled momentarily. 2 mechanical arms extended from either side of its chassis, cradling the screen and righting it with precision. Remarkably sturdy, the robot sustained only a hairline fracture across its display. No system failure. Intelli, AZ, Gent Pioneer Row, Bot, Crackle, is at your service. Liang Dingtian, alerted by the commotion, emerged just in time to see the spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the robot's screen. What did you just do? This is the robot assigned to escort you outside. Liang Dingtian scratched his temple, gazing helplessly at the glitching machine as its voice fragmented into static. I mistook it for an assassin. Pure reflex, Chen Shu replied, wearing an expression of utter innocence. You're awfully tense. Lucky it's a robot. If it were human, you'd be facing charges before breakfast. Liang Dingtian shook his head wearily. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a luminous white talisman, a glyph drawn in pure light, into the robot's core. He then clapped once, and a pristine new Karen robot materialized before them. What's this for? Chen Shu asked. These were all crafted by instructor Yanli. She treasures each one dearly. I'll return this one later for repair. Just follow this robot, it will guide you to the student dormitory. Liang Dingtian watched Chen Shu disappear down the corridor and into the elevator before exhaling deeply. He turned toward the disabled robot beside him and lightly tapped its cracked screen with 2 fingers. With a thunderous explosion, the robot shattered into scattered fragments. Liang Dingtian turned away, hands clasped behind his back, and strode back into paradise as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Chen Shu followed the robot to the corridor's end and entered the same elevator he'd exited earlier. Inside, the Karen robot's twin mechanical arms gently touched the elevator control panel. Chen Shu watched as it pressed a sequence. Up, DOWN up, DOWN left right BABA, causing several chess piece-sized buttons to appear on the interface. Paradise, Han Yushe, words preceding action, veteran driver, candy sweetness, Medi beast, dreamscape, soldier shadow. With a smooth leftward swipe, all 8 icons collapsed neatly beneath a single tab labeled faculty wing. Beyond that appeared 5 major categories: dormitory wing, academic tower, training grounds, and mission bazaar. The robot tapped dormitory wing, and the elevator gave a gentle shudder. The doors slid open, revealing a transformed world. Soft, silent carpet muffled every footfall. The hallway gleamed with opulent decor, indistinguishable from a 5-star hotel lobby. Student Chen Shu, your room number is 0926. Please report to the academic tower by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll await you there. Rest well. This Karen unit spoke with expressive warmth, not sterile synthetic speech. Chen Shu smiled faintly and waved goodbye. The robot re-entered the elevator and departed on its own. He strolled down the corridor, glancing left and right. Within just a few paces, he arrived at room 0926. Beep. The door lock scanned his student ID and disengaged automatically. As it opened, a rush of fresh air swept past him, and Chen Shu froze stunned. He nearly believed he was hallucinating. Outside, the hallway remained unmistakably luxurious. Yet the instant he crossed the threshold, he did not step into a standard room. Instead, he stood at the edge of a pristine courtyard, neat sunlit spanning roughly 100 square meters. Yes, a 5-star hallway, a 5-star door, then a spacious courtyard, and directly opposite it a white 2-story villa. Chen Shu glanced back at the hallway, then again at the sun-drenched courtyard and villa beyond the doorway, repeating the motion no fewer than 3 times. Finally, he stepped inside and pushed open the villa's front door, entering its grand foyer. There, standing in the kitchen, was a man wearing an apron. Butter sizzled in the pan, tender steaks crackled and basted in golden fat. The entire living space filled with the rich, mouth-watering aroma of butter-kissed meat juices. Delicious. And Olivian attended too. How splendid. Chen Shu exclaimed. Song Wudao paused mid-motion, his cerulean eyes lifting to meet the newcomer. Attendant, where's your manners? It's you, too. They locked eyes and spoke in unison. Recognizing Chen Shu, Song Wudao drizzled sauce over the steak and added casually, have you eaten? No. Chen Shu had consumed only a banana since dawn, and hunger gnawed at him. You cook? What kind of question is that? Why shouldn't I? The haughty arrogance Song Wudao had displayed during the assessment had vanished. After all, it was an assessment. He'd observed Chen Shu closely and acknowledged his exceptional performance. His impression had shifted entirely. Moreover, they would share life and study at the academy for 4 years. Better to maintain harmony than sow discord. After all, paths cross repeatedly. Friendship opens doors. Chen Shu took a seat at the dining table already set with several dishes. Song Wudao placed the final plate, the sizzling steak, before him. Its surface still glistened with bubbling fat. A crown of fragrant rosemary elevated its aroma to sublime heights. Gurgle gurgle. Chen Shu's stomach growled precisely on cue. Ha ha. Song Wudao laughed, setting down 2 sets of cutlery, then utterly at ease dipped rice rolls into yogurt and devoured them with gusto. Between bites, he chatted amiably. Before you arrived, I spent hours wondering, what kind of person would share my quarters for 4 years? I'm slow to warm up, so I decided to prepare dinner hoping to make a good first impression. Well, how is it? Chen Shu chewed thoughtfully, then raised a thumb high. Absolutely divine. So delicious I'd refuse to let go even if slapped. Song Wudao chuckled warmly, poured cola into 2 glasses. One he held himself, the other he slid across the table toward Chen Shu. As Chen Shu began to thank him, Song Wudao rose first, raising his glass. I don't drink, so let's toast with cola instead. I'm Song Wudao, 21 from Jiangxing. Chen Shu wiped his mouth, stood, and lifted his glass. Chen Shu, 19 from Baiqing. Pleasure meeting you, brother Song. They met eye to eye, at equal height. Song Wudao's lips curved upward. Pleasure meeting you indeed. Cheers. Cheers. Old Dingtian, you blew up my little Karen robot. Yanli stood at Paradise's entrance, one hand on her hip, pounding the pink door with both fists. Open up. Open this door now. Do you have any idea how long it takes me to build one? And you just blew it up? You've built hundreds. One defective unit, destroyed preemptively to prevent substandard models from entering circulation. No great loss. Liang Dingtian's voice drifted lazily from within. Nonsense. Who knows better whether it's flawed or not? Me, obviously. Compensate me. Now, or I'll tell the dean about your extracurricular escapades. Fine, fine, fine. Liang Dingtian swung the door wide, palms raised in mock surrender, wearing a resigned smile. That's more like it. Yanli instantly reverted to composure, hands folded behind her back. Then in one fluid motion, she drew a roaring chainsaw from behind her and charged forward, revving it toward Liang Dingtian. Just a tiny slice. Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit. Liang Dingtian flinched violently, and in a flash of white light vanished from sight. Well, something urgent came up. Auntie, please excuse me. Seeing Liang Dingtian gone, Yin Li retracted the chainsaw without surprise, her expression calm as though this were routine. She knelt, gathering the robot's wreckage into a neat pile. Picking up a fragment, she noted faint shimmering white glyphs still pulsing within its circuitry. That old Dingtian, covering for someone else, yet leaving such obvious traces. Her gaze sharpened. A soft snap of her fingers ignited blazing fire across the debris. In seconds the remnants burned to absolute ash. No residue, no soot, no scorch mark remained upon the floor. Her mastery over flame was absolute. Rising, she cast a glance at the pink door emblazoned with the characters Paradise, then flicked her wrist, launching a vivid crimson sigil onto its surface. A bold red 18 appeared, encircled and slashed through with a diagonal line. Yanli dusted off her hands, arched one brow, and walked away thoroughly satisfied. The next morning Chen Shu awoke to the shrill ring of his alarm clock. After rising and completing his morning routine, he descended the stairs to find Song Wudao already bustling about the kitchen. His movements practiced and precise, a clear sign he cooked frequently at home. A true gourmand whose talents had been tragically diverted by the way of the sword. Upon spotting Chen Shu descending the stairs, Song Wudao glanced up and greeted him warmly. "Breakfast is ready. Please take a seat while I strain the soy milk." He then resumed his tasks for several more minutes. Chen Shu offered a sincere compliment before settling in and pulling out his phone to scroll through short videos. He longed to lend a hand, but found no opening where his assistance could meaningfully contribute. Logically speaking, as someone who had long since left his parents' care to forge an independent life, cooking should have posed no challenge. Reality itself would have compelled him to master it through necessity. Yet reality proved otherwise. Chen Shu possessed not a shred of aptitude for it. Even following step-by-step tutorials on his phone yielded only disaster: undercooked or burnt scorched pans or smoking stoves. In the end, he surrendered entirely. The finest dish he had ever prepared himself remained braised beef noodles, and on rare occasions sour pickled mustard tuber noodles. As he swiped upward, a short video surfaced, a live news broadcast titled, "5 Men Stack into a Human Pagoda, a Spectacular Surreal Sight." The footage confirmed his suspicion instantly. The 5 men were his classmates from Baicheng Transcendent Martial Academy. Yet reality proved otherwise. Chen Shu possessed not a shred of aptitude for it. Even following step-by-step tutorials on his phone yielded only disaster: undercooked or burnt scorched pans or smoking stoves. Now there they were, stacked atop one another in a precarious human pagoda, each spinning independently like blades of a windmill. Perched atop them sat several monkeys, lending the entire scene the uncanny impression of primates riding a carousel. Outside the glass enclosure, bold characters proclaimed, "Observe monkeys with civility." Crowds of tourists paused, captivated by the spectacle. Rare indeed. This zoo was worth every penny. "Hey, I just arrived. What on earth is going on?" Those 5 spinning fellows. They appeared mysteriously inside the monkey mountain last night and began rotating uncontrollably. Keepers couldn't intervene. The monkeys had already adopted them as living carousels. Any keeper who approached was immediately swarmed. Whoa, could anyone die? What's being done? Death is unlikely, though prolonged dizziness is guaranteed. The keepers have already summoned the Monkey King for private negotiations. No sooner had those words faded than a small gate within the monkey mountain swung open, and out strode the Monkey King himself, broad-shouldered, powerfully built, unmistakably sovereign among his kind. A swollen bump rose above his brow, his left eye squinted, half open, ringed with deep purple bruising, an expression of profound world-weary grievance. In one hand, he gripped a smooth, polished wooden staff. The tone of the scene subtly shifted. With a gust-like burst of motion, the Monkey King leapt forward, soaring several meters into the air. His staff lashed forth like a dragon's spear. Each swing cleaved the air with a thunderous sonic boom. One by one, the dozens of monkeys perched atop the spinning human pagoda were struck down. Gasps rippled through the onlookers, and the live stream's viewership surged exponentially. "Whoa, WHOH, WHOH. It's balancing the staff upright. Can it even jump the staff? This monkey is unlike any other. It's a spirit beast." A spirit beast. No wonder it reigns as king. Whoa, this technique. Could it be the legendary, long-lost, chaotic, splitting mad staff art? Chen Shu watched utterly entranced, until Song Wudao's voice snapped him back to reality. "Aha! Soy milk served piping hot," Song Wudao announced in an exaggerated theatrical voice, placing the steaming bowl before him. "Eat up, quickly. It's nearly 9:30. "Thank you, Tyrone," Chen Shu replied with solemn gravitas. Song Wudao simply flashed a thumbs-up 6. After breakfast, they stepped outside, where the Karen robot stood waiting at the corridor entrance precisely on schedule. At this hour, yesterday's newly certified trainees were emerging one by one. Chen Shu spotted Su Qianxue walking arm-in-arm with Jiang Bingyue, the same young woman he'd met the day before. Their bond appeared close, yet both wore identical masks of icy detachment toward the outside world. After 3 or 4 minutes, the group was complete: 7 trainees, including Chen Shu. Karen raised her left mechanical arm, brandishing a tiny colorful flag like a seasoned tour guide, and led the 7 toward the teaching tower. As the elevator doors slid open, all 7 experienced a simultaneous disorienting flicker of vision. Then, before them unfolded the grand first-floor atrium of the Pioneer Tower. Everyone except Chen Shu had visited it before. It resembled little more than a standard university lobby, merely larger in scale. Stepping out of the elevator, the small robot guided them down the hallway toward their classroom. No other students wandered the corridors. No sound broke the silence. Not a whisper, not a footfall. An eerie stillness hung thick in the air. Every classroom lining the hall stood empty, devoid of life. The robot halted before a door bearing a plaque inscribed with the name, Instructor Shangguan, the Great Demon Sovereign. Pushing it open, it revealed a modest-sized classroom, no larger than any ordinary lecture hall. "You've arrived." As new trainees, Instructor Shangwan will oversee your instruction and formal assessment. Only upon passing may you earn the honor of becoming her disciple. The robot chirped cheerfully as it ushered them inside. Instructor Shangwan. And if we fail the assessment? Asked a white-haired man, sucking a lollipop, his cap tilted low over his eyes. Chen Shu caught sight of his student ID badge, bearing the name Fong Bai. Expulsion from the academy. Permanently barred from re-enrollment. Or death. Instantly the robot's synthetic voice warped, shifting into a rich, commanding, unmistakably feminine timbre. Then boom. A deafening detonation shattered the air the moment that final word echoed. The robot exploded violently, blasting fire and force backward, hurling all 7 trainees off balance. At that very instant, a whisper slithered into Fong Bai's ear from directly behind him. Never expose your back to an enemy, ever. Fong Bai's pupils contracted, but before his body could react, a blade pierced through his chest. A sickening shink. A pitch-black longsword erupted from Fong Bai's sternum, its tip dripping crimson onto the floor. His vitality ebbed rapidly, his face paled visibly before their eyes. In the next heartbeat, while the others remained frozen in shock, the shadow behind him drove a brutal kick into Fong Bai's spine, launching him airborne. He spun violently midair before crashing headlong into the classroom wall. A bone-shattering crunch reverberated sharply across the room. Fong Bai crumpled to the floor, leaving a grim crimson smear trailing down the wall behind him. Song Wudao, the swordsman, reacted first, followed instantly by Su Qianxue. From opposite flanks, they lunged backward, one wielding steel, the other frost-laced ice blades, striking with lethal precision. But they miscalculated. Their weapons passed straight through the shadow, as though slicing smoke, leaving it utterly unharmed. Worse still, momentum nearly carried their blades into their comrades. The shadow halted mere inches from the ears of the 2 trainees flanking Fong Bai. Song Wudao's blade had shaved off several strands of hair from one temple. The shadow emitted a chilling androgynous cackle. Pity, so close. Allow me to assist. As it spoke, it raised its arms. 2 tendrils of darkness coiled up their weapons, then forced the blades forward with irresistible, unnatural strength. The speed defied reaction. Even Song Wudao, ever vigilant, could not resist. The black mist clung to his sword like a sentient vice. The twin blades severed the heads of Yi Xiaohe and He Taiji. Brains and blood sprayed across the room, drenching everyone present, its coppery stench flooding their nostrils. Neither uttered a sound before collapsing, lifeless. Chen Shu whirled around and staggered backward several paces while surging up his throat. Song Wudao, Su Qianxue, Zhang Bingyue, and the others remaining, all reacted the same. Barely in their early 20s, none had ever witnessed such visceral carnage. Only now did they truly behold the shadow's full form, a humanoid silhouette, perfectly proportioned, except where feet should be. Instead, its lower body dissolved into a fluid, undulating mass of darkness, like ink swirling in water. Its face bore only faint hollow contours. As its arms swept outward, 2 obsidian long swords materialized from its wrists. Who shall die next? Damn it, this is launching the Pioneer Academy. Who in hell are you? Su Qianxue frowned, breathing heavily, disbelief coloring her voice. Hee. Exactly, the Pioneer Academy I came to slay. A cold, faintly mocking voice emanated from the shadow's throat. Song Wudao leveled his sword at the figure and murmured low, solitary phoenix 9 forms. Crane's cry. Air currents surged violently toward the tip of Song Wudao's blade. With a thrust through empty space, the sword pierced forward, and a tightly compressed spiral of wind tore free from its edge, hurtling straight ahead. The shadow stood motionless, neither dodging nor flinching, as the windstream passed cleanly through its body. With a soft, wet thwip, a hole the size of a walnut punched straight through its torso. Solitary phoenix 9 forms. Wind needle. The windstream, having pierced the shadow, instantly fragmented behind it into 10,000 razor-sharp needles of pure aerodynamic force. At Song Wudao's sharp command, seal, the myriad wind needles converged from every angle, spiraling inward to annihilate the shadow. In that very instant, Song Wudao coughed lightly and tapped Chen Shu's hilt with his own. Chen Shu blinked. Then comprehension flashed across his face. He raised his right arm, flipped his wrist, locked eyes on the shadow, and intoned 3 words: ghost-slaying blade. A streak of deep crimson coalesced upon his palm, surging forward to solidify into a gleaming blade. Find an opening. Press this against it. Chen Shu pinched a small object between 2 fingers and handed it to Song Wudao. Su Qianxue raised her arms into a combat stance. 2 shimmering ice blades spun rapidly in her palms. She glanced sideways at Zhang Bingyue and said, Bingyue. Zhang Bingyue nodded. Palms upturned, she exhaled, and white frost rose like mist from her hands, coalescing into a flawless ring of glacial ice. Eternal frost. The ice ring shot toward the shadow, splitting midair into 3, each curving with lethal precision like Lao Juan's diamond bracelet hurled at Sun Wukong's skull. The shadow raised its arm, black sword descending in a downward stab, unleashing a torrent of obsidian chi that erupted from the floor. The wind needles and ice rings dissolved instantly under the black gale. Yet, in that same breath, Su Qianxue materialized behind the shadow, twin ice blades whirring as they slashed for its throat. But the shadow moved faster. Her blade struck only air, cleaving deep into the floor. One moment it stood before her, next it stood behind her. Its left arm locked around her slender waist from behind, its right hand held the black blade like a guillotine at her neck. No hesitation, no mercy. A single clean slash across the throat. Blood arced outward. Chen Shu's consciousness blurred then vanished. Swear. Jiang Bingyue's pupils contracted, her voice trembled as she cried out. Her fists clenched, suddenly the room's temperature plummeted. And then, impossibly, the wind needles and ice rings reappeared unscathed. Yet now every needle had turned to ice. Her fists too rapidly froze. Within seconds, two massive gauntlets of glacial ice encased her arms. Enormous, each engulfing her entire forearm, reminiscent of Lien Po's crimson wargauntlets, though these blazed with an ethereal cerulean chill. Jiang Bingyue raised her arms. Her fists collided with a thunderous crack. Instantly, the airborne ice needles and triple ice rings surged as one toward the shadow, while she herself launched forward, teeth-gritted fists raised high for the strike. Damn your ancestors. Song Wudao spun his blade, wind whipping about his feet as he shot forward. The shadow's arms twisted, the black swords reshaping into two colossal obsidian-headed mallets, each the size of a human skull. One mallet met Jiang Bingyue's charge. Boom. A deafening detonation split the air, mingling the shatter of ice with the sickening snap of bone. Blood rained from above, frozen mid-fall into crimson shards. Jiang Bingyue dropped to one knee, her body studded with ice needles. That single hammer blow had reversed the trajectory of every needle and ring, driving them back into her own flesh. Her right arm hung limp, shattered clean at the shoulder. Muscles spasmed violently at the stump, blood streamed freely. She spat a mouthful of crimson, swaying from exhaustion. Her left arm still sheathed in the glacial gauntlet braced against the floor. She exhaled sharply onto the severed wound, sealing it beneath a layer of sapphire ice crystals. Meanwhile, Song Wudao's blade slammed into the shadow's mallet, only to be smashed down into the ground. As the second mallet swung, Song Wudao vanished, wrapped in swirling wind, leaving behind a crimson rectangular frame suspended in midair. Chen Shu had been waiting. Another identical crimson frame had already been affixed beneath his own feet the moment Song Wudao charged forward. With his left hand, Chen Shu unfurled a paper-cut dragon head and pressed it dead center into the frame. His hand plunged through the frame and emerged directly beneath the shadow's feet. For a fleeting moment, the shadow paused, startled, until its gaze locked onto the dragon head staring up at it. From its perspective, the paper dragon lived, swelling to monstrous scale, jaws unhinging wide, spewing forth a searing orb of radiant light. At level 2, the paperart's base potency had risen from 1 to 5, a 5-fold amplification of its original power. Chen Shu sensed it immediately. The shadow dwarfed Taiyu in sheer might. He couldn't guarantee how long the binding would hold, only prayed it wouldn't fail entirely. If it worked, even briefly, he knew he could turn the tide. Even at 1, it had frozen Taiyu for a heartbeat. And on the battlefield, a single heartbeat could shatter fate or rewrite destiny. Midair, Song Wudao stared, stunned by Chen Shu's feat. He hadn't expected the sticker to be a portal gate. Was this boy some kind of Xinxia doryman? Shock aside, he understood the stakes. While the shadow remained bound, Song Wudao drew back his sword, already charging for the strike. Tornado, whirlwind, execution disc. With one fluid motion, he flicked his wrist, spinning the blade into a dazzling arc. The blade carved through air, surrounded by spiraling jade-green chi. The shush-shush of wind sliced like drawn steel, sharp, relentless, final. Perhaps because the shadow was restrained. This time the blade struck true, plunging deep into the shadow's skull, sinking precisely 3 inches. Jiang Bingyue, though one-armed, staggered upright, her timing flawless. Her gaze hardened, fixed on Chen Shu's still warm body lying on the floor. Jaw clenched, and nameless fire ignited within her chest. She sprang, swung her left fist. T'Choem. The glacial gauntlet crashed into the shadow's face with such force the ice itself fractured. Even the wall behind it spiderwebbed with cracks. Yet, not a single inch did the shadow budge. And just then, Chen Shu's dragon head paper exploded into fluttering ash. The shadow stirred, freed. "Wanna wake up, huh?" Chen Shu whipped out another dragon head paper, slapped it onto the shadow's chest like New Year's luck charm. The shadow froze again. Shadow. Chen Shu, half buried like an ostrich, shoved the rest of himself up from beneath the shadow's feet. Left hand fired paper-cut pistols point blank at its forehead. Right hand stabbed wildly with the ghost-slaying blade. What the hell? Is this Pioneer Academy's entrance exam? Left hand fired paper-cut pistols point blank at its forehead. Right hand stabbed wildly with the ghost-slaying blade. What the hell? Is this Pioneer Academy's entrance exam? Enemy's my foot. I've never seen such a brave villain. Chen Shu complained, his voice laced with resentment, as he noted how the black shadow had transformed half of his body into a floral blade. It killed Schwer and the others. You say it's not an enemy. Jiang Bingyue pounded her fists against the shadow's face, casting a cold glance at Chen Shu. That's precisely why I say it's not an enemy. Chen Shu scoffed. What do you mean? You call this not an enemy? Jiang Binji's left hand, already bloodied and mangled, pointed at the scattered corpses of their fellow students on the ground, her voice filled with indignation. Chen Shu, are you even human? It killed Schwer, killed our future companions. Chen Shu's entire body withdrew through a portal, his left hand resting against his temple. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. A streak of blood red spread rapidly across his gaze. Blood energy radiated from his eyes, glowing fiercely. Judgment. A beam of red light shot forth from his eyes. At the moment the second dragon head paper disintegrated into shreds, it struck the black shadow right between the eyebrows. A loud explosion echoed from the shadow's forehead. The entire body staggered backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Song Wudao quickly turned in the air, pulling Jiang Bingyue into his arms. They returned to Chen Shu from the portal beneath the shadow. Chen Shu was quick on his feet, shaking the ground to shatter the portal beneath him into paper scraps. Jiang Bingyue pushed Song Wudao aside. At that moment her gaze towards Chen Shu was laced with revulsion. Chen Shu smiled faintly, refocusing his attention on the shadow. The shadow was now rising again, seemingly enraged. A sword was stuck in its head and part of its skull had been shattered previously by the judgment eye. It was about to attack again. Chen Shu got straight to the point. "Excuse me, Mentor, are you not planning to end this?" Upon hearing this the shadow was momentarily stunned. Then came Song Wudao and Jiang Bingyue. What are you talking about? Is this for real? A mentor? Killing students?" The shadow chimed in. He who said, "I'm a mentor. I'm a shadow assassin specifically targeting the students of the Pioneer Academy." Oh. Chen Shu's gaze shifted towards Su Qianxue, the daughter of the Su family, a pillar of the Daxia kingdom, a family guarded by a king-level powerhouse. Who in the entire Daxia would dare to kill her? If you don't kill her, that's fine. But if you do, it only means you have problems. Everything here is an illusion. Oh, he. The shadow scoffed. Just based on that. Haven't I already said I'm a shadow assassin? After I finish you off, I will disperse on my own. No one will ever find a trace of me. The shadow tried to attack again, but Chen Shu showed no signs of fear. His voice rose again. Then have you forgotten where this place is? If you truly believe your nonsense, it only shows you don't regard the Thunder God at all. The shadow stood frozen in place, not expecting Chen Shu to suddenly invoke the name of the Thunder God. Seeing the shadow silent, Chen Shu realized he had hooked her. He adjusted his tone, speaking with extreme confidence and contempt. "In the highest institution of Daxia, on the Thunder God's territory, killing students and slaying the daughters of the elite, do you think you're overestimating yourself?" Huh. Shadow assassin mentor. Chen Shu faced the shadow, slowly pacing around the room, continuing. "Here strong warriors abound, star level and king level powers emerge endlessly. Even I can injure you with the dragon head, so tell me, with your strength how can you escape? And where can you escape to?" Chen Shu didn't give the shadow a chance to speak, directly interrupting her. "There is only one possibility. Everything here is a false illusion, a test from the mentor. Only this explanation makes sense as to why we have yet to see the mentor and others until now. Just like this, I have been talking to you for nearly a minute now. I think a star-level mentor, a king-level thunder god, wouldn't fail to notice something abnormal and wouldn't take a minute to arrive, would they? Song Wudao was left dumbfounded. He looked at Chen Shu's maneuver and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Bingyue also suddenly realized after hearing this. Looking at Su Qianxue's body, she murmured with a smile, "Schwerer didn't die. That's great." The shadow appeared somewhat flustered, hastily responding. "You speak without evidence. This is just one side of your argument. I see you really underestimate the methods of shadow assassins." Chen Shu saw that she was still acting directly, hiding his left hand behind his back, pretending to take something out. How effective was the previous dragon head paper? "Let me tell you, as long as I want, I can keep controlling you. My sword in hand, the light in my eyes can injure you. I can wear you down to death." Ignorant child, I don't believe you have more, nor do I believe you can keep controlling me. Your spiritual energy will eventually run out. The shadow's arms transformed into black swords again. "Then let's test it and see." Chen Shu grinned maliciously, hiding his left hand. "Rest assured, my reserves can't control you for too long, but 7 to 8 minutes is enough. 7 to 8 minutes is sufficient for my two companions to find the Thunder God and Mentor to obliterate you countless times. You also saw my roommate's ability. Wind-type speed that only increases but never decreases." He then took a deep breath, looking seriously at the shadow. He spoke again. "So do you still see the need to continue, Mentor?" The shadow met Chen Shu's gaze for a moment. Then she self-deprecatingly chuckled a few times, slowly retracting her black swords. Her voice transformed back into that of a girl. "Clever. But I have a question for you. Aren't you afraid that I might be real?" Song Wudao and Jiang Bingyue, upon hearing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. Song Wudao even silently gave Chen Shu a thumbs up. "But fortunately, I am not real, MIA." Chen Shu retracted the ghost-slaying sword, rubbing his wrist while smiling. "Actually, I noticed something unusual back in the corridor just now." "Where?" "Every classroom is empty, not a single student. This is the teaching building, not an abandoned one, so this doesn't conform to the academy's style." Chen Shu leaned against the wall. The shadow chuckled upon hearing this, raised her hand, and exploded like a balloon. Then a dazzling bright light enveloped everyone, blinding them. When the light faded, there were 4 people sitting against the wall, as if they were asleep. It was Su Qianxue and Fong Bai along with the others. Jiang Binji's arm was also restored. It was as if she had just woken from a dream. She hurriedly squatted down. Seeing Su Qianxue safe and sound, her breath steady, she felt a lift in her spirits. At this moment, all 4 gradually woke up. "I can't believe I'm not dead." Fong Bai supported his forehead, bewildered as he looked around. "Oh right, I think my head was even sliced open." Yi Xiaowei said, feeling around his head. He Taiji sat dazed in place, clearly still unable to shake off the feeling of death. "Hello everyone, my name is Shangwan Nanming, also known as the Shadow Assassin, and I will be your mentor for the next 4 years." A voice came from outside the classroom. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A mentor dressed in a black coat, cinched at the waist with 2 buns atop her head, entered the classroom, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, stepping in with her black low heels. Her cheeks were flawless, smooth as jade. With 2 crystalline blue eyes like sapphires, she fixed her gaze on Chen Shu as soon as she entered. With the utterance of that sentence, everyone present aligned their understanding with Chen Shu's. They all comprehended what had just transpired. Shangguan Nanming succinctly recounted the events that had just occurred, emphasizing that it was Chen Shu who first found the solution. This group of students was the only one since Shangguan Nanming became their mentor to have established this assessment without suffering total annihilation. Song Wudao and Jiang Bingwei simultaneously gave Chen Shu a thumbs up. I still have a question. When did you pull us into the illusion? Song Wudao asked in confusion. Do you remember the moment we stepped out of the elevator, that fleeting instant of disorientation? Chen Shu was the first to respond. So powerful. At first I thought it was just because the elevator hadn't stabilized. Yi Xiaobai pouted, exclaiming. Shangguan Nanming crossed her arms and smiled. Congratulations, you have become the first group that did not suffer total annihilation in the shadow domain. Each of you will receive an additional 5 points, and Chen Shu, who first found the solution and succeeded, will receive an extra reward of 15 points. The scores obtained from the entrance assessment will be exchanged for pioneer points at a rate of 101, with any fractional scores rounded off. After finishing this, Shangguan Nanming gently raised her hands and clapped twice, separating a writhing shadow from beneath her feet. It spread throughout the classroom. A set of brand new, fully intelligent computer desks appeared enveloped by the shadow. Just the right number. Exactly 7. Please take your seats, everyone. We will begin class. The 7 each chose their positions and sat down. Shangguan Nanming stood on the platform that rose from the ground, lightly tapping the wall behind her. A brand new smart display screen blackboard was outlined by the shadow. Before we start class, I would like to ask you all a question. What do you think a pioneer is? A pathfinder, a leader. Su Qianxue responded first. Those who pave the way for future generations, providing experience and guidance, are called pioneers. Shangguan Nanming nodded in agreement. Very good. Now I want to ask, what is the purpose of your coming here? Why did you come to Pioneer Academy? Naturally, it's because Pioneer Academy is the most prestigious institution in the Great Xia University that all super warriors dream of attending. Song Wudao raised his hand to indicate his answer. To become stronger quickly so that I can protect those I wish to protect, Fong Bai said, holding a lollipop. To uncover the truth of the second spiritual energy revival and to be inspired by the spirits of the pioneers at that time. The spirit realm, Shangguan Nanming emphasized after signaling for silence among the crowd, and everyone present was familiar with the term. Shangguan Nanming continued, the Super Warrior Pioneer Academy has been established for 58 years, providing the best teaching environment, top-notch cultivation facilities, and experienced mentors. We have produced a total of 128 starry graduates, 697 diamond students, 1766 platinum students, and 9127 gold students, ranking first in the Great Xia. Shangguan Nanming paused for a moment and continued, however, the mortality rate also ranks first among all academies in the Great Xia. As of now, the number of students who have perished has reached 76. Pioneers tread on a path built upon bones and blood. Chen Shu was shocked. A 76 mortality rate. This means that over 8900 seniors have sacrificed themselves. How could there be such a high mortality rate when the Great Xia is currently peaceful and prosperous? Yi Xiaobai scratched his head in confusion and asked. Shangguan Nanming was taken aback and shook her head self-deprecatingly. Then tell me, where does this peace come from? No, you misunderstood me. What I meant is that there is currently no war, so where does this mortality rate come from specifically? Yi Xiaobai waved his hand to explain. The spirit realm. Shangguan Nanming emphasized the 2 words after calming the crowd. Everyone present was familiar with this term. During high school, they had all learned a bit about it. Chen Shu searched his memory, and information regarding the spirit realm gradually pieced together in his mind like a puzzle. The spirit realm, fully known as the spirit beast domain. With the revival of spiritual energy, not only can humans absorb spiritual energy to evolve into super warriors, but animals can too. Some animals, once their intelligence is developed by spiritual energy, possess IQs that rival or even surpass those of humans. As a result, 7 spirit beasts broke free from their constraints, first becoming terrifying beings of the king class. They fought against humans for several years, suffering extremely heavy casualties on both sides. It was only after the upper echelons of the human race signed a peace agreement with the 7 spirit beast emperors that the war ceased. The 7 king-class beast emperors collaborated to open up a mirrored reality world suspended in the opposite face of the earth, invisible to the naked eye and untouchable by hand. This is the spirit realm. By noon, Chen Shu and the others exited the classroom. Shangguan Nanming had talked about many things, but it was merely an introduction to the glorious history and responsibilities of Pioneer Academy, as well as information regarding the spirit realm. At this moment, many students were moving about in the corridor. It was not surprising to see these freshmen, and hardly anyone paid attention to them. Since it had not been long since the morning, the 7 of them decided not to have lunch together. They summoned a Karen robot to take them to the mission store. Shangguan Nanming said that they could visit the mission store in the afternoon. As the elevator doors opened, a vast mission store resembling an airport terminal came into view. At the center stood a golden hand statue, its palm faced up and half closed, firmly gripping a green scale that stood as tall as a person. The scale was covered in cracks as though it might shatter at any moment. It resembled fish scales shimmering under the light. In front of the statue stood a sign: highest level task, Yellow River Battle Commemoration. Yellow River Battle. Chen Shu murmured softly. He felt a vague familiarity with this scale. The noise pulled Chen Shu back to reality. Chen Shu did not linger any longer and followed the robot to the registration room. The mission store was bustling with activity, with shops lining both sides. Many students were using their points to exchange for various items. Just as Liang Dingtian had said, points could be traded for anything you desired here. From weapons and artillery shells to spirit cores and spirit beasts, even down to money and other items. A Gatling gun for 30 points. Platinum level fire spirit core for 50 points. Cash 10000 for 1 point. 1 point for 20000. There were also many seniors returning from missions, but they uniformly lacked the joy of completing tasks. Some looked utterly bewildered. Their eyes revealed exhaustion, even fear. It was unclear what they had experienced. On the way, Song Wudao leaned closer to Chen Shu and whispered, "Chen Shu, how many trump cards do you really have? Even a starry-level mentor could be intimidated by you." Chen Shu chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and saying, "Actually, I have none left. I only have those 2 dragon-head paper cuts. Moreover, at that time my spiritual energy was nearly depleted. If Mentor Shangwan had charged at me, she could have torn me apart instantly." Song Wudao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "So you were purely gambling with your life." Chen Shu smiled calmly, raised his right hand, and touched his temple with his fingertips. At the same time he said, "What I was gambling on was psychology. Whoever shows fear first will lose." After hearing this, Song Wudao's gaze toward Chen Shu subtly shifted. Chen Shu, for reasons unknown, detected a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "What a mysterious fellow," Song Wudao murmured softly. Though he had known Chen Shu for less than a day, the young man had already astonished him repeatedly. He had once believed himself peerless among his peers at this age, comparable even to celestial prodigies. Yet Chen Shu, merely 19, had utterly eclipsed him. His background classified by the military, a terrifying intangible cultural heritage, skill, and crucially, exceptional intellect and extraordinary courage, bold enough even to engage in psychological sparring with a stellar Radiance rank mentor. In sum, Chen Shu was destined to become a brilliant commander. At this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Song Wudao's eyes. Meanwhile, the Karen robot guided the 7 students to the registration desk. "This is the information registration room. To accept a mission, a minimum of 3 members per team is required. Solo or duo applications are invalid. Mission ranks range from 1 to 5 stars, followed by Cataclysm and Apocalyptic tiers, totaling 7 levels, ascending in danger." The room was modest, roughly 30 to 40 square meters. Rows of self-service kiosks resembling automated teller machines lined the walls. 3. Can't we manage with 2? Su Qianxue asked. "Beep beep beep. No dear. With only 7 of us, how do we form teams?" Su Qianxue pressed further. Fang Bai, He Taiji, and Yi Xiaohe had already stepped forward, detaching themselves from the group. They approached the registration terminal and began operating it, leaving only the remaining 4. The Karen robot remained silent, its implication unmistakable: the 4 would constitute a single team. Su Qianxue clearly hesitated. Jiang Bingyue gently linked arms with her and whispered something soothing, after which she said no more. Chen Shu stepped up to the terminal and, following the on-screen prompts, placed his student ID card onto the NFC reader. The data of all 4 members was instantly integrated. The screen then displayed, "Please name your team." Staring blankly at the empty field, Chen Shu froze, then turned woodenly towards Song Wudao beside him. "I'm hopeless at naming things. Why don't you take this one?" Song Wudao burst into laughter and immediately declared, "I happen to have one ready. Do share." Song Wudao composed himself, gazing earnestly at Chen Shu upon first sight. "Wudao Shu emptiness. Throw him out. That's a name." Chen Shu shoved him aside, eyes twinkling mischievously as he grinned. "How about Wudao Shu Squad? Your uncle. Truly worthy of the title, naming disaster," Song Wudao retorted, narrowing his eyes. "Likewise," Chen Shu replied, raising his hands in mock applause. Seeing the two descend into levity, Jiang Bingyue quickly intervened. Hey, don't forget there are 2 of us here. Could you please behave?" "Then what about Bingyue Qianxue and the 3 Wudao Shu Squad?" Chen Shu teased. Jiang Bingyue blinked, unimpressed. "Huh?" Chen Shu and Jiang Bingyue resumed their playful bickering. Meanwhile, Song Wudao strode alone to the terminal and began tinkering with it. Modern apparatuses invariably fascinated those whose focus had long rested solely on cultivation. His eyes landed on a microphone icon beside the lower left input field, and his curiosity flared instantly. A light tap activated the mic, and immediately Chen Shu's voice echoed behind him. "Ah, yes. The phrase auto-populated into the input box. Song Wudao chuckled quietly at the absurdity. Imagining their squad truly bearing such a name, he pictured waves of ridicule. As he mentally rehearsed clicking the delete key, his finger inexplicably struck the confirm enter button instead. The screen flashed, "Congratulations. Team, Ah yes has been successfully formed. Members Chen Shu, Song Wudao, Jiang Bingyue, Su Qianxue." Song Wudao's expression went utterly blank. His eyes darted sideways, only to find Chen Shu, Jiang Bingyue, and Su Qianxue deeply engrossed in debating the team name. He returned wordlessly to Chen Shu's side, face impassive, feigning ignorance. Then it settled, the Tian Shu. Chen Shu and the 2 icy beauties had just reached consensus, just as Song Wudao approached. "Wudao, what do you think?" Song Wudao stood motionless, yet inwardly a tempest raged. He hadn't heard a word of Chen Shu's proposal. "Allah, what was that?" His voice stammered. Chen Shu blinked in mild surprise, but dismissed it. With a firm pat on Song Wudao's shoulder, he launched into an animated explanation. Chen Shu, the first star of the Northern Dipper in ancient legend, regarded as the cosmic pivot holding profound mystery and supreme significance. Thus it suits our squad perfectly, exuding sophistication, grandeur, elegance, and quiet depth. Grinning, Chen Shu gave Song Wudao another hearty slap on the shoulder before striding confidently toward the terminal. The next instant, a sharp exclamation rang out from the terminal. Chen Shu whirled around, instantly locking eyes with Song Wudao. Jiang Bingyue, puzzled, drew near and froze on the spot. Song Wudao remained silent, rigidly preserving his stoic facade. No one had yet spoken, when suddenly the entire hall erupted with alarm sirens. Then wave after wave of senior students rushed past the registration room, each leading their own squads. They converged upon a colossal silver-framed device. As it pulsed with blinding light, space itself warped, and they vanished within. "What's happening?" Song Wudao intercepted one passing student. "The spirit realms, time abyss, and spirit void domains have collided, triggering an apocalyptic war that nearly wiped out our forces. The spirit realm hosts 7 sovereign beast emperor domains, each containing a human outpost. The 7 emperors maintain strict non-interference, each guarding their sovereign territory. When 2 domains collide, an apocalyptic battle erupts, shattering the heavens and rending the earth across the spirit realm. Time abyss and spirit void are 2 such domains. Since the spirit realm exists as Earth's mirrored reflection, uncontrolled apocalyptic collisions there would directly destabilize our reality." At that moment, Chen Shu's pocket vibrated. Frowning, he withdrew the source, the Tiangong token bestowed by Feng Qingwan. As he pulled it free, a speck of ember-like spark shot into his forehead and slowly coalesced into words within his mind. Tiangong token mission activated. Proceed to the 7 human outposts across the spirit realm's sovereign beast emperor domains. Deploy the Tiangong token to seize control of 1 defensive base per domain. Current progress 07. Note: mission classification, top secret. Chen Shu hastily tucked the token back into his pocket, glancing left and right, relieved to find no one had noticed. He hadn't expected a mission to arrive so swiftly via the Tiangong token, yet no deadline was specified, implying no immediate departure was required. Moreover, the spirit realm posed extreme peril. Entering it now would be tantamount to suicide at his current strength. Though he did not yet grasp why the Tiangong pavilion demanded control over these outposts, he trusted its integrity utterly. Their actions always served a deeper purpose. His duty was simply to obey the token's command. After all, Chen Shu had joined the Tiangong pavilion precisely to uncover its highest secret, the truth behind his mother Lin Su's demise. At this moment, Feng Bai and the others also emerged from the room, each radiating exuberance. "Chen Shu, why are you all standing here? There's no arrangement for the afternoon. How about going to take on a task?" Chen Shu was immersed in the task of the Tiangong Ling, turning his head to glance at him, but chose to ignore him. "Do you understand the task?" Song Wudao replied. Feng Bai clicked his tongue and pressed down his duckbill cap, saying, "Brother, the most important thing about mixing in is to first step out. Whether you can handle it or not, you'll only know after doing it." After speaking, the 3 of them left to discuss which task to take on. Impulsive. Song Wudao shook his head. "No." Chen Shu looked at the backs of Feng Bai and the others and said, "He is right. You'll only know after doing it." He then turned back, casting a subtle smile at the 3. "Who says we are too young and unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth? You have spirit." A voice came. The crowd turned to see Liang Dingtian approaching. "Our Pioneer Academy bears the significant responsibility of researching the spirit realm, so 90 of the tasks are issued around the 7 major fields of the spirit realm. However, there are also low-risk external tasks." As Liang Dingtian spoke, he led the 4 to a holographic screen that was as large as a whole wall. A series of tasks were displayed in a cascading manner from top to bottom. Pointing at several tasks above, the crowd followed his direction. 1-star task: a malicious murder incident involving super warriors occurred in Baicheng. Suspected members of the Ziwei Pavilion organization assist the Dragon Force in the investigation. 1-star task: members of a riot organization appeared in Longqing suspected of being the murderous rioter Shen Ling, capture alive or kill, and so forth. The murderous rioter Shen Ling. Chen Shu spotted this immediately. It was the suit-clad organization that claimed to operate outside the law to punish evil. The student ID of our Pioneer Academy serves as a law enforcement certificate, granting the same level of enforcement authority as the official Dragon Force of the Great Xia. Liang Dingtian stood tall with hands behind his back, continuing to gaze at the screen. "And this task store is a necessary path for you after entering the academy. The graduation condition of the Pioneer Academy is to complete a 5-star task. Is there a teleportation portal for traveling between cities?" Jiang Bingyue asked at this moment. No, do you think teleportation has no cost?" Liang Dingtian said, "That teleportation device over there is only for trips to and from the spirit realm. As for going to other regions, of course, it's by exclusive aircraft." Jiang Bingyue pouted in response. "This isn't very convenient at all." Liang Dingtian replied indifferently, "If you have the ability, you can fly there." Ding dong. The task screen, which had just displayed a 1-star task, a malicious murder incident involving super warriors occurred in Baiching. Suspected members of the Z-Way Pavilion organization assist the Dragon Force in the investigation. Suddenly jump to the second column. New 2-star task, a malicious murder incident involving super warriors occurred in Baiching. Confirming members of the Z-Way Pavilion organization assist the Dragon Force in the investigation. Z-Way Pavilion, what is that? Chen Shu recalled the purple-helmeted man he had confronted at his doorstep with Shenling and asked. Liang Dingtian stared at the three characters in a daze for a moment. He replied, a bunch of lunatics. We will take this task. Chen Shu responded after hearing this. Liang Dingtian showed no surprise, merely nodding. Touch the screen lightly, and simply use your student ID to touch the task, and it will automatically record the team information. The task has no deadline, only completion. Baiching boom. A deafening explosion resounded. The entire Wanha Plaza was leveled. Above the ruins, a reflection mirroring the real-world environment projected into the air like a mirage. It flickered incessantly, as if continuously affected by some interference. The reflected mirage emitted a thunderous roar that echoed through the clouds. It continued to consume the real world. In front of this bizarre mirage, the real world seemed as fragile as glass. Fortunately, the crowd had been evacuated from the plaza in time. Otherwise, that explosion could have resulted in untold casualties. Spirit Beast Realm Invasion. Yalan's voice rang out. Along with it came the Dragon Force's Gusha Group leader and the Dragon Force soldiers under her command. With the command, hundreds of fully armed Dragon Force soldiers scattered. They rescued people evacuated and set up warning lines. They moved in a coordinated manner, orderly and efficient. In just 2 minutes, everything was handled. Not a moment was wasted. This is the Dragon Force, known as the most elite of the Great Xia. A golden light flickered and Taiyu flew, overstepping on the golden blade. He approached Yalan, gazing at the reflected city above with an incredulous expression. This is unreasonable. How could this happen so suddenly? Yalan swung her right fist, flames swirling around her. President Tai, the only possibility for the Spirit Beast realm to affect the real world is that the 7 Beast Emperors have started fighting again, collapsing their world and thus affecting reality. And each time they manifest in this world, there will be bloodthirsty spirit beasts that lose their intelligence, invading the real world through the reflection. Gusha Group, prepare for battle. Yalan issued the command and hundreds of Dragon Force soldiers raised their guns to aim. Taiyu flipped his palm, chanting a spell, Golden Blade Killing Mode. A golden dagger over half a meter long materialized from the golden light. The next moment, the reflected mirage above suddenly shook. Spirit beasts with large black horns, a watch face embedded in their foreheads, and bared fangs rushed out of the mirage eagerly. Their appearance and body shape were relatively uniform. They resembled bullfrogs, frogs with bull heads. They are the spirit beasts of the Time Abyss realm, the temporal frogs. Taiyu recognized this spirit beast and exclaimed, "Charge!" Yalan was the first to rush forward, transforming into a blazing sun as she charged upward. Following closely were a dozen Dragon Force soldiers wielding long swords following Yalan upward. Taiyu used the golden blade as a glider, holding the large golden dagger, swiftly killing the spirit beasts falling from midair. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Pieces of spirit beast corpses rained down. Blood fell like rain. It extinguished the flames of the entire Wanha Plaza explosion. Not far from this location, on top of a tall building, Chu Mu, dressed in a white hooded sweatshirt with striking chestnut wavy hair, gazed at this chaotic scene. A subtle cold smile curled on her lips. The wind blew her hair at the back of her head. A small chip on her neck emitted a pulsing purple light. In the depths of her eyes, a hint of unnoticeable purple light flickered. Beneath her feet, several Dragon Force soldiers lay unconscious. Though none were in life-threatening danger, they all bore pale expressions, unmoving. Clearly, Chu Mu had used the first-generation masked chip Burning Phoenix to burn their abilities. Among them were several fire element super warriors. What surprised Chu Mu was that by burning fire element abilities, her own powers would also be amplified. Chu Mu gazed at Yalan, who had transformed into a blazing sun in midair, her eyes filled with fervor, as if she wanted to devour her. Not enough power. I want power. Extreme Flame Dragon Fire. Yalan unleashed a punch and flames surged into a high-temperature beam sweeping across the battlefield. Immediately, large groups of spirit beasts were incinerated into vapor. Not a single speck of residue remained. Her body radiated an extreme heat. The surrounding spirit beasts dared not approach her. Even Taiyu deliberately kept his distance. His already plump figure could feel the terrifying heat from Yalan's fire ability, even from dozens of meters away. His suit was quickly soaked with sweat within a short time. He threw out dozens of golden blades. They sliced through the numerous spirit beasts descending from the mirage. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he grimaced and gasped for breath. Damn it, I'm going to melt. Glancing at his Armani suit, he felt conflicted. But then he steeled himself and grabbed his collar. With a forceful tug, he ripped off his sweat-soaked suit and tossed it away. He cast a lingering glance back. TSK, my Armani suit. Tai President, are you afraid others won't know you are wearing a brand-name suit? Yalan's voice came from not far away. You're the first to wear a suit and tie in the middle of summer. It's for work. Taiyu replied. He tightened his grip on the half-meter-long golden blade. He gazed at the spirit beasts continually pouring out from the spirit realm. Fueled by the anger of losing his Armani suit, he charged fiercely at them. But the number of spirit beasts was overwhelming. In a short time, at least 800, if not 1,000 spirit beasts surged out from the spirit realm. Although this group of spirit beasts was not very high in rank, they all fell within the categories of black iron to silver. But their sheer numbers were unmanageable. At first, the dragon control troops on the ground were able to hold their ground. But as time dragged on, they began to feel overwhelmed. This group of dragon control soldiers didn't rank very high either. The highest ranks in the Earth Fiend team were only the leader Yalan and the deputy leader. One was platinum rank 1 star, and the other was golden rank 9 stars. Besides them, the rest generally fell within the silver rank. At most, the 10 or so experienced dragon control soldiers beside Yalan reached golden rank. But that was about it. For them, advancing from silver rank was tantamount to courting death. So Yalan instructed them to wield ranged weapons and shoot. With alien weapons capable of killing silver ranks in a single shot, self-preservation was not a problem. At this moment, spirit beasts began to break through the lines and land on the ground. Following that, countless temporal frogs fell to the ground. The sound of thuds was incessant. These large bullfrogs sprang into action the moment they touched the ground. With a light leap, they reached several meters high. One bullfrog's head sent a dragon control soldier flying. A fireball soon followed, exploding it. Don't panic, maintain formation. Yalan communicated mentally. But despite saying this, anxiety stirred in her heart. As time passed, it was only a matter of time before the defense line was breached. In White City, they were the only dragon control unit stationed here. Even reinforcements would take time. And what they lacked most right now was time. Continuing like this was not a solution. Once the defense line was breached, the temporal frogs would flood into the residential area. The resulting damage would escalate to another level. Shockwave earthquake. A chilling roar echoed from beyond the perimeter. The ground began to tremble violently. But strangely, the earthquake only affected the temporal frogs. The dragon control soldiers on the ground and all other materials were unaffected. Taiyu sliced through a spirit beast and turned to look. It was Fan Meng, dressed in a white shirt and sporting a slick-back hairstyle. As he walked toward the battlefield, his hands waved downward. With each wave, the ground trembled. Tai President, your president, I'm here to assist. The temporal frogs on the ground were shaken off balance. This gave the dragon control soldiers an opportunity to quickly raise their guns and eliminate them one by one. Principal Fan, well done. I'll personally present you a banner later. Tai's voice came from the air. Fan Meng grinned. Tai President, no need for such formalities. As citizens of the Great Xia, it is our duty to unite against the enemy and protect our homeland. With Fan Meng's support, the situation on the ground gained some breathing room. Of course, Yalan did not miss this good opportunity. With no worries behind her, she immediately ordered the vice leader of the Earth Fiend team nearby. Li Yuan, go support Tai President. Leader, what about you? Vice leader Li Yuan asked as he slashed with his sword, wiping out dozens of spirit beasts in the air. Yalan's winered hair danced as she gazed at the mirage reflecting the descending spirit beasts. With a cold voice, she uttered 2 words, block the door. Leader, no. It's too dangerous. Li Yuan shouted anxiously. Li Yuan, execute the order. Yalan left this command and once again unleashed a higher temperature within her body. Transforming into a more intense flame, she charged toward the intersection of the spirit realm and reality. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with worry, but as a soldier, executing orders was his duty. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely said, yes. Then he immediately rushed to Tai's location. Seeing Li Yuan come to assist, Taiyu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His spiritual energy was already running low. Without anyone to support him, what awaited him was likely dire. Tai President, take a break, I'll protect you. Li Yuan stood with his sword in front of Taiyu. With each swing of his sword, a spirit beast was cleaved into pieces. He carved out a safe zone in the air for Taiyu. Taiyu gasped for breath, his hand holding the golden blade trembling slightly. He looked up at Yalan, who had already reached the intersection of the mirage. Gratitude flooded his heart. Tai President, how much longer until reinforcements arrive? Li Yuan asked while protecting Taiyu. Taiyu raised his hand to check the microcomputer on his arm, suddenly surprised. Reinforcements have arrived, but it's not from the Super Martial Association. What do you mean by this? Besides the association, what other reinforcements are there? From the Super Martial Pioneer Academy. Taiyu lowered his arm and turned to indicate a direction. Following his gaze, Li Yuan looked. In the distance, a black dot was racing towards them. A supersonic fighter jet resembling the Black Cloud fighter jet of the Wang family from Yun City sped toward them. It arrived in midair outside the battle zone in an instant, as if teleporting. The body of the aircraft bore 2 gilded letters. Pioneer. The cabin door slowly opened in midair. Dozens of young elites gradually revealed themselves before everyone. Standing in the center was Chen Shu, clad in a red vest with a head of fiery red, slightly messy hair. He gazed at the chaotic scene outside, his fists clenched tightly. White City, I'm back. At the same time, Yalan, who had flown near the intersection point, was suddenly pushed back by a terrifying force. On the other side of the mirage, within the spirit realm of temporal abyss, an unknown creature simultaneously opened its eyes. A terrifying force emanated from the intersection point of the Shiwan and the sky above Baiching. The moment this power appeared, it instantly plunged everyone present into a fear overshadowed by death. Without exception, regardless of friend or foe, the spirit beasts no longer fell from the reflected mirage. The chrono frog that landed also crawled on the ground too, afraid to move. Even the highest ranked platinum level powerhouse, Yalan, briefly lost the ability to act. The flames still burning in the ruins of the ground square were instantly extinguished. This sense of fear enveloped everyone's hearts. Among them Fan Meng felt it most deeply. After all, he had also witnessed the king-level aura released by the kingly old man. But at this moment the chilling aura he sensed far exceeded that of a king. Clearly Yalan and Tai Yu also realized this. There is only one possibility. The aura of a king-level 9-star, one of the 7 beast emperors, the Lord of Shiwan. Tai Yu said with wide eyes, his voice trembling in horror. If such a being were to descend through the reflected mirage, it would not just be a disaster. It would be an absolute annihilation. With the combat strength present, it would be no different from hitting gold with an egg. Chen Shu and the others clearly also felt this overwhelming aura. Damn, just arrived, and you're already going all out. Fang Bei's terrified voice rang out beside Chen Shu. Some even collapsed directly on the ground, losing their combat ability. Chen Shu gazed at the reflected spirit world mirage in the sky, gasping in shock. A prickling sensation crept over him. It felt as if a pair of eyes was staring intently at him from above and below, just as everyone was at a loss. An old man stepped out slowly from the pioneer war machine. He had sparse white hair and a tuft of white beard. Stooped over, he wore a black short-sleeved shirt tucked into his waistband. Yet his eyes were a pair of bright golden ones. He stared at the sky with an extremely serious expression. Taking a step forward, he instantly appeared in midair. With another step forward, he was already in front of Yalan. Chen Shu recognized this person. He was Jiang Yi, the so-called divine doctor mentioned by Liang Dingtian, known for his ruthless demeanor in battle. Jiang Yi stroked his white beard and slowly spoke. You beast is the great Xiao, place where you can run wild. Is your nose leaking air? You love releasing your aura so much. This is called a disease that needs to be treated. I learned a technique from my great-grandfather called Everlasting Needle. As the name suggests, it makes you unable to rest. Once this needle is out, even a king-level being must cease to exist. As he spoke, Jiang Yi had already opened the hand behind his back. A golden thin needle was firmly pinched between 2 fingers. With an astonishing speed, he swung his arm. The everlasting needle was instantly thrown into the reflected mirage. A tremor echoed from within. Immediately after, the deathly aura that enveloped the entire scene dissipated in an instant. Jiang Yi's lips curled slightly as he stroked his beard. As if nothing had happened, he turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back. Yalan hurriedly turned around and saluted Jiang Yi's departing figure. Junior Yalan, thank you for your assistance, Senior. Jiang Yi waved his hand in midair. With a casual smile, he replied, just a small effort. You all continue. I'm mainly here to accompany the new students of my pioneering academy on a mission. I'm just a companion. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It truly resonated with Liang Dingtian's words. An old show-off. But show-off or not, he was indeed strong. Is this what a star-level big shot is like? So cool. Jiang Yi returned to the war machine, and everyone quickly made way. What are you still standing there for? Get to work, Jiang Yi said. Fang Bai grabbed the collapsed Yi Xiaohei, and along with He Tai Ji, jumped down from the war machine. Oh, I'm afraid of heights. Yi Xiaohei's voice trailed off as he got farther away. A little over 10 minutes ago, Chen Shu accepted a 2-star mission to investigate the murder case at the Ziwei Pavilion in Baiqing. Unexpectedly, Fang Bai and his team's Taiji King team also took this mission. So they planned to team up for the mission. Who would have thought that suddenly this task would escalate in level? It jumped straight to a 3-star level. At the same time, the mission details were changed to emergency 3-star mission due to the turmoil in the spirit world. A spirit world invasion incident occurred above Baiqing. Cooperate to support the dragon army in killing spirit beasts. Due to the increase in mission level, it had far exceeded the combat capacity of the 7 people. Moreover, it was related to the spirit world, making the danger level among 3-star missions extremely high. Liang Dingtian immediately sent a message for Jiang Yi to accompany them. One reason was to allow the newcomers to gain experience and understand the real battlefield. At the same time, it would help them quickly realize the importance of strength. However, since it was support for the dragon army to kill enemies, they couldn't just send new recruits. Therefore, 3 veteran teams were mobilized to accompany them, including Fang Bei's Taiji King team, Chen Shu's team, the Oh Yes team, together with 8 veteran students. Excluding Jiang Yi, there were a total of 15 students. Song Wu Dao held his sword in hand. His eyes were filled with enthusiasm for battle. Chen Shu, this mission is not in vain, it's exciting. Then let's go up. Do what we can. Chen Shu's team, the Oh Yes team, together with 8 veteran students. Excluding Jiang Yi, there were a total of 15 students. Their bodies glimmered with a chilling light, one holding an ice blade and the other dragging an ice ring. They were steadily caught by the ice crystals formed on the ground. Let's go, it's our turn. Seeing this, Song Wu Dao also leaped down. Wait a minute. Chen Shu walked to the edge of the cabin and peered down quickly, calling out to Song Wu Dao. What's the matter? Song Wu Dao turned his head to ask. Chen Shu shyly uttered 3 words. I'm afraid of heights. Song Wu Dao. Not. This isn't high at all. Chen Shu swallowed and replied, how can it not be high? It's 10 meters high. I'm not saying this. You dared to gamble psychologically with the star-level Shengwan Nanming, and you're afraid of heights. These two are different. Chen Shu frowned and clenched his fists as he spoke. He truly had a shadow from that experience. Being dragged by Fangqing Wan to the blood oath stone forest frightened him to death. Song Wu Dao bit his lip and chuckled. I didn't expect someone as skilled as you would actually be afraid of heights. Ha ha ha. Stop laughing, can you please consider the occasion? This is the battlefield, we're here to fight. Chen Shu's face turned red as he continued. You have wine system abilities, hurry, and take me down. Song Wudao calmed down, and smiled nodding, no problem, no problem. Then he turned the sword's edge and softly chanted, Lonely Luan 9 styles cloud rising. A gust of wind wrapped around their feet, gently lowering them, as if they were riding an elevator. Below, Jiang Bingyue crossed her arms and pouted, asking, Why is it taking you so long to come down? What are you two doing? Song Wudao replied seriously, Nothing much, just someone is afraid of heights, and doesn't dare to come down. Chen Shu, Jiang Bingyue, and Su Qianxue, and afraid of heights. In both glanced simultaneously at Chen Shu. And he flicked his right hand. Zhang Gui's sword flashed into his palm. Battle. Real men fight. Just then a chrono frog leapt directly before Chen Shu. And he instantly struck it with a seizure slash. The frog flipped onto its back, convulsing violently. Song Wudao unleashed a wind severance strike, cleanly decapitating the massive toad. Su Qianxue gripped twin ice blades and blurred into a lethal whirlwind, carving through the beast's swarm. Jiang Bingyue seized her moment, hurling icy rings one after another. The chrono frog attempted to leap, but was struck midair on its hind leg by an icy ring. The ring detonated instantly, encasing half its body in glacial frost, as if swallowed by hardened bubblegum. Su Qianxue dispatched it with a rolling slash. To any outsider it would appear Chen Shu and Song Wudao fought as one pair, and Su Qianxue and Jiang Bingyue as another. The four split seamlessly into two duos, each fighting their own battles. Chen Shu raised Zhang Gui's sword high and charged toward a grotesquely oversized chrono frog that had just vaulted into his line of sight. Clang, non-metallic ring echoed sharply. Chen Shu's blade struck the chrono frog squarely, its frame slightly larger than the others. Yet not a single wound appeared, and not even a scratch, no broken skin, no mark at all. This creature stood on an entirely different tier from the one slain moments before. Bronze rank 9 star. Fall back now, Song Wudao roared from behind. Chen Shu barely began withdrawing his sword, when suddenly the chrono frog twisted its massive bovine head and locked eyes with him. From the clock face insignia embedded upon its brow, the hour and minute hands spun, clockwise and counterclockwise, in frantic unison. Chen Shu felt an invisible force seize his arm mid-withdrawal. His sword grew leaden, immovably heavy. Meanwhile the chrono frog's speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye it vanished from Chen Shu's vision. Its bull-like head sent Song Wudao, who'd been rushing forward to reinforce, flying backward. Only his ingrained swordsmanship instinct, honed over years of training, warned him of imminent peril at the last instant. He converted his attack into defense, slamming his blade crosswise before his chest and blocking the razor-sharp horn's fatal thrust. Otherwise, that single impact, launched by a bronze rank 9-star beast, would almost certainly have ended in catastrophe. Huff, Song Wudao reeled backward at blinding speed. He crashed hard against a shattered wall before skidding to a halt, and steadying himself just in time, and miraculously unharmed. To sense and parry an assault from a bronze rank 9-star spirit beast, despite possessing only a mysterious iron rank 9-star cultivation base, was already extraordinary. Judgment. Shaking free from Chrono's grip, Chen Shu's eyes blazed crimson as he unleashed Judgment Eye, a searing beam of punitive light. The bull-headed frog tumbled backward in a full aerial somersault, landing flat on its back. The strike interrupted its lunge toward Song Wudao. Jiang Bingyue seized the opening, launching two icy rings that briefly froze the chrono frog in place. She clenched her fists. Frost domain frost-clad gauntlets, white frigid chi swirled around her, coalescing into countless glittering ice crystals. The crystals spiraled upward, fusing seamlessly along her forearms. The same frost-forged gauntlets she'd wielded earlier now reformed in dazzling clarity. Riding momentum, she drove a crushing blow straight into the chrono frog's massive flank. The toad blasted sideways through the air. Su Qianxue blurred once more, darting toward the dazed supine chrono frog and stabbing furiously into its belly. Jiang Bingyue rushed forward too, swinging twin gauntlets nearly as tall as herself, hammering down with thunderous thuds. Each impact echoed like a piledriver striking earth. Pitiful, the mighty bronze rank 9-star spirit beastin was beaten to death, bludgeoned relentlessly, by two mere bronze rank 1-star cultivators. Song Wudao patted his chest, then dashed over to stab it twice more. Revenge for nearly being gored to death. Finally he strode to Chen Shu, gripping two severed horn tips. Tossed one casually into his hand. A keepsake. After all, this is the first high-rank spirit beast we've slain together as the Tian Shu squad. Song Wudao tightened his grip on the horn tip and smirked. So it's no longer a yes. Chen Shu slipped the horn into his pouch and murmured softly. Forget it. We'll file for a name change later. No, keep it. It's perfect. Creates delicious irony. Chen Shu said. Dude, it's humiliating. You know it's embarrassing, and yet you press confirms? Chen Shu rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue twice. Hey wait. Flustered and speechless, Song Wudao gave up trying, and charged off again, sword in hand. Chen Shu moved to follow, but the moment Song Wudao vanished ahead, Nei was hurled backward, landing squarely atop Chen Shu. Before Chen Shu could utter a word, 3 more figures slammed backward, Infang Bai and his 2 companions. And among them, He Taiji's face was deathly pale. 2 bull horns pierced his chest, and bloody wounds gushing crimson. And he stared ahead, where a silver-ranked chrono frog loomed, eyes fixed upon them with predatory stillness. Behind it, hundreds of giant toads massed, regarding the 7 cultivators like prey. In Mugwa, the lead beast bellowed, a guttural chilling cry. Hundreds of chrono frogs lifted their heads in unison, their brow-mounted clock faces spinning faster, ever faster. Su Qianxue cried out, fall back. Chrono frogs are pack-based spirit beasts. The more there are, the larger the chronospatial field they can generate. But before she finished, lead frog's clock face insignia detached and hovered mid-air, expanding rapidly into a colossal, translucent clock face projection. The hour hand reversed, and with each rotation, Chen Shu's body grew heavier, while the chrono frogs moved ever faster. In essence, time itself warped, accelerating the frogs while slowing the cultivators, achieving true chrono manipulation. As the hour hand spun backward with increasing velocity, Chen Shu and the others felt as though trapped in temporal stasis, unable to dodge, unable to react. And meanwhile, the frog's speed reached its apex, each movement trailing ghostly afterimages. Then, in the next breath, hundreds of chrono frogs surged forward like lightning bolts racing toward the 7 helpless targets. At that critical juncture, a golden streak shot forth from the warship above, knit fragmented midair into hundreds of golden needles, and striking each chrono frog precisely at the center of its spinning clock face. Instantly, every frog plummeted downward like rain, lifeless, motionless, including the silver rank leader. One needle drifted gently toward He Taiji, and spontaneously dissolving into a soft golden radiance. And upon contact with the horns embedded in his chest, the light erased them utterly. Simultaneously, it healed his wounds, restoring color to his ashen face in moments. And from above, Jiang Yi's voice rang out, timed perfectly for dramatic effect, and children, on the true battlefield, vigilance must never waver, not for a single heartbeat. Rest easy, I am here. Your lives are safe in my hands. He Taiji stood up, removing his bloodstained beige short coat, and made a hand gesture towards the direction of the aircraft. Okay, thank you, big shot. Chen Shu shook his head, exclaiming to himself, as expected of mentor Liangding Tian, he has managed to impress once again. This was due to the fact that all the spirit beasts in the surrounding area had been swiftly eliminated by Jiang Yi. Moreover, with the cooperation of the dragon-riding army and the senior students, the crisis on the ground was quickly resolved, slaying all the chrono frogs that had landed and were about to land. In the sky, Taiyu was also giving his all, coordinating with Li Yuan, while Yalan was exerting herself, as well, shining like a miniature sun. Many chrono frogs had just crossed through the mirage and into reality, only to be instantly roasted into frog jerky, with many still sizzling and oozing oil. One of them fell directly in front of Chen Shu. He sniffed it, swallowing silently. It had a delightful roasted aroma. A faint, low humming sound began to emanate from the mirage, and the number of chrono frogs emerging from it was rapidly decreasing. Looking at this scene, Yalan finally relaxed her furrowed brow. This indicated that the intersection between the spirit realm and the real world was beginning to separate. The world barrier that had been broken due to the battle between the 2 beast emperors of the spirit realm was also healing itself. Only a few breaths later, the mirage started to blur, and no more spirit beasts emerged from within. The invasion of the spirit realm was over. Taiyu and Li Yuan exchanged glances, both sighing in relief. Li Yuan saluted Taiyu and flew towards Yalan to report. Li Yuan, please count the casualties and the extent of the damage. Li Yuan nodded, solemnly understood. He then instructed the dozen or so senior soldiers in the air. Everyone worked in an orderly fashion, tirelessly assessing the losses and casualties caused by the incident. Yalan floated alone in the high air, her flames gradually retracting, transforming into a stunning wynard coat. Taiyu waved at her before descending. Yalan nodded, surveying her surroundings from high above. Assessing the battlefield immediately after the battle is the mark of a qualified commander. Her gaze was sharp, not overlooking any corner or clue. She froze for a moment upon seeing Chen Shu, a hint of confusion arising in her heart. Just the day before, he had been taken away by Fong Qingwan from the Heavenly Workshop, and now he was here under the name of the Pioneer Academy for support. What kind of life accelerator is this? But then she thought, whether in the Heavenly Workshop or the Pioneer Academy, Chen Shu's basic safety was completely guaranteed. Anywhere is better than in White City. Taiyu landed on the ground, the golden blade dissipating into light and vanishing. He rubbed his waist with one hand and his neck with the other, occasionally letting out a few groans. Fan Meng was squatting in front of a chrono frog corpse, fiddling with something. Upon seeing Taiyu approach, he immediately stood up with a flattering smile. With a grin reminiscent of a fly rubbing its hands together, he half bowed to Taiyu and said, President Tai, you've worked hard. Taiyu reached out and patted Fan Meng's shoulder, saying, Principal Fan, you've helped a lot today. I'll reward you. I'll send someone with a banner to your school later. Fan Meng chuckled foolishly, suddenly pointing to the chrono frog corpse at his feet and asking, how about I take one of these spirit beast corpses with me? I've only seen these things in books. This is the first time I've seen one in person. It would make a good souvenir, don't you think? Tai's brow furrowed slightly at this. Taking corpses from the battlefield is a big taboo, strictly prohibited by the laws of the Great Xia. Do you think it's appropriate to say such a thing in front of me, a president of the White City Super Martial Artists Association? Fan Meng looked around cautiously and moved a bit closer to Tai Yu. He subtly slipped a thick stack of money into Tai Yu's pocket, whispering, I know this will make it awkward for President Tai. Just a little token of appreciation, use it to buy some tea and calm down. There are so many corpses on the battlefield, taking one more or one less won't be noticed, what do you say? Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Tai Yu's eyes, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Well, I'll go ahead and check things out. Principal Fan, you just do your thing, I won't disturb you. Hey, did I drop my access card? After saying that, he slowly walked forward. There was indeed a card lying flat where he had been standing. Once Tai Yu had left, Fan Meng's eyes glinted, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. By the time Tai Yu turned back, Fan Meng was already heading outside the battlefield, and the Chronofrog corpse had vanished from its original spot. The dragon-riding army stationed in front of the caution line reached out to stop him. He pulled out a so-called access permit to show the other party. As expected, they did not obstruct him, and he passed through smoothly. Tai Yu's playful expression turned serious, his demeanor becoming grave. He withdrew the thick stack of money that Fan Meng had slipped him, scoffed coldly, and handed it to a slender, elegant hand that received it steadily. Keep this evidence safe, Tai Yu said lightly. Yalan took the evidence and playfully remarked, that was quite a performance, rather clumsy. Tai Yu grinned. The key is that he believed it, didn't he? Everyone knows I love money, but likewise a gentleman loves wealth acquired through proper means. It's not just any money that I accept. Yalan smiled as she turned. Now that the bait has been cast, let's see what Fan Meng intends to do. I have an idea. Tai Yu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, what significance does a spirit beast corpse hold? But if it's for studying the temporal power of the Chronofrog, or if the corpse is modified to become a puppet that obeys him and replicated, then that wouldn't be a good thing. And the only ones with such capabilities are the Corpse Church. Are you suggesting that Fan Meng is connected to the Corpse Church? Yalan asked. But upon further thought, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Send a few people to monitor him, and see if we can find any other clues. Remember, don't expose yourselves, don't stir up the grass to scare the snakes. Understood, Tai Yu said while puffing on his cigarette. I've done this before, and it's all about fishing for big fish with a long line. At that moment, a member of the dragon-riding army approached Yalan and Tai Yu, saluting them. Report to Major Ya and President Tai, the Divine Doctor of the Pioneer Academy requests your presence. Tai Yu and Yalan exchanged glances and immediately leaped into the air. With one step, they arrived inside the suspended Pioneer aircraft. It was spacious inside, exuding luxury everywhere. It was filled with technological flair. This Pioneer aircraft was second only to the Sky King Black Cloud aircraft of the Wang family in Yun City. Fully AI intelligent driving curvature engine ejection, and the entire body was stealthy, among other features. On the two side seats sat the 15 individuals who had just been recalled. Yalan and Tai Yu smiled and nodded towards Chen Shu before heading directly to the innermost part. In front of a space massage sofa, Jiang, he was reclining with a cup of tea. Noticing the two had arrived, he gently put down his cup. He slowly stood up, gazing at Yalan and Tai Yu with his weathered eyes. Chen Shu immediately guessed what was coming and knew this old man was about to start his act again. And sure enough, Jiang, he stroked his beard and spoke in a deep voice, you two, how have you been? Senior physician, have we met before? Tai Yu asked, bewildered. Yalan interjected swiftly, didn't you just witness the senior physician's miraculous intervention moments ago? Have you already forgotten? Tai Yu's expression instantly shifted to one of sudden enlightenment. Ah, yes indeed. So this is what they call a reunion after long separation. Jiang, he let out a light chuckle and tapped a finger toward Yalan. Truly, it's no wonder they call you Yalan. Your emotional intelligence is unmatched. Yalan smiled in response, but then paused, sensing something amiss, and bowed her head slightly. Senior physician, you know me. Jiang Yi gazed at Yalan and gave a silent, solemn nod. Is it connected to the memories I've lost? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded faintly once more. He cleared his throat softly, and the fighter jet's AI instantly comprehended. In an instant, a conference table assembled itself with astonishing speed. Now then, let us return to the matter at hand. Jiang Yi swiveled his zero-gravity massage chair to face the conference table and settled into position. Please, both of you, take a seat. Yalan and Tai Yu complied without hesitation. Pay close attention. You'll each be assigned tasks based on the information I'm about to share. This remark was directed at Chen Shu and the other 14 individuals present. That was precisely why Jiang Yi had summoned them here. Senior physician, please proceed. Tai Yu sat upright, eyes fixed steadily upon Jiang Yi. The others followed suit. Half an hour ago, our Chen Shu Academy received an urgent transmission from the Spirit Beast Realm. 2 sovereign beasts were locked in mortal combat, and nearly all Academy personnel stationed there were wiped out. This triggered the Baiqing Spirit Realm incursion incident. Prior to this event, our Academy's monitoring system detected anomalous energy fluctuations emanating from the Z-Way Pavilion, prompting us to dispatch your dragon subduing unit to investigate the pavilion. Moreover, Lilith, the so-called Queen of Intelligence of the Z-Way Pavilion, was reportedly sighted in Baiqing. Thus, I strongly suspect the Spirit Realm incursion is inextricably linked to the Z-Way Pavilion. Yalan clenched her fists and nodded gravely. Indeed, Senior Physician, we detected Lilith's aura in Baiqing 2 days ago, but our pursuit yielded nothing. Only one rogue hyper-martial artist assaulted a student from Baiqing Hyper-Martial Academy. During interrogation, the assailant suddenly perished in the chamber, leaving our trail cold. Then this morning that same student, who'd lain unconscious after the attack, killed her guard, shattered the hospital window, and fled. Her whereabouts remain unknown as we speak. Jiang Yi nodded, then let out a cold snort. Lilith the Thousand-Faced, a master of misdirection. She always uses a sacrificial pawn to shield the true perpetrator. She must have a deeper purpose. Taiyu's mind suddenly clicked. Could it be that this spirit realm incursion is itself a signature maneuver of the Ziwei Pavilion? They're deliberately diverting our focus onto the incursion, using a catastrophe of grand scale to veil their true objective. At that thought, Taiyu drew in a sharp, icy breath. To achieve their ends, they would willingly orchestrate a disaster capable of obliterating all of Baiqing. He turned urgently to Yalan. Yalan, the fugitive student, is their true objective. She carries something vital. Capture her, and we may yet avert a calamity beyond imagination. Yalan nodded in agreement. I've cross-referenced her with Fan Meng. She's Chu Mu, a senior high school student in Class 2, Grade 3. 19 years old, fire tribute, singularity or cultivator, iron tier, 3 hyper-martialist, native of Baiqing. Both her parents are deceased. Her only living relative is her cousin Fu Guishui, who attends the same academy. However, when we located him, he'd already been reduced to charred remains in the school's sewer system. The 15 listeners behind absorbed every word intently, especially Chen Shu. Until now, his understanding had remained hazy, until he heard the name Chu Mu. He froze stunned into silence. Chu Mu, the arrogant, overbearing, showboating girl who'd once flaunted her talents so brazenly, had now become a wanted murderer. She's still in Baiqing. Jiang Yi tapped his fingertips against the tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. I can still catch faint whiffs of that unmistakable stench of decay. Suddenly, Yalan jolted upright, leaping to her feet. Her fingers pressed hard against her earpiece as incoming intel struck her like lightning. What is it? Taiyu rose as well, voice taut with urgency. Yalan lowered her arms slowly, brow furrowed, eyes narrowing, rage blazing silently within her gaze. 7 corpses, burned beyond recognition, have just been discovered on a rooftop 1 kilometer due south of our location. Upon forensic verification, all 7 are members of my Disha Squad's dragon subduing unit. Taiyu recoiled in shock. So brazen, they slaughtered our people right beneath our very eyes. Was any of it captured on surveillance? Yalan shook her head slightly. All nearby cameras and recording devices suffered irreversible interference simultaneously. Hardware melted beyond recovery. Senior physician, Yalan must take her leave immediately. With those words, she vanished in a streak of crimson flame. Taiyu fell silent for a moment, then ventured cautiously. I suspect the Ziwei Pavilion isn't acting alone. Other forces are stirring in the shadows. The corpse cult, yes. Jiang Yi stroked his beard. Taiyu managed a wry smile. Senior physician truly sees all. Jiang Yi shook his head, tone grave and measured. It is not clairvoyance. It is deduction grounded in circumstance. The corpse cult, a dark sect equal in infamy to the Ziwei Pavilion, revels in desecrated flesh and skeletal remains. To them, the thousands of chronofrog carcasses scattered across the city are nothing less than a sumptuous, irresistible feast. Baiqing Hypermartial Academy, the spirit realm incursion had reached even here. Though structural damage remained minimal, the campus lay perilously close to Wanhuan Plaza. Thus, under faculty supervision, all students had evacuated to designated shelters. At this moment, the academy stood utterly deserted. Fan Meng pushed open the door to his office, alone. He gently twisted a porcelain vase mounted on the display cabinet behind his desk, and the entire cabinet split seamlessly into twin sliding doors retracting sideways. Sigh. Fan Meng paused deep in thought. Stepping through the newly revealed passage, he entered, and the cabinet closed soundlessly behind him, leaving no trace. His expression was grim, shadowed by quiet anguish. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the chronofrog carcass retrieved from Wanhuan Plaza materialized in his palm. The hidden chamber was cramped, no larger than a modest bathroom, containing only a spirit tablet, an incense altar, and a meditation cushion. Nothing else. Fan Meng placed the carcass upon the altar, then knelt reverently upon the cushion, hands clasped in devout prayer. His gaze lifted to the 6 crimson characters inscribed upon the spirit tablet. Eyes closed, he bowed deeply, his posture that of a faithful acolyte. Lord of the White-Bone Spirit Core. As Fan Meng touched his forehead to the floor in obeisance, the 6 vermilion characters glowed with eerie radiance. When he rose, the carcass had vanished from the altar, and as his eyes opened, deep within their pupils, a clock-face sigil shimmered into view. His entire bearing transformed, sinister, uncanny. His limbs contorted unnaturally, bones cracked with unsettling, grating resonance. From his lips spilled an arcane incantation, guttural, archaic, impenetrable. And as the final syllables echoed at Wanhuan Plaza, not far from this hidden sanctum, the ruins stirred. The chronofrogs, supposedly dead, began moving in unison. They were alive again. A shrill, agonized scream pierced the air from outside, followed by several more. Gunfire cracked, sharply interwoven with guttural, wet sounds of tearing flesh. Taiyu rushed to the cockpit hatch and beheld a vision of unspeakable horror, one that would sear itself into his memory for life. His eyes bulged wide as copper bells. The ever-composed young man trembled momentarily, unmoored by dread. Through his gaze unfolded a landscape akin to hell itself, where the chronofrogs, long presumed dead, now stirred back to grotesque life. Even those decapitated, cleaved in two, or eviscerated, reanimated with eerie defiance. lurching forward to slaughter without mercy. Jiang Yi materialized midair in an instant. At the sight, he inwardly cursed. Disaster. A blinding fireball plummeted from the heavens, detonating with cataclysmic force and reducing hundreds of corpses into crimson shrapnel. Yet shockingly, even fragmented into pieces, they refused to die, crawling across the ground still wielding the temporal power drawn from the chrono abyss. Yalan struck like thunder, one punch felling each foe, rescuing the Imperial Dragon Corps, now faltering under overwhelming assault. Jiang Yi raised a single hand, fingers flicking with precision, wrists snapping outward. From his gesture erupted thousands upon thousands of golden needles, dense as rain, guided as if by divine targeting, blanketing every corpse in flawless surgical annihilation. Detonate. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless cascade of explosions erupted below, vaporizing every corpse into a crimson mist. All of you, go assist. Jiang Yi turned to the students. Among them, the senior disciples had been chafing at the bit, eager to act. Granted permission, 8 seniors leapt from the aircraft without hesitation to lend what strength they could. Did I truly call it the corpse cult? Taiyu twisted his head and asked, but what is the purpose? Surely they know you're here. Jiang Yi stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward, his expression heavy with foreboding. This is a show of force, meant solely for me. Their intent is plain, they do not regard me at all. What nonsense, you're a stellar radiance rank cultivator. Chen Shu's voice rang out from behind. You've even cowed a sovereign beast emperor. Crush him, senior. He Taiji added fervently. Click, click, click. A sharp rhythmic ticking echoed from the stratosphere above. Before every pair of eyes, the corpses, supposedly reduced to dust and ash, recoalesced anew. Thousands upon thousands surged forth once more, encircling the battlefield in an unbroken, suffocating ring. Wu Dao. Chen Shu gave a curt nod. The other instantly understood. Seizing Chen Shu's arm, he launched himself into a soaring leap, wind coiling beneath him as he landed with perfect grace. Su Qianxue and Jiang Bingyue followed in swift succession. The moment their feet touched earth, the four split into mismatched pairs, fumbling through clumsy, unpracticed coordination. Taiyu descended to lend support. Fong Bai murmured softly, the Taiji King squad, undisputed number 1 in the realm. Then dashed after He Taiji. Hooking his arm around Yi Xiaohei's neck, a man paralyzed by acrophobia, he plunged downward amid the latter's ear-splitting pig-like shrieks. Jiang Yi prepared to intervene once more, when a deep, resonant voice boomed across all of Bai City. Flesh decays, but bone endures. Kneel before your sovereign. High above, a figure clad entirely in black robes manifested midair as if conjured from void. Sorcery and illusion. Jiang Yi shot upward, palm wide, and roaring, aimed to strike the figure across the face. Just before impact, a sovereigntier aura erupted from the robed figure, equal in might to the earlier beast emperor. Dare a mere stellar radiance rank dare lay hands on me. Jiang Yi was hurled backward with crushing force. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, might you be Bai Wuxi? Giggle, giggle, giggle. The black-robed figure laughed softly. Correct. I am Bai Wuxi, sovereign of the corpse cult. This is dire, Jiang Yi whispered, pupils contracting. He had never imagined that a passing remark would summon none other than Bai Wuxi, the corpse cult's sovereign, a sovereigntier powerhouse, into the heart of battle. Have you lost your senses? Have you forgotten? This is Xia. Jiang Yi sneered coldly. Fear not. I come only for one thing. Bai Wuxi's voice turned glacial. Once I claim it, I depart, leaving not a blade of grass disturbed. What? Jiang Yi frowned, demanding clarity. Him. Bai Wuxi lifted his arm, pointing directly at Chen Shu. Jiang Yi froze. What does this mean? No more feigned ignorance. No more stalling. Bai Wuxi's killing intent coalesced as he stepped forward. Boom. A sovereigntier pressure field descended, sealing the entire zone. Its crushing weight pinned Jiang Yi motionless, even silencing his voice. Others were utterly helpless, paralyzed, breathless. Chen Shu. Bai Wuxi's voice thundered across the skies of Bai City. Come with me, or die. Chen Shu's body buckled under the oppressive weight. In his grip, the demon-slaying sword. In his eyes, the judgment eye blazing with incandescent light. Yet before a sovereigntier master, he was nothing but meat laid bare upon the chopping block. Utterly powerless, utterly irrelevant. Wait, Chen Shu, what does he mean? Song Wudao, flattened by the sheer pressure, strained to ask, have you offended him? Where does he intend to take you? Chen Shu shook his head bitterly. I don't even know who he is. Song Wudao cried out immediately, Senior, surely there's been a mistake. My friend is but an ordinary man. Giggle, giggle. He is no ordinary man. With a subtle flick of his finger, Bai Wuxi summoned swarms of chrono frog corpses, writhing, converging, surrounding Chen Shu until no path remained, sealed tight as a tomb. With a subtle flick of his finger, Bai Wuxi summoned swarms of chrono frog corpses, writhing, converging, surrounding Chen Shu until no path remained, sealed tight as a tomb. Fuck your ancestors. Taiyu, drenched in cold sweat, yet unbroken in spirit, spat the words defiantly, only to be ignored completely by Bai Wuxi. With but a glance, Bai Wuxi hurled Taiyu hundreds of meters, skidding violently across the earth, carving a deep, smoking trench. Taiyu! Yalan cried out, voice raw with anguish. Chen Shu's pulse hammered wildly, his breath came in ragged gasps. From his palms, origami pistols sprang forth, one after another, firing futile shots into the advancing tide of corpses. His right hand flailed wildly, expending spiritual energy to no avail. If even a stellar radiance rank master was immobilized, how could a mere novice like Chen Shu hope to resist? Yalan watched in desperate agony, yet her utmost effort could not so much as stir the sovereignty aura. Chen Shu was the first divine lineage awakened in Xia's history. That singular distinction alone was enough to send shockwaves rippling across every faction and sect. Chen Shu, resistance is meaningless. Come willingly, and all shall live unharmed. Bai Wushi's voice echoed again, refuse, and death awaits them all, and you will perish as well. As Chen Shu resigned himself, ready to sacrifice his life for theirs, the celestial artificer token rose into the air, hovering protectively before him. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar shattered the heavens. Let us see, who dares touch him? The heavenly craft order floated before Chen Shu. A drumbeat erupted from within, enveloping the entire area. Everyone felt the pressure on their bodies lighten. The kingly pressure that surrounded him dissipated like smoke. Boom! A thunderclap rang out from the heavens, echoing through the clouds. The clouds parted. They reformed into a staircase of clouds. A tall, slender figure appeared at the top of the staircase with gray-white hair tied high by a silver crown. His brow was sharp as if carved by a knife, dressed in a leather jacket and wearing black sunglasses. A dashing middle-aged man. With every step down the cloud staircase, the void trembled. Waves of ripples spread out from beneath his feet. Behind him, dressed in a crimson robe with a Baixiang Niao Mian mask of Zhong Kuei on his face, was Fong Qingwan. Adorning his chest was a piece of red copper armor with muscles like ancient bronze, Tang Balian. The two closely followed. Tang Balian's right arm moved slightly, and a stream of scorching red gold molten iron flowed from his palm. Slowly it forged into a towering brass giant hammer. Heavenly craft. Lu Jiuyuan. Bai Wuxian's eyes narrowed beneath his black robe as he whispered, gazing at the leader among them. Long time no see. Senior brother. Lu Jiuyuan snorted coldly, exerting force beneath his feet, instantly pressing an aura upon Bai Wuxian. He slammed him hard into the ground. Who is your senior brother? Our heavenly craft pavilion has never had someone like you. You are nothing but a traitor, harming your master, betraying your sect. Even pressed to the ground, Bai Wuxian stood with his hands behind his back. He endured the crushing force, his bones cracking under the pressure. This world is just like that. If you are not ruthless, you can only die. Your master is old and should not be suppressed by those who self-righteously claim to uphold justice. Do you understand your master's pain? Do you, Lu Jiuyuan? Since no one else will be the sinner, I shall take on that role. What's wrong with that? With these words, Bai Wuxian spread his arms wide. I am now the illustrious leader of the Corpse Church, the revered Bone Saint. If it were to happen again, I would still do the same. Lu Jiuyuan's black leather-gloved fist creaked as he clenched it. There's no point in talking. You want to take Chen Shu. I'm not agreeing to that. Bai Wuxian stomped his foot forcefully, the black robe rustling. His kingly aura broke free from Lu Jiuyuan's suppression. The two auras collided. The two sounds exploded loudly. Sand and stones flew, the wind whipped up the remnants of clouds. Below, only Jiang Yi remained unaffected by the blast. Everyone else was swept away by the shockwave. Chen Shu's figure was firmly caught by a figure in red. Senior Fong. Chen Shu called out. Jiang Yi, take them away. Fong Qingwan did not respond to Chen Shu. Instead, she instructed Jiang Yi. She lightly danced atop the Zhong Kuei mask, accompanied by the resounding war drums in her ears. She leapt into the air. Her right hand glowed with a crimson light. Chen Shu's matching demon-slaying sword was tightly grasped in his palm. Kid, watch closely. This is how you use the mask. Fong Qingluan's soft voice reached Chen Shu's ears. Suddenly, her tone transformed into one with immense penetrating strength. Exterminate. Evil. With a swing of the demon-slaying sword, a blood-red glow shot forth from the blade. It left a crimson glow in the air as it passed through the kingly auras of the two. Lu Jiuyuan's and Bai Wuxian's kingly auras simultaneously shattered. They transformed into two whirlwinds, scattering away. Stinky Bones, take this sword. Then it transformed into a red shadow, crashing directly into Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian blocked with one hand. His bone-like palm grasped the sword blade, emitting hissing white smoke. Bai Wuxian winced in pain and instantly loosened his grip. At the same time, he swept his leg, striking Fong Qingluan hard to the ground. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of chrono-frog skeletons rushed towards Fong Qingluan. Then he punched upward. A gust of airflow struck directly at his head, violently knocking away the brass giant hammer that was about to smash down on him. Tang Balian caught it, steadily charging toward Bai Wuxian like an iron tower. Bai Wuxian's gaze narrowed, twisting his neck. 1 starry level, 1 diamond level. Do you really think I am a useless sack of bones? His left fist drew back, gathering a terrifying aura. He threw a punch at the oncoming Tang Balian. A sound explosion resonated from Bai Wuxian's arm. It even shattered the surrounding ground. Smoke roared, filling the area. Boom. A muffled sound. Bai Wuxian's fist was firmly grasped by a hand. As the smoke cleared, Lu Jiuyuan stood in front of Tang Balian. His left hand was in his pocket. His right hand was steadily holding Bai Wuxian's fist. Not a single muscle moved. Even his expression showed no trace of emotion. Meanwhile, Tang Balian maintained his forward charge, enveloped in a layer of purple light, suspended in the air and unable to move. Bai Wuxian attempted to withdraw. However, he found it impossible to escape Lu Jiuyuan's grip. A crisp snap echoed. Bai Wuxian's hand was crushed into fragments by Lu Jiuyuan. Then he delivered a kick. It struck Bai Wuxian's stomach. Instantly Bai Wuxian was shattered, bones scattered everywhere. Simultaneously thousands of corpses surged forward, tightly encircling Fang Qingwan. A sword cry emanated from within. The demon-slaying sword swept through. All the corpses were sliced in half. Yet Fang Qingwan remained unharmed. Tang Balian was also released. Old Lu, what are you doing? I was just about to smash him to pieces. Are you trying to steal my thunder? If you had taken that punch, only you would have been smashed to pieces. No, your fate would be worse than his. Lu Jiuyuan tilted his head slightly, speaking calmly. The pavilion master need not worry about him. He always underestimates his opponents. Fang Qingwan approached Lu Jiuyuan with the demon-slaying sword, muttering, even without his legs, he remains unchanged. When the time comes that he loses his life, he will pay the price for his recklessness. Hey you. Damn it. Amaterasu. Tang Balian wanted to retort, but one was Lu Jiuyuan and the other was Fang Qingwan. He could not defeat either. He could only swallow his anger. Dead. Fang Qingwan looked at the remains and asked, how could that be? It's just a corpse puppet. Lu Jiuyuan replied. This is too strange. It's definitely strange. Fang Qingwan said. Going through such great lengths, making a big deal, yet easily defeated, and fleeing is a kingly figure, but this approach is simply too foolish, right? Lu Jiuyuan preemptively spoke, turning to look at Fang Qingwan. Fang Qingwan slowly nodded. Yes, just like trying to cover up something. In a deserted street deep within a sewer, a figure appeared quietly. Looking up at the darkness ahead, a familiar voice spoke coldly. I have done it. This is the first time, and it will only happen this once. The future successes and failures have nothing to do with my corpse church. But what needs to be given must not be a penny less, otherwise I will personally kill my way into the city of Abyss. After saying this, he turned and walked forward. A woman stepped out of the darkness, gazing at Bai Wuxian's back. Laughter like silver bells echoed. Of course, Your Holiness. Zywich. Thanks for all that Your Holiness has done. May we cooperate happily? Su Qianxue gave a small restrained smile. Song Wudao turned and slapped Fang Bai lightly on the shoulder. Brother, if you can speak, speak. If you can, I'll teach you how. How about that? Every motion is like flowing clouds and running water, each one utterly dashing. I don't know them. I do recognize the other two, Chen Shu replied. Fang Bai, a lollipop stick between his lips, dusted off his clothes and said, mysterious, utterly mysterious. Backdoor favors military encryption, knowing so many big shots. Even that sovereign-ranked figure in the black robe recognized you. Chen Shu did not catch the rest. He only heard 3 words. He turned abruptly, eyes narrowing as he glared. Am not someone who got in through connections. Su Qianxue gave a small restrained smile. Song Wudao turned and slapped Fang Bai lightly on the shoulder. Brother, if you can speak, speak. If you can, I'll teach you how. How about that? He Taiji pointed at Song Wudao's face and snapped. I'm telling you, I've long taken a dislike to you. You always put on airs when you speak. Song Wudao stared at the finger pointed at him, then slowly let his gaze travel to Hitaiji's face. He drew his sword. He'll count to 3. Whichever finger I touch, he'll cut that finger off. Hitaiji affronted retorted as he rose to the bait. What? I was pointing at you, so what? 1. Come on, try cutting 1. Lawless are we. 2. So many eyes watching. You tell me how you'll make the cut under all these witnesses. 3. Song Wudao wasted no more words. He had given his chance, and it was rejected. That was on Hitaiji. Fang Bai sensed the danger and rushed forward. He seemed truly intent on cutting. Fang Bai yanked Hitaiji backward with all his strength. Hitaiji stumbled and fell to the ground. No sooner had he sat than a wind blade sliced through the space where Hitaiji had stood. Song Wudao's face remained expressionless, his cold eyes fixed on him. He retracted his sword slowly. Only then did Hitaiji feel the chill of fear. That madman had actually dared to cut just now. Madman, madman. Hitaiji shouted twice and scrambled to his feet, grabbing the arm of a Yulong soldier who was tidying the battlefield. Pointing at Song Wudao's retreating back, he blurted, Hey, he just tried to kill me. Go arrest him, detain him. The soldier glanced once, then continued his work. When ignored, Hitaiji ran up to Yalan. Officer, someone tried to kill me. Yalan, who had witnessed everything, looked him over coolly. She fixed her gaze on Hitaiji and said, only student, do not obstruct official duties. When Yalan declined to pursue it, he went looking for Jiang Yi instead. Yalan watched his retreating figure with a hint of disbelief. Yalan. Tai, yes, weak voice came from behind. Yalan hurried to turn around and go to him. Chairman Tai. Tai Yu lay upon a stretcher, breathing with the help of an oxygen mask carried by 2 Yulong soldiers. His white shirt was ragged and filthy, torn and stained. His body was lacerated, his back a bloody ruin. A steel rebar had pierced through his thigh. The wounds were grievous. Chairman Tai, please don't speak yet. Bill fetched the master physician. Jiang Yi had seen the condition as well. Casting a glance at Hitaiji babbling at his side, he felt a flash of anger. Go complain to Lei Shen if you must. In the school physician, I deal in life and death, I heal, and I kill, nothing else concerns me. With that he strode off and vanished from sight. He reappeared beside Tai Yu and began to treat the wounds. Minor wounds, minor wounds. Watch how the Shengxing Bushi needle passed down from my great-grandfather heals you. Fang Bai clicked his tongue, seized the still rambling Hitaiji, and hauled him away. This was never to be revealed, but in light of your bravery, I shall make an exception, he muttered. Lu Jiyuan and 2 companions now approached Chen Shu. Fang Qingwan introduced, Chen Shu, this is our Tiangong guest pavilion, head Lu Jiyuan. Greetings, pavilion head. Seeing he was the master of Tiangong, Chen Shu did not hold back his politeness, though he was only a registered disciple. Had Lu Jiyuan not personally come, Chen Shu knew he might well have been left here to face the consequences. His feelings toward Lu Jiyuan were ones of deep gratitude. Lu Jiyuan said nothing. He simply stared steadily at Chen Shu until Chen Shu felt embarrassed under that unwavering gaze. He could not help it. He was mortified. Who would not be intimidated by such a figure? To the onlookers, Chen Shu resembled a stunned, blank-faced man frozen beneath an unblinking stare. Song Wudao's imagination took a different turn. He watched Chen Shu's reddening face and muttered under his breath, blushing like a little teapot. Lu Jiyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Then in the next instant, he did something no one in the crowd had expected. He opened his arms and drew Chen Shu into an embrace. Chen Shu, what the? Song Wudao, what the? Su Qianxue and Zhang Bingyue stared in astonishment. What is happening? A sovereign-rank powerhouse. Hugging me. Tang Balian stood there with his mouth agape. Their expressions were the very picture of stupefaction. Fang Qingwan, momentarily taken aback, cleared her throat and whispered, "That's enough, everyone's watching." Lu Jiyuan smiled broadly and patted Chen Shu gently on the back before releasing him. He said, quiet and kind, "From now on, when you see me, you need not call me pavilion head." Chen Shu was bewildered. "Then what should I call you?" "Your Majesty." Song Wudao chimed in approvingly. "Nice. No need for formality. Call me whatever you wish," Lu Jiyuan said, smiling as he tapped his chest. "Really?" Chen Shu blinked and tentatively ventured, "Old Lu." Song Wudao, Su Qianxue, and Zhang Bingyue burst into suppressed laughter. Lu Jiyuan looked momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, "I told you to call me whatever you like, and you took it far too casually." But since the words were already said, they could not easily be retracted. So he yielded, "Fine, call me whatever you want." "No." Both Fang Qingwan and Tang Balian interjected in unison. "That's crossing generations." Tang Balian adopted a mock-serious tone as he addressed Lu Jiyuan. "If I call you brother, and he calls you brother as well, won't that force me to call him brother too? Let's just leave it be. Everyone call what they wish." Lu Jiyuan waved his hand and then patted Chen Shu on the shoulder and arm. He spoke in a low, gentle voice. "Chen Shu, take care of yourself. If you tire of the outside world, Tiangong will always be here waiting for your return." From him, Chen Shu felt a warmth, an embrace that erased the ache of a decade and of 3 years of parting. Who would have expected such words from a supreme powerhouse of the great Xia? He had not even known this man until that moment. "Senior, I have a question," Chen Shu said, looking up at Lu Jiyuan's upright silhouette. "Don't call me senior, too distant." "I told you call me old Lu," Lu Jiyuan said with a grin. "Ask child." Chen Shu drew a deep breath, then asked earnestly, "Why are you so good to me?" Lu Jiyuan lightly patted Chen Shu's shoulder and said, "There's no reason, it's just because." After finishing, he turned around with an air of elegance. Tang Balian and the others followed suit. The three figures instantly vanished from their original spot. They left only a bewildered Chen Shu and the astonished crowd. "You still say you don't know him?" Song Wudao turned to look at Chen Shu. "Impressive, Chen Shu. A king-level expert is concerned about you." This. Chen Shu scratched his head, equally perplexed. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual energy within him nearly depleting. At this moment, it surged back to fullness. Simultaneously, his realm also stepped into the 5-star Xiantai level. A wave of spiritual energy surged out from his body. Did hugging just lead to a breakthrough? Song Wudao exclaimed in astonishment, his voice climbing like a variable resistor. "Can you hug me too?" Zhang Bingyue whispered, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Hug." Coincidentally, it was overheard by Su Qianxue nearby. With her slender arms, she wrapped around Zhang Binji's waist, pulling her into an embrace. He hug. Zhang Bingyue happily returned the hug to Su Qianxue. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. "So comfortable." Song Wudao remarked, "Sour, too sour." "What's sour?" "It's nothing, I'm just a lemon essence." Song Wudao replied nonchalantly. "All right, let's see where else it hurts." Zhang Yi finished administering the needle and asked Taiyu. Taiyu, with his eyes closed, replied, I feel pain all over, even my stomach, which wasn't hurting before, now aches terribly." Yalan gazed at the myriad needles on Taiyu and couldn't help but shiver. The golden needles on Taiyu's body must number at least 800, if not 1,000. It's no wonder it hurts. Even a hedgehog would feel inferior. But despite the pain, Taiyu could genuinely feel his lost vitality rapidly recovering. A peculiar and gentle force coursed through his body. Setting aside the pain, it was actually quite pleasant. Zhang Yi's golden eyes sparkled for a moment, then he continued, "It's already fine. This kid has a strong life force, enduring a blow from Bai Wuxia and surviving. Moreover, he indirectly received the enhancement from my endless life needle. Soon, he will break through to the platinum level, which is a blessing in disguise." "Thank you, senior." Yalan respectfully saluted. Zhang Yi stroked his white beard and nodded slightly. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention. Then he instantly moved back close to Chen Shu and said to the 12, "Let's go, kids." "Aren't we investigating Chu Mu?" Chen Shu asked. "We haven't done anything yet. It's too dangerous, it's safer in Dragon City." Zhang Yi turned to board the warplane. The older students followed closely behind. They had always listened to their mentor's words. Song Wudao exchanged glances with Chen Shu and turned their heads together. Dragon City is indeed safe, but danger often accompanies opportunity. Right? Song Wudao played along. Since we are fortunate to be part of the academy, we must inherit the meaning of the words pioneer. I would rather sing loudly in the rain and die than live my life under the protection of others. No objections there. Song Wudao continued to play along. If you truly say staying in Dragon City is safe, then I think the Heavenly Workshop would be even safer. If I were truly someone who feared for my life, I would have returned to the Heavenly Workshop with old Lu long ago. Absolutely right. Song Wudao agreed with the jest. Jiang Yi turned back. I originally intended to let you all train a bit, but there were too many unforeseen events along the way. Are you not afraid? Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, Song Wudao jumped in first. He spoke the words that Chen Shu had once said, "Who told us? We are too young and unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth." Jiang Yi was stunned, looking at the four of them standing in a row at this moment. Hey, I have the demeanor of my youth. In the spirit realm, the ruins of modern cities lay scattered around. Yellow sand blocked out the sun. No vegetation could take root and grow here. The ecological environment is comparable to the surface of the moon. Yet amidst this blinding yellow sand, the sound of bells continued to echo endlessly. The muffled yet ancient sound of bells. Wherever the sound of the bells passed, even time sped up. The closer one got to the depths, the faster the flow of time. Here lies one of the 7 Beast Emperor domains, the Time Abyss domain. Amidst the ruins scattered on the ground, temporal frogs floated like jellyfish. They were densely packed, all of them, yet they remained completely still, as if they had all died. Tap, tap, tap. Light and steady footsteps echoed, drawing closer from the depths of the yellow sand. A figure gradually emerged. This person had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes with pupils of a dark golden hue. Draped in a blood-patterned cloak, clad in a dazzling and imposing dragon-scale armor, holding a dragon's soul halberd. Standing tall as if he could bear mountains, his movements were like thunder. The surrounding yellow sand could not approach him within several meters. It was as if an invisible aura surrounded him. The tip of the halberd stained with blood, as if he had just experienced a battle. Walking along, he suddenly stopped, turning his head to one side. He then turned and walked away. On a piece of architecture debris covered by yellow sand, a temporal frog was pinned firmly to it. The man squinted his eyes and extended 2 fingers. He clamped down on the heart of this deceased spirit beast. A 6-inch long needle was steadily pulled out. Pioneer Academy Jiang Yi. You've made quite a show of yourself. He mumbled to himself. After putting away the needle, he continued walking out. After passing through an archway of yellow sand and stone pillars, the scenery before him changed instantly. A gigantic building resembling an interstellar battleship appeared before his eyes. Silver signal bases stood like matchsticks in a circle around the perimeter. The top flickered with a dim red light, clean and tidy, not affected in the slightest by any yellow sand. It seemed as if an invisible wall kept this yellow sand at bay. Groups of soldiers equipped like futuristic warriors patrolled by. Their equipment was so refined that it seemed to reach an unparalleled level. Upon seeing the newcomer, they all stopped and saluted. "Commander Chen, are you all right?" A young female researcher in a white lab coat ran over. With her hair tied up in a bun and wearing a protective mask, she held a stack of documents in her hands. Qining waved his hand, and the dragon's soul halberd in his grasp vanished. The golden-trimmed black dragon-scale armor on him also dissipated, transforming into an ordinary light gold long coat. A mere lord of Time Abyss is not worth my attention. Hearing Qining say this, Lin Ruoshi asked another question. Why did you suddenly take action yourself? As Qining walked forward, he answered Lin Ruoshi that Lord of Time Abyss must have made a mistake somewhere, daring to let its aura seep into the Great Xia through the mirage. Releasing such an aura wouldn't it disrupt the Great Xia? So I tightened its skin and personally educated it. Lin Ruoshi let out a soft wow, her eyes sparkling with starry admiration as she gushed. Commander Chen is absolutely stunning. Truly the pillar holding steady the Great Xia, the undisputed apex of its martial might. Qining smiled faintly, his voice rich and resonant as he steered the conversation back to urgency. How is the research progressing at the southernmost expanse? Lin Ruoshi's expression hardened instantly. She handed him a thick dossier. The spiritual energy vortexes erupting from the spirit source fissure beyond the southern ice wall have grown dramatically more violent. They've escalated from level 7 last month to level 9. The extreme subterranean cold they unleash has fully frozen that region into a human exclusion zone and is now gradually destabilizing global temperatures. Qining flipped through the dossier, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze, and the one on the sun. Same, Lin Ruoshi replied grimly. Spiritual energy is bleeding outward like air escaping a punctured balloon, draining the sun's lifespan at an alarming rate. Lin Ruoshi furrowed her brow. With both spirit sources unleashing their full force simultaneously at this pace, Earth will descend into a new ice age before long. As Lin Ruoshi finished speaking, Qining snapped the dossier shut, whereupon it dissolved silently into nothingness. He turned sharply to face her. Accelerate the Ember Initiative immediately. Prioritize training every potential fire attribute awakened individual. Lin Ruoshi nodded firmly, then paused, recalling something. By the way, a legendary divine attribute awakened individual has just emerged in Great Xia. Should we? Qining gave a single decisive nod. Absolutely. He is central to the Ember Initiative. Let Lei Shun train him thoroughly. and assess his character, his loyalty, his willingness to sacrifice for Great Xia. If he matures as expected, perhaps, he may yet save all of humanity. That night in by City Wanhua Plaza still blazed with brilliant light. Rubble and wreckage were being cleared with swift efficiency. Two massive obsidian black troop transport aircraft hovered low overhead, their violet gold anti-gravity emitters glowing soundlessly beneath them. It was Yalan's reinforcements. The area remained under strict quarantine, a high-risk exclusion zone heavily guarded by elite forces. Many residents who had taken shelter in by City packed their belongings and fled that very night following the incident. Some things need happen only once, to leave an indelible mark upon the psyche. A quiet dread begins to take root. Someday such calamity may return. Better than to seek refuge elsewhere, rather than live each day in trembling anticipation. To Chen Shu, however, such anxiety seemed utterly unwarranted. If true disaster loomed, fleeing to the ends of the earth would offer no reprieve. One simply lives, fully presently. And so Chen Shu set up a barbecue grill in his own courtyard. He and Song Wudao were grilling skewers, though Chen Shu merely watched Song Wudao cook, reserving himself solely for eating. Earlier that afternoon after Jiang, he spoke those words. They received an urgent summons to an academy-wide emergency meeting. Seeing that Chen Shu and the others showed no intention of leaving, Jiang Yi departed first with 8 senior students, confident the site was secure under Yalan's watch and further safeguarded by the Grandmaster of the Tiangong Pavilion. Still, it was strange Fong Bai and the other 2 had vanished without trace. Despite repeated searches dispatched by Yalan, they remained unfound. Given the meeting's urgency, Jiang Yi reluctantly postponed further action. After instructing Yalan to intensify the search, he boarded a Vanguard aircraft and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, Chen Shu returned to what passed for home. Chen Shu's modest residence remained unscathed. Not a single trace of battle's fury had reached it. Even the arrangement of objects remained exactly as left behind when Fong Qingwan abruptly whisked him away. So he set up the grill, pulled out pre-marinated skewers from the bottom shelf of the fridge, and began roasting. After all, he'd earned a rest after such a grueling day. Morning brought brutal sparring with Shangguan Nanming, afternoon battlefield torment at the hands of the Toad Demon, Oi, and later, soul-crushing pressure from the self-proclaimed White-Bone Sovereign. He was utterly spent. Su Qianxue and Zhang Bingyue sat quietly on chairs transfixed by the sizzling, glistening skewers. Skewers are ready. Song Wudao sprinkled on the sacred cumin and chili flakes, the aroma bursting forth rich and intoxicating, filling the entire courtyard. Sizzle. Chen Shu popped open a frosty cola, grinned, and raised his can. No more words. Cheers. Let's eat. Cheers. 3. He drained the can in one smooth gulp. Tears shimmered faintly in his eyes. How long had it been since he'd known warmth like this? 3 years of solitary meals, solitary sleep, solitary wandering. He'd never imagined this day, yet within its span Lu Jiyuan's humble embrace and this fleeting tender stillness had rekindled warmth in a heart long grown cold. That night the 4 laid down old grudges. That night they talked freely, deeply, joyfully. Fong Bai and his companions, by contrast, knew no such peace, only raw, gut-wrenching terror. Help! Yi Xiaohei sprinted ahead, flanked desperately by Fong Bai and Hitaiji, racing blindly down a warped pitch-black alley. Their bodies bore wounds, but no blood. Only the faint, acrid scent of charred flesh clung to each of them. Hitaiji's left cheek was blackened, a fist-sized patch of carbonized tissue crumbling with every stride. Behind them, unhurried and relentless, walked a lone figure. A young woman in a white hoodie, innocent-faced, wide-eyed, tearfully vulnerable, biting her finger as she drifted ever closer. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Every wound these 3 bore was inflicted by her. One casual slap had seared Hitaiji's face into ash. After exhausting every ounce of strength in combat, not a single hair on her head had been disturbed, while they themselves had narrowly escaped cremation more than once. Worse still, the alley stretched infinitely, no exit in sight, and the distance between them and that eerie figure shrank inexorably with every step. Their spiritual energy was utterly depleted, drained dry by earlier exertion. Mercy, grandmother. We're no villains. We share the same roots. Why must we destroy each other? Fong Bai's usual restraint had shattered completely. He twisted his head sideways, shouting back fiercely. Hitaiji blinked, bewildered. What? Destroy whom? Fong Bai exploded. Shut your damn mouth. You're to blame for all this. If it weren't for your idiotic, brain-dead decisions, we'd never be in this mess. I regret ever being assigned to your team. Damn it. A delicate silvery giggle, like wind chimes, rippled from behind them, echoing hauntingly down the narrow passage. Yi Xiaohei glanced back, and there she stood inches away. His body jolted, vision dimmed, and he slipped peacefully into unconsciousness. Stop struggling. It's futile. Today you won't escape. No, you won't even fall. Fong Bai gasped, breath ragged. We've never crossed paths. We bear no grudge. Who are you? We're students of the Supreme Martial Vanguard Academy. Oh, but weren't you searching for me? In a flash, the woman blurred forward, appearing instantly before them. She stepped toward them, voice soft as silk. My name is Chu Mu of the Ziwei Pavilion. It's you. It's actually you. Fong Bai's eyes widened in terror. Damn it. Wasn't this person's cultivation rank supposed to be Iron Tier 3 stars? The intelligence was utterly flawed. Among these 3, Fong Bai alone stood at Iron Tier 9 stars, while even the weakest among them ranked no lower than Iron Tier 6 stars. Yet under their relentless coordinated assault he remained unscathed, effortlessly deflecting every strike. That could only mean one thing: Chu currently wanted across the realm had attained at least a high-star bronze tier cultivation rank. No, silver tier wasn't out of the question either. Otherwise how could he have toyed with all three like dogs, so effortlessly, so contemptuously? That's right, it's me. Chu's eyes narrowed, her voice laced with defiant pride. Then, in an instant, her gaze hardened, her aura shifting dramatically, sharpening into lethal intensity. Her right arm burst into searing flame as she lunged straight for Fong Bei's face. I'm doomed. Fong Bei's legs buckled, he collapsed onto the ground, eyes squeezed shut in abject terror. Shoo! A razor-edged gust sliced past Fong Bei's cheek, so swift its passage extinguished the blazing fire in Chu's palm. Simultaneously it cleaved through the eerie pitch-black alleyway. The suffocating darkness rapidly dissolved into shimmering violet light, then vanished. A slightly hoarse, smoky voice drifted down from the rooftop of a low building. Chu's eyes narrowed again, danger radiating from her like heat from embers. She whirled around, and there beneath the ink-black night sky sat a figure draped entirely in a black trench coat, wearing a denim cowboy hat, perched casually on the ledge with one leg drawn up. Who are you? Here to die? Chu demanded coldly. The stranger let out a derisive chuckle and adjusted his posture. He murmured idly to himself. A certain fellow named Ledger ruined my plans, so now whenever I see a member of the Z-Way Pavilion, I feel an overwhelming urge to beat them senseless. With that he rose and took a single step forward, then executed a cinematic superhero-style descent, one knee striking the stairwell with dramatic flair. Your identity means nothing, except that you must not be affiliated with the Z-Way Pavilion. He rose fully and strode slowly toward Chu. She tilted her head, then unleashed a wave of scorching heat from her entire being. Fong Bai and his two companions were hurled backward by the sheer force of the thermal blast. They slammed into the wall and slumped unconscious. The searing currents surged forward, yet the cloaked figure remained utterly unmoved, merely pressing down the brim of his hat. In the next instant, a far more formidable pressure erupted from him, shattering Chu's heat wave instantly. An overwhelming tide of cultivation aura descended like a colossal hand bearing down upon her. Chu slammed her fire-wreathed right fist into the ground. A towering pillar of flame erupted, shielding her body, but it proved utterly futile. The fiery column was snuffed out, blown apart as if it were mere candle smoke. Gold tier 8 stars. Chu gritted her teeth, brow furrowed. Who are you? Me. Just a suit-clad brigand walking the land of Daxia. Stepping out of the shadows, the faint moonlight gradually traced the contours of his face. Even as he spoke, his trench coat transformed, like sleight of hand, into a sleek black suit. He gently removed his cowboy hat. Shenling's features emerged clearly. Psycho. Chu spat. Not a psycho, a slaughter brigand, Shenling replied. In the next breath he flung aside his hat, his body blurring into motion, closing the distance like a gale. Purple realm, converged. Chu slammed her fists together, their impact igniting violet light within her pupils. Poisonous purple energy surged outward, staining everything it touched in monochromatic violet. That same technique holds no power over me. Shenling's right hand hardened into a blade. He slashed forth, conjuring a wall of wind that shattered the purple realm outright. Then with one palm strike he slammed it squarely into Chu's face, driving her skull backward into the ground, dragging her forward with brutal force. Her scalp tore raw. A sharp pang shot through her. Then from her nape a slender filament of violet energy coiled upward, piercing her eye socket. Instantly her entire body erupted in blinding white flame, repelling Shenling with explosive force. She then transmuted, becoming pure radiant violet, ripples warping space itself around her. And just like that she vanished into the distortion. Shenling brushed dust from his coat, retrieved his hat, and settled it back onto his head. His suit dissolved seamlessly back into the black trench coat. Glancing upward, he sensed several surges of spiritual energy approaching through the air. With effortless grace he turned, and whistled softly as he melted into the darkness. No sooner had Shenling departed than Yalan appeared overhead, accompanied by the elite Yulong Corps, fully armed and battle-ready. Yalan immediately detected the acrid scent of recent combat lingering in the air. She also recognized the unmistakable signature aura of the Z-Way Pavilion. Reporting General Ya, we've located the 3 missing students from Chen Shu Academy. A Yulong soldier saluted, sharply scanning the perimeter. One is critically injured, the other 2 sustained minor wounds, but none are in mortal danger. Yalan surveyed the area once, finding no further anomalies. She nodded curtly. Understood. Transport the students to base immediately for medical care and debriefing. The rest of you, establish patrol here. Investigate all irregularities. Yes, ma'am. Sewer tunnel. Chu staggered forward, splashing through foul, stagnant water, her steps uneven, her body unsteady. Her entire occiput was raw and bleeding, hair torn away, flesh laid bare. Blood dripped steadily, pattering onto the grime below. Fool, who gave you permission to act alone? A voice, sultry, haunting, resonant, filled the confined, echoing space. Because I must grow stronger, stronger, stronger. Chu snarled through clenched teeth. If not for that lunatic, I'd have succeeded already. The voice paused, then continued, measured and chilling. Brigands are fanatics obsessed with violent aesthetics, madmen all of them. Heed my warning, tread carefully, or one day your recklessness will cost you your life. The Ziwei Pavilion invested immense resources and made extraordinary sacrifices to divert attention away from you. Their focus has only just begun to shift, and yet you repeatedly defy my explicit orders, acting unilaterally, drawing the Yulong Corps' scrutiny back upon us once more. The Pavilion Master expended unimaginable effort to erase General Ya's memories. Should your actions jeopardize the Ziwei Pavilion's grand design, you shall bear guilt beyond redemption. Chumu paid the warning no mind. She pressed on, voice raw with obsession. Is there any way to grow stronger, fast? This humiliation will be avenged. She touched her mangled scalp and winced violently. If her hair never grew back, she'd look no different than a sunflower, bald and absurd. That sultry voice seemed to have anticipated her words, laughing then wildly unhinged. Of course there is, provided you're willing to pay the price. He'll accept any price. Chumu heard nothing else. Only those 3 words, of course there is. The eerie Nuomask neural chip, unseen insidious, had already amplified her desires, twisting her psyche beyond recognition. In truth, with that chip embedded, Chumu was no longer Chumu. She had become merely a vessel, a shell wearing Chumu's face. The real Chumu may well have perished the moment she accepted Lilith's offer to join the Ziwei Pavilion, the moment she consented to the chip's implantation. Chen Shu lay on the sofa while Song Wudao made a makeshift bed in the living room, already asleep with a sword in his arms. The door to the inner bedroom was tightly shut, where Su Qianxue and Jiang Bingwei were sleeping. Chen Shu covered himself with a small blanket, resting his arm behind his head as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Strange noises occasionally came from the bedroom with sounds like pop, and all leaving him puzzled about what was happening. As drowsiness gradually overtook him, Chen Shu fell into a deep sleep. His consciousness arrived in the sea of the spirit. The skill tree stood quietly with no new skill orbs falling. Chen Shu scratched his head, still unaware of the rules regarding the falling skill orbs. If he were to say it was random, some of the skills that dropped during critical moments were quite reliable. It could be said he had shown off his abilities in front of others. If it had a pattern, he had unexpectedly received 2 orbs before enrolling in the Pioneer Academy. Today, during his breakthrough, no new skill orbs fell. This made Chen Shu feel a bit disappointed. He casually waved his hand, activating Pianxiang automatically. A photograph slid down from above, landing steadily at Chen Shu's feet. Upon picking it up, Chen Shu was instantly shocked. In the lower left corner of the photo, there was a stone tablet marked with the words Daxia Boundary Stone. Red paper cuttings drifted down from the air like snowflakes while he stood in midair, holding the Kaitian scissors in his left hand. He raised his right hand horizontally, pinching a corner of the scarlet paper cutting that floated like silk between his fingers. The other end of the scarlet paper cut in shape ahead, growing larger as it went, until it lay across the ground, transforming into a magnificent scarlet paper cutting great wall. Outside the paper cutting great wall, a raging cold wind rolled through and endless darkness surged. Within the paper cutting great wall, all was calm. Gazing at the photograph, Chen Shu fell into deep thought, and a bold idea suddenly surged in his mind. Could this Pianxiang possibly be piecing together a vision of the future? Chen Shu thought, recalling that photo of Fan Meng that seemed to have been burned by fire. In reality, when Fan Meng delivered his awakening gene, he had looked just like that. No wonder it felt so familiar at the time. Thinking of this, Chen Shu became certain his idea was correct. He couldn't help but take out the first photograph he obtained when he acquired this skill, which came from Pianxiang. It was a photo of Chen Shu standing on a high platform alongside Daxia's #1, the Daxiao Dinghai Needle, a powerhouse of unparalleled strength, the King level 9-star super warrior Qin Ying, shaking hands. Wow, thinking about it this way. Damn, I'm amazing. Chen Shu chuckled as he teased himself. Then he suddenly thought of something as he gazed at the photograph. Since he could activate skills in this sea of spirit, if Pianxiang could accurately create photographs, what about paper cutting? His stock of paper cutting had nearly been depleted. If he could cut paper in the sea of spirit, it would be a significant enhancement. Not only would it save him time replenishing paper cutting, but it would also not interfere with his rest. This was truly a win-win situation. Without further ado, Chen Shu flipped his left hand, and the Kaitian scissors appeared perfectly in his palm. Then he stared blankly at the scissors. Damn, having a gun without bullets was pointless. With just scissors and no paper cutting, how could he cut anything? What a wasted effort. Just then the entire spiritual space trembled slightly. The sea of spirit underneath him rippled with circles of waves. A skill orb fell silently, landing steadily before Chen Shu. His pupils contracted as he quickly walked forward and reached out to touch it. Paper-making technique. What the hell? The paper-making technique, one of the 4 great inventions? Chen Shu exclaimed in shock. This was truly like someone handing him a pillow when he was sleepy or delivering paper when he was in the restroom. What he thought came true. This was simply beyond words. The tree knows my heart. Chen Shu murmured as he gazed at the skill tree, which had once again returned to tranquility. As one of the 4 great inventions, Chen Shu had specifically studied the paper-making technique. Bark from the mulberry tree, soaking, steaming, pounding, beating, forming sheets, pressing, drying, and peeling. It took 9 major steps to make paper. Extremely tedious. He lightly touched the paper-making technique skill orb. Next to it were the 4 characters, spiritual energy transforms into paper. So simple. Not a word wasted. This is the characteristic of the skill tree. with the thought sheets of colorful paper cutting indistinguishable from those Chen Shu bought outside, poured down like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. Chen Shu transformed into a mischievous war god. The scissors in his hand began to work. Handgun paper cutting, portal paper cutting, dragon head paper cutting, zhong kuei mass paper cutting. This night, Chen Shu's harvest was indeed abundant. He prepared a sufficient amount of paper cutting. Chen Shu also discovered that the fusion with the zhong kuei mass paper cutting granted a unique ability bestowed by paper cutting level 2. When he first obtained the paper cutting ability, Chen Shu spent a week figuring out the blueprint for those 10 characteristic slots. Thus, 10 paper cuttings with characteristics were born: handgun, portal dragon, head giant spider web spicy, pepper cherry bomb annihilation, mushroom, kitten puppy dagger. Don't ask why there are kitten and puppy paper cuttings. The answer is that Chen Shu initially didn't know, but after cutting them he realized their effects. However, having added characteristics took up 2 slots. As for why there were annihilation mushrooms and portals among these game paper cuttings, that was purely Chen Shu's strong desire at work. He just wanted to see if cutting out game items would yield additional effects. The results were of course obvious. The effects were exceptionally good. Therefore, Chen Shu had to think carefully about paper cutting level 2. Setting aside the zhong kuei mass paper cutting, there were still 9 slot positions available. He had to carefully consider what to cut as well. That night Chen Shu went to sleep with a smile. But while some were happy, others were worried. Outside, Song Wudao was startled awake by a burst of laughter. He gathered a whirlwind in his palm, quickly drew his sword, and got up alertly. He scanned the room only to see Chen Shu asleep soundly on the sofa. He was just exposing a big white tooth, his mouth wide open. Occasionally bursts of laughter came out. Song Wudao relaxed his guard, blinking in confusion. What the hell, why are you laughing so much when you sleep instead of snoring like others? It's strange when you're awake, and even more puzzling when you're asleep. Thus that night Song Wudao was completely tormented by Chen Shu's laughter. During the day, Chen Shu opened his eyes with a smile. Turning his head, he saw Song Wudao sitting cross-legged cultivating. The dark circles under his eyes were nearly as prominent as a panda's. His eyes were glazed over, and his head bobbed. Chen Shu approached and squatted down, looking at Song Wudao, asking, "Are you really so competitive? I'm sleeping while you're cultivating. Compete my ass." Chen Shu, thank you. Song Wudao in his dazed state was startled by Chen Shu's whisper. Crazy, making such a racket so early in the morning. Chen Shu shot him a glance, ignoring him, and cheerfully getting up to wash up. Song Wudao's head drooped, and he fell asleep. However, just as he lay down, a sudden thunderclap echoed from outside. Song Wudao immediately woke up, his fatigue dissipating in an instant. Like the wind, he gripped the sword hilt and approached the balcony. He cautiously looked out the window. It was a cloudy day with dark clouds looming overhead, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Below, a few armed soldiers were on guard in the alley specifically assigned by Yalan to ensure their safety. At this moment, Su Qianxue and Jiang Bingyue also walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Song Wudao holding a sword and gazing out the window, they approached the balcony. What's wrong? It's just a change in the weather and a thunderstorm, isn't it? Jiang Bingyue stretched lazily and leaned against Su Qianxue. Song Wudao frowned slightly as he looked at the overcast sky. It's nothing. I might just be too sensitive, feeling that something bad is about to happen. You just didn't sleep well, you're too tense. I just walked out of the bathroom drying my hair with a towel, Chen Shu said. The day before yesterday afternoon, I accidentally broke a robot from the academy. Whose fault is it if I didn't sleep well? Yours. I acknowledge that you snore, but who laughs heartily while sleeping at night? Song Wudao put away his sword and shot Chen Shu a glare. I laugh while sleeping. Chen Shu grinned and asked, what else? You laugh like you're having a fit. Song Wudao twisted his tired neck and sat back on the sofa, rubbing his temples. Chen Shu scratched his head and laughed. That's not how you have a fit, it's more like this. He suddenly made a gesture towards Song Wudao with his right hand, as if swatting him away. A subtle breeze swept by. Song Wudao, while rubbing his temples, suddenly spun around 360 on the sofa. The movement was smooth, without any hesitation, executed in one fluid motion. Then in the next moment, he lay back on the sofa and started twitching. His left arm flailed high, while the right arm dipped low. His legs kicked out like he was pedaling a bicycle wildly. Song Wudao's head twisted towards Chen Shu like a rattle drum. Damn you. Before he could finish his sentence, he entered the second stage. He stood straight up at a 90 angle, kicking in place on the sofa. I want to become stronger. I want to be invincible. I want. Damn you, Chen Shu. Song Wudao raised his voice, fervently greeting Chen Shu. Chen Shu suppressed a laugh, secretly relieved that he wasn't called grandpa. Otherwise, at such an old age, he would have lost his integrity. Jiang Bingyue looked at Song Wudao, somewhat dumbfounded by his antics. Now it's not just cats that can do backflips, Song Wudao can do them too. Only Su Qianxue, watching this scene, suddenly thought of something. She turned and asked, I remember you tried this skill on Minter Yanli too. If Diamond 9 stars can fall for it, then why didn't you try it on that by whooshing yesterday? Chen Shu draped the towel over his shoulder, his eyes shifting as he recalled, well, how should I put it? I haven't tried it on a king level yet, so I don't know if it will work. Moreover, if it works, wouldn't by whooshing kill me afterward? And it wouldn't turn the tide of battle, it would only deplete my spiritual energy, a net loss. By the way, Chen Shu, Jiang Bingyue shifted her gaze from Song Wudao to Chen Shu. What is your ability faction? Which power tier are you in? It seems we still don't know since you joined us. Chen Shu opened a carton of milk while mixing it with coffee. Well, I do have some unspeakable secrets. In short, just consider me a bearer of intangible cultural heritage. Maybe when I truly trust you all, you'll know more or less. Chen Shu opened her mouth, appearing hesitant to speak. But in the end, she still didn't say anything. Intangible heritage. Song Wudao practiced ghost dance steps on the sofa, stepping in place, but it didn't hinder his roar. What the hell counts as intangible heritage? Does your family's intangible heritage involve having fits? Just after finishing his sentence, Song Wudao regained control of his body. He immediately lunged to confront Chen Shu. Chen Shu made a gesture as if to fan him away, startling him into a sideways roll to the left. This is indeed not intangible heritage, but it doesn't mean I'm not a bearer of it. I am the contemporary master of the Nuo dance, Chen Shu said while handing the mixed coffee to Song Wudao. Song Wudao looked at him with resentment in his eyes. He snatched the coffee, stood up, and leaned against the wall to drink. Upon hearing Chen Shu's last sentence, Song Wudao immediately said, Nuo dance. You are the bearer of the Nuo Dao. Have you heard of Nuo? Chen Shu asked. Song Wudao, with one hand in his pocket, took a sip of coffee and replied, the Nuo that drives away disasters and wards off evil, the living fossil of the theatrical art. Wearing masks to act as gods, performing the Nuo dance and dispelling calamities. I heard my grandfather mention it. He was very passionate about studying this during his lifetime. Song Wudao sighed deeply, his eyes filled with memories. He once told me that his wish was for the Nuo Dao to not be lonely. But such a precious art is learned by fewer and fewer people, which made him both pained and regretful, leading him to leave this world with unfulfilled wishes. So Chen Shu, when I learned that you are the bearer of the Nuo Dao, my heart trembled for a moment. Song Wudao touched his heart and said, you must persist. As a representative of my grandfather, I would like to express my gratitude to you as if it were to fulfill my grandfather's uncompleted wishes. Is that all right? Jiang Bingyue gazed at Song Wudao, whose expression was extremely serious at that moment, his pupils slightly trembling. After hearing this, Chen Shu gently set down the coffee in his hand. He stepped forward to stand in front of Song Wudao. Don't worry, I will stay true to my heart. I will definitely pass on the baton of Song, old man. Well, Chen Shu raised his right arm to his chest, and Song Wudao understood. The two shook hands, seamlessly passing the baton. The Nuo Dao is not lonely. Chen Shu smiled faintly, enunciating each of these 4 words. Song Wudao nodded, not lonely. Chen Shu looked at the two of them, her lips curling up slightly. Jiang Bingyue held Su Qiangshu's fingers, looking at the two. They are getting close. What they are getting close to will only balance my nutrition. Let's go downstairs first. Let these two have some time here to cherish each other. Chen Shu gently spoke to Jiang Bingyue. Okay. Jiang Bingyue smiled and squinted at Chen Shu. Crack. A sound of a chain snapping echoed within Chen Shu's body. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. His consciousness sank into the spiritual space, landing on the sea of consciousness. He lightly touched Fire Seed, clicking on the Nuo dance skill, unfolding the 10 major Ghost God Scrolls Nuo masks. Beside the leftmost Nuo mask of Zhong Kuei, the second Ghost God Nuo mask card glimmered, attracting Chen Shu's attention. He leaned in for a closer look. It showed a terrifying figure wearing a black pointed hat and a black iron mask with hollow eye sockets burning with eerie green phosphorescence. Holding a chain with barbs. Meeting its gaze, Chen Shu felt as if his soul was being snatched away. It was indeed the soul-reaping ghostly officer He Wuchang. Nuo Dance Level 1. Unlocks the He Wuchang Nuo Mask, which has absolute suppression over those awakened with dark and death abilities. Ability, Soul-Reaping Chain, In Soldiers. Chen Shu gazed upon the black Wuchang Nuo Mask. Suddenly he grasped how the skill leveled up. Could it be that he needed to immerse himself more deeply in intangible cultural heritage, people, objects, and phenomena tied to it? Suddenly Chen Shu's vision blurred violently. His consciousness rushed back with startling speed. Before him stood Song Wudao, gently shaking his dazed form. Fell asleep. Just like that. Chen Shu swayed slightly and loosened his still clenched hand. No, I beg your pardon. What is Elder Song's formal name? He asked aloud. Song Wudao tilted his head, puzzled by the question, yet answered honestly, Song Geja. I've earned modest renown here in Jiangqing. Chen Shu nodded solemnly. I shall remember Elder Song's name with utmost reverence, and if ever given the chance, I shall pay my respects at your ancestral shrine. Song Wudao paused silent for a long moment, then softly uttered, thank you. A faint smile curved Chen Shu's lips as he slung the crimson vest over his shoulder. Time to head downstairs and get to work, Tian Shu. Damn it, you've done it again. Song Wudao chuckled, shaking his head lightly in agreement. Coming. I'm fully recovered now. Please convey my deepest gratitude to the divine physician Elder on my behalf when you return to the academy. Tai Yu crushed his cigarette, but beneath his heel. Elder Tai, why are you here so early this morning? Elder Tai, you're recovered. Chen Shu approached and asked. Tai Yu turned, recognizing Chen Shu and his companions, replied warmly, a young master Chen Shu. I'm fully recovered now. Please convey my deepest gratitude to the divine physician Elder on my behalf when you return to the academy. Tai Yu crushed his cigarette, but beneath his heel. Elder Tai, why are you here so early this morning? Chen Shu asked. Tai Yu's brow furrowed, his expression grave. The 3 students who went missing from your academy were found last night, just after midnight. Chen Shu, startled by Tai Yu's sudden seriousness, blurted, dead. Not quite. The one lies gravely wounded and 2 bear minor injuries. Tai Yu replied. Was the assailant apprehended? Song Wudao stepped closer to ask. Taiyu shook his head. We know only that they belong to the Ziwei Pavilion, but they appear to have fled, likely driven off. Yalan sensed the battle aura, but by the time she arrived the one who drove off the attackers had already vanished, vanishing flawlessly beyond her detection. Could it have been an unknown master from the mortal world? A righteous soul moved to intervene. Song Wudao mounted a clenched fist. No. Taiyu paused thoughtfully, then shook his head. It's highly unlikely to be an obscure master of the mundane world. Few dare cross the Ziwei Pavilion. Then it must be an organized faction. Chen Shu rubbed his chin, then lifted his gaze. For instance, the suit-clad brutalists who punish evil and uphold justice. The brutalists. Now that you mention it, it does hold weight, Taiyu said, glancing at Chen Shu. So the Ziwei Pavilion, the Corpse Remains Church, and the brutalists. All three factions have converged upon Baiqing. Something sinister is surely afoot. In Luoqing before Longmen Mountain, along both banks of the ceaselessly surging Yellow River, its restricted zone lay in ruins, iron fences torn into jagged wreckage. The air hung thick with acrid gunpowder smoke. The ground was pockmarked and cratered, splattered with blackened blood, like the aftermath of a cataclysmic war. A ripple trembled through the sky. Then beneath roiling clouds a streak of spiritual light flashed forth. Lu Jiyuan and the other two materialized midair, faces icy with fury, as they instantly teleported to the riverbank. Old Lu, what do we do? Tang Balian dropped from the sky, landing beside Lu Jiyuan. What's done is done. There is no turning back now. Lu Jiyuan sighed, weariness etching deep lines across his face. That accursed Ziwei Pavilion. They struck the Yellow River restricted zone precisely while all three of us were lured away to Baiqing. Tang Balian gritted his teeth, seething. If that ancient Xiao Chun hadn't fled so swiftly, I'd have shattered him with a single punch. What matters now is that the monstrous beast slumbering within the Yellow River is about to awaken, and its rising would herald nothing less than apocalyptic calamity. Fang Qingwan emerged from Lu Jiyuan's shadow like a legion of ink-black phantoms. A masterful diversion, luring the tiger from the mountain. Lu Jiyuan's voice wavered, hollow with disbelief. They deployed spiritual realm intrusion and by wuxia, both staged elaborate deceptions to mislead us, while their true objective lay right here. This was no spuro-themant scheme. It was a meticulously plotted conspiracy crafted solely to ensnare us. Tang Balian, listening intently, asked quietly, Old Lu, do we still have time? At any moment. Lu Jiyuan shook his head, and with a single stride forward reappeared directly above the Yellow River center. His pupils transformed into blazing golden eyes. From beneath his feet, intricate golden traceries unfurled across the air, swiftly coalescing into a radiant six-pointed star. As Lu Jiyuan raised his right hand, finger poised like a sword, he began inscribing dense arcane sigils onto the star's surface, complex patterns shimmering with primordial power. Both knew instantly what ritual this was, and without needing words they understood their roles. Tang Balian crossed his hands before his chest, summoning a molten sphere of searing crimson gold iron swelling rapidly in size. He waited. Then the instant Lu Jiyuan completed the final glyph, he slammed his palm downward with thunderous force, sending the molten iron rocketing skyward, exploding into a dazzling cascade of incandescent sparks, fiery blossoms rivaling celestial fireworks. Even beneath the harsh daylight, their brilliance remained unquenchable. Each spark, guided by unseen will, arced upward, drawn irresistibly into the six-pointed star. Golden glyphs flared, now sheathed in roaring crimson flame. Behind Lu Jiyuan, Fang Qingwan spread her arms wide, 12 colossal nuance masks erupting from her shadow, aligned in perfect formation. Though each mask bore distinct features, their forms were unmistakable. The 12 zodiac beast god masks recorded in the Binua Lu. Go! With a command like shattering ice, the 12 masks shot upward as streaks of unstoppable force, plunging into the six-pointed star. Instantly, the central golden sigils bloomed into 12 zodiacal emblems. Lu Jiyuan pressed his palm toward the star's heart. A torrent of crimson light bursting forth from his palm, flooding the formation. His face paled visibly, exhaustion etched itself deep into his features. His ash-white hair whitened further. Nuwa formation, mountain river seal. His roar shook the heavens. Golden radiance erupted from the star, blinding and absolute. A shock wave blasted upward, thunderous as divine wrath. And with that cry, Lu Jiyuan seemed to age decades, his body trembling, nearly toppling from the sky. Staggering upright, he returned to the riverbank, then raised his palm, gripping the rotating mountain river seal hovering above the waters. The 100-meter-wide formation snapped shut like an ancient Lu Ban lock, hovering silently above the Yellow River. 24 golden-eyed sigils ringed its perimeter, unblinking sentinels fixed upon the river's depths. At the first sign of anomaly, the seal would unleash its full might. Once complete, Lu Jiyuan collapsed to one knee, gasping ragged breaths. To drain a sovereignty or cultivator to such extremity revealed the terrifying magnitude of the mountain river seal. Master, Old Lu, Fang Qingwan and Tang Balian rushed to support him. He waved them off weakly, his voice hoarse and frayed. I'll remain here and watch. The seal's binding holds for 10 days, no longer. Should the beast awaken, I'll activate the mountain river seal immediately to suppress it. Lu Jiyuan drew a deep, steadying breath and wiped fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. Old Lu, let me stand guard here instead. If it dares break free, I'll cast the beast into the heaven-forged furnace and refine it to ashes. Tang Balian knelt before him, fist pressed to the ground in solemn petition. The heaven-forged pavilion cannot be left without its master. Lu Jiyuan turned his head slightly, gazing at Tang Balian, with eyes heavy with the weight of time and hardship. Even if I perish, what does it matter? The 5,000-year legacy of Xia dynasty's ancient craftsmanship shall never be severed. Nor shall the foundation of the Tiangong pavilion crumble. Should one fall, another will rise to take their place. Old Lu, Tang Balian cried out in urgent desperation. I will summon the sovereign-level cultivators from across the realm. Together we shall surely avert this calamity. It is futile. Even Qin Ying, the strongest warrior of the Xia dynasty in his prime, could not subdue this abomination. Fang Xingluan stood hunched, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed skyward with a long, sorrowful sigh, shaking his head. Moreover, mobilizing sovereign-level cultivators en masse would not only incite panic among the people of Xia, but also shatter the intricate defensive web safeguarding our realm. Should such chaos recur, the Xia dynasty would suffer catastrophic losses, and foreign powers ever hungry and poised to strike may well seize the opportunity to invade. My decision is final. You two must immediately investigate the next move of the Ziwei Pavilion and crush this crisis before it even takes root. Lu Jiyuan turned away and closed his eyes, entering deep meditation to restore his body, his sovereign-level spiritual aura radiating outward, enveloping a radius of 100 li. Seeing that Lu Jiyuan remained unswayed, Tang Balian clenched his teeth and rose abruptly. Ziwei Pavilion. Gu Xiaochun, that wretched old tortoise. I swear I'll refine him alive once I lay hands on him. Then his iron-plated legs bent sharply, before launching upward with explosive force, propelling his body skyward like an arrow cleaving through resistance. His speed was so extreme that a ring of sonic booms spiraled in his wake. Fang Xingluan cast one last anxious glance toward Lu Jiyuan and the Yellow River, then raised his hand into the air and gently grasped at nothingness. A shadow coalesced softly within his palm, gradually taking shape. A solemn, awe-inspiring Zhong Kuei Nua mask. As war drums began to thunder, the mask settled delicately upon his face. The Nua dance commenced. A streak of crimson seeped from beneath the mask, coalescing outward into a flowing vermilion robe around Fang Xingluan. Then he stepped forward. In an instant his figure vanished. Only after they had both departed did Lu Jian reopen his eyes, filled with profound sorrow, as he gazed silently at the surging, unceasing waters of the Yellow River. He whispered softly, Lin Su, I watched you die. Must I now stand helplessly as Chen Shu walks the same path to ruin? Had I not hesitated back then, would you still be alive? Would this catastrophe even have unfolded? Lin Su, I failed you. Far across the Pacific Ocean, in the boundless expanse of open sea, a lone figure plummeted from the sky. In an instant he pierced through 10,000 meters of air and slammed into the ocean floor, striking the surface like a cannonball erupting a colossal tidal wave. His descent did not slow, not even upon impact with the seabed. Within a heartbeat he vanished into a fissure carved deep within the oceanic crust. How far he descended remains unknown, until suddenly the abyss opened wide. It was as though he had entered another world entirely, an inverted dome-shaped glass canopy shimmering with eerie violet light, sealing within it a metropolis brimming with futuristic technology. The figure drifted effortlessly through the dome and into the city. Silence reigned absolute. Countless figures, pale hollow-eyed, clad in identical purple battle armor and fitted with cybernetic helmets, wandered aimlessly like animated husks. Most appeared utterly soulless. Peering beneath their helmets revealed tiny pulsing violet specks flickering within each pair of eyes. From the nape of each neck extended a filamenthin violet thread, nearly invisible to the naked eye, each converging unerringly upon the city's central core. There rested a colossal crystalline battery, its interior filled with luminous violet energy fluid, within which floated a roiling mass of obsidian mist perfectly suspended at the heart of the liquid. Occasionally blood-red glints pierced forth from its depths. Flanking the device stood two headless 100-meter steel colossi, each gripping massive energy axes, backs bristling with thick conduits, motionless as ancient sentinels. The figure hovered midair, hovering like Astro Boy, drawing near the central apparatus. Bathed in violet radiance, his true visage emerged. His left side was composed of silver rivulet liquid metallic substance, constantly shifting, flowing, and reshaping itself. His right side, however, was horrifying beyond measure. It resembled the bloated, decayed corpse of someone long dead, left to rot for a week in summer's humid heat. His two eyes were grotesquely mismatched, one a silver ranviolet mechanical ocular implant, the other a dull putrid orb of necrotic flesh. Such a visage would surely send mortals fleeing in terror. High Ritual Master. A middle-aged woman emerged beside one of the headless titans, her face shifting fluidly like mercury under moonlight. Has our stratagem succeeded? Gu Xiaochun grinned, a terrifying jagged rictus, his voice a guttural smoke-laced baritone. Indeed it has. Qingming will soon break free from her seal. Then, the Ziwei Pavilion shall usher in a new epoch. Lilith, the Queen of Intelligence, stepped forward and slipped her arm through his decaying right limb, her lips curling upward. Then allow me to extend my congratulations, High Ritual Master. And may your god-making ritual succeed. At those words, both titanic sentinels raised their 100-meter energy axes high into the air. A low, resonant roar shook the entire abyssal city. Flesh is frail, chaos grants ascension. Chen Shu and 3 others followed Tai Yu to the edge of the plaza, stopping before a portable tent hastily erected on site. There they found Fong Bai and the other 2 still unconscious. He Taiji's face was swathed in bandages, only his left eye visible. 2 tubes pierced his nasal cavity, feeding oxygen as he lay insensate. Once their conditions stabilize, I'll arrange a dedicated aircraft to return you home, Tai Yu said, frowning deeply, hands buried in his pockets. As the divine physician advised, it is a battlefield here. For you it's simply too dangerous. Too dangerous. That's precisely why we came. Chen Shu turned to face Tai Yu, raising a thumb toward himself before gesturing to the other 3 members of the Tianshu squad. Because we are pioneers. And pioneers do not retreat when faced with adversity. Tai Yu stood frozen, struck speechless by Chen Shu's words, until after a long pause he let out a quiet, knowing chuckle. Chen Shu, you've truly grown. Though it's been only days, I don't know what you've endured. But I do know, you're no longer the man you once were. Chen Shu offered no rebuttal, merely nodding. People change, but their core remains unshaken. Once I sought only peace, neither provoking conflict nor fearing it. But since learning truths hidden from the world, I've understood my purpose, my duty, and what I must carry forward. I've found my direction. Song Wudao and the other 2 responded, instinctively breaking into spontaneous applause. Tai Yu adjusted his glasses and murmured, no wonder. No wonder what? Chen Shu asked. No wonder the ruffians sought to recruit you. Tai Yu replied with a gentle smile. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing these words. What does President Tai mean by that? Nothing much, just a moment of reflection. Tai Yu blinked, shifting his gaze away, and added, I used to deal with the ruffians. Their working style is quite similar to yours. Chen Shu inquired, are the ruffians good or bad? Tai Yu shook his head and sighed. Who can define good? And who can define bad? It's just that people's prejudices differ. They don't understand the ruffians' way of doing things. They will achieve their goals at all costs. But they do not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Thus opinions on the ruffians have always been mixed. Yet sometimes they can achieve results far better than we can. Chen Shu nodded, gaining a general understanding of the ruffians. He didn't have any aversion toward this organization. Moreover, there was the previous attempt by Shen Ling to recruit him and help resolve his issues, as well as showing him respect and stopping Leg from taking him away. In fact, one could hear it from the little quotes Shen Ling had spoken that night. We are the ruffians. An organization that wields light and darkness, punishing evil and eliminating wickedness. The ruffians are forever loyal to the great Xia. Combining Tai Yu's simple explanation, one could deduce from these angles. The ruffians cannot be lumped together with organizations like the Z-Wei Pavilion or the Corpse Church. The name may sound intimidating, but their intentions are not malicious. At that moment, a wave of heat descended from above. Yalan entered the tent briskly, holding a document bag. President Tai, urgent meeting. Upon hearing this, Tai Yu immediately went out with Yalan. Chen Shu looked at the urgency on Yalan's brow, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Song Wudao also noticed the signs. His fingers moved slightly, and a breeze swirled around his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, Yalan's voice was transmitted into the ears of Chen Shu and the others. Though the voice was still very faint, it was much clearer than before. After all, it was an urgent meeting of the Dragon Guards, so they couldn't be too reckless. Tai Yu and Yalan stood outside the tent. Yalan opened the document bag, frowning as she handed a red-headed document to Tai Yu. At the same time, she stated, something happened at the Yellow River in Luo City. The timing is particularly tricky. It coincides perfectly with Bai Wushun's appearance here, making it difficult to hold back the 3 from the Tiangong Pavilion. The restricted areas on both sides of the Yellow River were covered by a barrage of missiles, and the Dragon Guard station there were completely annihilated. Moreover, it was the master of the Z-Wei Pavilion, Gu Xiaochen, who noticed it immediately after the 3 of Lu's departure and pursued them. It's just a pity that madman had no intention of engaging in a fight, allowing them to escape. After Yalan finished speaking, Tai Yu had just finished reading the document and crumpled it into shreds. What a well-timed move. Commander Qin just happens to be in the Spirit Realm, and the Spirit Realm invasion and Bai Wushun incident are happening simultaneously. Everything has gone so smoothly that we haven't noticed anything unusual. It seems that this was a premeditated plan. Yalan nodded. The key point is yet to come. Something in the Yellow River is about to awaken. Once it wakes, the 7 cities along the Yellow River will suffer catastrophic disasters. What lies in the Yellow River? Tai Yu asked in confusion. Yalan shook her head, indicating she didn't know. She only knew that the thing was terrifying. It seemed that only specific individuals could harm it. Besides that, even if more king-level powerhouses made a move, they wouldn't be able to affect it. Chen Shu's pupils trembled upon hearing the conversation outside. Luo City. The Yellow River was attacked. Isn't that where the Tiangong Pavilion is located? Something happened over there. Hearing them say that something in the Yellow River is about to awaken, the first thing Chen Shu thought of was the giant blue scales that had flashed across the surface of the Yellow River in his nightmare a few days ago. Now that he thought about it carefully, wasn't it exactly the same as the one held by the central statue of the task shop in the Vanguard Academy? Also, wasn't the sign in front of that golden statue talking about the Yellow River battle? Such enormous scales are unlikely to belong to a fish. Instead, they resembled something that only exists in mythology. A dragon. Is there a dragon beneath the Yellow River? Chen Shu exclaimed absent-mindedly. Just then Yalan happened to hear it. She exchanged glances with Tai Yu and both walked into the room. Yalan turned her eyes and took out a photo from her coat pocket. Facing Chen Shu, she pointed at the photo and asked, "Chen Shu, I have a question. Where did you get this photo?" Song Wu Dao and the others leaned in to take a closer look. It was a photo clearly taken above the Yellow River with a massive blue scale faintly visible in the surging waters. "I took this photo from your wall when I visited your house a few days ago." Yalan looked directly at Chen Shu, observing his subtle expression. "I said you probably wouldn't believe it." Chen Shu scratched his head. "It's fine, just tell me." He looked at the photo and raised his hand to lightly touch his temple. "Can I say that I saw it in a dream?" Song Wu Dao suddenly turned his head. Yalan lowered her arm holding the photo. "Chen Shu, please don't joke. To be precise, I dreamed about this scene the day before yesterday, and the day before that I obtained a skill that allows me to create photos at will, and this is one of the photos I created at that time." Chen Shu said with an incredibly serious expression. This statement left everyone present dumbfounded. "Wait, let me sort this out first." Song Wu Dao raised his finger, trying to sort it out carefully. But the more he sorted, the messier it became, and it left his brain in a state of overload. "You have a skill that allows you to create photos which you obtained the day before yesterday. You created some photos, and this is one of them, am I right?" The previously silent Su Qian-Shui spoke at this moment. Chen Shu nodded and Su Qian-Shui continued. "Then you dreamed about the scene in the photo the day before yesterday." "Exactly." Chen Shu nodded at Su Qian-Shui, then turned to Yalan. "That's the gist of it. Every word is true with no concealment." Future sight. Tai Yu, as the president of the Super Martial Association, immediately understood the situation. Chen Shu remained silent, further confirming Tai Yu's thoughts. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. His gaze toward Chen Shu changed slightly. "If that is the case, are there any other photos related to this? This is very important and could even influence our future arrangements. It could even turn the passive into active, allowing us to find breaking information again." Yalan showed no signs of surprise. After all, Chen Shu is the only awakened one with divine system abilities in the Great Xia. Some strange skills are no longer surprising. Chen Shu shook his head. "The photos are random. I cannot specify the ones to create. But I might be able to confront that dragon." "Don't mess around. Stop pretending to be strong." Tai Yu interrupted Chen Shu. "How can you joke about such things?" Song Wu Dao raised his hand to touch Chen Shu's forehead. "You're not burning up." Chen Shu broke free from Song Wu Dao's hand and seriously said to Yalan and the others, "I'm not joking. Perhaps I really can give it a try." Yalan shook her head and firmly refused. "No, it's too risky. Did I not say that it requires a specific person?" Chen Shu still did not give up, insisting on his thoughts and continuing to argue. Song Wu Dao shook Chen Shu, doubting whether something unclean had attached itself to him. "Buddy, you are at the Xian Tai level iron, do you understand? Not at the Xian Wang level. Moreover, even a powerful practitioner at the Great Xia Wang level may not have a solution. You say you are the specific person." Yalan asked, "What evidence do you have?" "Take me to Luo City. First, once we reach the Tiangong Pavilion, I will have my way of confirming it." Chen Shu insisted repeatedly. Yalan lowered her head and thought for a moment, but still refused. "Without concrete evidence, I cannot let you go. Moreover, if anything happens to you, it would be a huge loss for the Great Xia." Chen Shu wanted to argue further, but was directly ordered by Yalan to have the dragon guards take him out. Outside the tent, 2 dragon guards flanked Chen Shu as they walked out. Song Wu Dao and the others followed behind. He was still saying, "I'm not saying it, Chen Shu, but you seem to have become obsessed with becoming a hero." Chen Shu shook his head. "I just feel like I need to go there as if it's destined." "Stop messing around, Chen Shu." Su Qianxue tilted her head and coldly said, "That's already beyond the tasks we can handle. Going there is just asking for death. Why throw away your life for nothing?" After Su Qianxue finished speaking, she followed Zhang Bingyue to find the dragon guards and investigate the whereabouts of Chu Mu in the Jiwei Pavilion. This was the only task for their small team of 4 to stay here. Regardless of whether they find any clues or catch Chu Mu, in the end it has nothing to do with them. After returning to the academy, they could still smoothly submit the task and receive rewards. Aside from that, they did not have to worry about any other matters. Moreover, this was also Jiang Yi's intention. If they were really forced to return with the battle machine, they would not have another chance to stand here. The reason for saying that it is dangerous here is for those 8 senior students to see. Afterwards, Chen Shu and the others would naturally solidify their stance. That would naturally change the rigid impressions certain people in the academy have of Chen Shu after those 8 senior students return to the academy and discuss this matter. Words such as taking shortcuts and having connections will be greatly suppressed. In simple terms, it is to give these new students a chance to shine. And this is precisely the first of the 3 things Liang Dingtian instructed Chen Shu to handle. Although at that time Chen Shu superficially agreed to Liang Dingtian, he indeed wanted to do something. Golden opportunities are ultimately just appearances. Suddenly Chen Shu stopped, looking towards the dim, heavy clouds with deep thoughts. A bold idea began to unfold. Dragon City Pioneer Academy. Rows of tiny palm-sized miniature battle machines were stationed atop the endless tower. Occasionally battle machines resembling toys took off and landed. When the gigantic battle machines hovered at the top floor, they would automatically shrink down to palm-sized. Similarly, upon taking off, they would return to their normal size. This was also one of Mentor Yen Li's inventions. On the top floor, in a meeting room marked with the sign Han Yu Shui, the environment resembled a typical academy meeting room. At the main seat of the meeting table, wearing an old-style dark green military uniform, with a head of white hair slicked back, Dean Lei Shinhan Xiaoyao was seriously looking at a stack of documents in his hands. On either side were Vice Dean CG Admissions Officer Liang Ding Tian School Dr. Jiang, along with mentors Yinli Shangwan Nanming Baiying and Yi Tangding. Everyone had put away their previous nonsense. Sitting upright, they all focused their gazes on Han Xiaoyao. No one spoke, and only the sound of Lei Shin flipping through the documents echoed in the meeting room. Not long after Han Xiaoyao closed the documents and placed them on the meeting table, he gently rubbed his temples with his right hand. The stack of documents fanned out, and on one of the pages four fiery words could be clearly seen. Fireseed Plan. Then his fingertips sparked with arcs of electricity as he opened his eyes, which were swirling with lightning. You are all the pillars of the Great Xia Pioneer Academy, and the Jiwei Pavilion dares to commit such rebellious acts attempting to harm the entire Great Xia. What do you think? As pioneers, can we endure this? We cannot. The 7 pillars responded in unison, their voices strong and filled with anger. Lei Shin stood up from his seat, and the others quickly responded, standing straight and facing Han Xiaoyao. Han Xiaoyao's entire body crackled with energy. White currents of electricity occasionally surged across Han Xiaoyao's surface. His gaze was extremely dangerous, and the pressure he released unavoidably crushed everything in the room, creating loud, cracking sounds. Is it because this old bone of mine has not shown up for a long time? Han Xiaoyao slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and spoke coldly, that those small fry have gradually forgotten my Pioneer Academy and the name of Lei Shin. Dean, we are just waiting for your command. CJI's fist tightened as he faced Han Xiaoyao's back. Good. Lei Shin shouted, his fingers flicking. A streak of white lightning crawled up the wall, forming the number 300. In 5 minutes, follow me. To strike at the Jiwei Pavilion. As Han Xiaoyao raised his arm and snapped his fingers, a burst of electric light spread from beneath him to all around. In a flash of electricity, everyone disappeared from their location. From now on, the countdown formed by the electric current on the wall also began. Just as it counted down to 295, the group had already appeared above the sea. Lei Shin stood in the center with his hands behind his back, while the 7 mentors floated in of shape on either side. Han Xiaoyao lightly stepped, and a storm of thunder gathered beneath his feet. Then he directed this thunderous strike downward. As the lightning struck the sea surface, it forcefully split the ocean's depths, creating a massive gap. It exposed the entire abyss beneath the sea. Han Xiaoyao waved his right hand, and a whip of lightning formed from the electric arcs was firmly gripped in his hand. Han Xiaoyao come with this lightning whip to deal with the short-sighted beasts. Without waiting for any reaction from the direction of the abyssal city, he swung the whip down. It directly struck the 100-meter-thick seabed. The impact reached the ceiling above. Instantly, it caused the entire abyssal city to tremble violently. This also forced out the high priest of the Jiwei Pavilion, the mastermind behind all the planning, Gu Xiaoqing. So it's the old Lei Shin Senior. I am remiss in my welcome. Han Xiaoyao said coldly. No problem, just pay with your life. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoqing actually chuckled instantly. Pay with your life. You are nothing but a cripple now. Who gave you the confidence to be so sure? As he spoke the latter part of this sentence, 2 giant purple spatial doors opened behind and to the sides of Gu Xiaoqing, spreading their influence over everything around. A thunderous roar emanated from within. 2 colossal battle axes, each towering 100 meters and radiating a faint purple glow, first emerged through the spatial gate. Following that, 2 headless giants stepped forth from the portal. Their immense size made Han Xiaoyao and his companions appear as mere ants. Simultaneously, with a light clap of his hands, Gu Xiaoqing summoned 2 headless armored beings that unleashed an energy shockwave consistent with a king-level realm. Except for CG behind the Thunder God, everyone else was sent flying. If not for the protective current around them, the energy shockwave alone could have seriously injured them. Old Thunder God, the situation is beyond reversal. Why do you seek to provoke me further? Gu Xiaoqing said with a dismissive smile, one hand casually resting behind his back. Han Xiaoyao stared at the 2 headless battle armors, exuding king-level power, his heart startled. Chaos puppets. You truly succeeded in merging chaos with machines. Gu Xiaoqing, feeling a sense of pride, replied, flesh is frail and weak. Only chaos endures. These 2 chaos Xingtian are the milestones in my restart of a new era. I offer you a chance. Join my Zywage, and I might spare your life. Otherwise. The last 2 words were laden with a threatening tone. He pointed forward with his right hand. Instantly, thousands of meters of purple light erupted behind Gu Xiaoqing. This purple light surged wildly, voraciously eroding the colored fragments of reality. After the purple light receded, countless members of Zywage floated neatly behind Gu Xiaoqing. They were all clad in cyber helmets and purple long armor, holding a black staff in hand, just like that Reg who dressed the same way back then. Han Xiaoyao's left sleeve billowed in the wind as he hovered in the air, gazing at the densely packed purple army ahead. His eyes narrowed slowly, currents crackling through his hair with a sizzling sound. It seems I have truly been silent for too long, allowing every cat and dog to speak to me so brazenly. Have you forgotten my name? I am Han Xiaoyao, known as the Thunder God. Domain of thunder descend. The moment the last 2 words fell, the rolling dark clouds above were instantly torn apart, replaced by a sky full of rolling thunder. The thunder enveloped a 100-mile radius. transforming this area into a thunderous purgatory. CG twisted his neck and walked to Han Zaiweo's side. Dharmakaya, heaven and earth gather power. As CG roared, his terrifying visage visibly grew to 100 meters. Bronze golden light radiated from CJI's Dharmakaya body, directly engaging in brutal combat with a chaos Xingtian. Liang Dingtian maintained a stern face, looking at the purple army with a cold snort. Old man, defy the ancestors and strike him. Zhang Yi grinned, his eyes narrowed like a knife as he said to Gu Xiaoqing, "That little thing, you look unwell, clearly suffering from kidney deficiency. Coincidentally, I inherited my great-grandfather's endless needle. How about I give you a couple of pricks? You are the one suffering from kidney deficiency. Wait there, I will kill you." Gu Xiaoqing pointed forward with his fingertip. Tens of thousands of purple troops surged like locusts towards Han Xiaoyao, brandishing their staffs to strike. But suddenly thousands of bolts of lightning struck down from the heavens, precisely hitting every purple soldier. Initially, the cyber helmets they wore provided some measure of protection. At the moment of contact with the lightning, the helmets conducted and dissipated the charge. But do not forget, this lightning is no ordinary lightning. It belongs to a king-level thunder god. It is renowned for being invincible within this domain of thunder. Hence it is called the thunder god. Han Xiaoyao merely pressed his palm downwards. The rolling thunder in the thunder pool surged even stronger. In an instant, it obliterated tens of thousands of the Zaiwage army into dust. Not a trace remained. So swift was it. The thunder god moved as quickly as lightning, piercing through another chaos Xingtian in an instant. He forcefully squeezed the purple crystal he extracted from the core of this mecha. It immediately exploded into a shower of purple sand. Meanwhile, the chaos Xingtian that had its core ripped out didn't even get to wield a weapon. It crashed heavily to the ocean floor. In contrast, the other one was engaged in a back-and-forth battle with CG. It landed a blow on CG with a bare-hand catch of the blade. Had Gu Xiaoqing not intervened with a punch against Han Xiaoyao at the last moment, this chaos Xingtian would have been destroyed. Truly worthy of the thunder god, you do possess remarkable skill. Gu Xiaoqing felt no surprise as all his subordinates fell. Gu Xiaoqing, you have lost. Han Zaiweo's palm surged with lightning as he stared intently at Gu Xiaoqing. Gu Xiaoqing clicked his tongue and shook his head, answering with an unrelated remark. Since you squandered the chance I offered, I see no need to hold back. Boom. The ocean floor trembled. The abyssal rift slowly opened like a gate. Peering into the rift, even Han Xiaoyao was taken aback. Inside stood an overwhelming number of chaos Xingtian, no less than 100. I am but a humble man, I accidentally created a few hundred. Gu Xiaoqing spread his arms and laughed maniacally. Let's see who can outlast the other. The final victor is yet to be determined. At that moment, the 5 minutes previously set had arrived. This is beyond the great Xia realm. Lingering here would not be beneficial. Moreover, even though these 100 king-level beings pose no threat to me, but Yin Li and the others are still here. The energy fluctuations from the battle are indeed at the king level. They cannot withstand it. Let's retreat. Han Xiaoyao whispered simultaneously, using a surge of electricity to pull the 7 others, instantly vanishing from their spot. Gu Xiaoqing's unique eyes moved strangely. After confirming that Han Xiaoyao and the others had indeed left, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the hundreds of chaos Xingtian within the abyssal rift. The latter all dissolved into a flash of purple light and disappeared. Meanwhile, the sea water rushed back down. Moments later, calmness was restored, except for the lingering scent of sea oysters and the smell of battle. It still proclaimed that a fierce battle had just occurred. Let you be arrogant for a while longer, Gu Xiaoqing said coldly. When Qingming awakens, it will be your day of defeat. In Dragon City Pioneer Academy, Han Xiaoyao and his group returned to the conference room. Immediately turning to Yin Li, he asked, "What happened?" Yin Li smiled playfully. "I succeeded." After saying that, she removed the bracelet from her wrist and placed it on the conference table. With a series of actions on this high-tech conference table by Yin Li, a holographic projection emerged from the conference table. The displayed image was precisely from within the city of Abyss of Zaiwage. It happened to reveal that the frightening hundreds of chaos Xingtian Gu Xiaoqing had shown were fakes. Liang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. "What's going on? When did you sneak into the city of Abyss?" Of course it was when everyone's attention was focused on that moment, Yin Li stated with a triumphant twitch of her nose. Otherwise, why would the dean suddenly punch and destroy a mecha? Liang Dingtian then realized, chuckling. If Gu Xiaoqing finds out, he will definitely be on the defensive. Han Xiaoyao turned the scene, carefully observing everything within the city of Abyss. All the surrounding buildings came into view. Suddenly, a figure landed directly in front of the frame and began to walk forward. It was Gu Xiaoqing, who had just returned from the sea to the city of Abyss. However, he suddenly stopped, turned sideways, and looked back. His gaze was directed towards Yin Li and the others from this perspective. "That guy can't see us, right?" Liang Dingtian blinked and asked. "No way. My analysis research lens deduced through analyzing Gu Xiaoqing's pupil focal length and demeanor that this fool won't notice us." Yin Li was quite confident in his invention, and the fact was just as Yin Li predicted. After scanning the area, Gu Xiaoqing raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, shook his head, and continued walking forward. Yet he always felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if there were needles pricking at his back. It was as if many people were secretly watching and gossiping about him. He walked while glancing back every few steps. Unfortunately, he still discovered nothing. Gu Xiaoqing dismissed it as stress and tension causing his unease. Soon he returned to the center. Naturally, he also saw the massive purple energy tank in the middle. From afar, he noticed a swirling mass of black mist right at the center. Chaos. Han Xiaoyao frowned tightly the moment he saw it. Director, what is this chaos? Yan Li propped his chin up with his right hand, while his left eye's single-lens holographic projection glasses stared intently at the swirling black mist. The others also quieted down. They awaited Han Ziweo's answer. After all, among this group, besides the thunder god Han Xiaoyao, only CG knew about chaos. It is a sliver of core aura that spills out from the spirit source in the extreme southern lands. Han Xiaoyao explained in a measured tone. Moreover, it is not just that it is of the same origin as the beast beneath the Yellow River. Vice President CG added after Han Xiaoyao finished, it is a type of disaster associated with the spirit source, immune to all attacks, and the only thing that can suppress it is a type of ancient technique. Han Xiaoyao nodded, agreeing completely with CJI's statement. It seems that Gu Xiaoqing took advantage of the brief absence of the Heavenly Craftsman Pavilion to infuse chaos energy into the Yellow River. That's what awakened that abominable beast. And those two Chaos Xingtian don't seem that strong today either. Liang Dingtian lightly coughed and said, it's fake, but not entirely. It's a type of pseudo-king level mecha created under the influence of chaos energy. Han Xiaoyao stated, the aura is undoubtedly king level, but everything else is just paper-thin foam. Han Xiaoyao slightly shook his head and said, you need to keep a close watch for a while. If anything seems off, communicate it quickly. After reminding Yan Li, he signaled everyone to disperse and continue with their tasks. Before long, the conference room was emptied. Only the thunder god at the main seat continued typing on the computer, writing documents. The only sound left in the room was the tapping of the T-axis keyboard. Then Han Xiaoyao clenched his palm, and a purple crystal appeared in his hand. He examined this core, carefully pried from the chest of that Chaos Xingtian. The white electric currents operating in his eyes gazed at this core, lost in thought. Due to the overcast weather, even though it was summer, the days were long and the nights were short. The sky gradually darkened. It was just cloudy without rain, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. It felt like the calm before the storm. The evening breeze blew, and the cool air even carried a hint of chill. Chen Shu and the others returned home, having spent an entire day investigating with the dragon army. It wasn't without gains. They found some traces left by Chu Mu in a certain sewer. After that, they had a simple meal and went to rest. Especially Song Wudao, who had already laid down on the cot and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Shu quietly opened his eyes. He scanned the room, ensuring everyone was fast asleep. He got up from the sofa and quietly went downstairs. He thought Song Wudao was asleep, but in fact the moment Chen Shu got up, he had already squinted his eyes awake. And he stealthily followed Chen Shu with even lighter footsteps. Chen Shu walked to the center of the yard, gazing at the dim dark sky. He tidied up his attire and glanced back at his two-story home. Then he turned and whispered, Ghost God Scroll. Activate. In Chen Shu's mind, the second mask card appeared, the ghostly figure Hai Wuchang. It quickly manifested at the same level as Chen Shu's face. A black mystical iron mask with eye sockets burning with emerald phosphorescence silently floated out. Chen Shu grasped the Hai Wuchang mask, directly adhering it to his own face. In an instant, a wave of black surged from the edges of the mask. A complete black outfit quietly appeared around him. On his head was a long black hat inscribed with the words promote officialdom and wealth. Chen Shu stood straight, sensing the immense power that this mask brought him. Song Wudao quietly descended the stairs and happened to see Chen Shu in this Hai Wuchang outfit. Oh my god! Song Wudao was startled, shouting in surprise. Chen Shu was also taken aback and quickly ran towards Song Wudao. From Song Wudao's perspective, he only saw a Hai Wuchang rushing towards him. Then he closed his eyes and went peacefully to sleep. Chen Shu checked his breath, confirming that he had only fainted due to his outfit. However, his shout had not only awakened Su Qianxue and Zhang Bingyue from the second floor bedroom. The dragon army on guard outside rushed over immediately. Chen Shu clenched his fist tightly and silently apologized to Song Wudao. Then the arrow was already on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to shoot. Soldiers, assist me. Chen Shu shouted the skill based on the memories attached to the mask he wore. From the shadows behind him, two soldiers emerged, their faces ashen, with large non-mainstream toilet lid hairstyles. Hello, 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 hello. As soon as they appeared, they shook their heads and waved to Chen Shu in greeting. What the hell? Chen Shu was momentarily stunned. But there was no time to focus on anything else. He directly issued orders to them. Take me to Luoqing Longmen Mountain. The two soldiers, upon hearing this, immediately grabbed Chen Shu's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Then they synchronized and shook their toilet lid hairstyles. They chanted the silly hello, 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 and vanished into the shadows with Chen Shu. Listening to these two saying hello less than twice, Chen Shu felt his mind go blank. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had already appeared in front of Longmen Mountain in Luoqing. After the two soldiers delivered Chen Shu to his destination, they also vanished into the shadows while saying hello. This was one of the skills attached to this mask. Although it could only summon two at a time, but the advantage was that they could be summoned endlessly. Most importantly, it did not consume any spiritual energy. With this point alone, it was already sufficient. The place where Chen Shu happened to appear was right by the Yellow River. Lu Jiyuan looked at him with a bewildered expression. Chen Shu turned his head to the side, coincidentally locking eyes with Lu Jiyuan. "Ah, old Lu. Senior, hello." "Huh." Chen Shu chuckled awkwardly. Lu Jiyuan directly stood up from the ground. He even rubbed his eyes. He found it hard to believe. "Chen Shu. You are Chen Shu. What are you here for?" Chen Shu honestly replied, "I don't know why I'm here, but there has always been a belief deep within me urging me to come. And it was a must. Not even Jesus could stop it." Lu Jiyuan asked again, "Where did you obtain the Hei Wuchang Nuo mask?" "Never mind, it's unnecessary for me to ask. You are recognized by Nuo Dao and are the Nuo master of this generation. It's not surprising that you have a Nuo mask." Lu Jiyuan muttered to himself. "What is the master doing here?" Chen Shu asked. "Guarding the river. Is there a dragon beneath the yellow river?" Chen Shu asked the crucial question. Lu Jiyuan was taken aback for a moment, but then shook his head saying, "It's not a dragon, it's a jiao. The legendary yellow river jiao. This jiao is transformed from the fortune of the yellow river. It was originally a good thing. However, it was contaminated by something called chaotic power from the Purple Majesty Pavilion, completely turning it into a disaster. 10 years ago your mother Lin Su perished to suppress it." Lu Jiyuan paused here. But thinking of the belief Chen Shu mentioned that brought him to subdue the jiao, he gritted his teeth and told him the truth. 10 years ago this jiao was polluted by the Purple Majesty Pavilion and turned into a disaster. Since its essence is a product of the Yellow River's fortune and chaotic power, ordinary methods are ineffective against it. It cannot be suppressed. If left unchecked, it would destroy about half of the 15 cities of the Great Xia, posing an extremely terrifying threat. At that time your mother volunteered to subdue the jiao, but she underestimated its power. In just a few days it could control the weather at will." Lu Jiyuan sighed deeply, gazing at the surface of the Yellow River before continuing. "That night was also the night Lin Su fell. But she saved 7 cities of the Great Xia with her own life." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes widened in shock. He also realized a phrase that Fang Qingwan had told him. "Go see what great things your mother accomplished." But wasn't it said that ordinary methods cannot harm it? Then what did my mother? Now Chen Shu wanted to understand the truth as much as possible. Lu Jiyuan nodded, saying, "Ordinary methods cannot harm it, but your mother was already a genius in both Nuo Dao and paper cutting at that time. And Nuo is the only method that can harm it." That day was overcast like today. Lin Su appeared breaking through the dark clouds and came alone to the banks of the Yellow River. With a command, she summoned the Yin soldiers to borrow the path, using the Yin soldiers to subdue the jiao. If it weren't for my hesitation back then, perhaps Lin Su wouldn't have had to die. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's expression beneath the Nuo mask froze. "What do you mean?" Lu Jiyuan pointed his arm towards the direction of Longmin Mountain and the Heavenly Craft Pavilion. At that time the battle was reaching a climax, just one step away from opening the Heavenly Craft Furnace to refine the jiao. The condition for doing so was that the foundation of the Heavenly Craft Pavilion might be severed there, and the Heavenly Craft Furnace would explode. So I hesitated, missing the critical moment for Lin Su to turn the tide. Because of that, Lin Su was bitten and dragged into the Yellow River. Lu Jiyuan's voice choked up here with tears glistening in his eyes. Before dying, Lin Su sacrificed herself, offering her soul to Nuo. Her body turned into a blue stone tablet to seal the jiao's head deep in the riverbed. Her soul then merged into the jiao, dispersing the chaotic power within it. At this moment, Lu Jiyuan, the king-level powerhouse, trembled his lower lip, a tear rolling down from the corner of his eye. She preserved the Great Xia for a decade with her life. The nameless tablet worshipped in the Nuo Temple is her. I have always told myself that she did not die, she just lives on in each of our hearts in another way. That night the Yellow River devoured a mother, yet it became the legend of a Nuo master. After listening, Chen Shu was lost in thought for a long time. Gazing at the Yellow River, his heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. He swung his right arm. A silver chain flew out from his black robe. The head was equipped with a sharp hook. The chain appeared to be infinitely long. Like a silver snake coiling and crawling, it wrapped around Chen Shu for 2 circles. The hooked end emanated a cold light towards the Yellow River. It seemed to reveal its sharp claws towards the Yellow River. Chen Shu inherited the power from the Hei Wuchang Nuo mask. His own aura underwent a drastic transformation. His eyes, emitting ghostly green flames, were filled with a deep killing intent. The disaster jiao is it. This soul-grasping lock in my hand is the prologue to your demise. Chen Shu's voice came out from beneath the Hei Wuchang Nuo mask, sounding somewhat chilling through the mask. He slowly stepped forward, about to step off the bank and fall into the Yellow River. Lu Jiyuan watched closely, ready to intervene. The soul-grasping lock automatically wrapped around his feet, firmly supporting Chen Shu's body. Chen Shu stepped on the soul-grasping lock, moving forward step by step as the lock twisted in shape beneath him. In a daze, it formed segments of a staircase suspended above the Yellow River. This is the rule of impermanence, and also my rule. As these words echoed above the Yellow River, they reverberated throughout the entire Yellow River region. The angry waves of the Yellow River surged even fiercer. It was as if a monster with a gaping abyss was about to swallow Chen Shu whole in the next second. In the next moment, the soul-grasping lock lunged into the surging Yellow River like a hunter discovering its prey, like a bullet fired from a gun. Then merely half a breath later, the soul-grasping lock tightened suddenly as it plunged into the Yellow River. At the same time, a terrifying and mournful roar echoed from the riverbed. The sound was deep yet piercing. It resembled endless resentment. The already surging yellow river was stirred up by the immense waves. Judgment Eye. Chen Shu's ghostly green eyes transformed into a fiery red, alternating like traffic lights. Through the judgment eye which possessed the power to discern illusions, Chen Shu clearly saw the bottom of the murky yellow river. A horrifying silhouette 3 meters thick and estimated to be no less than 1,000 meters long clawed and roared at the riverbed. At its head a rectangular stone tablet was firmly pressing down on the disaster Jiao's head. No matter how it struggled, it was futile. The Jia sealing tablet had suppressed it like Mount Tai for 10 years. It had also brought a decade of peace to the Great Xia. But Chen Shu squinted slightly and clearly noticed that around the rim of the Jia sealing tablet, there was a circle of purple spiderweb-like cracks. With every struggle of the disaster Jiao at the bottom, the purple cracks spread slightly. At this rate, the Jia sealing tablet would soon shatter. The disaster Jiao would then emerge, unleashing the resentment that had been suppressed for 10 years upon the Great Xia. Another guttural roar erupted from the riverbed. In a daze, Chen Shu felt the world before his eyes flicker momentarily. When he opened his eyes again, he found everything around him frozen in time. Yet Chen Shu remained utterly unaffected. He swiftly scanned his surroundings. The droplets of the yellow river suspended midair, dust motes caught motionless in swirling air currents. Even Lu Jiyuan, a sovereignty expert, stood utterly still, his posture locked mid-motion as if poised to seize Chen Shu at any instant. At that moment, a streak of azure light pierced the water's surface. The vast expanse of the yellow river split cleanly down its center, revealing in full clarity the 1,000-meter-long azure serpent coiled upon the riverbed. Its body shimmered with scales like polished green jade, identical to the fragment Chen Shu had seen in the mission shop. As he stood stunned, the calamity serpent slowly rose, surging upward with terrifying momentum. Then, twisting its colossal form midair, it lowered its dragon head toward Chen Shu, ripples blooming in its wake, as though the very fabric of space trembled beneath its presence. Chen Shu recoiled in shock and frantically checked the serpent's subduing steel, only to find it gone. Worse still, the soul-grasping chain once coiled within his sleeve had vanished without a trace. He had no foothold, yet did not fall. He simply hovered rigid and unmoored in midair. Boom! A thunderclap shattered the storm-choked heavens. The calamity serpent's immense dragon head now loomed directly before Chen Shu, filling his entire field of vision. His heart hammered wildly, adrenaline surged, making his hands tremble uncontrollably. Its maw gaped wide, fangs gleaming with predatory menace. Warm dragon breath billowed from its nostrils, causing its long whiskers to quiver. Its eyes, each the size of a yoga ball, glowed with eerie violet light, locking onto Chen Shu with unnerving intensity. Had the calamity serpent broken free? That was Chen Shu's first instinctive thought. Yet the frozen world around him made that impossible. Something was deeply wrong. You are Lin Su's son. The calamity serpent spoke, its voice rich, resonant, and piercing, striking Chen Shu's mind like a blade. Don't be afraid. I have not broken free. This is merely my spiritual realm. I cannot harm you here. Hearing this, Chen Shu subtly exhaled in quiet relief. What do you want? With solemn gravity, the calamity serpent uttered 6 words. I wish to ask you to help me. You killed my mother. Chen Shu clenched his teeth, fists knotted tight, and spat out bitterly. And you expect me to help you? My mother was not slain by me. The calamity serpent tilted its massive head, and in those violet-lit eyes an unexpected sorrow flickered deep and haunting. That was never my will. I was powerless to stop it. True consciousness resides imprisoned within my own body, how something else controls this vessel. Do you expect me to believe that? Chen Shu sneered coldly. Believe it or not? I must say it, the calamity serpent replied, bowing its head slightly. Chen Shu's expression flickered with surprise. What exactly would you have me do for you? At once the calamity serpent lifted its head and enunciated each word with deliberate weight. Kill me. With your own hands. I will. I will kill you whether you ask or not. Chen Shu didn't hesitate. The notion struck him as absurd, even laughable. Before him stood a calamitous entity threatening the stability of Great Xia and his mother's murderer. He'd expected demands, threats, even manipulation, but never this, a plea to end her life. No, trust no one. They all serve their own hidden agendas. Hearing Chen Shu's vow, the calamity serpent uttered this cryptic warning. Then with slow, deliberate grace, it coiled its body and descended back toward the riverbed. I know you harbor countless questions, but given time you will understand. Time itself shall bear witness. Then you will comprehend. With those final words, the calamity serpent re-entered the yellow river. The parted waters rushed together once more, surging upward into a towering wall of liquid force. Chen Shu's vision blurred for an instant, and then Lu Jiyuan's voice called from the riverbank. Chen Shu turned his head. Everything had returned to normal. The yellow river roared on unceasing. The storm-racked sky churned above. Chen Shu, did you discover anything? Lu Jiyuan stood on the bank, gazing up at Chen Shu, hovering midair, feet planted upon the soul-grasping chain, eyes fixed intently upon the river. Chen Shu studied Lu Jiyuan's expression. He seemed wholly unaware of what had just transpired. After a pause, Chen Shu decided to keep it buried deep within himself, saying nothing of the vision. I saw the steely, Chen Shu said. It's nearly shattered. Lu Jiyuan's expression stiffened, his gaze drifted toward the yellow river, lost in silent contemplation. He murmured softly under his breath. Ziwei Pavilion. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Shu recalled the soul-grasping chain from the riverbed and stepped lightly back onto solid ground. He exhaled wearily. The soul-grasping chain drained spiritual energy rapidly. In mere moments, it had exhausted his reserves completely. Without pause, he turned and strode toward Longmen Mountain behind him. "Where are you going?" Lu Jiyuan called after him. Chen Shu kept walking, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the mountain's peak. His voice trembled as he spoke 2 words. Nuwa Temple. Then with a single sweep of his arm, 2 spectral soldiers, bearing the faint, eerie chime of a greeting motif, materialized beside him, swaying gently. They grasped Chen Shu's arms and sank with him into the darkness below. Meanwhile, Bai City had erupted into chaos. Inside Chen Shu's home, Song Wudao lay sprawled on the sofa, pale-faced, muttering deliriously. Over and over he whispered, "I saw a ghost." Jiang Bingwei and Su Qianxue watched, brows furrowed. His terror was hardly unfounded. Who wouldn't flinch at the sight of a black impermanence spirit emerging from pitch-black shadows? Let alone one that charged forward with a grotesque, snarling visage. Yalan arrived from outside. Tai Yu leaned against the wall, one hand tucked casually in his pocket, deep in thought. "I've surveyed the area, no anomalous energy signatures detected." "Then only one possibility remains," Tai Yu said, turning to meet Yalan's gaze. The black impermanence he saw was Chen Shu. "Impossible." Su Qianxue interjected. "Why would he dress as a specter in the dead of night?" Yalan considered briefly and corrected, "Not a ghost costume. It's Nuwa ritual attire. Chen Shu has almost certainly gone to Luo City." "TCH." Tai Yu frowned. "Why does this kid insist on being so stubborn, like a talking dictionary? He rushes straight toward danger." Yalan glanced at Song Wudao. "Is he all right?" "Just shock. He'll come to shortly," Tai Yu assured her. Yalan nodded, then turned to leave. "I entrust his care to you, Director Tai. Are you heading to Luo City?" Tai Yu asked. Yalan paused, turned her head slightly, and spoke with quiet resolve. Chen Shu must not fall. Instantly her figure dissolved into thin air, and outside the sharp howl of multiple engines tore through the night. Tai Yu watched from the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window as a blazing fireball shot skyward, followed closely by dozens of Yulong troop-carrying fighter jets carving across the heavens. The figure of Chen Shu silently appeared on the peak of Longmen Mountain. The ghostly soldiers retreated. Chen Shu walked alone towards the Nuwa Temple step by step. With each step on the pathway, his mood grew heavier. He pushed open the door, and on the incense table a cauldron incense burner was set. Chen Shu gazed at the nameless tablet, and the Nuwa, a mask on him, automatically faded away. At this moment Chen Shu's eyes were already red. He knelt down, his lips trembled, as if he had many words to say, yet he hesitated to speak. Countless words gathered at the tip of his tongue, but ultimately only one phrase emerged. "Mom, I miss you." Chen Shu tilted his head back and closed his eyes. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, dropping onto the bluestone slab, exploding into a small tear flower. Thunder rumbled. Dark clouds surged and lightning sliced through the night sky like a blade of thunder. Immediately afterward, a torrential downpour descended like the Milky Way crashing down. It was as if the sky was weeping. Lu Jiyuan stood firmly dry within half a meter, his kingly aura preventing raindrops from getting near him. As the raindrops approached, they were evaporated into a wisp of white smoke that vanished into the night. He turned his head, frowning at the Nuwa Temple. Suddenly his expression froze, and his gaze pierced into the distant night sky. A ball of fire was rapidly approaching. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes and took a bold step forward. A ripple exploded from beneath his feet, and even the falling raindrops paused in midair, blasted back into the sky. With another step, he had already vanished from his original position. Yalan rushed over, and suddenly a figure flashed before her eyes. As soon as this person appeared, even the dark clouds above were torn apart. Yalan quickly halted, waving her hand behind her. Dozens of fighter jets, which had almost failed to keep up with Yalan's speed, immediately hovered in place. Yalan recognized the newcomer and immediately said, "I am Yalan, the leader of the Earthly Fiend unit of the Dragon Guard Corps. I have come to meet you, Senior Lu." With Yalan's arrival, Lu Jiyuan also relaxed his vigilance. "Here." For Chen Shu. Yalan nodded, negotiating with Lu Jiyuan. "I believe Senior Lu is also aware of Chen Shu's situation. If anything happens to him, the loss to the Great Xia will be significant." "Anything happens? What could happen?" Lu Jiyuan said, squinting his eyes with his hands behind his back. "Even if something does happen, I will take care of it. If the sky falls, I will hold it up for him." "What could possibly happen?" Senior misunderstood. "The higher-ups mean for me to protect him and to ensure he doesn't take any risks." Yalan quickly explained. "Huh." Lu Jiyuan sneered, staring directly into Yalan's eyes. "It was Qin Ning who told you this, wasn't it? Don't think I don't know what plans he has. And have you really protected him? Have you succeeded?" Yalan was left speechless. If Chen Shu hadn't gone to Baiqing, this wouldn't have happened. Just as she was about to explain further, she was directly interrupted by Lu Jiyuan. "Enough!" Lu Jiyuan shouted violently, like a muffled thunder exploding in the air. He tore apart the dark clouds covering the area for miles. The bright moonlight poured down, adding a touch of brightness to the night. Lu Jiyuan took a step forward, his gaze extremely dangerous. "What if not? Are you blaming Chen Shu? How he acts is his choice. He has his own path to walk, not one dictated by you step by step. Do you understand?" Yalan breathed, rapidly nodding at the intimidating Lu Jiyuan. "I understand, Senior Lu. I meant no harm. This time I acted on my own accord. Just consider it as a form of support." Seeing that Yalan did not use Qingning to pressure him, but instead took a step back, the coldness in his eyes diminished slightly. He retracted his oppressive aura and turned to land instantly. Returning to the banks of the Yellow River, Yalan also took a few breaths. She had genuinely felt a strong killing intent just now. If she said something wrong, her life would truly be at stake. After all, this individual had always held some bias against Qingning, the overall commander of the Great Xia. But as the Great Xia's stabilizing force, the commander of the Dragon Guard Corps, any of his words and actions would be magnified many times over and affect many people. Moreover, in his position, he must act in accordance with his responsibilities. Some things were certainly not his original intention. It was only for the stability of the Great Xia, for the greater good, that he had to act this way. Yalan landed on the ground and instructed the fighter jets behind her to park nearby at the airport. She then walked up to Lu Jiyuan. Quickly adjusting her attire, she saluted. "I am Yalan, ready to follow Senior Lu's orders." Lu Jiyuan turned to glance at her and nodded. "Not bad, quite emotionally intelligent. If the senior wishes to perform, then Yalan shall cooperate." Yalan stated seriously. "May I ask Senior Lu, what is the current situation on this side of the Yellow River?" Lu Jiyuan shook his head slightly, briefly explaining to her. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, a tall man in a light golden long coat looked at the images transmitted back by the satellite in his hand. He snorted coldly, shaking his head with a smile. This old fellow. After listening to Lu Jiyuan's words, Yalan understood the general sequence of events and arranged the Dragon Guard troops she brought to patrol. She then immediately asked, "What use can Chen Shu have here? After all, he is only at the Xiantai level." Lu Jiyuan slightly raised his head and said meaningfully, "He is but a divine hand on the chessboard. Whether this deadlock can be broken relies on him." Yalan was stunned. She also became more certain that Chen Shu, like herself, harbored some unknown secrets. For instance, her lost memories. Understood. One more question. Where did Chen Shu go? Lu Jiyuan reminded. "He is contemplating alone. I advise anyone not to disturb him, or I will ensure he has a hard time." Morning light emerged. Chen Shu opened his tear-filled eyes unsteadily, standing up. He had knelt before the nameless tablet and slept through the night in a daze. That night, Chen Shu knelt in this manner. But it was the most peaceful night he had ever experienced. So much so that he unknowingly found his realm had risen to Xiantai 6 stars. He walked out of the Nuo temple, and the sky outside was already brightening. It was at this moment that his phone rang. He felt a bit surprised, picked it up, and saw it was a call from Song Wudao. "Hello. Damn, you finally answered the phone. What are you talking about?" Chen Shu asked. "Didn't you just call me?" "What the hell? Never mind, let's get to the point. Where are you? Why did you leave without a word?" Song Wudao's voice came from the phone. In the watching, I have some matters to attend to." Chen Shu gazed at the rising sun and spoke slowly. 3 questioning sounds of hum echoed from the other side. They were from Song Wudao. "Su Qinshuem, Zhang Bingyuem, aren't we supposed to be on the same team?" Song Wudao chattered on. "As fellow members of the Tian, Shu, how can you fight alone? Just let the previous matters go. You only need to know now that you are not alone." Chen Shu scoffed, feeling somewhat moved by the words on the phone. "That's true, but why does it feel like you're scolding me?" "That's just the truth. Are you even human, Chen Shu? You nearly scared me to death last night." Song Wudao vented his grievances with great anger. "Just wait over there. Prepare beef jerky, spicy hot pot crayfish, fried chicken, hand grab pancakes, 4 bottles of cola salt, and pepper chicken dompa pork, and sauce beef ribs for us." Chen Shu listened to the incessant chatter of Song Wudao, stunned into silence. "Are you reading off a menu?" Chen Shu smiled wryly. It turns out that people really do smile when they're speechless. "All right, you've said your piece, just wait." After Song Wudao finished, he hung up the phone. Only then did Chen Shu notice a string of red missed calls on his phone. Song Wudao alone had called him 12 times, each ringing for 55 seconds before hanging up. Tai Yu and Zhang Bingyue had also called him twice. To his surprise, even the cold Su Qinshu had called him 5 times, each an hour apart, lasting 55 seconds before automatically hanging up. Then he scrolled down and saw another missed call labeled Uncle Li. Chen Shu quickly redialed. This was the intermediary for contacting his father. Beep beep. It rang twice before being answered. "Hello, is that Xiao Shu?" Uncle Li's familiar smoky voice came through the phone. "Uncle Li, I went to bed early last night and missed your call. Has the visit been arranged?" Chen Shu asked. Uncle Li slapped his thigh regretfully, saying, Last night old Chun returned from a mission. I told him to call you back, but you missed it. 2 hours ago your dad received new orders and went out on a mission again. You say this timing, it's just too unfortunate." Chen Shu smiled helplessly, saying, "It's fine, Uncle Li. Just let my dad stay safe over there. He doesn't need to worry about me here. I'm doing just fine. I've also made a few good friends. They are all very reliable." After hearing Chen Shu's words, Uncle Li on the other end fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he replied, "When old Chen returns, I will relay your words. Having you as a son is truly wonderful." "Ha ha ha, all right, let's hang up." "Take care, Uncle Li." After hanging up, Chen Shu was still the same. With a snap of his fingers, the Yin soldiers appeared. Accompanied by a ghostly hello, the Yin soldiers quickly sank into the shadows beneath his feet. When he reappeared, he was already by the Yellow River. Next to Lu Jiyuan stood a figure in a red robe, wearing a Zhongkue mask. Chen Shu recognized him at a glance. Aside from him and Fang Xingwan, no one else would have a Zhongkue mask here. At this moment, Fang Xingwan was reporting to Lu Jiyuan. To the side knelt a battered giant, silently drinking alone. Fang Xingwan was taken aback by the ghostly BGM and turned to look. "Chen Shu, Senior Fong. Chen Shu dismissed the soldiers and approached Fong Qingwan. What happened to Senior Tang? Underestimating the enemy, he got beaten. Fong Qingwan huffed and shook her head. The pavilion master had him investigate the movements of the Ziwei pavilion, but he went straight into their lair alone. If I hadn't saved him, I would be the only one standing here now. Tang Bailian grumbled. I was just anxious. The Yellow River was bombed by those lunatics, and they want to release this monstrosity. How can I not be anxious? Fong Qingwan shook her head. I told you you'll eventually die from your recklessness. Quick while you're still alive, pass the iron flower to Chen Shu, lest this invaluable heritage be lost after you die. Seeing the two about to start bickering again, Lu Jiyuan rubbed his temples and raised his hand to stop them. Only Chen Shu scratched his red hair asking, Iron flower. Can this thing be used as a skill? Tang Bailian turned to glance at him. You've turned paper cutting into a skill, so why can't iron flower be a skill? Tang Bailian waved his hand. Of course not. You want me to take a break? Are you trying to wear me out? When the time is right, I'll let you witness the charm of iron flower. Do you want to learn my iron flower? I can teach you. Now, Chen Shu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded eagerly. Yes, I want to. Tang Bailian waved his hand. Of course not. You want me to take a break? Are you trying to wear me out? When the time is right, I'll let you witness the charm of iron flower. Chen Shu nodded vigorously. He'll be waiting. Tang Bailian looked at Chen Shu's demeanor and couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Even though the wounds on his body made him bleed from the laughter, he didn't care at all. Stop grinning and hurry up and heal, you'll bleed out soon. Fong Qingwan had long since gotten used to his unserious demeanor and urged him. Tang Bailian was particularly excited, waving his hand casually. Fong Qingwan, I can finally say I have a successor. What's wrong with being happy? In today's society, if no one is willing to learn, my iron flower will truly become a lost skill. I don't want to die with regrets. Fong Qingwan did not refute this statement, nor did Lu Jiyuan. Chen Shu also saw through their thoughts. Taking a few steps forward, he promised the three of them, respected seniors, Great Xia's intangible cultural heritage will never fade away. In this fast-paced, super martial world, I will strive to become stronger and find a path for Great Xia's intangible cultural heritage. Let them know that intangible heritage can also be skills, and when awakened it is no less than any other skill. Looking at this scene, the three exchanged knowing smiles, laughing for a long time. Good. We'll be waiting. Lu Jiyuan looked at Chen Shu meaningfully and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment in the extreme southern land, the biting cold wind carried blizzards ravaging this eternally frozen ground. At the top of a snow-covered mountain where the cold wind howled, the figure of Gu Xiaoqing descended from the sky, landing steadily here. With each step forward, his feet kicked up large flakes of snow. The left side of his liquid metal-like body flowed slowly. Huddling his arms, freezing like a grandson, the figure of Bai Wuxian appeared behind Gu Xiaoqing like a ghost, dressed in black, covered with ice spikes fluttering in the wind. His face was marked with patches of white bone resembling a dried corpse. What do you want with me? Gu Xiaoqing cursed as he turned. What the hell are you doing here in this freezing weather? Bai Wuxian coldly stared at him and kicked him in the stomach. It made this guy's eyes bulge out like a rooster ready to lay eggs. What I do is none of your business. Last time you only let that Lilith from Ziwei Pavilion see me. Do you look down on me? Bai Wuxian wanted to kick him again. I was going to break the town's dragon monument. How could I go see you? If I had gone to White City at that time, do you think I could have escaped from Lu Jiyuan? Gu Xiaoqing stood up, waving his hands in complaint. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxian narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you want with me this time? Gu Xiaoqing grinned. Isn't this to promote cooperation between Ziwei Pavilion and Corpse Church? After all, we share a common goal. What common goal do I share with you? Bai Wuxian flicked his right hand, and a banner made of human skin and white bone appeared in his palm. Don't forget that you and I are also enemies. I understand, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's focus on the present. Gu Xiaoqing hurriedly intervened. We are just one step away from the final goal. We need to collaborate again. Speak. Bai Wuxian's voice cut like frost. Gu Xiaoqing stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. I shall shatter the town Jiao steel at once. King Ming's awakening will catch them utterly unprepared, plunging them into chaos. But Lu Jiyuan expended his very life force to forge the Shanhe lock, a seal capable of suppressing Qing Ming for 10 more days. I cannot wait that long. Yet my Ziwei Pavilion lacks sufficient personnel. All other core members are already deployed on critical assignments. And most crucially, only those of our rank may undertake this task. Bai Wuxian gazed at him expressionless. Get to the point. No digressions. Gu Xiaoqing erupted into manic laughter. Go to the United States. If you can bring back the butcher and the jester, countless matters will fall neatly into place. You wish to ignite war? Bai Wuxian frowned slightly. Chaos is preferable. I thrive in disorder. Gu Xiaoqing grinned like a madman. Bai Wuxian's gaze shifted, his thoughts deep and deliberate. Then he gave a single firm nod. Agreed. I have means to handle them. But what of you? You take action, while you play the fisherman, reaping gains from others' strife. Bai Wuxian advanced steadily toward Gu Xiaoqing. Absolutely not. I depart for Yinfan Kingdom. Their sovereign owes me a debt. It is time for repayment. Gu Xiaoqing's eyes gleamed with lethal certainty. Victory already savored, as if celebrating mid-battle. My long-anticipated new epoch draws near. A fighter jet roared down, landing with thunderous finality. The cargo bay door swung open. Song Wudao and 2 others descended. Chen Shu stepped forward astonished. You truly came. Would we let you fight alone? Su Qianxue arched a brow at Chen Shu. Song Wudao strode up and punched Chen Shu squarely in the chest. You bastard. I nearly had a heart attack. You truly deserve death, lurking like a specter in the dead of night. Chen Shu grinned, gripping Song Wudao's shoulders. Whose fault is it? You were the one sneaking around spying on me instead of sleeping. An old saying rings true. Curiosity killed the cat. Song Wudao cursed under his breath. Where's my beef jerky? Spicy hot pot, crayfish, fried chicken, scallion pancake, 4 cans of cola, salt and pepper chicken, dompa pork knuckle, marinated beef, sweet and sour spare ribs. Su Qianxue and Zhang Bingyue burst into stifled laughter. Chen Shu stared dumbfounded. Hey, you're serious? Of course, we haven't eaten since last night. Song Wudao shot Chen Shu a withering glance. Fine, you want to play it this way. Chen Shu laughed, pulling out his phone to order takeout, then froze. Damn it, I'll need 7 separate orders. Lu Jiyuan sat watching them. Their youth, their vitality, their raw, untamed spirit. He exchanged a quiet glance with Fong Qingwan and Tang Balian, and without meaning to smiled. Yalan descended swiftly from the sky, spotting Song Wudao and the others from afar. Why have you come too? Song Wudao turned, studied her for a moment, then spoke with solemn conviction. Because we are a team. Moreover, pioneers must advance without hesitation. That is our sacred duty as students of Pioneer Academy. This is sheer recklessness. Yalan turned away, pulling out her phone as she muttered, Hello, President Tai. How did you lose track of them? On the other end, Tai, you feigned innocence. I didn't want to. But they invoked their Pioneer Academy student ID cards. They claimed such IDs function as official law enforcement credentials abroad, granting authority equal to that of the Great Xia Imperial Dragon Corps. Since Thunder God himself ordained this rule, what could I possibly say? Yalan sighed softly, instructing Taiyu, keep watch over headquarters, and stay safe. And precisely then, suddenly, a colossal wave erupted from the Yellow River as though a high-yield explosive had detonated beneath its waters. The blast was so deafening it reverberated clearly beyond the city limits of Luo City. Murky yellow water exploded skyward, scattering like torrential rain. The sudden cataclysm stunned everyone present. Lu Jiyuan and his companions leapt to their feet. Chen Shu instantly summoned the Black Wuchang Nuo mask, channeling the Black Wuchang's power once more. Simultaneously, he flicked his left arm, revealing the demon-slaying sword gleaming in his palm. From within his right sleeve, a gleaming silver, soul-reaping chain coiled tightly around his forearm. Lu Jian gritted his teeth and roared, Abomination. Cease your ravaging. A sovereignty aura surged upward like a waterfall, then slammed downward like a colossal hand, forcing the airborne deluge back into the river. At that instant, a horrifying shriek echoed up from the riverbed, laden with anguish, fury, and seething resentment. The earth trembled violently around them. The quaking intensified, so violently that Lu Jiyuan himself staggered, nearly hurled backward by the force of the cry. Across Luo City along major thoroughfares, the sonic shockwave shattered every fragile glass surface across the entire city. Many citizens collapsed, unconscious, blood spurting from their mouths. Across the Yellow River's surface, a flash of emerald scales sliced through the water, signaling the imminent emergence of the cataclysmic Jiao. Should it rise, devastation would escalate to unimaginable horror. Lu Jiyuan steadied himself, then launched skyward. Palm outstretched toward the Yellow River, he bellowed, Shanhalak, activate. His palm struck true, directly upon a golden, exquisitely crafted orb. 24 distinct eyes, each uniquely carved, encircled its upper rim. The Shanhalak spun wildly, expanding into a vast luminous diagram covering the entire river, inscribed with dense talismanic script and interlocking hexagram arrays. Descend. Now. Lu Jiyuan clenched his fist, before the Shanhalak shot downward like a streak of light, plunging into the Yellow River with blinding speed. A sharp resonant crack echoed across the water. The emergent cataclysmic Jiao was violently forced back beneath the waves. Calm returned to the Yellow River, its surface smooth once more. Having completed the feat, Lu Jiyuan hovered above the river, gasping heavily. He had not anticipated such sudden escalation. His face clouded with worry as he clenched his fist and gazed toward the summit of Longmen Mountain. Yalan, immediately evacuate all citizens of Luo City. In 10 days this land shall become a living hellscape. Yalan responded, instantly mobilizing the Imperial Dragon Corps to coordinate mass evacuation. Zhang Bingyue watched, mouth agape, petrified. Su Qianxue gently lifted her chin with a small hand, closing her jaw. Though herself shaken by the cataclysmic Jiao's overwhelming aura, she softly patted Zhang Bingyue's chest in reassurance. Song Wudao slowly turned, staring at Chen Shu's imposing otherworldly attire. By night it might inspire terror, but now bathed in daylight it held an unexpected magnetic majesty. Even so, Song Wudao still trembled, traumatized, deeply unsettled. Hesitantly he asked Chen Shu, that thing beneath the Yellow River, it's a dragon. It is a Jiao, corrupted into cataclysm. Chen Shu nodded gravely. So this is the confrontation you mentioned earlier? Song Wudao stared, bewildered, forging mythic iron to challenge a sovereignty being. Mate, be honest. Aren't you some hidden elder master masquerading as a novice? Please spare me. If I were some reclusive powerhouse, this disaster serpent would have been beheaded long ago. Chen Shu spoke calmly. He then turned to Song Wudao and posed a soul-shaking question. I recall just days ago you were defiant and unyielding. How did you suddenly become so absurdly comical? Song Wudao stared blankly and retorted, Bro, I wasn't being defiant. I've always been absurd. Chen Shu tilted his head slightly, fixing Song Wudao with a look that silently asked, Are you serious? Song Wudao recoiled, slightly visibly repulsed. Keep that thing away from me. It's downright eerie. Chen Shu sheathed his demon-slaying sword and soul-reaping shackles, then smirked with sinister charm and whispered 4 words. 2 spectral soldiers with toilet-lid hairstyles materialized silently behind Song Wudao. A single greeting, hello, sent Song Wudao into an involuntary explosive draw of his blade. His hair bristled upright in an instant. He roared, what the hell? Chen Shu, I swear I'm utterly floored. Are you even human? Precisely speaking, Chen Shu replied coolly, with this mask on I am now divine. Fang Qinghuan hovered midair beside Lu Jiyuan, glancing sideways at Chen Shu with quiet concern. Lu Jiyuan too noticed the subtle shift in Fang Qinghuan's demeanor. 10 days remain. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghuan closed her eyes, raised her face to the heavens, and sighed deeply. There's no need to remind me. I know. I've already decided what must be done. With those words, she turned sharply toward Lu Jiyuan and locked eyes with him. After all, he has already inherited my 100 new manual. Could it be that you? Lu Jiyuan trailed off, probing cautiously. Fang Qinghuan remained silent, a silence that confirmed his darkest suspicion. Lu Jiyuan frowned, pondering for a moment. From the very beginning, when you brought Chen Shu to the Tiangong Pavilion, you had already foreseen this day. You feigned coercion, refusing to hand Chen Shu over to the Wang family, instead sending him to the Pioneer Academy, knowing full well the Thunder God would protect him and thus ensuring I wouldn't change my mind. The Wang family cannot stop me, but only the Thunder God can. You played this move precisely to prevent my hesitation. A masterstroke indeed. Fang Qinghuan gave a wry smile. Indeed, nothing escapes the Pavilion Master's discernment. Chen Shu is my own grandson. I could never allow him to shoulder risks or burdens he was never meant to bear. This serpent is a remnant scourge of the old era, and thus must be cleansed by those who belong to that era. Chen Shu's path stretches far ahead, in southwestern Daxia beyond the Himalayan range. Here only a single mountain separates the land from the Indovana kingdom. 2 figures emerged, silent, unseen. Gu Xiaochun hovered midair, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the figure beside him. A bronze-skinned man clad in a tiger-skin loincloth, a massive serpent coiled around his neck. This is my Ziwei Pavilion's secret passage. Enter here, and Daxia will remain utterly unaware. Shiva gripped his ancient bronze trident. The serpent coiled about his throat lent him an aura of solemn authority. His voice carried a thick, curried timbre. Pavilion Master of Ziwei, I confess, I never imagined a native of Daxia would willingly invite foreign powers to oppose his own nation. Gu Xiaochun whirled around, furious. Mind your own damn business. Just do your job. A minor deity like Shiva of Indovana dares question the Ziwei Pavilion's affairs. A new epoch for the Ziwei Pavilion dawns, and when it does, the entire earth shall benefit. Shiva stood speechless, face darkening, as he followed Gu Xiaochun into Daxia. No sooner had they crossed into Daxia's territory than Gu Xiaochun's acute instincts flared. An anomaly stirred in the air. His gaze darted wildly across the Himalayan peaks. Who's there? Show yourself. The moment those words left his lips, the entire mountain range trembled, as if something primordial surged forth from the earth itself. A blizzard erupted, scattering snow in every direction. Gu Xiaochun thrust his liquid metal left arm forward, clenching his fist, and detonated a sonic blast from his palm, clearing the swirling snowstorm from his vision. As the snow mist gradually dispersed, a colossal shape emerged before them, a snow-white maglev train, its undercarriage pulsing with azure light. Gu Xiaochun froze, utterly bewildered. Where had this maglev train appeared from? He narrowed his eyes. The train matched the length of an ordinary high-speed rail, yet broader, more imposing. When the last veil of snow finally lifted, the character's storm eye gleamed starkly along its flank. Shiva turned, his voice laced with that unmistakable Curry accent. Oh friend, has Daxia extended its transport infrastructure all the way into the Himalayas? Gu Xiaochun frowned, wary and watchful. A sudden gust whipped up fresh snow, obscuring everything once more. Then atop the train a silhouette emerged, jet black, cropped hair sharp and precise, eyes like honed blades, their gaze holding frozen stars. Cold, ruthless, commanding. Beneath a high straight nose, his thin lips pressed into a hard line. Violet lightning crackled around him, an eerie, enigmatic halo. Gu Xiaochun narrowed his eyes. Ren Feimu, the Stormbringer's chief. Ren Feimu wore a black suit over a black dress shirt, hands tucked deep in his pockets, posture rigid as a pine, exuding effortless nobility and overwhelming presence. Gu Xiaochun, you dare betray your nation. Ren Feimu's voice cut like ice. Everything serves the new epoch. Nothing else matters. Gu Xiaochun's gaze lingered on the violet lightning wreathing Ren Feimu. You imitate the Ziwei Pavilion's violet lightning. What is your intent? He couldn't help but feel baffled. Why choose this moment to fixate on such an odd detail? Was this truly the time? Did you trademark the color purple? Did you register it for copyright? I'll use it however I please. Ren Feimu withdrew his hands from his pockets and cracked his knuckles. Shiva sneered, striding forward with arrogant swagger, his voice thick with curry-accented disdain. Who is this petty rogue? Don't you see we're two against you? You're merely one sovereignty or cultivator. We are two. As the saying goes in Daxiao, a dull blade and a scrawny steed. What hope have you against us? Ren Feimu watched Shiva's brazen display and let out a chilling laugh. Who said, I was alone. Bang. A gunshot echoed from behind. Something exploded. Then came Shiva's guttural curry-laced scream. Gu Shaochen spun. Blood and shredded flesh glistened across Shiva's throat. The serpent coiled there had been obliterated, its head blown apart, now dangling like a ruptured bleeding pipe from Shiva's neck. Ah, Vasuki. My Vasuki. In that instant, Gu Shaochen's sovereignty aura erupted violently outward. Irregular patches of violet energy bloomed chaotically before him. Ren Feimu brushed snow dust from his shoulder, then stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, each footfall radiating lethal authority. Behind him, a perfectly aligned row of Stormbringers in black suits emerged from the snow mist, marching in unison. Ren Feimu spoke, each word measured, grave, and absolute. Remember this, we are the Stormbringers. And the Stormbringers will never permit harm to come to Daxia. Gu Xiaoqin's expression darkened. The Great Xia has branded you as fugitives, and even bestowed upon you the title of ruffians. What then is your meaning? Do you harbor no resentment in your hearts? Ren Feimu, hearing these words, spoke with unwavering righteousness. Some deeds must be done, and someone must do them. Some stand bathed in light, others walk unflinchingly through shadow. Yet whether in light or darkness, I know only this, I am a citizen of the Great Xia. To abandon one's nation and forsake one's faith at the mere whisper of hardship, that person is the true fugitive. When darkness overflows the measuring rod of law, someone must become the very instrument of reckoning. This is the ruffian. Ren Feimu's impassioned declaration ignited an even fiercer blaze within the eyes of the suited ruffians who followed him in solemn stride. Gu Shaochen cursed inwardly and hurled a furious punch. A vile-food meteor hurtled toward Ren Feimu. A pressure field surged forth, more overwhelming than Gu Shaochen's own aura. Purple lightning coiled around it, surging forward and effortlessly shattering the violet projectile into oblivion. Shiva ripped the headless serpent corpse from his neck. His bronze-hued face flushed crimson as he swung its tail like a whip toward Ren Feimu. A sonic crack split the air, laced with Shiva's pungent curry-scented curse, aimed straight for Ren Feimu's skull. Ren Feimu loosened the collar button of his black dress shirt. He coiled his fist, purple lightning converging with lethal intent. A thunderous detonation erupted as his blow struck, the serpent's body exploding into a crimson mist. Shiva spat a gout of curry-tinged blood and was violently hurled clear out of the Great Xia. Gu Shaochen, seething with fury, clenched both hands before his chest. A faint roiling black mist welled forth, siphoning his vital qi at terrifying speed, channeling every ounce into that swirling void. Gu Shaochen, seething with fury, clenched both hands before his chest. A faint roiling black mist welled forth, siphoning his vital qi at terrifying speed, channeling every ounce into that swirling void. What do you understand? Gu Shaochen bellowed, his right cheek, a mass of raw, twitching flesh, distorting grotesquely. This is the blessing of the new epic. You shall all kneel before it. Now, I shall let you first taste the terror of chaos. With that, the black mist in Gu Shaochen's palm rippled violently, undulating like disturbed water. The surrounding space itself trembled, fissuring under the strain. Hasagi, face the chaos. Gu Shaochen shrieked with manic glee and flung the vortex toward Ren Feimu. Levitation, repulsion. Ren Feimu moved with seamless grace, like Taiji's effortless redirection of immense force, then thrust both palms forward in a single fluid motion. An overwhelming repulsive force erupted, hurling Gu Shaochen and the chaos vortex backward in one violent expulsion, striking Shiva of the Indifan kingdom with pinpoint precision. The chaos struck Shiva Fulin, obliterating half his body into a grisly spray of pulverized flesh. Only his lower torso remained, still twitching feebly. His silhouette resembled the Greek letter pi, yet he was after all a sovereigntier warrior, and not so easily slain, especially not Shiva of the Indifan kingdom's Shiva temple. He possessed the divine power of creation and regeneration, though wounds inflicted by chaos proved grievously difficult to mend. Gu Shaochen rose to his feet and hurled a final threat toward Ren Feimu, standing resolute in midair along the Great Xia's border. Ruffian, we shall see who prevails. The next instant, he was chased down by a shaped figure. Ren Feimu gave a cold, disdainful snort and turned walking back toward the Stormeye train. Dozens of ruffian operatives erupted into cheers and triumphant cries. Ren Feimu turned to a comrade beside him, clad in a black hooded cloak cradling a massive sniper rifle, and said, Yeka, hold this line. Any who trespass upon the Great Xiao again, kill without hesitation. Understood, sir. Yeka nodded, rifle steady in hand. Ren Feimu offered a sly, enigmatic smile and clapped Yeka firmly on the shoulder. That shot was masterfully executed. 0, set course. At his command, the locomotive's headlight blazed to life, its beams slicing through the endless snow-laden mist, refracting into ethereal, haunting beauty. A synthesized voice resonated from the train's speaker, chief destination confirmed. Ren Feimu's lips curved upward, Luo City. Traveling to Luo City at this hour, won't that draw undue attention? Data indicates the Yellow River's cataclysmic serpent has awakened. Lu Juyuan and the Dragon Taming Corps are already deployed openly. No, Appearing at the precise moment of necessity renders it neither sensitive nor reckless. Ren Feimu stepped aboard the train, leaving behind only one quiet resonant phrase. Because there lies someone I have chosen. Spirit Realm. Commander Chen, Lin Ruashi, dressed in a crisp white research uniform, rushed breathlessly into the chief commander's office. Qining sat inside reviewing classified documents. Seeing Lin Ruashi sprint and tablet clutched tightly to her chest, he set down his pen and asked calmly, "What is it?" "It's urgent. Satellite imagery confirms America's Butcher and Jester have just departed their homeland. Trajectory analysis suggests they're headed for the Great Xia." Lin Ruashi handed the tablet to Qining while speaking urgently. "The Butcher is a sovereign tier 9-star. Commander Chen, shouldn't you intervene personally? Otherwise I fear grave danger looms over the Great Xia." Qining studied the satellite-captured silhouettes on the tablet. Two indistinct figures, one hulking and massive, another clad in vivid orange. Before them a third figure, pale and spectral, seemed to lead the way. Bai Wuxi. Qin Ying's eyes narrowed, suddenly grasping the full chain of events. Of course, the mountain river seal restraining the Yellow River had forced Gu Xiaochen's hand, driving him to ally with Bai Wuxi and seek foreign reinforcements. Those two fools don't even realize they've been made pawns. Qining muttered under his breath. "Commander Chen, perhaps you should return to the Great Xia immediately, otherwise." Lin Ruashi hadn't finished her sentence before Qining cut her off sharply. His voice, deep, magnetic, and utterly authoritative, resounded, "Should I depart, the 7 beast sovereigns of the spirit realm will seize the opportunity to strike. They may even overrun our 7 critical relay stations here. Then what do we do?" Lin Ruashi frowned, anxiety tightening her features. She nearly began pacing in frantic circles. Qining set the tablet aside, his gaze thoughtful, fingers resting pensively beneath his chin as he weighed his options. He rose instantly, and with a swift commanding gesture of his right hand summoned a magnificent dragon soul halberd into the air. Its blade shimmered like living flame, its obsidian shaft streaked with golden veins gleamed with ancient might. Qining seized the haft firmly and murmured softly, "My dragon soul halberd has stood beside me for decades. It possesses sufficient sentience to assume my form and resolve this crisis in my stead." The moment his words faded, he flung the weapon outward, toward the window. Boom, boom, boom. The halberd tore through the sky, leaving trails of concussive thunder, shooting forth from the Spirit Abyss relay station. It vanished into the boundless sea of golden sand, gone without trace. Off the coast of the Great Xia, 3 figures streaked forward at blinding speed. Bai Wuxi believed victory was already assured. To his left loomed a colossal figure, head concealed beneath a tattered sack, black armor crusted with dried blackened blood. Over 2 meters tall, his weight likely exceeding 200 kilograms, all pure, dense muscle. In his right hand, he gripped a hammer axe taller than himself. One side bore a razor-sharp, blood-drenched guillotine blade, the other, a square hammer head the size of a floor tile. Rows of vicious iron spikes bristled across the hammer's face, caked with desiccated fragments of flesh. His visage was sheer, unrelenting horror. By contrast, the second figure, the jester dressed in an elegant orange suit, moved with unsettling poise. He wore a jet-black top hat, deep, profound, and unnerving in its darkness. Beneath the brim, several strands of disheveled black hair protruded like tendrils reaching forth from the abyss itself. His face was concealed behind a grotesque, terrifying mask, pale as a corpse, utterly bloodless. Yet 2 triangular smears of crimson vivid as fresh blood adorned his eyelids. His lips curled upward into an unnatural, almost manic arc, as if mocking all fear that existed in this world. He was clad in an orange suit with an orange tie pressed firmly against his chest, unmoved even by the violent rush of wind generated by supersonic flight. His right arm rested upon a black cane, as though he were a gentleman dashing through the sky. Suddenly, the trio halted in unison above the sea surface. For directly before them stood a figure draped in a tailored suit, gripping a dragon-head cane, blocking their path. Bai Wuxi clenched his fists, the sharp, brittle crackle of breaking bone echoing ominously. His voice was parched yet laced with mockery. "Elder Wang Ming. Long time no see." Wang Ming hovered alone at low altitude, offering no reply to Bai Wuxi's greeting. "Ahead lies the sovereign territory of Great Xia. Elder Wang Ming, I respectfully request you step aside." Bai Wuxi remained unruffled, gazing at Wang Ming with undisguised contempt. Spreading his arms wide, he grinned broadly. "Elder Wang Ming, please, don't misunderstand. My 2 companions are quite amiable. Given our past rapport, it would be wise to yield, lest matters turn irreparable." Not a trace of fear flickered in Wang Ming's slate-blue pupils. Only unwavering calmness remained. His gaze locked steadily onto Bai Wuxi, its icy composure sending a shiver crawling up Bai Wuxi's spine. An infuriating stare. Bai Wuxi's expression darkened. He slowly retreated several paces. The Joker stepped forward with effortless grace. He doffed his hat in a courtly bow toward Wang Ming. Upon rising, a deck of playing cards materialized in his gloved hand. With fluid, practiced motions, he riffled and shuffled the deck seamlessly, then fanned the cards open toward Wang Ming, and drew a single card, 3 of diamonds. He slid it back into the deck, bent his finger, and tapped lightly upon its face. Just as he prepared to reveal the card once more, Wang Ming whirled around and struck a palm squarely against the Joker's chest, who had been silently closing in from behind. Simultaneously, the card-playing Joker dissolved into mist, vanishing instantly only to reappear beside Bai Wuxia after absorbing Wang Ming's blow. Wang Ming flicked his hand dismissively. I've long heard of America's Joker and his lethal card tricks. Did you truly think I'd fall for such a ruse? The Joker neither flinched nor spoke, his horrific mask frozen in a grotesque, grinning leer. From those hollow, sightless eye sockets, he raised his cane and tapped it gently against his own temple. Instantly, Wang Ming's right palm seared with agonizing heat as though scorched by flame. Within half a breath, the flesh began to rot, and the necrosis spread with terrifying speed. The Joker capered about like a frenzied monkey, exulting over Wang Ming's suffering. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared incapable of speech. Wang Ming gathered swirling wind at his palm, sharpening it into a razor-edged blade, and cleanly severed the rotting flesh in one precise horizontal stroke. Blood gushed profusely from the wound. Witnessing this through a gap in his burlap sack, the butcher's eyes blazed with raw, ravenous greed. He shot forward like lightning, swinging his colossal axe in a crushing, mountain-sundering descent. Facing the butcher, Wang Ming dared not afford even a moment's hesitation, for this foe was hailed as America's strongest warrior, a peer of Qin Ning, the pillar of stability of Great Xia. Wang Ming whirled off his suit jacket, his dragon head cane trembled with resonant force. Sky-soaring gale compression. A vortex of wind coalesced violently beneath his feet, churning the sea surface into a spiraling maelstrom. Another vortex formed overhead, two opposing tempests converging like colossal millstones bearing down upon the butcher. His axe clashed against the gale compression, sparks erupting wildly along the blade as shockwaves of howling wind rippled outward. Yet Wang Ming was still driven backward by sheer momentum. Bai Wuxia seized the opening, urgently gesturing to the Joker, who stood idly observing, clearly irritated at having his amusement interrupted. The Joker stood rigidly upright, gripping his cane, and twisted his head toward Bai Wuxia in an uncanny, unnatural angle. Then he lifted a hand to his collar and adjusted his slightly loosened tie with deliberate precision. Bai Wuxia was instantly gripped by suffocating pressure, as if an iron clamp had locked onto his throat, tightening, relentlessly threatening to snap his neck outright. Simultaneously, he realized his spiritual energy had been completely severed, his sovereignty or cultivation rendered utterly inert. At that moment, he was no stronger than an ordinary mortal. Matt. Bai Wuxia choked out the words with excruciating effort, as if uttering them had drained every last ounce of his strength. Fortunately, the Joker showed no intent to kill, only to instill terror. As the Joker lowered his hand from his tie, the suffocating grip vanished. Bai Wuxia slumped forward, gasping raggedly for air. Yet the Joker remained poised, elegant, motionless, his gaze fixed upon Bai Wuxia. Slowly, deliberately, he glided closer, until when Bai Wuxia finally looked up again, the Joker stood directly before him. The grotesque mask tilted downward, looming over Bai Wuxia with chilling dominance. From those lifeless black eye sockets, devoid of all emotion, Bai Wuxia sensed something unmistakable, the cold, merciless aura of a killer. Bai Wuxia scrambled hastily to his feet, beaming with obsequious deference at the Joker. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded frantically, his face radiant with fervent admiration. Only then did the Joker withdraw, the lethal intent radiating from his entire being, bowing deeply to Bai Wuxia before turning his attention fully back to Wang Ming. Bai Wuxia exhaled in quiet relief, patting his chest as if steadying his racing heart. America's Joker was undeniably formidable, but possessed one singular, unsettling quirk. He demanded applause, unfailingly at all times. Refusal meant he would cling to you relentlessly, until you were tortured and slaughtered in unspeakably brutal fashion. Freak, Bai Wuxia muttered under his breath as he clapped, glaring at the Joker. With a subtle flick of his cane, the Joker conjured a second dragon head cane, materializing it effortlessly in his grasp. Wang Ming was already at a disadvantage, and now the Joker's intermittent interference further eroded his footing. Seizing the opening, the butcher struck without warning. He swung his massive axe with full body momentum, the blade's edge gleaming with a deathly chill beneath the sun. Wang Ming's gale compression shattered instantly under the onslaught. Against the absolute might of America's strongest butcher, Wang Ming's current mastery of wind could not prevail. The gale compression splintered apart beneath a single devastating axe stroke. Even the residual shockwave from that single cleave carved a kilometer-long chasm across the sea and sent a monstrous tidal wave roaring skyward. The blast detonated with thunderous sonic booms, hurling Wang Ming violently into the ocean's surface. In the next instant, the Joker locked onto him from afar, replicating the same throat-clamping technique used on Bai Wuxia, and yanked Wang Ming back with brutal speed. Wang Ming's face flushed crimson under the crushing pressure at his throat, blood vessels burst across his sclera, his struggle futile. He flew toward the Joker like iron drawn irresistibly to a magnet. At the Joker's side, the butcher raised his colossal axe, poised to strike the moment Wang Ming was dragged within range, to cleave him in two with a single fatal blow. At this critical juncture, a barrage of sonic booms erupted from the heavens above. Accompanying them came a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy, pouring downward like the Milky Way itself, cascading in reverse. The spiritual energy was so dense it had coalesced into tangible form. A streak of light plummeted at blinding speed and landed steadily before Wang Ming. The clown's soul-claiming illusion was utterly dispelled by that surging torrent. Bai Wuxia was hurled backward by the explosive surge of spiritual energy. But the butcher seized him by the nape of his neck, lifting him as effortlessly as one might lift a dog. Wang Ming stabilized his stance and swiftly recalibrated his senses. Before him, suspended motionless in midair, hovered a long halberd. Dragon Soul halberd. He recognized it instantly, his ash-blue eyes flickering with unmistakable shock. The Dragon Soul halberd blazed with flame-like radiance, and faint haunting dragon roars seemed to echo from its core. At that very moment, the immense torrent it had drawn down coalesced into a spiraling vortex. In the next instant, a hand emerged from the heart of the spiritual vortex. As if drawn by instinct, the Dragon Soul halberd pivoted midair and flew seamlessly into that waiting grip. Simultaneously, the vortex exploded outward as razor-edged gales. There stood a figure clad in imposing dragon-scale dark armor, his crimson-veined cloak billowing, gripping the Dragon Soul halberd with sovereign authority. His obsidian gold eyes swept forward with cold disdain. The clown ceased his grotesque theatrics. The butcher tightened his grip on his colossal axe, watching the newcomer with wary vigilance. Bai Wuxia's pupils contracted violently, as though confronting some unspeakable horror. Even his blood ran ice-cold. His parched hoarse throat cracked as he shrieked two syllables. Qining. Those two characters resonated like a waking nightmare in both the butcher's and the clown's minds. Though ranked among their nation's strongest, an unbridgeable chasm still separated Qining from the butcher Cain. Qining was simply too powerful, so overwhelmingly mighty that an entire era could not hope to rival his stature. You should be guarding the spirit realm. Why have you emerged? Bai Wuxia's voice trembled weakly as he stared up at Qining. Qining casually swung the Dragon Soul halberd behind his back. Even that mere arc of its tip sent the surrounding air humming with resonance, as if space itself were poised to fracture. Whether I am present or not, the spirit realm dares not overstep. His words, spoken with quiet calm, struck Bai Wuxia and the others with crushing authority. Because they fear me. Bai Wuxia's face paled to ashen gray. His breath came in ragged gasps. Qining, what is your purpose here? Then, sensing his phrasing ill-chosen, he added hastily, this is international waters, not Xia territory. Why do you bar our passage? Qining responded with a faint contemptuous smile. Bai Wuxia, and you too beside him. Listen well. Wherever I wish to go upon this earth, no boundary holds me back. Likewise, consider yourselves fortunate. This is international waters. Were this Xia soil, do you truly believe all three of you would still stand here unscathed? The butcher's muffled growl rumbled from beneath his sack-like hood. His grip on the massive axe tightened visibly. Qining, I know my own name. No reminder necessary. Qining's golden eyes shifted toward the butcher, cold, unwavering. Without warning, the butcher lunged forward, swinging his colossal axe straight at Qining. Qining narrowed his gaze and thrust the Dragon Soul halberd forward in a single precise strike. Boom. The tip of the halberd collided head-on with the axe blade. The resulting shockwave hurled Bai Wuxia backward. Then Qining twisted the halberd, shattering the axe's momentum and sending it flying. Not physically present. The butcher snarled in broken guttural Mandarin. Naturally, I need not appear in person to deal with vermin like you. Qining spoke without inflection. Gentlemen, shall you proceed onward? The butcher shook his head once, exchanged a silent glance with the clown, and turned away without a word. Bai Wuxia cast one final look at Qining, eyes burning with terror and venom, before turning to follow. Qining remained motionless, holding the halberd aloft, keenly sensing their retreat. Only when he confirmed they had vanished beyond range did he turn to Wang Ming. Commander Qin. Wang Ming wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. This is but an energy construct projected through my weapon. Its duration is limited. Return now or await my signal. With those words, Qinying's form began to dissolve, until finally he recondensed into pure golden light, sinking seamlessly into the Dragon Soul halberd. The halberd spun rapidly, blazing with gold, shrinking to the size of a human finger. The residual energy stored within my Dragon Soul halberd permits one final activation. Reserve it for absolute extremity. It hovered before Wang Ming. He raised his hand, grasped it firmly, and nodded solemnly. In a flash of motion, he vanished from sight. Bai Wuxia fled backward, glancing over his shoulder again and again, terrified Qining might give chase. No one knew how long they flew, only that the three halted at last. They landed upon a secluded island. The debt is settled. You and I are done. The butcher's bestial voice locked onto Bai Wuxia. That hardly counts. You swore to enter Xia territory. Bai Wuxia retorted immediately. We're still 100 li short. This doesn't fulfill the vow. The butcher bristled, but then paused, conceding the point. Then what now? With Qining standing guard, we cannot breach Xia. Are you truly afraid, even knowing he isn't physically present? Bai Wuxia shot back. Fine, I'll admit my fear. But you call yourself America's strongest. The butcher lowered his massive axe and nearly shattered the entire island beneath him. He stood upon the shore, gazing far across the horizon. Deception looms. Choose wrongly, and death follows. State your terms. What will compel you to act? Bai Wuxia demanded, displeasure sharpening his tone. Terms. The butcher slowly turned his broad, towering frame, looking down upon Bai Wuxia with chilling dominance. In the next second, whip. A black wooden cane pierced clean through Bai Wuxia's chest, emerging from his back. Jet black blood welled from its tip, dripping onto the sun-bleached sand. You. Bai Wuxia's eyes bulged wide in disbelief, his mouth opening to speak. when a gloved hand clamped fiercely around his nape once more. The clown's grotesque visage emerged from behind by Wuxia. Then, with brutal force, he crushed the vertebrae in by Wuxia's neck. Instantly head severed from body, his skull rolled to rest at the butcher's feet. The butcher lifted his enormous foot, size 60, and ground it down upon the skull with a contemptuous snort. You? Organ with me. You're not even worthy to name terms. Then, crunch, he stomped down hard, pulverizing the skull to fragments. One by Wuxia dares presume we'd risk ourselves against Qining for him. That filth, I refuse to wade in it. Had it not been for that debt, I'd never have let you breathe this long in my presence. The clown flipped a white handkerchief into his palm, and calmly wiped the blood from the cane's tip. With two swift, silent gestures toward the butcher, the latter erupted into a low, murderous laugh, thick with savage intent. In an underground chamber somewhere in Baiqingxia territory, Fan Ming's body suddenly convulsed. His eyes snapped open, wide with terror, and his breathing turned ragged. Then, a series of sharp, internal detonations echoed within him. His head slumped forward, and he collapsed unconscious. When he lifted it again, his gaze burned with a foreign, lethal ferocity, utterly transformed. Longmen Mountain, in Luo City. A phone rang. Chen Shu and the other three simultaneously pulled out their mobile phones. It was a mission alert from Liang Dingtian. It stated that Chu Mu had been captured and was now detained at the Yulong troop base in Bai City. They were now instructed to accompany a fighter jet to escort Fong Bai and the other two along with Chu Mu back to the academy. Song Wudao turned to Chen Shu and asked, "Shall we return? Things here have temporarily settled. Why wouldn't we go back?" Chen Shu replied. At that very moment, another voice message from Liang Dingtian arrived. "All four of you return immediately. The situation there is beyond your involvement. Something has occurred at the academy." Upon hearing Liang Dingtian's voice message, the fighter jet parked roadside instantly opened its hatch. Lu Jiyuan waved casually at Chen Shu. "Young one, there's no further need for you to stand guard here. But when the disaster serpent emerges, Chen Shu must bear witness. There are still 10 days left. Go attend to your own matters first." Hearing Lu Jiyuan's words, Chen Shu was genuinely bewildered. What did it mean, to bear witness? It felt as though he were some corporate chairman summoned to inspect the final stage of a grand construction project. He immediately pointed at himself and asked Lu Jiyuan, "Me? Witness what?" Lu Jian gazed at Chen Shu, grinned broadly, and patted his chest. "Naturally, our moment of glory. Though we're older, we still love to show off. You'll soon see with your own eyes the mesmerizing charm of intangible cultural heritage techniques." Chen Shu paused for a beat, then smiled warmly and nodded, "Absolutely. Wish you elders well." Lu Jiyuan nodded, gently gazing upon Chen Shu with paternal kindness. "Didn't I just say? Call me Lao Lu." Eyes sparkling, Chen Shu raised his voice and declared, "Yes, Senior Lao Lu." The four boarded the jet, and Chen Shu waved vigorously from the window in farewell. Inside the cabin, Song Wudao stared blankly at Chen Shu, then tilted his head sideways. "I've seen farewells, but never a black impermanence bidding farewell. You didn't remind me. I'd almost forgotten." Chen Shu snapped to attention, lifted his hand, and removed the mask. His black impermanence attire dissolved like flowing water, coalescing into a streak of black light that surged entirely into the black impermanence Nuam mask held in his palm. Jiang Bingwa leaned in curiously. "This is the Nuam mask. So cool. Does anyone who wears it gain this ability?" Song Wudao reached out toward Chen Shu, requesting it. Equally intrigued, Chen Shu remained silent and silently handed over the black impermanence Nuam mask. Song Wudao accepted it, examined it from all angles, then eagerly pressed it onto his face. In the next instant, a muffled thud echoed through the cabin. Song Wudao was violently thrown backward by the mask's recoil force, landing hard on his rear in an undignified heap. "What the hell just happened?" Song Wudao groaned, rubbing his sore backside with a grimace. Chen Shu stroked his chin, his expression suddenly alight with profound realization. "So it is indeed, as I suspected. What is a? Only a true inheritor of the Nuo Dao, or one formally recognized by it, may wear this Nuo mask." Chen Shu answered solemnly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Song Wudao grumbled bitterly. "How could I know, unless you tried it yourself?" Chen Shu spread his hands wide, feigning innocence. "Oh, how noble you are. How extraordinary. You used me as your test subject." With a huff, Song Wudao tossed the black impermanence Nuo mask back. Just then Su Qianxue, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Can you sing opera?" Chen Shu. "No, I can't." "Then why ask?" Su Qianxue hummed softly in response. "Just curious. I asked because my grandfather adores traditional theater. If you could sing, I'd invite you to perform for them at home." Chen Shu looked puzzled. Song Wudao pondered briefly, then exclaimed, "Ah, I remember. You're the heiress of the Su clan. The pillar of Great Xia. The venerable Su Shin Su Ling, whose shadow puppet heaven obstruction technique has safeguarded Great Xia for generations." "Do you know him?" Chen Shu asked. "Not at all," Song Wudao replied. "Then how do you know?" Song Wudao lifted his phone, pointing at the screen. "Just searched it on Baidu." Chen Shu. Su Qianxue Jiangbingyue. "My grandfather deeply admires venerable Su Shun. He began studying theatrical Dao culture precisely because of Su Shun's legendary shadow puppet heaven obstruction technique, which preserves peace across Great Xia." Just then Su Qianxue, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Can you sing opera?" Chen Shu. "No, I can't." Chen Shu placed a reassuring hand on Song Wudao's shoulder. Intangible cultural heritage needs no grand mastery. Genuine curiosity and heartfelt devotion are themselves the highest attainment. The jet soared across by city skies accompanied by another fighter jet flying in formation. Inside sat 2 rows of fully armed Yulong soldiers, rifles at the ready. Along one side rested 3 stretcher beds. Fong Bai and the others remained unconscious. On the opposite side stood a standard-issue interrogation chair, complete with built-in desk and wrist restraints. Seated upon it was Chu Mu, clad in a white dress, her nape still raw and bleeding, her head bowed low in silence. The 2 jets flew side by side, cleaving the heavens. Before long they arrived at the Pioneer Academy in Long City. The jet automatically docked atop the building. Fong Bai and the others were wheeled away for treatment by Jiang Yi. Chu Mu was escorted downward by guards via elevator and cast one last sharp glance toward Chen Shu. Her eyes brimmed with jealousy and resentment. Chen Shu blinked, momentarily unsettled by that gaze, yet chose not to dwell on it, instead following the welcoming Kai Rui service robot down to the first floor. A place quite familiar to Chen Shu. Liang Dingtian's office, the Paradise. As they walked down the corridor, the door loomed ahead, its vivid fuchsia surface emblazoned with the bold numerals 18. Chen Shu's lips twitched involuntarily. He was still pondering. Sure enough, before even reaching the door, unmistakable, indescribable sounds drifted out from within. Jiang Bingyue's cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced sidelong at Su Qianxue. Song Wudao, dumbfounded, pointed ahead and whispered, "Is it really that intense in there?" "No worries, just get used to it. They're engaged in combat inside. A battle worthy of true men. A battle with real men." This is Tang Balian, the Iron Bone artisan, and guardian of the celestial artifact, the Tiangong furnace. By the way, he despises being compared to a faded green giant. An elderly man emerged, his clothes shredded into ragged strips resembling the chief of the beggars' sect, limping crookedly while clutching his liver. As he shuffled forward, he muttered over his shoulder, "Damn it, I'm burning out again. Just wait, Lao Dingtian. I'll stab you tonight when you least expect it." Except for Chen Shu, Song Wudao, Jiang Bingyue, and Su Qianxue exchanged stunned glances and collectively swallowed hard. Fighting bayonets with an old man. Song Wudao blinked rapidly, then narrowed his eyes in sudden recognition. Elder Jiang. Holy, truly vigorous in his twilight years. This 18 rating is utterly justified. Jiang Yi turned his head and also spotted Chen Shu and the other 3. "Oh, you're back. Well done. Elder Dingtian is waiting for you inside. He'll go check on Fong Bai and the others." With that, he staggered off, clutching his liver and groaning with every step. Song Wudao remained utterly dazed, his mind completely overloaded. Then abruptly he clapped both hands over his eyes and threw his head back with a wail. "Oh, my eyes, they burn. They burn terribly." Chen Shu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Even a block of elm would could have guessed what absurd fantasies were racing through this young man's head. Chen Shu patted Song Wudao's back with quiet understanding. Stay calm, stay calm. I reacted the same way when I first arrived. You'll get used to it. After all, everyone has their little quirks. Don't you agree?" "Shue shue. I'm not sure I want to go in," Jiang Bingyue whispered softly into Su Qianxue's ear. "What if we open the door and catch our mentor mid-undress?" Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue's sapphire blue eyes widened in pure astonishment. Uffed. Chen Shu was utterly stunned and couldn't hold back his laughter. That final line had been simply brilliant, utterly devastatingly brilliant. He hurriedly explained everything to the group. Just as Elder Liang Dingtian had explained it to him, Chen Shu repeated the exact words. Yet when he finished, their expressions remained suspended between belief and doubt. Chen Shu swept his gaze across them all, already knowing that Elder Liang Dingtian would henceforth bear an indelible, slightly unconventional reputation in their minds. His reputation was utterly ruined. Ahem. Chen Shu scratched the back of his head. "Well, shall we stop loitering here and go in? You lead the way." Jiang Bingyue winked, clinging to Su Qianxue's arm. "Seconded." Song Wudao declared solemnly. "What are you seconding exactly? Come on, we're going in together." Chen Shu hooked his arm around Song Wudao's neck and dragged him toward the door marked Paradise. Song Wudao writhed like a startled cat, kicking backward with both legs. "It's unclean. It'll give me styes. I'm still young, Chen Shu." "Chen Shu." Chen Shu ignored him entirely, grinning wickedly as he shoved Song Wudao forward from behind. They now stood right before the entrance to Paradise. One final step remained. Song Wudao sensed mischief brewing. He was certain Chen Shu would kick him straight through the door. He, Song Wudao, renowned and resolute, would never fall for such a trick. "I've seen right through your scheme. Just as you lunge, I'll sidestep, then shove you forward instead. I am without question a genius." In a mere tenth of a second, Song Wudao devised the perfect countermeasure and instantly shifted his weight sideways, already wearing a smug grin as he prepared to pivot. But suddenly, an invisible gust brushed past him. Song Wudao felt a chill of dread. As expected, his freshly stabilized stance spun violently, completing a flawless 360-degree Thomas rotation on the spot. He arced through the air in a perfect parabola and crashed headlong through the door. "Chen Shu, I'll..." Before the curse could fully escape his lips, what met Song Wudao's and everyone else's gaze was a room drenched in blood. Elder Liang Dingtian stood with a towel slung over his neck, sweat glistening on his brow, throwing precise airborne boxing jabs. His gaze was sharp, focused, utterly undisturbed by the crimson stains pooling across the floor. And then, quite by chance, or perhaps not, his belt snapped and his trousers slid smoothly down to his ankles. There he stood, completely unreservedly exposed before Song Wudao and Chen Shu. Song Wudao froze mid-march as though struck by lightning, his expression blank, his mind utterly vacant. Chen Shu's pupils shrank, then dilated, his face drained of color, twisting slowly into raw, unguarded horror. And in the next breath, the entire office erupted with Elder Liang Dingtian's shrill panicked shriek. He whirled around, fumbling desperately to pull up his trousers. Fortunately, Su Qianxue and Jiang Bingyue had not yet entered. They remained just outside the threshold of paradise. Elder Liang Dingtian's face burned crimson. He reached up, plucked a golden needle from his waistband, and held it aloft, studying it with mounting dangerous intensity. With a sharp, decisive snap, he crushed the needle to dust. That old fool, I'll kill him. At that moment, Su Qianxue and Jiang Bingyue stepped inside, exchanging puzzled glances at Chen Shu and Song Wudao. Why are you all just standing there? Song Wudao continued marching stiffly in place, speechless, stammering incoherently. Chen Shu wiped his eyes hastily. Nothing at all. Elder Liang Dingtian swiftly composed himself and adjusted his appearance. Simultaneously, a flash of white light swept across the entire chamber of paradise. Every trace of blood vanished. Every sign of chaos dissolved. The office reappeared, spotless, serene, immaculately ordered. Elder Liang Dingtian lifted his chin with quiet pride, and seated himself behind his desk. Ahem. Why is Elder Liang's face so flushed? Jiang Bingyue tilted her head slightly. Elder Liang Dingtian replied flatly, it's hot. He quickly steered the conversation back to serious matters. Your expedition to Baiqing ranks among the most outstanding of all new recruit teams in history. Even during this Spirit Realm incursion event, you upheld the true meaning of vanguard, never faltering, never retreating. You have all done exceptionally well. Moreover, you assisted the Imperial Dragon Unit in apprehending a member of the Ziwei Pavilion. This mission was executed flawlessly. Song Wudao knew precisely when to speak and when to remain silent. He understood the delicate calculus of timing and discretion. He now asked earnestly, shouldn't a captured Ziwei Pavilion member be taken directly to the Imperial Dragon Unit's Spirit Sealing Prison for interrogation? Then why was she brought back to the Academy instead? Elder Liang Dingtian nodded. Indeed, that was originally the Imperial Dragon Unit's responsibility, but we now suspect this Chu Mu bears direct involvement in the Spirit Realm incursion. Given that the Vanguard Academy oversees all Spirit Realm affairs, it is imperative that she be detained here and interrogated under our authority. Chen Shu now interjected, cutting to the heart of the matter. Not long ago, Elder, you sent us a voice message saying something had happened at the Academy. Something happening in the Thunder God's domain. How is that even possible? At the very mention, Elder Liang Dingtian sank back into his chair, pressing his fingers hard against his temples, his face etched with deep, weary sorrow punctuated by heavy sighs. After a long, heavy silence, he finally murmured, it is the Thunder God himself who has fallen ill. His words struck the four like thunder, leaving them utterly speechless. Even Su Qianxue refused to believe it. You're joking, aren't you? The Thunder God Han Xiaoyao has fallen ill. He isn't dead, not yet. His life remains stable, so do not worry on that count. Elder Liang Dingtian replied, he has entered a state of meditative hibernation. No one knows when he will awaken. What about Elder Jiangyi? He's known as the divine physician after all. Song Wudao added. Elder Liang Dingtian shook his head. No use. This sudden dormancy is both blessing and peril for the Thunder God. It may become his breakthrough, a rare opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. Yet it may also become his eternal slumber. At present, no one can intervene. Only the headmaster himself can navigate this path. When did this start? Chen Shu continued to inquire. Liang Dingtian glanced around before responding. Last night, when I went to deliver documents to the dean, I found him sitting motionless in the large conference room. I thought the dean was just tired and resting, so I planned to quietly leave the documents and slip away. He continued, but as I got a little closer, I discovered that the Thunder God looked as though he were dead. His face was ashen with no color, and only a faint heartbeat was detectable. Liang Dingtian picked up a glass from the table and took a sip of ancient white liquor. The strong liquor stimulated his throat, calming Liang Dingtian's emotions somewhat. Then I quickly called Jiang Yi, and after some examination we found that the Thunder God had no physical issues. His internal hidden injuries had not flared up. He added, at the same time his consciousness seems to be in a struggle with something. Even the Vice Dean doesn't know what it is. To put it simply, the Thunder God is currently in a state akin to hibernation. He concluded that's the current situation. So, is there anything we need to do? Chen Shu asked. It seems our rookie team can't be of much use. No. Liang Dingtian shook his head and downed his drink. Right now, all the senior students in the academy have been dispatched, leaving only your team and Fong Bei's team. Fong Bei's 3 members are heavily injured, so currently only your team can be dispatched. He added, not a single senior student left behind. What kind of mission is so urgent that it has emptied the academy? Song Wudao asked in shock. Liang Dingtian sighed bitterly. It's a matter as critical as the Thunder God's current situation. You've all heard of the extreme south, right? It's known as the eternal frozen ground. Deep within that extreme south, there is something called the spirit source that continuously erupts with immense spiritual energy. This spirit source is the root of the resurgence of spiritual energy, the birthplace of qi. Originally a good thing, but this spirit source is buried thousands of meters beneath the eternal frozen ground, and the continuously surging spiritual energy is rapidly affecting the Earth's environment with the cold from underground. Before long, the entire planet will be frozen and turned into a solid ice ball. What? Song Wudao exclaimed. Is it the end of the world? With the calamity serpent and global freezing? He asked, what do you need us to do? Compared to the others, Chen Shu appeared calm. Go to the spirit world, Liang Dingtian said, seriously enunciating each word. And then, the rest will be handled by someone there to guide you. Liang Dingtian stood up and slowly paced. In the extreme south, a vast ice crevice broken from who knows where stretched across the entire region. It looked as if someone had cleaved the land with a sword. The abyss of the crevice was bottomless, shrouded in darkness. Yet the fierce cold wind surging forth was extreme. It was like a barrier formed by the furious cold. Beside it was a wind-sheltered slope with several portable tents set up. The tents outside were stamped with the printed words, Pioneer. On a portable spiritual energy-powered stove, a hot pot was steaming with vapor rising and dissipating into the air. Around the snowy ground there were numerous scattered items as if a party had just ended. Only apart from the tents and necessary supplies there wasn't a single person in sight. It was as if everyone here had suddenly disappeared. In the spirit world at the time, Abyss Base Station. An arched device reminiscent of the teleportation portal from Interstellar lit up with blue light. The internal space fluctuated, and then 4 figures walked out from within. Wow, so freaking impressive. Song Wudao's playful nature resurfaced as he gazed around with sparkling eyes. The design of this room truly exemplified what a future world and cyberpunk should look like. The room was spacious, akin to an airport terminal. Above them, cold blue arc lights crisscrossed in a grid across the dome. Behind them was a giant silver arch teleportation portal. It was through this that they could instantaneously travel from Dragon City Pioneer Academy to this spirit world beyond Earth. In the center of the room, 3 faint blue holographic images, much larger than cinema screens, were projected high above. They were divided into sections to monitor various areas. In front of the holographic images, there was a row of fully automated intelligent robotic arms. They were calculating astronomical codes that the 4 could not comprehend. Hello, a female voice came from behind them. A researcher in a white lab coat approached with her hair tied up in a bun and wearing a protective mask. She was holding a research tablet analyzing various obscure data. Hello, I'm a researcher at the Time Abyss Base Station. Are you 4? Did you come to the wrong place? Lu Ruashi initially looked down at the tablet as she asked. Then out of politeness she looked up and was taken aback. Hello, we are new students from Pioneer Academy here on the orders of Minter Liang Dingtian to come to the spirit world. Chen Shu replied politely and earnestly. Oh, so old Liang sent you here, huh? Seeing your low cultivation level, I thought you were in the wrong place. Lu Ruashi smiled, then put down the tablet and reintroduced herself. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Lu Ruashi. You can call me Sister Ruashi, or Shishi. I'm the chief researcher at this base station. Hello, Sister Ruashi. The 4 said in unison. Song Wudao scratched his head and immediately asked Sister Ruashi, may I ask what we need to do here? Not much, just need some level personnel consumables to call a few over for use. Lu Ruashi squinted her eyes slightly, looking mischievously at the 4. Not much, just need some level personnel consumables to call a few over for use. Lu Ruashi squinted her eyes slightly, looking mischievously at the 4. Su Qianxue Zhangbingyue, Song Wudao. What the heck? Are you human? Haha, just kidding. Lu Ruashi laughed at the expressions of the 4. Forgive me being stuck in this desolate and oppressive place for so long. I had to find some fun to lighten the mood. Don't worry, we're friendly, and there's no such thing as level personnel consumables. Those who come are all the new generation's elites. How could we let you die for nothing? Seeing the atmosphere, lively Lin Ruashi directly led them forward. As they walked, she spoke. This is your first time in the spirit realm. Let me introduce it to you. This is one of the 7 domains of the Spirit Beast region, specifically within the territory of the Beast King, known as Master of Time Abyss. These blue light spots constructed a virtual image under Lin Ruaxi's commands. It was a gigantic black iron door. We have some understanding of this, but we are puzzled as to why a rookie team with only bronze-level strength is allowed here among so many strong individuals. Chen Shu looked around the hall filled with various novel instruments while following Lin Ruaxi's figure and asking questions. Lin Ruashi brought everyone to the central blue holographic image. With a slight lift of her finger, a virtual keyboard appeared in midair. Lin Ruashi manipulated the keyboard, and the holographic image immediately changed, decomposing into countless blue light spots. These blue light spots constructed a virtual image under Lin Ruaxi's commands. It was a gigantic black iron door. So large it resembled an ancient city gate. Initially, it was just big, not particularly shocking. However, on the left side of the gate, 8 modern characters the size of a fist were engraved. These 8 characters were somewhat blurred, as if they had undergone long-term wear and tear. However, it was still possible to discern what was written. Paper cutting surprises the dance of Anua is not alone. Chen Shu was the first to be stunned upon seeing these 8 characters. Paper cutting, the dance of Anua. Song Wudao and the others were equally confused. Especially Su Qianxue, who uncertainly pointed at the virtual image and asked, this can't be inside the spirit realm, right? Lin Ruashi nodded seriously and said, correct, this is indeed a newly discovered area within the Time Abyss domain of the spirit realm. When we first saw it, we were equally confused. According to the instrument's analysis, this door has been here for no less than 100 years, a product from the first period of spiritual energy revival. 100 years ago, was the spirit realm already in existence back then? Song Wudao exclaimed. Lin Ruoshi nodded. To be precise, this door was born together with the spirit realm. The product from the first period of spiritual energy revival holds immense research value for us in the Great Xia. Perhaps it conceals the truth about the annihilation during that time. It could even fill the blank 60 years in our Great Xia history. But Song Wudao tilted his head, staring at the 8 characters in confusion, and asked, why are these engraved with our Great Xia's intangible cultural heritage? It is easy to deduce that this door was placed here by our Great Xia people during the first period of spiritual energy revival. Jiang Bingyue said, crossing her arms and tapping her chin. Can't we go in? Chen Shu asked. Lin Ruoshi smiled bitterly and said, if we could go in, we wouldn't need you. Here, no matter who it is, not even our Great Xia's Commander Qin can do anything about it. This door is indestructible. Even a full-force strike from Commander Qin cannot shake it even a little. Song Wudao looked at Lin Ruoshi, blinked, and self-deprecatingly asked, wait. Sister, the strongest of Great Xia can't break it. What are we expecting from ourselves, eh? How come we didn't know we were so amazing? Lin Ruoshi tapped the keyboard again. The image zoomed in, focusing on those 8 characters. The problem lies here. Lin Ruoshi gazed at the 8 characters thoughtfully, saying, it is immune to all attacks, yet it shows no immunity to the intangible cultural heritage of Great Xia. I am the inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage. Shadow embroidery. My embroidery needle can easily pierce through it. I can push against the door and it can cause a tremor, but there is still a repelling force preventing me. It is a realm suppression force field. Anyone above the silver level, even if you are an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage, cannot enter. After saying this, Lin Ruoshi lowered her arms, turning her gaze to Chen Shu and the others. This is exactly why old Liang sent you here. Is it dangerous? Chen Shu asked pointedly. Lin Ruoshi shrugged and chuckled at Chen Shu, saying, what are you, brave enough to go alone to the Yellow River to catch the disaster flood dragon with the soul hook, but not willing to try a door? Before Chen Shu could reply, Song Wudao jumped in. Damn. Who said we are scared? We are the pioneers. We are young and reckless. Chen Shu, don't be a coward. Oh, let's do it. Chen Shu covered his face and quickly pulled Song Wudao back. But he also acknowledged what he said. I never said I was scared or anything. Where is the door? Please lead the way, Sister Shi. Lin Ruoshi gave an okay sign and pressed the confirm key on the keyboard. A click sound echoed. The blue holographic image changed again. It formed a portal that resembled the appearance of a hell gate from a certain game. Just pass through it. Chen Shu turned to seek the opinions of the others. Su Qianxua brushed back the hair that fell to her ears and said, are you really going to go alone? No matter what, we are still a team. Yeah, and it would be quite interesting to venture together. Jiang Bingyue smiled at Su Qianxua's profile. All right. Chen Shu waved his hand forward. Tian Shu, let's go. With a slight sway of his feet, he stepped into the portal. The scenery before the group distorted, causing a slight dizziness. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived in an entirely new realm. The surroundings were covered in yellow sand, resembling a severe sandstorm. Nothing was clear. Only the area where Chen Shu and the 5 were located was unaffected by the yellow sandstorm. It was as if an invisible wall surrounded them. Before them stood a black gate over 10 meters high. The door was tightly closed, and on the side were those 8 characters. A few black needles the size of embroidery needles were sparsely inserted above. Lin Ruoshi pointed at the door and said, this is it, located deep within the time abyss. And at that moment, a terrifying roar resonated from deep within the yellow sand. The entire area began to tremble. The group stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to maintain their balance. Only Chen Shu remained unaffected, standing firmly. At the same time, a deep, penetrating voice echoed throughout the area. Mixed with echoes, it resonated around them. Humans, leave this place. The words shook everyone, causing them to cover their ears as if their eardrums were about to burst. An overwhelming aura descended, suppressing everyone's breathing. Master of Time Abyss. What does that mean? We've been here many times before without any issues. Lin Ruoshi exclaimed in terror. A chill surged through her body, causing goosebumps to rise. It was the pressure of a king-level beast monarch. Just when everyone was at a loss, another thunderous shout rang out. Time Abyss, have you forgotten the lessons learned? Do you not put me cheating in your eyes? Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms approached from afar. Chen Shu only saw a figure standing with hands behind its back, darting through the yellow sand like lightning. The speed was so fast that it formed several tornadoes in the yellow sand. Commander Qin. Lin Ruoxi's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, the Beast Emperor's force field that enveloped everyone weakened. Afterwards, an eerie silence descended around them. In the next moment, the sound of fists striking flesh echoed, along with the muffled roars. Don't worry, with Commander Qin here, even that Master of Time Abyss wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Chen Shu was taken aback. But he didn't forget his duties. With no worries behind him, he turned his gaze back to the black door. He couldn't shake the feeling that this door was oddly familiar, as if he had been here before. 9 styles of solitude, crane cry. Song Wudao raised his right hand and pointed directly at the large door from a distance. The azure phoenix patterns spiraled and gathered at his fingertips. With a flick towards the door, a sharp wind burst forth from his fingertips. The azure phoenix patterns resembled a highly compressed wind arrow. Whoosh boom. The wind arrow struck the door, producing a dull sound. Yet the door remained steadfast, not moving an inch. Brute force won't work. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes. Only ancient techniques can. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu raised his hand, and a black iron mask materialized in his palm. As the black Wuchang mask adhered to him, a streak of black light seeped from the mask, transforming into a black robe. At that moment, he embodied the black Wuchang approaching the door. He raised his hand against the door's surface, sensing the icy touch emanating from the black door. He applied pressure with his hand. Crack, crack, crack. A fragment of a broken memory flooded into Chen Shu's mind. For a moment, Chen Shu's thoughts were hazy as he tried to piece together the shattered memories like broken glass. It was an image. The scene depicted a place that was identical to the current environment. There was also a door just like this one, but different, as there was a vague figure standing in front of the door. The figure hovered in midair, and before him was a dark mass of spiritual beasts. At the forefront were 7 massive and imposing spiritual beasts. It was evident that they were the 7 beast emperors of this spiritual realm. Among the nearly endless tide of spiritual beasts, various types mixed together, but they all shared one commonality. They all faced the direction of this vague figure, kneeling, worshipping sincerely. It was as if this vague figure was the king of this realm of spiritual beasts. Chen Shu carefully observed the figure, but due to the fragmented memory, the left hand that the figure raised was a void of emptiness. It was unclear what he was doing. At this point, the image vanished. Chen Shu trembled, as if electrified, his consciousness returning to the door. He turned to look around, and Song Wudao and the others were staring up at him. Chen Shu felt strange, as if the scene he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. He shook his head and applied force with his hand, rumbling. Before he even began to push with all his strength, a commotion erupted from within the door. Then, like an automatic door, it slowly opened. Chen Shu's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly stepped back a few paces. Inside the door, nothing was visible. It was like a Gaussian blur, a chaotic haze. Lin Ruoshi was already stunned, turning to look at Song Wudao, incredulously asking, "It's really opening?" Though equally shocked, Song Wudao remained calmer than Lin Ruoshi. Pointing at Chen Shu, he chuckled, "Calm down, sister. He always is like this." You'll get used to it." Lin Ruoshi muttered in disbelief. "What a monster." "Sister, the door. The door has opened. Shall we go in?" Chen Shu replied without turning his head. "Yes, we must go in." Lin Ruoshi forced herself to calm down, dismissing her confusion, as the most crucial matter at hand was the interior of the door. "They'll go first. You all be careful of the dangers." Lin Ruoshi said, leaping next to Chen Shu. With 2 fingers pinched together, dozens of black shadow needles coalesced. She threw them into the door. At the same time, she closed her eyes to sense carefully. But all she received was a frown and a sigh. "No, I can't see what the situation inside the door is." Once the shadow needles entered, the connection with me was severed. Chen Shu's eyes, burning with ghostly green fire, ignited with judgment. He gazed inside but could see nothing. At the same time, he recalled the broken memories. With a determined heart, he leaped forward into the doorway. "Chen Shu." Song Wudao was startled by Chen Shu's decisiveness, but soon regained his composure. 9 styles of solitude, cloud rising. A gust of wind arose beneath his feet as he rushed into the door. Su Qianxue and Zhang Bingyue exchanged glances, their ice blades and ice rings glowing in their palms. They jumped in as well. Lin Ruoshi couldn't stop them, still immersed in the fact that Chen Shu had entered when Song Wudao went in again. Then, in a brief moment of confusion, Su Qianxue and Zhang Bingyue dashed in too. "Isn't this too reckless for these new students?" Lin Ruoshi frowned and muttered. But she didn't dare to delay, fearing that Chen Shu and the others might encounter danger inside. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the door. Meanwhile, Qi Ning, who was pummeling a massive dark creature in the yellow sand, suddenly paused in his work. With one punch, he sent the Master of Time Abyss staggering, looking in a certain direction. His knife-like eyes narrowed slightly. "The door has opened. Qi Ning, I will kill you." The heavy roar of the Master of Time Abyss echoed through the yellow sand. "You're welcome at any time as long as you think you can do it." Qi Ning emotionlessly uttered this line, then instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light. In less than a second, he arrived in front of the wide-open door. Without a second thought, he charged into the doorway. But, just as he made contact with the door right before entering, the door vanished. Without warning, out of nowhere, it suddenly disappeared. Even someone like Qi Ning, who was nearly at the peak of battle prowess, did not detect a trace of energy fluctuation from the door's disappearance. Such a situation could only mean one thing: the door never existed. Only this made sense. Otherwise, Qi Ning would not have failed to perceive any energy fluctuations from the door. His breathing quickened slightly, a glimmer of worry flashing in his eyes. Then, with a determined gaze, he turned and charged back into the yellow sand. The deafening sonic booms scattered the yellow sand wherever Qi Ning passed, leaving a stream of airflow that lingered in the sand. His figure dashed deep into the yellow sand, returning once more to the location of the Master of Time Abyss. With a clenched right fist, he smashed the jaw of the Master of Time Abyss. Then he seized its 2 massive horns and snapped them apart. Stepping on the head of this giant beast, which was 100 meters large, he spoke coldly, like the judge of hell. "Where did the door go? Speak, or I will overturn your entire Time Abyss domain, leaving no place for you in the spiritual realm." Lord of the Chronos Abyss, though battered mercilessly, still spat defiance. "Qi Ning, do not presume. You truly rule the spirit realm with absolute dominion." Though we cannot defeat you, that does not mean you can simultaneously restrain all 7 of us. Should we launch a desperate life-risking counteroffensive, even the Xia dynasty shall face utter annihilation. Qin Ying delivered another fist, shattering half the Lord of the Chronos Abyss's skull. With one hand he hoisted the 100-meter behemoth aloft, then tilted his head back, gazing down with a sneer, as his eyes narrowed in contempt. Are you certain I cannot hold you all? Dare you test it? When that moment comes, I swear, you shall learn that death itself becomes a luxury. The Lord of the Chronos Abyss writhed violently, yet his neck remained locked rigid, as though pinned by the sea-stabilizing divine needle. He could not break free, speak, or remain silent forever. Qin Ying's voice fell like that of the Reaper, and from his obsidian golden pupils spilled an overwhelming, barely contained aura of slaughter. Under such terrifying pressure, even the swirling yellow sands recoiled in dread. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. It was as if at any moment he would erupt, tearing the Lord of the Chronos Abyss limb from limb. That gate is called the Gate of Oblivion. It was left behind by the Forgotten Sovereign. My memories have been sealed, though I know nothing of its nature. At last fear overcame him. I only know that stepping through that gate plunges one into the cycle of reincarnation. I have no idea how to emerge nor where the gate vanishes afterward. Every word I speak is truth. If you doubt me, ask the other 6 beast sovereigns. The Gate of Oblivion. You claim your memories are sealed. Yet how do you recall the name Forgotten Sovereign? Who, or what, is this Forgotten Sovereign? Qin Ying's voice remained glacial as he pressed further. The Forgotten Sovereign, the true sovereign of the Spirit Realm. Officially, it is said the Spirit Realm was jointly forged by the 7 beast sovereigns, but in truth, it was the Forgotten Sovereign who created it. We are but its original denizens. Beyond that, I remember nothing. The Forgotten Sovereign before departing extracted and sealed the memories of all 7 of us within the Gate of Oblivion. Yet one truth remains indelible: the Forgotten Sovereign is human and a native of your Xia dynasty. Qin Ying's hand trembled faintly as he searched the entire annals of Xia history, yet found no record bearing the name Forgotten Sovereign. In the vast river of time, every existence leaves behind traces. Yet this Forgotten Sovereign left none whatsoever. He was quite simply a phantom, utterly non-existent. Qin Ying's gaze turned frost-sharp as he hurled the 100-meter corpse of the Lord of the Chronos Abyss high into the air. With a mere gesture, he clenched his fist, and as if gripped by an invisible titan's hand, the colossal form imploded, exploding into a storm of shattered debris. Amidst the falling wreckage, a small, furry black sphere, no larger than an apple, tumbled down. Its soft fur quivered as 2 wide doll-like eyes blinked open. It yawned wide, revealing only 2 oversized rabbit-like incisors. 2 stick-figure limbs flailed helplessly at its sides. Yet the aura it exuded was undeniably sovereignty. This tiny creature, affectionately dubbed Xiao by Jie, was the true Lord of the Chronos Abyss. Merely due to its absurdly adorable appearance and consequent lack of awe-inspiring gravitas, it had taken refuge inside the colossal beast's body to conduct its affairs. Qin Ying wove spiritual energy into ropes binding Xiao by Jie as effortlessly as one might tether a yo-yo, then drew it before him. From his obsidian golden pupils erupted a thunderous burst of spiritual force. His lips parted, whispering 2 words, soul-scouring. Instantly, the energy ropes constricted while his blazing gaze pierced deep into the Lord of the Chronos Abyss's mind. The creature instantly lapsed into vacant stupor, eyes rolling white, utterly unresponsive. A sovereign-tier 9-star beast sovereign rendered utterly powerless in Qin Ying's grasp, as pliant as a child's toy. Within Qin Ying's pupils flickered a rapid succession of images, the very memories of the Lord of the Chronos Abyss. Soon he closed his eyes and exhaled a long, heavy breath of turbid qi. The creature had spoken truthfully. Qin Ying uncovered no trace of the Forgotten Sovereign within its recollections. Everything you sought I have revealed. Every word is true. The little black sphere regained awareness and addressed Qin Ying, the being before whom it felt utterly subdued. Without another word, Qin Ying released it and turned away, striding off without hesitation. His figure vanished instantly into the sea of yellow sand. Only his voice lingered, a reaper's ultimatum echoing across the void. I grant you this one reprieve. Should you conceal anything, I shall drown the entire spirit realm in rivers of blood. My head spins. Chen Shu groaned, clutching his temples. He lifted his gaze and tightened his grip on the demon-slaying sword. Before him stretched a desolate wasteland shrouded in eternal night. The sky hung empty. No moon, no stars, no light at all. Yet gray ash drifted downward in gentle, ceaseless flakes. Each fragment resembled the charred residue of burnt paper, falling endlessly as though the heavens themselves were weeping ash snow. Directly ahead stood a 2-story house, identical in every detail to Chen Shu's home in Bai City, though now weathered, crumbling, and thickly veiled in ash. Then from behind him came a rustling sound. Chen Shu, where are you? Chen Shu, are you still alive? Chen Shu, why won't you answer? Chen Shu, Chen Shu, Chen Shu. Song Wudao's booming voice echoed from behind, and there he stood suddenly present beside Chen Shu. Relief softened Song Wudao's expression. Honestly, why rush in without waiting for me? Exactly. Did you really think we'd stand idly by while you charged ahead alone? Jiang Bingyue's voice followed, her pale white sleeveless top already dusted with ash upon entry. She appeared side by side with Su Qianxue. It's not that we isolated him. It's that he isolated all three of us, Chen Shu remarked, coolly surveying their surroundings. Chen Shu grinned sheepishly. Sorry, I'm just used to charging in solo. Having companions feels strangely unfamiliar. Whoa. A cry of shock pierced the void behind the four newcomers. Shijia, how did you get in here? Isn't there a cultivation restriction barrier? Lin Ruoshi stepped forward, eyes alight with wonder, glancing back at the vanished threshold, then patting her own body in disbelief. I didn't think. I just walked straight in. Still, it's odd. The oppressive aura has vanished entirely. I can enter freely. Without pause, she strode directly toward Chen Shu. Her gaze swept the landscape intently, puzzlement deepening. Why is there a house here? Hey, wait. Chen Shu, that's your house, isn't it? Song Wudao pointed at the building and turned. My house. You're the one living there. Chen Shu retorted. Then with a wry grimace he added, still, it is strange. Shall we go inside and take a look? No, we mustn't. It's too dangerous. Since you were able to open the door, and the cultivation suppression vanished once it did, we can return later. Let me summon Commander Qin. Lin Ruoshi broke off mid-sentence, instinctively glancing back toward the entrance. She froze. The doorway, their point of entry, had vanished entirely. At that moment, a sharp crack of glass rang out from the two-story building not far in front of them. Everyone turned in unison, their vigilance instantly heightening. It seems we are not alone here. Chen Shu's phosphorescent green eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on the second floor. Ruoshi, the doors we came through have vanished. If we cannot leave, then someone has done this on purpose. Rather than sit here waiting to die, we might as well try our luck inside. Chen Shu drew a deep breath and let a silver chain spill from his sleeve, coiling like a vine in his palm. Lin Ruoshi looked at the dark figure on his back and asked, aren't you afraid there might be danger inside, and you'll die out here? Chen Shu glanced back and with a mischievous tone replied, can't be. I always have pretty good luck. With that he stepped forward first. Song Wudao followed immediately without a word. Chen Shu gripped two ice blades. Their crystalline edges shimmered with the cold light reminiscent of Jiang Binji's ice ring. Be careful, it'll protect you, Lin Ruoshi said, concern flashing across her face as she hurried ahead of Chen Shu. Together they advanced toward the two-story house. She muttered under her breath, why do I feel like I'm the one being isolated? At the door, Chen Shu examined it closely and Song Wudao did the same. They craned their heads up and down. Isn't this your front gate? Song Wudao said, turning to him. You moved? Why move to this dump? Get lost, Chen Shu answered politely. He knocked gently. The door opened on its own with the slightest touch. The hinges creaked as if from long neglect. Inside was pitch black. Chen Shu looked left and right and whispered, Yinbing. Two Yinbing with toilet-lid hairstyles silently appeared behind Chen Shu and Song Wudao. They began chanting in a sing-song voice, hello, hello, hello. Song Wudao jolted like a startled cat and darted inside. What the hell, he cried. Seeing Song Wudao rush and Chen Shu hurried after him. The three, Chen Shu, Lin Ruoshi, and Chen Shu, stood frozen for a moment, taken aback by the Yinbing's absurd fanfare. They soon recovered and followed. Song Wudao's swearing echoed through the void as he ran on. From the ancestors of 18 generations down to unborn descendants, greetings were hurled in every direction without respite, covering them from every conceivable angle. The children were left shaken to the core. Chen Shu paid it no mind and studied his surroundings. This courtyard differed from his home. It was somewhat larger. Suddenly the great gate behind them slammed shut. The sudden bang startled them all. Before they could steady themselves, the front door of the two-story house creaked open silently. A dark silhouette stood in the center of the doorway. Who goes there? Chen Shu barked, flicking out his Gaohan Su. The silver chain shot forward like a constricting python, only to be seized firmly by a single hand. The Gaohan Su snapped taut like a plucked string. With a powerful tug, the shadow wrenched Chen Shu forward and pulled him inside. Song Wudao's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, Chen Shu. Chen Shu cried, Gulwan 9 forms wind needle. Verdant wind pattern chi condensed into needles and shot toward the shadow. Chen Shu hurled an ice blade into the room as well. But the shadow lifted one hand, and everything around them froze as if a pause button had been pressed. With a clenched palm, it nullified every attack, shattering them outward. Qiangshu's ice blade was flung against the second-floor window. A crisp sound of glass breaking split the air as an overwhelming force dragged them all inside. In the next instant, the door slammed shut. A rustling sound came again from the gate. What the hell? Song Wudao's loud voice filled the void. He plunged into the doorway, still trembling, pounding his chest and catching his breath. Then he began cursing at Chen Shu's ancestors of 18 generations. Chen Shu ignored him and surveyed the room. A faint trace of puzzlement crossed his eyes. He felt an odd, uncanny familiarity with this place, as if he had been here before. Chen Shu, glancing up at the shattered second-floor window, tilted her head in confusion. A low hum ran through Chen Shu. The aquamarine skill tree inside him suddenly trembled. A fresh current flowed through Chen Shu's body. He shoved Song Wudao, who was still busy invoking curses, aside. In the very spot Song Wudao had stood, a slash of sword chi swept by. If not for Chen Shu, Song Wudao would have been cleaved in two. Who is it? Lin Ruoshi narrowed her eyes. Her golden 4-star aura surged forward as she used her technique. Ingxiu, seal kill. A black finger-length needle spawned and shot toward the place the sword chi had come from, cutting through the courtyard and rending the door open. They finally saw a shadow standing dead center, motionless, watching them. The black robe on its body moved without wind, utterly mysterious. Chen Shu's brow deepened. The man before them was enigmatic, as if he had been seen not long ago. Chen Shu opened his judgment eye and fixed the shadow in his sights. Judgment. A spray of red light burst forth, but the shadow easily evaded it. Song Wudao grinned, and sword in hand launched into an attack. So it's you trying to cut me down, huh? He intended to use Gulon 9 Form's Wind Needle as a long-range strike, but some subconscious restraint held him back. He abandoned it, and decisively used another form instead. A powerful azure sword chi streaked forth. Take this and return the favor. The shadow raised one hand, and time around them froze again. This time, only Chen Shu remained unaffected. The skill tree within him trembled once more, and the resulting clear current invigorated his entire being. It also rendered him momentarily immune to the shadow stasis. Who are you? Chen Shu's eyes shifted through shades of red and green as he glared at the silhouette. The shadow tilted its head, slightly puzzled that Chen Shu was untouched by its power. In an instant it collapsed its form and appeared right before Chen Shu. Faster than thought it seized Chen Shu by the throat. But the next second a faint wrinkle-like golden line bloomed on Chen Shu's forehead. The shadow felt a burning in its hand and hastily withdrew. Chen Shu caught a glimpse. The hand had blackened to charcoal. Yet the creature showed no sign of pain, staring fixedly at the mark on Chen Shu's brow, as if it could see through the black Wuchang Nuo mask Chen Shu wore. Chen Shu, however, could not discern the shadow's face, though the figure gave him an inexplicably familiar impression. Who are you truly? Chen Shu demanded again, his voice sharpening. The shadow hesitated for a moment, then with a throat that sounded as if it had not spoken in ages, dry and hoarse, it slowly answered, I am Chen Yi, the E of legacy. Chen Yi, what do you want to do? Chen Shu fixed his gaze on Chen Yi. As Chen Yi stepped forward, the surroundings shattered like glass, fracturing outward from beneath his feet, until everything turned to a singular blackness. Not a glimmer of light was to be seen. Only the shifting red and green light in Chen Shu's eyes flickered. Chen Yi approached Chen Shu step by step. The distance between them shrank closer and closer. I have been waiting for you, Chen Shu. You know me? Chen Shu stood stunned, looking at this mysterious figure. Of course, we are both inheritors of the intangible cultural heritage, Chen Yi said. Chen Shu remained silent, patiently waiting for Chen Yi to continue. We share a common mission. Chen Yi stepped in front of Chen Shu and slowly removed the black cloak he wore. Beneath the cloak was a face that, aside from its black hair, looked exactly like Chen Shu's. Chen Shu stared intensely at Chen Yi's face, unable to regain his composure for a long time. So similar. So very similar. Chen Yi was not surprised by Chen Shu's expression. Instead, he raised his hand to grasp something in front of his chest. A black and gold dragon mask appeared in Chen Yi's hand. The pure black base resembled a deep, mysterious night, exuding an air of majesty. It was adorned with exquisite golden patterns like flames, with two golden dragon horns extending upwards, enhancing its grandeur several notches. With golden light shining from his eyes, he gently placed the dragon mask on his face. This is our unavoidable destiny. Chen Shu was slightly taken aback, staring at the mask, and asked, is it what I was thinking in my heart? The corners of Chen Yi's mouth lifted under the mask as he slowly began to speak. At the same time, Chen Shu happened to say, let the intangible cultural heritage never fade away. Chen Shu was somewhat surprised to find the similarity in their sentiments. But then he curiously asked, then, why did you attack us? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi found it somewhat amusing. Let me ask you, if outsiders invaded your home, what would you do? I think you would act just like me and drive them away. Right? Upon hearing this, Chen Shu felt a bit embarrassed. 5 people barging into someone else's home and making a racket was indeed quite inappropriate. We mainly came for exploration. After all, that door is so peculiar, marked with intangible cultural heritage, making it essential to investigate. And there's one crucial point, Chen Shu explained. Ever since I arrived in the spirit realm, I've always felt an inexplicable familiarity. Do you know why? Chen Yi asked. Don't keep me in suspense. Yes. Chen Shu nodded solemnly. I will. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi grinned, his form gradually fading away. This statement struck Chen Shu like a bolt from the blue. The spirit realm is both yours and mine. I am the same. Chen Yi continued. You are Chen Shu, and you are also Chen Yi. Chen Shu? Huh. You're not making sense. Have you been drinking fake wine? Chen Shu felt thoroughly confused. What on earth is going on? Chen Shu. Chen Yi suddenly said in a calm tone. Will you be a good inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage and continue to promote it? Yes. Chen Shu nodded solemnly. I will. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi grinned, his form gradually fading away. He walked towards Chen Shu. His figure became translucent, slowly merging into Chen Shu's body. A burst of bright light flashed, and Chen Shu's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was the vast yellow sand surrounding him. Song Wudao and the other 3 lay motionless on the ground. Chen Shu quickly checked on the others, discovering they were merely in a brief slumber. Chen Shu let out a slow sigh of relief, his mind still occupied with Chen Yi's words. I am both Chen Shu and Chen Yi, in the realm of his spirit. Next to the words fire seed, a massive golden character E emerged. Then a skill orb silently dropped from the skill tree, and the 100 masks record automatically unfolded. The light points within the skill orb were drawn into the 100 masks record. A stream of information revealed itself. Mask play level 2. The second chapter of the 100 Masks Record Beast God Scroll is now open. 12 major Beast God cards were displayed from left to right. The rest were locked in black chains. Only the fifth card bore an imprint of a dragon's mask. The information automatically parsed. Dragon Mask. Wearing the dragon mask transforms you into the King of E with the entire Spirit Beast Realm respecting you. Ability Entire Spirit Beast Realm E-Gate Space. Upper body requirements activate E. Chen Shu was ecstatic, even drawing in a sharp breath. The entire Spirit Beast Realm respecting him. One must know there are 7 King-level 9-star Beast Emperors stationed within the Spirit Realm. Their power is no small matter. He entered this door, and upon exiting, he directly became a king. What on earth is Chun Yi's background? Why did he say such bewildering things? And why would he give his own abilities to himself? What was the need for all this? E-Gate Space. Chen Shu pondered briefly and found that this thing could completely serve as his own alternate space. Just like the inner worlds of powerful cultivators in fantasy anime. Chen Shu checked while exclaiming, shocked at the extent of his astonishment. He glanced at the dragon mask, unable to contain his impatience any longer. He was about to try using taboo. Awakening another personality. Cost randomly lose a portion of past memory. Damn, there's a cost. Chen Shu could only hold off for now. He certainly didn't want to lose any memories. What the hell? Where's this? Is this still in the country? How did I end up here? Song Wudao's bewildered voice came from behind. Chen Shu turned and asked, don't you remember what just happened? Just now. Let me think. Song Wudao looked around while trying to piece together the fragments of his memory. Like what happened inside that door, don't you remember? Seeing his expression, Chen Shu asked again. What door? Didn't we come to explore the spirit realm? Song Wudao asked in bewilderment. Chen Shu hesitated for a moment, seeing that Lin Ruoshi and the others had also woken up. He immediately asked Lin Ruoshi. Sister Shi, do you remember what just happened? Just now? Just now. Lin Ruoshi first paused. Then she quickly blinked, her expression gradually turning fearful as she hugged her shoulders. Just now. Did you do something to me? Are you a beast in human clothing? How could someone so handsome engage in such despicable acts? Su Qianxue still hadn't recovered. She didn't know why she had fainted here. Her head was particularly messy and her memories were as fragmented as shattered glass. Jiang Binghua leaned on her shoulder, still dazed. Chen Shu, what in the world is going on? Is that really the main point? You don't remember the existence of that door? Chen Shu asked Lin Ruoshi again. He simply explained how they arrived in the spirit realm, led by her to investigate the door. Then, aside from everything related to Chun Yi, he recounted everything that happened inside. A flicker of doubt passed through Lin Ruoxi's eyes as she glanced around. Did you fall asleep and have a dream? I brought you here to explore, didn't I? What door? No door. Then how do you explain why we are here? Why did you all faint here? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi also fell into a momentary confusion. At that moment, her thoughts finally cleared up. She slowly raised her head to meet Chen Shu's gaze. I understand. Our memories have been tampered with. Can even memories be altered? Chen Shu asked. Lin Ruoshi nodded. Within the spirit realm, there exists a beast sovereign with precisely this ability. The Lingshu matriarch, beast sovereign Luo Jia. She possesses the power to devour dreams and subtly distort truth from within, weaving illusions that corrupt perception. Was it the work of the beast sovereign? Song Wudao, now gradually recovering his fragmented memories, spoke up at Lin Ruoshi's words, assessing the current situation. Indeed, this scenario perfectly matched the modus operandi of the Lingshu matriarch. Lin Ruoshi swept her gaze across the surroundings, then glanced at the miniature computer strapped to her wrist. In theory, it should be impossible, for the 7 beast sovereigns abide by strict non-interference. This is the heart of the Time Abyss, and its sovereign, the master of the Time Abyss, would never permit the Lingshu matriarch to enter his domain or act within it. Not necessarily. After all, they are all of the beast clan. Coordinating against humanity hardly violates any unspoken rule, Song Wudao remarked. Have you forgotten where we are, little brother? Lin Ruoshi pointed downward at the ground beneath them. This is the spirit realm, commanded by Commander Qin. Should any beast sovereign attempt cross-domain collusion, he would intervene without hesitation. Yet Commander Qin has not intervened, meaning this was not the Lingshu matriarch's doing. Someone else stands behind the veil. Chen Shu immediately thought of Chen Yi. He called himself the Lost King, the sovereign of the spirit realm. Could it then be said that he commands all the unique abilities wielded individually by the 7 beast sovereigns? If so, everything falls into place. Chun Yi had rewritten their memories, erasing all recollection of the Lost Gate. So much the better. It amounted to yet another hidden trump card. Imagine issuing a single command, and 7 beast sovereigns falling in line behind you, their colossal forms blotting out the sky, followed by endless legions of beast armies surging in their wake. Recalling the hazy vision glimpsed earlier at the gate, Chen Shu privately dubbed it the beast sovereigns kneeling before the king tableau. Soon this vision would manifest as reality. The sheer majesty of it would make him shine before all mankind like a true great sage. At this thought, Chen Shu broke into an involuntary dreamy grin. Song Wudao stretched his neck, squinting. Has Chen Shu's mind been altered too? Altered into a fool. Chen Shu, go flap your wings. With a light, dismissive flick of his hand, Song Wudao instantly transformed into a comically synchronized march, part goose step, part ghost dance. Ignoring Song Wudao's grumbling, Chen Shu approached Lin Ruoshi. Sister Shi, what do we do next? Before Lin Ruoshi could reply, a small black sphere suddenly shot forth from beyond the sea of yellow sand. It struck the invisible barrier surrounding their location like a meteor slamming into Earth. Oof! A voice, cuter than the Mona Lisa's smile, emerged from the black sphere. Lin Ruoshi and the others turned. There hovered a fluffy little black orb, two slender black arms splayed wide in a star shape against the translucent ring outside. What is that thing? Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, uniquely shaped, and rather adorable. Jiang Bingyue's eyes lit up as she gazed at the little orb. Quite ordinary, oddities abound in the spirit realm, nothing to raise an eyebrow over. Lin Ruoshi calmly withdrew her gaze and continued. Take for instance the minor spirit realm incursion that recently occurred in Daxia, where a bull-headed frog-bodied monstrosity escaped. That creature, the great bullfrog, originated precisely from this domain, the Time Abyss. By the way, what is that ring? Song Wudao asked, still marching in place. Chen Shu looked toward the silver ring. It was unassuming, no thicker than a roadside curb. Yet this slender band enclosed the entire area around the gate. Beyond it, yellow sands roared and blotted out the heavens. Within it, calm reigned, serene, secure, untouched. The dragon-subduing ring. Lin Ruoshi explained, forged by Professor Yin Li of your academy, refined by Commander Qin, and deployable anywhere in the spirit realm to generate a sanctuary zone. Not even a beast sovereign can breach it, utterly impregnable. Chen Shu wore an expression of newfound awe, and silently offered a mental salute to Yin Li, whose craftsmanship he'd previously held in low regard. Impressive. After all, the device was undeniably practical, genuinely exceptional. The little black sphere slid down the ring's transparent barrier field like rolling across glass. It landed in the yellow sand, fluffing its fine fur with two matchstick-thin arms. Then it clambered onto the ring's surface and waved its tiny hands inward. Wong, Wong, Wong. It's me, your little Yuan ball. It's a dog. Song Wudao, back to normal, peered through flared nostrils. Jiang Bingyue's face softened into starry-eyed adoration as she gazed at Su Qianxue. So cute, so endearing. Su Qianxue's lips curled faintly, her azure pupils trembled ever so slightly, as if stirred by quiet affection. You're the dog? Old Ball is the beast sovereign of the Time Abyss. The black sphere planted one hand on its hip, pointed the other at itself, and bared two gleaming incisors in a fierce, yet undeniably adorable, snarl. Old Ball is the beast sovereign. Even cuter. Jiang Bingyue sparkled with stars, shaking Su Qianxue's arm. Wait, hold on. Lin Ruoshi's laughter abruptly froze mid-chuckle. Did he just say what? A beast sovereign. She swiftly raised her left arm, aiming the wrist-mounted scanner directly at the black sphere. A sharp beep echoed, and the display flickered to life. On the left, a live image of the black sphere. On the right, a scrolling database of genetic profiles, racing downward. When the scroll reached the bottom, a stark black question mark froze on screen. Beside it appeared the verdict. Genetic profile comparison with the master of the Time Abyss. Beast Sovereign 100 match. Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. She lifted her gaze again, stepped closer, and studied the black sphere intently before asking. You truly are a beast sovereign. Of course. Old Ball is the genuine article. The sphere repeated, hand on hip, puffing its chest. Then in the next breath, Lin Ruoshi erupted into louder laughter than anyone present had ever heard. Ha 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 ha. Can you believe it? This tiny squeaky thing, a beast sovereign. Ha 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 ha. Huh. The black sphere blinked rapidly, arms drooping limply as it stared petrified at Lin Ruoshi. Then, its eyes narrowed. Behind it, the yellow sands churned violently, coalescing into a swirling vortex of black mist. In an instant, it swelled into a 100-meter colossus. Its razor-sharp claws slammed into the earth, shaking the world around them. Black scales rippled across its massive frame, roaring like banners in the desert wind. A dragon-like head crowned with horns lowered slowly, drawing near the ring's edge, to loom over Lin Ruoshi. Mortal, dare you mock me? Who, pray tell, do you think you are? Lin Ruoshi looked at the colossal creature without a trace of fear, directly shouting. Behind it, Commander Qin, the Beast Emperor, is about to go wild. As soon as these words were spoken, the master of Time Abyss suddenly trembled, his scales flaring up like a startled cat. The massive beast's form instantly turned to ash, dissipating into the yellow sand. Once again, it reverted to its small black ball shape, resembling a toy, with its exposed fangs squatting and hugging its head motionless, while continuously shouting, King, save me. Silence. Only the relentless sound of the yellow sand raging around. The master of Time Abyss, now in its small black ball form, quietly lifted its body. Stealing a glance backwards, it embodied the essence of a startled bird. Damn it, how dare you mock me? The small black ball bounced up angrily, pointing at Lin Ruoshi and shouting. Its appearance was utterly devoid of any intimidation. Who would have thought this creature was actually one of the 7 beast emperors of the spiritual beast realm, the master of Time Abyss? Lin Ruoshi scoffed. Oh, you mocked me, so what? Do not think that I cannot handle you within this ring. The small black ball of Time Abyss floated up. Don't forget, my ability is time sequence. As long as I accelerate the time flow of the ring, causing it to age locally, I can easily break free. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi raised her hand to show him the microcomputer on her wrist. As the chief researcher, it's quite easy for me to contact Commander Qin directly. Just press this button and guess what? With Commander Chen's strength, how long will it take for him to appear behind you? After hearing this, the Master of Time Abyss felt a little uncertain, sensing a chill creeping up from behind. Humph, this sovereign won't stoop to your level. It crossed its arms and turned away from Lin Ruoshi. Seeing the Master of Time Abyss retreating, first Lin Ruoshi did not press further. May I ask, Beast Emperor of Time Abyss, what brings you here? Laughable, this is my spiritual beast domain, I can do as I please. The Beast Emperor of Time Abyss spoke with a hint of displeasure. 3. I'm saying it. Seeing Lin Ruoshi about to get serious, the Master of Time Abyss hurriedly declared. Then it looked at one of the people inside and said, our king is here. King? Which one? Lin Ruoshi frowned and turned to ask. Naturally, it is that. The Master of Time Abyss's eyes sparkled as it looked at Chen Shu, who narrowed his eyes in response. Chen Shu understood that the king it referred to was himself at that moment. Adhering to the principle of not wanting to reveal himself, he slightly shook his head at it, hoping that this little creature could understand. Fortunately, to be a beast emperor, one must have some wits. It understood Chen Shu's hint. It's that one next to the red-haired person. The Master of Time Abyss clapped its hands, pointing at Song Wudao and shouting loudly, King, my noble king, Song Wudao. Looking around, he then pointed at himself in confusion and asked, me? Yes, it's you. The Master of Time Abyss clapped. You've lost your memory. In reality, you're the reincarnation of our king. Trust me, my king. You're insane. I'm still your father. Song Wudao retorted, then turned to Chen Shu and said, Chen Shu, give him a little whirlwind combo. Let him become even more chaotic. The small black ball in rage was about to explode, but after glancing at Chen Shu, it let out a frustrated grunt instead. After a struggle between thought and hesitation, it bared its two large fangs, and with a silly grin towards Song Wudao shouted, Dad. Song Wudao. What the hell? Only Lin Ruoshi seemed contemplative, unaware of the schemes the Beast Emperor of Time Abyss was concocting. In the extreme southern region at the ice fissure, two familiar figures flew out from the abyss of the crack. One of them was clad in an orange suit covered in frost and frozen blood stains. The clown's teeth chattered like a child, resembling a grandson. The butcher with his large physique found it difficult to cope, let alone the clown. I never expected to come to blow up the spiritual source and find unexpected joy. This saves us trouble and gives us the opportunity to frame Daxia. As long as the spiritual source explodes, all disasters and consequences will be directed at Daxia. An orange light flickered from his palm, enveloping his entire body. The blood and frost vanished like magic, and a remote control appeared in his right hand. An orange light flickered from his palm, enveloping his entire body. The blood and frost vanished like magic, and a remote control appeared in his right hand. The clown began dancing as if intoxicated, twisting his upright figure while pressing the remote control in his hand. Below the ice fissure, the cold winds, surging upwards, suddenly erupted like a volcano. A dull and violent rumble gradually grew louder. Boom! Until the ground began to tremble violently, finally escalating into an 8-magnitude earthquake. The entire extreme southern region erupted with cracks of ice. The surging spiritual energy surged towards the sky with unstoppable force, releasing the cold winds that had been sealed beneath the frozen soil for countless years. Even the atmosphere above the extreme southern region was coated with a layer of frost. As if the wind was about to freeze, one could see the power of this cold wind. The butcher laughed excitedly, quickly retreating, with the clown distancing themselves from the extremely dangerous extreme southern region. At the same time, countries around the globe detected anomalies. Daxia Longcheng, the meteorological monitoring center's large screen, began to sound alarms. It showed that the temperature in the extreme southern region of Daxia was plummeting rapidly. In just about 10 minutes, it dropped from a comfortable 20 degrees to the teens. And it was still dropping quickly. Simultaneously, satellites from various countries also detected the anomalies in the extreme southern region. The satellite images clearly showed the spiritual source venting cold air to the outside world. Due to the importance of the spiritual source, countries immediately mobilized to form teams to investigate. A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, causing world turmoil. Meanwhile, Commander Chen, who was in the spirit realm, had just returned after beating the Master of Time Abyss. Sitting in the conference room, he was still pondering the whereabouts of Lin Ruoshi and the others. An urgent notification from Daxia came through. Chen analyzed the satellite images with his dark golden pupils. Just from the information in the images, he deduced that this was man-made. At the same time, he gently snapped his fingers. A light blue holographic image enveloped and expanded before him. Soon after, the 3D holographic image of the king dressed in a suit and leaning on a dragon head staff appeared in front of him. Next was the pillar of Daxia, the Su family. The elderly Su Ling, known as the god of Su, appeared frail and almost lifeless. His eyes were weary and murky, yet they could not hide the brilliance and focus within. Lu Jiao was sitting by the Yellow River drinking wine, and after the hologram appeared, he still did not forget to greet Chen. Lastly, the Pioneer Academy of Super Martial Arts, as the Thunder God Han Xiaoyao was currently asleep. The Vice President CG replaced him to attend the meeting. Thus, the 5 king-level powerhouses of Daxia gathered here. Chen tapped lightly on the table with his fingertip. Everyone is aware of what has transpired in the far south, correct? CG appeared aged, raising his wine jug and gulping down several fierce swallows. Abnormal energy fluctuations emanated from that region. Over half our academy's students were dispatched to investigate. And just recently, 315 students, every single one, perished utterly without a single survivor. His voice trembled with choked emotion as he uttered those final 8 words. A flicker of sorrow crossed Qin Ying's eyes, then vanished instantly, replaced once more by icy detachment. To occupy such a lofty position meant suppressing all sentiment. Others might afford emotion, but not Qin Ying. Any feeling would become a vulnerability. Our personnel died within that zone, and coincidentally the Lingyuan erupted. Other nations will inevitably blame Daxia for the catastrophe. Qin Ying spoke coldly. This is no mere conspiracy. It is an open, undeniable stratagem aimed squarely at Daxia. As he finished speaking, Qin Ying's obsidian gold pupils shifted faintly. His gaze swept briefly toward an empty holographic projection corner of the conference room. Yet he immediately reasserted his impassive composure. Not a trace of anomaly betrayed. The Lingyuan eruption in the far south will trigger a catastrophic plunge in global temperatures. Worldwide glaciation is now merely a matter of time. Lu Jiyuan's sunglasses glinted with violet light, the gaze of a Nuam mask, while he wearily pressed his palm to his forehead. And to quell the Lingyuan explosion and restore its core, there exists only one method. A sovereignty or hyperwarrior must sacrifice themselves, reconstructing the shattered Lingyuan with their own sovereignty or life origin energy. The assembled figures remained composed, clearly already acquainted with this grim solution. They had simply awaited Lu Jiyuan to voice it aloud. High above Daxia, beyond the cloud layer, though seemingly empty, a surge of spiritual energy streaked violently forward. Ripples radiated outward in concentric waves. Ren Feimu sat in the pilot's seat, smoking a cigarette. All onboard instruments operated autonomously, no manual control required. Beyond the cockpit window, the stratosphere blurred past at breakneck speed. Ren Feimu stared fixedly at a small blacked-out screen directly ahead. Multiple voices echoed from within, conducting some kind of meeting. He stood transfixed, so much so that the cigarette in his hand burned down entirely to ash untouched. A vein pulsed violently at his temple, betraying extreme, suppressed emotion. Until at last he could bear it no longer. With a furious slam, he crushed the cigarette butt against the console and barked forward. 0. Cancel destination Luo City. Then where? A youthful electronic voice chimed from the console. Someone seeks to harm Daxia, detonating the Lingyuan, slaughtering our people. And this modus operandi, I know precisely who is behind it. Ren Feimu's gaze hardened into something lethal. He issued his next command without hesitation. 0. Target United States. Full throttle. All members of the ruffians, prepare for combat. I will make the United States run red with blood. Affirmative. From behind Ren Feimu, dozens of voices roared in unison, crisp, resounding, unwavering. Instantly, the linear surge high above the atmosphere veered sharply, hurtling straight toward the United States. Predictably, wave after wave of international investigation teams descended upon the far south. Soon suspicion converged squarely upon Daxia. Under mounting diplomatic pressure, Daxia was branded the harbinger of apocalypse. Many nations had already convened in secret, plotting a coalition to punish Daxia. Their aim to compel Daxia to sacrifice a sovereignty warrior to quell the Lingyuan crisis. Each sovereignty warrior constituted the very backbone of national strength. Losing even one would inflict profound damage. Some nations might even seize the opportunity to launch direct aggression. Clearly, as Qin Ying had stated, this was both a covert conspiracy and an overt, inescapable stratagem against Daxia. Lin Ruashi, chief researcher of the base station, and someone who maintained close professional rapport with Commander Qin, was naturally privy to the full meeting content. She lowered her arms and lifted her gaze from the microcomputer display, frozen motionless in place. Sister Shi. What's wrong? Chen Shu sensed something amiss and asked. Lin Ruashi exhaled deeply, then after brief reflection relayed the intelligence she had received. This is outright framing of Daxia. Song Wudao cursed. Damn it, so many seniors dead. Su Qinshu had gazed at her phone, where Su Ling had replied. The message mirrored Lin Ruashi's account almost exactly. So what do we do now? Chen Shu clenched his fist tightly. If we truly sacrifice a sovereignty warrior to appease the crisis, we'll not only confirm the false accusation, we'll also invite opportunistic aggression from other nations. Moreover, the public will grow deeply confused and suspicious of official conduct. Our people's trust will erode. Yet if we refuse to respond, the united front of foreign powers will press Daxia relentlessly, leaving us equally vulnerable. A dilemma transparent to any clear-eyed observer, and one that had already ensnared Qin Ying and his peers. Jiang Bingwe summoned frost-encased gauntlets and slammed them together, a deep resonant thud echoing through the air. It's definitely the United States, a pack of idle chaos-mongering vultures. Every grand scheme and petty maneuver, open or covert, they've never done a single honorable deed. All understood the logic, yet anger alone yielded no tangible result. Suddenly a telepathic voice pierced Chen Shu's mind. Yiwang Yuanqiu understands. In such circumstances, simply strike until the United States surrenders, until they fear us, until they confess guilt voluntarily. Chen Shu stiffened his eyes, shifting to the small black orb, Shi Yuan. The orb gazed back at him wide-eyed and expectant. Yiwang need not fret. We know your transformation into E randomly consumes fragments of memory. Yet, Yiwang may have forgotten within the E-gate, each of the 7 beast sovereigns has embedded a memory fragment. When you assume the form of E, these 7 memories are consumed first. and at Wang's command the entire spirit beast realm shall descend upon the United States, carrying out what Daxiao itself cannot openly undertake. Chen Shu's expression transformed entirely upon hearing this. Without hesitation he strode forward toward the orb. Shi Yuan's eyes widened further, watching breathless as Chen Shu approached. Song Wudao mistook the gesture as a signal to himself, and sprinted toward the orb shouting, "My son, I order you, annihilate the United States." The orb rolled its eyes, ignoring him completely. Only when Chen Shu reached the orb's circumference and looked down upon the master of Shi Yuan did the true shift begin, his aura and bearing transforming rapidly. His voice emerged slow, resonant, sovereign. "By the authority of Yi Wang I command the spirit realm. Let the United States drown in rivers of blood." As the words fell, Chen Shu's aura had undeniably transformed into that of another person. Song Wudao happened to be behind Chen Shu. He witnessed Chen Shu's hair transition from red to black, while his eyes became a dark gold, deep and profound. This added an air of mystery about him. "This guy truly is inscrutable," Su Qianxue remarked, gazing at Chen Shu's back. "What a show-off," Jiang Bingwei commented, "but he looks quite handsome." "Chen Shu, you." Lin Ruoxi gazed at the drastically transformed Chen Shu, asking. Before Chen Shu could respond, in front of him, the raging yellow sands parted. 6 spatial rifts tore open. Through the rifts one could see some filled with gray mist, others with surging seas of blood. Some were voids while others contained swirling Mobius-like substances. Lingshu Bingmai Huigong blood, Si Huemu blood mist. Lin Ruoxi felt her blood run cold as she beheld the scene. The 6 great beast emperors. Her fingers trembled as she pressed a button on her mini-computer. Due to her anxiety, she struggled to press it several times. For these 6 spatial rifts corresponded to the domains of the other 6 beast emperors in the spirit beast realm. This was practically equivalent to all 7 beast emperors gathering in one place. Chen Shu observed quietly, his brows showing no signs of surprise. He slowly reached forward with his hand, and a dragon's roar echoed around him. The black and gold dragon mask appeared in Chen Shu's hand. His dark golden eyes fixed on the mask as he gently placed it upon his face. In an instant the entire spirit beast realm underwent a transformation, especially within the Xiwan domain. Golden lightning streaked across the sky, tearing the heavens asunder. The ground trembled beneath. Fully armed Qining rushed in, but upon seeing Chen Shu's every move he froze in place. Seeing that the 7 beast emperors showed no signs of action or speech, they all quietly watched Chen Shu in front of them, as if waiting in tacit agreement for him to speak. This situation was essentially impossible. Each of the 7 beast emperors had their own tempers and were constantly at odds with each other. Even if they met without fighting, they would surely start cursing at one another. They just couldn't stay peaceful. Yet now this was the only instance of peace among them, and it was before Chen Shu. Looking at the mask on Chen Shu's face, its majesty even instilled a sense of fear in Qining. It carried an inherent oppressive aura. The mask truly is a treasure. Qining inwardly grumbled, then gazed down from the clouds towards Chen Shu. Chen Shu took a step forward, exiting the circle. The Xiwan beast emperor resumed its giant octagon form, leaning forward and lowering its massive head before Chen Shu. Chen Shu stepped onto the dragon's whiskers, which lifted him to its forehead. At that moment a flurry of black sand particles danced. Between the 2 corners of his head they formed a throne of kings. Watching Chen Shu, Song Wudao rushed to the edge of the circle ready to follow, but was immediately pushed back by the energy waves released from the 6 rifts. "Chen Shu, where the hell are you going? Don't do anything foolish." Chen Shu turned to look down at Song Wudao and the others who gazed up at him. His tone was flat, void of emotion, as his voice emerged from the dragon mask. "Let those who framed the great Xia pay the price." After saying this, he quickly added a few words with a hint of intimidation. "All of you are my friends, so please keep today's events confidential. After all, leaking this wouldn't benefit anyone. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke the last 3 words, an unusual fragrance wafted from one of the rifts. Song Wudao, being the closest, was the first to catch a whiff. The moment he did, he fell into a momentary stupor. His eyes glazed over for a few moments. Fortunately, the dose was small, and it wasn't intended to really alter their memories. So after the fragrance dissipated, Song Wudao quickly returned to normal. He felt slightly dazed, thinking that the Chen Shu before him felt incredibly foreign. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Quietly retreating, he shook his head and murmured, "You are not Chen Shu." "I am Chen Shu." This softly muttered phrase was actually heard by Chen Shu. He still spoke the 4 words with an emotionless tone, enunciating each one. After finishing, he paused slightly and added another line also. "Chen Yi." Qin Ying's pupils contracted as he recalled what was said when he had beaten the Lord of Xiwan not long ago. Chen Yi, Yi sect, Yi Wang, is the true master of the spirit realm. Chen Shu is the Yi Wang. Even someone of Qin Ying's caliber found it hard to believe. The secrets surrounding this Chen Shu were indeed emerging one after another. Divine powers, current mask master, Yi Wang. Each one alone was extraordinary. Not to mention they all belonged to the same person. His breath quickened, unable to calm down. He now didn't know whether he had struck gold or invited disaster. If he had the great Xia in mind, it would be a great blessing for them. But if it was a calamity, then the outcome would be entirely reversed. Thus Qining silently prayed in his heart, After Chen Shu coldly and indifferently spoke the last sentence, he slowly sat upon the throne formed of black sand. Resting his right hand on the dragon mask, he directed his words forward. Let's go to the United States. The colossal form of the Shuan Beast Emperor surged forth, and with a powerful leap it vanished from the spot, like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the 6 rifts slowly closed, disappearing from sight. The 6 overwhelming auras burst forth throughout the spirit realm. They surged upward following Chen Shu. Then the surroundings once again fell silent. Only Song Wudao stood there, his eyelids trembling, slightly rooted in place. His lips quivered, his breath slightly shaky. Chen Shu. He quietly muttered again, raising his head to gaze at where Chen Shu had disappeared, feeling a pang of worry. Sister Shi, what is happening? Who is Chen Yi? Jiang Bingyuan managed to stay relatively calm, supporting herself with her icy gauntlets. How has Chen Shu become so strange and unfamiliar? Lin Ruoshi, recovering from her dazed state, replied, I don't know either. But at this moment, whether he is Chen Shu or Chen Yi is no longer important. What matters is that he single-handedly took away the 7 beast emperors, and said he would use invasion to let the accusations against the great Xia flow with blood in the United States. Can he win? Song Wudao asked, turning with a slightly dazed expression. Naturally, it's a 100 win. Lin Ruoshi spread her arms and shrugged. No, I mean, can the United States win? Song Wudao blinked, frowning as he asked. That would naturally be a foolish dream. Lin Ruoshi waved her hand dismissively. Only the butcher and the clown are somewhat difficult. The others are like rotten wood before the 7 royal beast emperors of the spirit realm. Utterly vulnerable. At this very moment within Chen Shu's spiritual realm, before the azure gold skill tree at the base of the divine system tier, Chen Shu's consciousness stirred back to awareness. Gazing upon the familiar surroundings, he instinctively attempted to awaken. Yet no method succeeded. He remained trapped, unable to rouse himself. Lifting his head, he beheld a projection hovering above the expanse of his spiritual space. No, this was not merely a projection. Rather, it resembled his own present perspective, the very viewpoint of his physical self in the real world. Who was controlling his body? That was the first thought piercing Chen Shu's mind. His consciousness strained to awaken, yet failed utterly, as if bound by an invisible force within the spiritual realm itself. He shook his brow slightly, eyes fixed upon the projected image, and whispered 2 words low and sharp. Chen Yi. Meanwhile, outside, upon the brow of the Shuan Beast Sovereign, Chen Shu smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. The Shuan Beast Sovereign moved with blinding speed, for he inherently wielded the chrono-order force capable of accelerating local time flow. And while acting in the external world, he remained utterly imperceptible. Truly imperceptible. Not a single trace of aura leaked forth. 6 streaks of radiant light, each a different hue, trailed behind him through the void he traversed. Each streak embodied a sovereign beast of 9 stars, monarchs among beasts. Their velocity defied celestial bounds, surpassing even supersonic flight. As commanded, with a roar the Shuan dragon opened its maw, and a bolt of black light shot forth, tearing open the veil between spatial reality and the mortal world. The 6 luminous streaks scattered across the heavens like blossoms cast from heaven's hand. Shuan, reveal yourself. The authority radiating from Chen Shu's dragon-shaped nuance mask lent his voice profound, commanding weight. As commanded, with a roar the Shuan dragon opened its maw, and a bolt of black light shot forth, tearing open the veil between spatial reality and the mortal world. Simultaneously, the overwhelming pressure of 9-star sovereign beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire territory of the United States. The nation recoiled as if startled, a flock of birds scattering in panic. Dozens of auras erupted from the U.S. periphery, hurtling skyward at breakneck speed. Among them Butcher and Joker. Within the sea of spirit, Chen Shu paused, faintly startled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This tiny nation harbors 6 monarch-tier super warriors. Sovereign beasts. My God, daring to cause chaos here. You truly have grown weary of life. Butcher bellowed in broken Mandarin toward the Shuan Beast Sovereign. The sovereign beast remained silent, but atop his head Chen Shu slowly rose, locking eyes with the assembled warriors. A chilling dread slithered down each spine. Who is this? I've seen beast-tamers before, but one who commands sovereign beasts from the spirit realm. You are the first. Another U.S. monarch-tier warrior gaped, clutching his head and muttering frantic prayers to God. Crack. Chen Shu smiled mockingly, his killing intent surging like a storm tide. To them he spoke 6 words, cold and absolute. United States, kneel and welcome your sovereign. Thank you. The monarch spat a globule of saliva, clenched his fist before his waist, and a whip of pale blue lightning coalesced in his palm. It crackled like thunder, snapping violently in the air, striking the fabric of space itself and triggering miniature sonic booms. I'll send you straight to meet God. Roaring with reckless courage, he charged headlong toward Chen Shu, so swiftly that even Butcher could not restrain him. Then, in the next instant, thank you. The monarch spat a globule of saliva, clenched his fist before his waist, and a whip of pale blue lightning coalesced in his palm. Not a whimper escaped his lips. He simply collapsed into serene unconsciousness. This is beyond provocation. Butcher roared toward the fallen Vis, his massive frame trembling with fury. With a flick of his right hand, a colossal hammer axe materialized in his grip. I care not who you are. If you dare invade the United States or harm one of my people, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth, leaving you no path to escape." So saying, he signaled the remaining 4 monarch-tier warriors to encircle Chen Shu and strike as one. Chen Shu, standing calmly atop the sovereign beasts, had listened and could not suppress a wry smile. "What? Beyond provocation. What deeds have you committed? What atrocities have you wrought? You know full well, better than anyone. And you dare call yourselves human?" With a sweep of his arm, he uttered the final 2 words, words that would freeze every soul there in terror. "Encircle them." At that command, the skies surrounding the entire United States tore open in 6 directions. 6 jagged spatial rifts ripped wide, from which poured torrents of terrifying, oppressive sovereign beast aura. 6 towering figures emerged, shrouded entirely in churning, impenetrable mist, their forms obscured. Now, with Xuan added, 7 sovereign beasts stood in unison, their combined cultivation pressure converging into a singular, peerless apex of sovereign might. Across American cities and streets, skyscrapers buckled under the strain, crumbling into rubble. Bridges shattered, highways split, and cataclysms erupted. Earthquakes, infernos, tsunamis, engulfing the entire nation. Butcher and the others turned, only to behold their homeland transformed into a blazing hellscape, their bodies shaking with impotent rage. Chen Shu, however, merely smiled faintly and gently tapped his cheek where the dragon-shaped Nuam mask rested. His voice fell like a death god's whisper, like the king of hell calling names at dawn. So soon overwhelmed. "Patience, this spectacle has only just begun." His tone hardened. Then, with a crisp snap of his fingers toward the heavens, "Invade the realms." All 7 sovereign beasts lifted their heads in unison, launching beams of brilliant spiritual light into the firmament. Like celestial firecrackers, they soared upward, bursting mid-sky into a blood-red flower of oblivion, the flower of the other shore blooming before annihilation. A flawless, stable mirage, identical in appearance to the real world, projected overhead like a phantom cityscape. From it, countless dark specks began descending, pouring down like rain. Zooming closer revealed them unmistakably spirit beasts drawn from every domain of the spirit beast realm. The chronofrogs of the Xuan domain, the frostbone skeletons of the Bingmai domain, the ringed serpents of the corridor domain. Legions from all 7 domains descended en masse, united in one purpose: the utter purging of the United States. At this point, the elite defenders fled, no longer daring to linger, racing back to contain the devastation. Only Butcher remained, gripping his great axe, his form trembling with seething wrath. Even now, he still hurled defiance, his hoarse voice erupting in furious challenge. "We bear no grudge against you. Why commit such apocalyptic atrocity? Do not mistake humanity's divisions for weakness. Regardless of outcome, Earth is vast, yet nowhere shall you find sanctuary. Remember, Earth's monarch-tier warriors united could erase you 1,000 times over." Chen Shu pressed one hand against his Nua mask and laughed, wild and unhinged. "Did I not already say it? You do not merit the title of human. When you framed the great Xia, did you ever consider consequence?" The Butcher lowered his voice, feigning composure while deliberately stretching his tone. "Without evidence, how dare I falsely accuse great Xia?" At that moment, dozens of gazes converged upon him from all directions. These were the eyes of other nations. The Butcher spoke one truth: as fellow humans, they stood united in exclusion. Humanity would never permit a bestial uprising to annihilate any sovereign nation. Though the United States had left a poor impression upon many nations, it remained an undeniable global power. Caution was warranted even against remote contingencies. Should the United States survive this crisis, its vengeful, petty, and vindictive nature would likely compel it to exert pressure upon numerous smaller states. Thus, even those nations that had initially sought neutrality found themselves compelled to dispatch aid. Moreover, the United States commanded several vassal states, including Sakura Nation, Indovana Nation, and Han Nation. Consequently, numerous countries had already dispatched envoys to assist. "You demand proof." Chen Shu sneered. "My spirit realm possesses a beast sovereign capable of tracing the past and glimpsing the future. Since you insist on proof, I shall grant you sight itself." His gaze then settled upon one of the spatial rifts as he intoned softly, "The paradox echoes of the causal corridor, the contradictory eye that peers into tomorrow." As the title beast sovereign of the causal corridor, a sovereign domain of the spirit beast realm, was invoked, the rift before him churned violently, its interior swirling with Mobius loop-like matter. From within emerged a crimson eye, its orb formed by the interwoven convergence of 2 Mobius loops, glowing with eerie, piercing brilliance. Profound and terrifying, it seemed to pierce across time itself. The eye turned outward, sweeping once over the Butcher, whose very soul felt laid bare. "What in blazes is that thing?" A shiver ran through the Butcher, astonishment gripped his voice. Chen Shu slowly raised his arms, addressing the assembled multitudes with quiet, deliberate grace. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the spectacle." A resonant hum filled the air, and above every national capital on Earth a vision materialized, the frigid expanse of the far southern pole, where a fissure split the ice sheet. 2 phantom silhouettes shot downward into the crevasse. Defying gale-force winds so fierce they threatened to tear flesh from bone, they descended unfathomable depths, then landed with perfect stillness. Here the wind abated, but spiritual energy surged thick and palpable, coalescing into visible currents of pale blue Kaiwind. Directly ahead at the deepest point of the ice fissure, a jagged glass-like rift pulsed outward, spewing torrents of raw spiritual energy. From the darkness emerged a hulking, towering figure, and another clad head toto in orange formal attire. The moment they stepped forth, the jester lifted his black top hat and tossed it skyward. A silver cylindrical device, blinking with urgent red light, rose cleanly into the air. With the casual precision of a seasoned athlete, he struck it squarely toward the spirit source. Just as the jester raised his remote to trigger detonation, the butcher's body stiffened. He seized the jester's wrist. Wait, this reeks of Great Xia's presence. I have a plan. The jester glanced at him, gave a curt nod, then unleashed a shockwave directly above the spirit source. It surged upward, a maelstrom of spiritual energy and polar wind, roaring like thunder. The butcher's sovereigntier aura reverberated with deafening force, echoing for miles along the fissure's vast length. It sounded like a primordial beast roaring in fury. And indeed, on the surface within portable tents, 315 students from Pioneer Academy dropped their tasks and rushed to the fissure's edge, forming a vigilant line. This was precisely the opening the butcher and jester had awaited. The jester raised his hand, and with a violent empty pull through thin air. Though nothing tangible existed there, a sonic boom cracked open, and a colossal suction force erupted downward. Students standing at the fissure's rim were abruptly yanked inward, snatched away from the very same chasm that moments before had blasted icy wind and spiritual energy outward. Against a sovereigntier vacuum, these students stood no chance. All were hurled inward by inertia. Then before they could regain balance, in freefall, blasted again by the fissure's sudden violent repressurization. They scattered utterly. The butcher's phantasmal form streaked through the fissure, his massive axe a scythe of slaughter, reaping lives without mercy. The jester shuddered, then leapt forward, claws tearing through a student's chest in one brutal motion. Then with savage, grotesque efficiency, he slaughtered all 315 students. Warm blood sprayed, frozen not a moment too soon, splattering across the jester's body. The vision continued their emergence from the fissure, the jester's detonation of the spirit source, and the meticulous framing of Great Xia. This echo of the past unfolded across every nation on Earth. The butcher stared, stunned, speechless, at the playback. He had believed his scheme flawless, never imagining the spirit realm's beast sovereign could expose it so devastatingly. Upon learning the truth, nations worldwide condemned both the butcher and the jester of the United States. Great Xia's official representative Chen Ying witnessed the projection as well. He nodded, his favor toward Chen Shu surging exponentially. Chen Shu tapped his nuance mask lightly, then asked with cool, mocking disdain, "Is this evidence sufficient?" He raised his hand and beckoned. The projection floated obediently to hover before him. Dominating half the screen was a majestic, awe-inspiring, dragon-shaped nuance mask. Word by word, he declared, addressing the entire planet, today's actions were provoked solely by the United States' false accusation against Great Xia. Who dare stand in my way today? Who can stand in my way? And to those who harbor ill intent toward Great Xia, remember this name, which shall haunt your nightmares. I am Chen Yi, as an intangible heritage. Let any who dare threaten Great Xia drown in rivers of blood. Within his spiritual realm, Chen Shu watched the scene unfold. His pulse quickened, his spirit ignited. His emotions soared, wild, electrifying, intoxicating. This was true divine manifestation, not metaphor, not myth. Real, unvarnished, overwhelming sanctity. What a name, Chen Yi. His warning echoed through every nation's projection, ringing in every ear, reshaping humanity's perception of Great Xia forever. Great Xia possessed not only Chen Ying, the pillar of the sea, but also Chen Yi, a madman, a storm incarnate. Cold sweat beaded on the butcher's brow. We offer our apologies. Name your terms. Oh, terms entirely at my discretion. Chen Yi replied, voice laced with regal disdain. The spirit source is damaged. Send one of your sovereigntier warriors to seal the breach. Is that unreasonable? Of course. If you'd rather not act yourself, I'd be delighted to intervene instead. Though then I'd require more than just one sovereigntier life to mend it. The butcher, the United States demon whose hands dripped with endless blood, now trembled faintly at the knees. For the first time, genuine fear coiled cold in his gut. Chen Yi was no mere mortal. He was demon incarnate. Even now, the ragged sack draped over his ears still echoed with Chen Yi's infernal whisper, "No need. I shall handle the spirit source myself. Your concern is unnecessary." No concern at all. Before he could finish, Chen Yi cut him off, his mocking tone lingering like smoke. After all, killing is exhilarating. These words truly became the final straw that broke the butcher's resolve. He heaved ragged breaths and summoned his colossal axe, gripping it tightly in his massive hands. No need. I'll do it. He declared, then swept his gaze across the battlefield, until it locked onto Vis, the sovereigntier warrior lying motionless on a stretcher, both arms severed. The butcher's hulking frame shot forward like a cannonball, straight toward him. Vis, still lying on the stretcher, had been intently watching every movement unfolding in the sky above. Suddenly, he saw the butcher charging straight at him, brandishing a razor-edged axe taller than himself. Wang Defa, King, you damned pile of filth, motherfucker. Vis scrambled upright on the stretcher, his body swaying unsteadily as he fled toward the seaside. Yet, grievously wounded and vastly inferior in cultivation realm, he stood no chance against the butcher. In the blink of an eye, the butcher overtook him. Vis twisted his head in terror, only to find the butcher already standing behind him silent as a specter. High above the butcher raised the frost-glittering axe. Vis, you dared insult me. You have violated the laws of the United States, the capital offense of slandering a sovereign cultivator. Roaring Vis's condemnation, the butcher brought the axe down in a lethal arc. Crabnut meat. That charge sounds freshly invented. Unacceptable. I protest. I protest. Vis unleashed his latent power, narrowly evading the blow. The axe struck the ground behind him with thunderous force, cleaving a deep chasm into the earth. God has summoned you to serve him in heaven. So yield to me, you wretched fool. Enraged and humiliated, the butcher thrust out his left palm. A terrifying suction force erupted from his palm. Instantly, Vis felt a crushing vice tighten around his throat. He was lifted midair, legs kicking wildly. Yet this time escape proved utterly impossible. The butcher's eyes hardened with murderous intent. With grim resolve, he swung the axe once more. A sickening thwack echoed. The blade split Vis's chest wide open. Scarlet pulsating organs spilled downward, warm and glistening. Vis felt life ebbing away at terrifying speed. His frantic leg movements slowed, sluggish and weak. Yet as a sovereignty-er cultivator, even such catastrophic wounds could not claim him instantly. Still, without immediate treatment, his survival would be measured in mere moments. And no treatment would come. His sole purpose now was to remain immobilized, alive enough to fill the spirit source rift, yet broken beyond resistance. Vis's gaze rapidly unfocused, blood trickled steadily from his lips. His mouth trembled faintly, as if pleading for mercy. But the butcher heeded nothing. To him, Vis mattered far less than the United States itself. Dragging Vis, half dead, barely breathing, the butcher returned to Chen Yi's side. Sire, please withdraw your technique. I shall immediately attend to the spirit source rift. A faint smile curled Chen Yi's lips. With a delicate upward flick of his finger, the entire phenomenon known as spirit realm incursion ceased instantly. The torrential downpour of spirit beasts reversed course, sucked violently back into the spirit realm. The 6 spatial fissures slowly sealed themselves shut. A gentle tremor rippled beneath their feet, and the Lord of the Time Abyss, intuiting his master's will, pivoted his immense form and carried Chen Yi back into the void, vanishing without trace. Witnessing this, the butcher finally exhaled in profound relief. Glancing back at the battered remnants of the United States, he seethed inwardly, too fearful to voice outrage, too powerless to retaliate. With simmering resentment, he bore Vis southward toward the polar wastes. Meanwhile, as Chen Yi journeyed homeward to Daxia, he placed his fingers upon the dragon-shaped Nuon mask and gently removed it. Once more, Chen Shu's familiar face emerged. At the very moment the mask came off, a soft pop, like a bursting bubble, resonated within Chen Shu's mind. His jet-black hair swiftly transformed, reverting to its signature crimson hue, finely textured and slightly tousled. His aura stabilized, returning to its natural state. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed over him, so profound it rendered him drowsy the instant he re-emerged from the spiritual realm. Eyes barely open, he slumped into the throne of kings and sank instantly into deep slumber. Beneath him, the Lord of the Time Abyss's eyes flickered with unusual contemplation. Then, crack! A sharp crystalline explosion tore through the veil, separating space from reality. The Lord of the Time Abyss whirled alertly, mouth already opening to unleash a devastating dragon's breath, only to be frozen in place by an overwhelming oppressive presence. This force dwarfed even the might of any one of the 7 beast sovereigns. In its essence, the Lord of the Time Abyss knew it all too well. It belonged to one of the rare beings who inspired genuine bone-deep fear within him, the very being he feared most. From the ruptured aperture, black dragon scale armor first appeared, embroidered with gold trim and crimson motifs. Qin Ying's suffocating aura flooded the surrounding space. Each step he took upon the fabric of reality sent shockwaves rippling through the void. Qin Ying, what is the meaning of this? Time Abyss, where do you intend to take Chen Shu? Qin Ying's obsidian golden pupils swept over Chen Shu, then narrowed slowly. Chen Shu is a citizen of Daxia. He returns home to Daxia. Nonsense. The King of Remnants belongs to the spirit beast domain, and shall return to the spirit realm. Qin Ying vanished, reappearing instantly before the Lord of the Time Abyss, and seized the colossal beast's skull with one hand. Chen Yi is gone. Now he is Chen Shu. Do you understand? If not, I have ways to ensure you never forget. At this, the Lord of the Time Abyss fell utterly silent. He blinked up at Qin Ying, speechless, genuinely terrified. Not superficially, not strategically, but deep in his marrow, in the core of his being. Even more than he feared the King of Remnants. After all, he was the beast sovereign whom Qin Ying had thrashed most frequently among the 7. Truly beaten into submission, broken, cowed, reduced to a trembling, skittish creature. Qin Ying paid him no further heed. With a graceful sweep of his hand, he levitated Chen Shu's unconscious form, and in the next instant both vanished. The spatial veil resealed itself. The Lord of the Time Abyss sighed inwardly, shrinking back into his compact black orb form. He patted his tiny hands together, placed them on his waist, and gazed after Qin Ying's departure, with a faint knowing smile curling his lips. Let us see how long this Chen Shu endures. He will always be Chunny. In Longqing Daxia, the Pioneer Academy, Qin Ying materialized instantly inside the office of the old driver. Vice Principal CG sat slumped on the sofa, his face etched with sudden, profound weariness. An ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts, ashes scattered across the desk. Empty liquor bottles littered the floor. CG jolted upright at Qin Ying's sudden appearance. Commander Qin. Qin Ying gently laid the sleeping Chen Shu onto the sofa. CG hurried forward, checking his pulse. Only then did the tension in his chest ease fractionally. I cannot linger. The spirit realm crisis demands immediate stabilization. With those words, Qin Ying stepped forward and vanished, moving faster than thought itself. CG immediately summoned Jiang Yan Li and Liang Dingtian. The three rushed in to examine Chen Shu. After Jiang Yi completed an exhaustive, meticulous diagnosis, he rose, his expression heavy with gravity. Old man, how is Chen Shu? Is he all right? Jiang Yi met Liang Dingtian's gaze with exhausted eyes and solemnly shook his head. At this moment, there are two consciousnesses within Chen Shu. One is Chen Shu himself, and the other is the mysterious Chen Yi. This could lead to severe exhaustion of one's body, thereby activating Chen Shu's instinctive protective mechanism. Chen Shu has fallen into a deep sleep without any danger to his life, but he cannot wake up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liang Dingtian's expression tightened as he glared at Jiang Yi. Where is your endless life needle? Use it on him again if you defy our ancestors. He'll give it a try, though I'm not sure if it will work. With that, his fingers glowed and golden needles began to materialize. Jiang Yi began to insert them, starting from the forehead. However, Chen Shu showed no reaction at all. Yan Li cleared the clutter from the table and took out a silver-white mechanical capsule from his pocket. He placed the mechanical capsule on the table. Then, from Yan Li's perspective, the left eye's holographic projection lens began to compile the mechanical capsule. Simultaneously, a holographic keyboard materialized in front of Yan Li. As he tapped lightly, the mechanical capsule started to tremble, slightly unfolding like a transforming robot. In just a breath's time, it reconfigured into a computerized comprehensive body status detector. He then glanced at CG, who naturally understood the implication. He merely waved his hand, slicing through the space beside Chen Shu. The space ripped apart with a sound, as if a sheet of paper had been torn open. With a loud shout from CG, the rift seemed to be pried open by invisible hands. He pulled towards Chen Shu, moving the rift forward. This drew Jiang Yi, who was like a dart gun, to spike Chen Shu and Liang Dingtian and Yan Li into it. Afterward, CG simply waved his finger and the rift disappeared. He then returned to sit on the sofa, picking up a stack of documents that had fallen under the table. He stared at the cover in silence for a long time without opening it. This was because the cover read roster of students from the Extreme South Incident 315. Although the documents were light, they felt extraordinarily heavy in CG's hands. Dingling. The landline phone on the office desk in the corner of the room rang. A cold glint appeared in CG's eyes as his mind moved, pulling the phone towards him. After listening to the information on the phone, CG pressed the document to his chest, stood up, and disappeared with a single step. At this moment, Yan Li and the others found themselves in a room illuminated by sterile lights. The area is not large, around several dozen square meters. 8 long and short cameras were positioned in all directions around the ceiling, aimed at the center of the sterile treatment chamber. Liang Dingtian gently supported Chen Shu, placing him steadily in a silver capsule-shaped treatment chamber, tilted at a 45 angle. Yan Li connected the previously constructed comprehensive body status detector to the side of the treatment chamber. It immediately displayed various life signs of Chen Shu. All indicators were normal without exception. Only the mental power readings fluctuated wildly. Jiang Yi, inserting needles like throwing seeds, asked, Yan Li, why does the mental power fluctuate so much? As Yan Li carefully examined each of Chen Shu's indicators, he explained to Jiang Yi, when a person excessively exhausts their body, their subconscious will automatically pull them into their most cherished memories. Combining with what you previously said about falling into a deep sleep, Chen Shu should currently be in a world manifested by his heart's desires. Liang Dingtian silent stared at Jiang Yi treating Chen Shu and bitterly exhaled over 4,000 needles, and still no effect. Jiang Yi, still thrusting needles, retorted, it's easier said than done. You think it's just random poking. I have to control the angle, depth, and position of each needle while sensing the information transmitted back from the needle tip. Hearing this, Liang Dingtian exchanged glances with Yan Li, both shivering in unison. Chen Shu was also suffering, having been subjected to Jiang Yi's firepower therapy twice in just a few days. He was the first. Dinner's ready, Xiao Shu. A gentle and elegant voice, poised and graceful, came from the kitchen. Chen Shu opened his eyes on the living room sofa, stunned in place. The warm sunlight streamed through the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the coffee table, giving the living room a sense of warmth. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Chen Shu was dumbfounded. This was indeed his home in Baicheng, a home where he had lived alone for 3 years. Chen Shu felt a slight pain in his head and turned to look towards the kitchen. Just then, a woman in an apron walked out from the kitchen. Her eyes were like starry nights, her brows slightly raised, exuding liveliness and gentleness. In her gaze there seemed to be countless emotions hidden. Her dark hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with a delicate hairpin. She had a graceful demeanor and an extraordinary aura. Mom. Chen Shu was mesmerized and blurted out. Lin Su placed a plate of freshly made tomato scrambled eggs on the dining table. She smiled warmly at Chen Shu. Why are you dazed? Come eat. Hey. Chen Shu hurriedly rose and ran to the dining table, while Lin Su returned to the kitchen to serve more dishes. Watching Lin Su busy in the kitchen, Chen Shu instinctively muttered, is this a dream? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Whether real or a dream, at this moment before his eyes was the person he had yearned for over 10 years. Chen Shu placed 2 bowls of rice on the dining table, looking at Chen Shu's fixed gaze. While removing her apron, she chuckled, "What's wrong? Sit down and eat, or it will get cold." Chen Shu's eyes trembled, and he obediently sat down. "Taste my cooking, I've improved the recipe." Chen Shu placed a piece of egg on Chen Shu's rice. Chen Shu picked up his chopsticks and devoured a large mouthful, the flavor instantly awakening his taste buds that had been dormant for 10 years. The taste hadn't changed, it was still that taste. It was still that unique taste of his mother's cooking. Tears shimmered in Chen Shu's eyes, and despite his efforts to suppress them, Chen Shu noticed something amiss. Concerned, she leaned next to Chen Shu and said softly, "What's the matter, my little Shu? Tell mommy about it." At that moment, Chen Shu could no longer hold back the emotions he had suppressed for so long. The United Nations headquarters of the Global Hyperphysique Association, situated on a sovereign island in the Pacific Ocean independent of any nation. Though modest in size, the island is strikingly symmetrical, spanning roughly 5 to 6 square kilometers. Even as global geopolitics churns ceaselessly, no country dares lay claim to it. Even the United States, the very nation that dared detonate the spirit source and nearly triggered a planetary ice age, must tread with restraint before this UN island. For it is the alliance ground jointly established by world leaders since the spiritual energy resurgence, a neutral forum where any dispute may be formally submitted for deliberation and adjudication by the international community. Indeed, this island has spared numerous nations from existential catastrophe, and thus it was formally named the United Nations. At this moment, upon the solemn plaza before the Global Hyperphysique Assembly Hall on the UN island, a 100-meter expanse hummed with presence. Delegates from across the globe converged there. They strode toward the hall. Suddenly, CG materialized before it. Clutching a dossier, he entered without hesitation. He seated himself silently in the foremost seat of the Xia delegation's front row. At the center of the circular chamber stood a figure clad in a dove-emblazoned suit, symbol of absolute peace. His appearance resembled that of a man at life's twilight. White-haired, frail, yet commanding unparalleled authority, one of the rare living fossils who had endured from the first spiritual resurgence era to the present day. Neutral, belonging to no nation, aligned with no faction, this sole ultimate arbiter of the United Nations embodied unassailable peace. Yun Yi, Secretary General of the Global Hyperphysique Association and former sovereignty cultivator. He awaited the final arrival, the towering figure of the butcher, whose entrance into the hall instantly hushed the assembly into murmurs. Following his self-staged frame-up, an act that nearly froze the planet, the nations had grown deeply wary of the United States, keeping their distance. Elder Yun Yi slowly opened his heavy eyelids and gestured gently. Instantly silence descended, absolute, profound. His voice, ancient, yet resonant, flowed forth. "Since all national delegates have assembled, the 482nd United Nations Hyperphysique Assembly convenes now. We shall hold formal proceedings regarding the United States' false accusation against the Xia, a scheme that imperiled the entire world. The U.S. delegation shall observe only, no right to speak is granted." Upon hearing Yun Ye's words, the butcher, who had just sat down, slammed his fist onto the table, shaking the chamber with thunderous force. In the next breath, dozens of terrifying presences locked onto him. Not a single delegate flinched. Those seated here were no ordinary figures, perhaps individually formidable, but collectively, they represented the United Nations, a sovereign body governed by the strictest laws beyond any national jurisdiction. Should the butcher commit aggression within these walls, every delegate held the lawful right and duty to subdue and eliminate him without consequence. Yun Yi fixed his gaze upon the butcher, utterly unshaken, and spoke calmly. "Delegate of the United States, do you object?" The words echoed through the simultaneous translation system into the butcher's ear. Clenching his fists tightly, he sank back into silence. Yun Yi did not acknowledge him further, but turned instead. "Delegate of Xia." CG rose. His eyes pierced the butcher as he slammed the dossier onto the table. "The United States executed, without cause, 315 students of Xia's Pioneer Academy, and then detonated the spirit source, falsely framing Xia. This atrocity sprang solely from the butcher's whim, heedless of Earth's collective security. It posed an existential threat to our planet. I therefore propose 1. Permanent revocation of all United Nations rights and privileges held by the United States. 2. The instigator, the butcher Cain, shall be placed under the Secretary General's judicial custody and stripped of his sovereignty cultivation foundation. 3. The United States shall issue a global apology to Xia and impose immediate national seclusion duration pending determination. Thickly, Xia, you're dreaming. Defying Yun Ye's edict forbidding speech, the butcher retorted. "Commander, Qin knew you'd refuse. He said, if these terms aren't met, he won't hesitate to visit you personally for negotiations." CG ground his molars, reciting verbatim the call he'd received before arriving. "Do not invoke Qin to intimidate me." The butcher pointed at CG. "I ask you, how dare you openly conspire with spirit beasts to invade our soil and slaughter 500,000 American citizens? Have we ever slain such numbers? Where lies your authority to enforce judgment? What does your collusion with spirit beasts portend for humanity itself?" A masterful inversion of guilt, accuser becoming accused, made CG clench his fists. Yun Yi lifted a finger, softly, yet the butcher fell silent. A measure of courtesy remained due. Though he'd already breached protocol, his outburst had served its purpose, and indeed it did. The delegate of Fan Nation raised his hand. I endorse the U.S. Delegate's inquiry. Delegate of Dacia, having allied with spirit beasts to assault the United States today, might you not tomorrow turn them upon any other nation? You wield a force that endangers all of Earth. Does such power align with the United Nations Charter, or with the statute set forth by Secretary-General Yun Yi? In perfect tandem, the two delegations twisted truth into falsehood, resurrecting the dead as living, effortlessly shifting global scrutiny from the United States onto Dacia. Yun Yi offered no rebuttal. Delegate of Dacia, do you have a response? CG stood frozen, speechless. He knew nothing of Chen Shu's deployment, how the 7 spirit beast sovereigns of the spirit beast realm had besieged the United States. Even if questioned, he could offer no answer. A profound hush settled over the chamber, so deep that the fall of a pin would echo clearly. All waited, breath held, for Dacia's reply. Only then did CG grasp the truth. This assembly ostensibly convened to hold the United States accountable for detonating the spirit source and seek justice for Dacia was in fact a tribunal targeting Chen Yi, the man whose command had shaken the world, mobilizing the entire spirit beast realm against the United States. For in comparison to the United States' destruction of the spirit source at the South Pole, Dacia's unprecedented dominion over spirit beasts posed a far greater existential threat. How treacherous these waters ran. Initially, CG had believed, within these hallowed halls hailed as the most impartial forum on Earth, he might secure justice for the 315 slain students. Instead, he found himself trapped, cornered between irreconcilable imperatives. Delegate of Dacia, if you remain silent, I shall move to demand Dacia surrender Chen Yi for capital punishment. To retain such a menace is to invite planetary peril tomorrow. The butcher's voice dripped with venom, entirely forgetting the terror Chen Yi had once inflicted upon him. Suddenly a voice resonated in every mind, clear, commanding, unassailable. Dare a mere nation like the United States presume to dictate Dacia's conduct? And you, dare you? Whatever verdict you render, here I, no we, refuse. In the next instant the grand hall's doors exploded inward with tremendous force. Clang, striking the butcher squarely on the forehead. The butcher surged to his feet, arm already swinging, as his colossal axe materialized in midair. Dozens of other nations instantly tensed their gazes, snapping toward the entrance. Who dares defy the United Nations laws so brazenly? Even Yun Yi, the normally unflappable Secretary-General of the United Nations, narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Laws? Does the United Nations still possess any law at all today? At the threshold stood Chen Ying, clad in a pale golden long coat, stepping calmly into the assembly hall. Chen Ying, what do you mean by such words? Are you openly scorning Earth's legal order? Yun Yi rose from his seat, brows furrowed in mounting irritation. What law? I didn't catch that. Earth's legal order. Yun Yi repeated, voice deepening with authority. Chen Ying fixed his gaze upon Yun Yi and advanced step by deliberate step. Earth? Can you speak for Earth? By what right? What precisely are you? You. Yun Yi pointed a trembling finger at Chen Ying, composure fraying at the edges. But before he could utter another word, Chen Ying cut him off, denying him even the chance to speak. Does this chamber still deserve the name Assembly Hall? Having spoken, Chen Ying seized Yun Yi's dove-emblazoned white suit, the very symbol of peace. Do you still deserve to wear such attire? With a gentle push, he sent Yun Yi stumbling backward onto his throne. Then turning sharply, he locked eyes with the axe-wielding butcher, eyebrows lifting slightly. Shall we test our strength? Cain the butcher flinched violently. His massive axe slipped from his grip and shattered the council table beneath it. Trembling, he sank silently into his seat, speechless. Had he not worn a tattered sack over his head, obscuring his face, his expression would surely have been one of abject terror. Shiva, representative of the Fan Nation, lowered his head, refusing to meet Chen Ying's gaze. Chen Ying swept the room with a glance as cold and final as Yama's, surveying these so-called lesser spirits before him. Yun Yi slammed his fist upon the table. Chen Ying, I am after all a veteran who endured the first spiritual awakening. My seniority and experience far surpass yours. As Supreme Commander of Dacia, how can you behave with such utter disregard for decorum? Have you no basic respect for your elders? In a flash, Chen Ying appeared before Yun Yi, ignoring rank, ignoring protocol, and gripped his throat. His amber gold eyes gazed down, glacial and unyielding. You remember you're an elder. Then tell me, did you deliberately allow the United Nations to rot into this cesspool of corruption? Yun Yi's cultivation had been utterly severed during the first spiritual collapse, the cataclysmic event historians call the Great Calamity, due to unknown causes. Once a sovereignty or powerhouse, his strength ranked among the very finest of that legendary era, when geniuses bloomed like spring flowers. Then without warning, the inscrutable Great Calamity descended. No one knows what truly occurred. History fractured, leaving only silence where truth should reside. Yun Yi awoke to find his entire cultivation stripped away, vanished, as if it had never been. Chen Ying, the United Nations was forged by sovereign nations. Your actions today show blatant contempt for us all. Chen Ying's eyes narrowed, sharp, unwavering, locking onto Yun Yi's. The words died in Yun Yi's throat. From this day forth, Dacia withdraws from the United Nations. Chen Ying declared, voice calm, unshaken. All resolutions may be rejected outright. Consider the consequences carefully. With that he departed, vanishing beside CG. Secretary General, isn't this a direct affront to your dignity? Shiva of Indifan leaned back, legs crossed, frowning as soon as Qining had left. Seconded. A delegate beside him echoed the motion. Shiva smirked, then catching sight of someone snapped, upright, blade drawn and posture rigid, frozen in place. Qining, seated beside him, leaned forward half an inch and repeated softly, yet unmistakably, "SEC on Ed." Shiva wiped sweat from his brow, stammering, "MMR. Qin, forgive me. I know my error. If I ever repeat it, may I never taste curry again." He looked up and found Qining, who moments before had sat beside him, gone without a whisper. Outside the hall on the seaside beach, the setting sun bathed the shore in molten gold, while magnificent fire clouds blazed across the horizon, lending the scene an ethereal, haunting beauty. Qining and CG walked side by side along the sand. CG lit a cigarette, took a slow drag. Never imagined my first visit to what's hailed as Earth's most impartial institution would reveal that crows everywhere were the same black feathers. Qining spoke quietly. "I'm aware of everything. From this day onward, Daxiao severs all ties with the United Nations. So long as I stand guard, they dare not make any bold moves. Fairness rests upon strength alone. To forge iron, one must first be iron oneself. If you lack strength, fairness is a gift you cannot hold." CG nodded solemnly and began to bow deeply. "I've learned much." Qin Ying's hand rose steady and firm, halting the gesture. "By seniority, you are my elder. How could you bow to me? And spare us the awkward theatrics. No need to manufacture sentiment." Qin Ying smiled faintly, lightly patting CG's shoulder. A shimmer of tears flashed in CG's eyes before he burst into warm, heartfelt laughter. "How fares Lei Shun?" Qin Ying asked. CG shook his head, recounting the details. Qin Ying listened without surprise until CG uttered one word: assimilation. How reckless. At his age, does he consider consequence at all? Then, voice grave, he turned to CG. "Upon your return, issue a decree. No one is to disturb him. Not even a whisper. Otherwise, all his progress may collapse in an instant." "What happens if he succeeds?" CG asked, puzzled by Qin Ying's cryptic tone. Qin Ying gazed at the fiery clouds and smiled. "If he succeeds, then he becomes the next me." Chen Shu slept. He slept in Lin Su's arms. She gently patted his back, weary but unwavering, humming a lullaby, the same one she'd sung to soothe him as a child. She cradled this grown man as tenderly as she once had the boy. Time itself seemed suspended, neither advancing nor receding. Chen Shu's eyelids fluttered. He opened his eyes, still crouched halfway, still nestled deep within Lin Su's embrace. Yet even so, this sleep had been the deepest, most peaceful rest Chen Shu had known in years. Oh, my little Shu Bao, what's become of you? Why are you different today?" Lin Su smiled, a soft, knowing curve of her lips. Chen Shu struggled for words. He had carried 10 years' worth of longing, 1,000 unspoken lines, all coalescing on his tongue. Yet the moment he saw her again, every syllable dissolved, lost to silence. Lin Su raised her hand, brushing tenderly over the crimson strands atop his forehead. "My little Shu Bao has become little red Shu. The future must have been cruel. So many hardships you've borne, haven't you?" Chen Shu's heart surged, eyes widening in shock. He stammered, I don't understand what you mean." Lin Su smiled again, but sorrow flickered in her gaze. "Whether past or future, my child is always extraordinary in every lifetime." Chen Shu's lips trembled. "Mom, I missed you so much. Mom is always with you. Even in the future, I watch you silently in another way." Lin Su clasped his hands tightly in hers. Chen Shu's breath caught, his heart thundering. She knew he came from the future. She even knew she would die, at some unnamed hour in some distant tomorrow.